In a brand new era, every individual possesses the potential for awakening. Some have awakened speed-related talents and mastered acceleration skills, enabling them to deliver takeout and packages with remarkable swiftness, consequently doubling their income. Others have awakened the butcher's blade talent and opened butcher shops, managing to sell 10 pigs each day. Some, after learning the skill of summoning succubi, have established upscale clubs, reaping vast fortunes daily. In the Void Demon Realm, the Void Demon clan boasts 3 heads and 6 arms, with green faces and razor-sharp fangs, embodying unparalleled ferocity. In the Demon Realm, countless demons are ruthlessly vicious, slaughtering everything in their path. In the Goblin Realm, innumerable goblins delight in plundering the bloodlines of other races. The Dragonblood goblins exert dominance over their surroundings. The Phoenix Blood goblins are immortal, while the Titan goblins wield fists that can subdue the 8 corners of the world. In the Wild Beast Realm, Shadow Realm, Elven Ancestral Realm, and the Insectoid Hives, infinite extraordinary worlds present boundless wonders. Ordinary Woodpecker Absolute Damage Berserk Woodpecker Rapid Impact, a 1000 acceleration in impact-related physical actions. Ordinary Savage Bull, Iron-Blooded War, Bull King Endurance Mastery, increased stamina recovery rate, banishing fatigue concerns. Ordinary Aerial Demon Fighter, 6-winged Aerial Demon Commander Guaranteed Hit. All shooting actions result in a direct hit. Ordinary Succubus, 5-tailed Temptress, innate charisma and soul perception, an irresistible allure, possessing an unparalleled understanding of a woman's heart. The exquisite Dragon Fairy exudes the scent of dragon's saliva. The Ice and Fire Fluid Fairy can shapeshift at will. Additionally, there are Dark Sacrificial Fairies, Holy Light Fairies, and Divine Water Fairies. All exceptional females are gathered. At level 1, a new talent emerges. 100-fold Summoning. Summoned entities gain 20 levels. Summoned entities' health increases by 1 million. All attributes of summoned entities rise by 200. In Legion Warfare, I, Bai Jin, shall never rely on others. Chapter 1. Everyone is like a dragon. In the 9th domain, the 9th base city, Misty Sea Base City, and outside the exclusive Awakening Hall of 9th Middle School. 14 teams stand in meticulous formation, while several school leaders have already taken their positions above. Students, I shall say this only once. Please proceed in order. Once you awaken, exit immediately. Do not linger and waste time. The imposing figure of Wang Sheng's voice reverberates across the expansive square. This is Zhao Hai, the principal of 9th Middle School, the only second-tier professional in the institution, and a warrior. Indeed, having a warrior as principal means he speaks with authority. Thereafter, he remains silent. The observant director beside him swiftly gestures, "Begin." Under the guidance of their mentors, students, who have rehearsed multiple times, start to enter the Awakening Hall to awaken their talents. This is the greatest opportunity for the Blue Star human race. As long as the soul is fully developed, they can seize the chance to awaken their talents, ensuring a 100 success rate. Talents vary in quality, yet every individual can become a professional and gain the opportunity to grow stronger. Today, compared to centuries past, Blue Star can truly be said to have everyone akin to dragons. Classes 1, 2, and 3 are distinguished classes that awakened yesterday. Today, it is the turn of classes 4 through 17, a total of 14 ordinary classes. Class 4 is the first to commence. A robust young man strides into the Awakening Hall, where he observes the holy energy crystal at the apex, resembling a water tank, flickering slightly. Subsequently, an endless milky white radiance enveloped the young man within the Grand Hall, followed by the appearance of a crimson light emanating from the sacred crystal above, within which lay a sinister blade brimming with malevolence. At the same time, the timer before the instructor displayed a precise 7.55 seconds, marking the duration from the moment the awakener absorbed energy to the cessation of that absorption. An exceptionally accurate measurement, though according to the rules, only whole numbers may be recited. Xiao Wu, awakening time of 7 seconds, remarkable talent, awakening an output-type combat profession. The awakening ceremony commenced auspiciously. Although the awakening time was merely 7 seconds, it was already deemed quite impressive, particularly as it was an output-type combat talent, eliciting a faint smile of satisfaction from the principal who had yet to depart the stage. Wow, this guy awakened in 7 seconds. How enviable. His talent is so exceptional. He'll certainly enjoy a life of luxury. Did you misspeak? It's enjoying fine food and drink, right? Let me tell you, this spicy refers to liquor, as it has a sharp taste. Hence it's called drinking spicy. Are you foolish? Don't apply ancient concepts here. Let me enlighten you. A beauty as fair as jade naturally carries a fragrant allure, hence fragrant. A beauty as passionate as fire ignites desire, hence spicy. Do you comprehend? You people are the ones who perpetuate such distorted interpretations in this modern age, twisting the literal meanings so grotesquely. The culture bequeathed by our sages has been thoroughly ravaged by you. Keep your distance. I have no desire to converse with a bookworm. I don't ask for much. If I could awaken for 5 seconds, I would even accept a secondary occupational talent. Dream on. Even 3 seconds is considered commendable. Achieving 5 seconds would place you in the realm of excellence. Damn, I can easily endure over 20 minutes reading at night. Why can't I fantasize about 5 seconds? I can persist for several hours reading nightly. By your logic, shouldn't I be able to dream of a minute? You truly are a bookworm. The books I read are of an entirely different caliber. I delve into the profound truths of yin and yang. Yin and yang? You read extracurricular books? No wonder your studies suffer. Let me tell you, that is misguided. Regardless of talent, acquiring knowledge is a tremendous advantage. Even with poor talent, one can still teach after graduation. Otherwise, you would be reduced to a mere commoner. Bai Jin's classmates began to murmur among themselves, and Bai Jin felt a pang of envy. While everyone could awaken, the quality of their talents was a determinant of fate, far more significant than the previous college entrance examinations. I'm about to soar. My talent is actually... Smack. Just as the exuberant Xiao Wu exited, he received a sharp slap on the head. Do not disclose the specifics of your talent. Did you feed the knowledge you previously acquired to the dogs? The imposing instructor glared at Xiao Wu, who immediately regained his composure and respectfully bowed to the instructor before hastily returning to his class. During the awakening, precise timing is employed to assess the quality of talent. And while the general type of talent is displayed, the specific attributes are known only to the awakener. Classmate Xiao Wu, I am a first-tier instructor from the unmatched Blade Academy. With your talent, you would have a substantial likelihood of passing our entrance examination. Classmate Xiao Wu, I am a recruitment officer from the second-tier Blood Blade Academy. Should you choose to enroll, I will personally secure your admission. Classmate Xiao Wu, our Blade Combat Academy is willing to exempt you from the first year's tuition. Though we are a third-tier institution, our academic integrity is indisputable. Perhaps you should consider this. Tuition is no trifling matter. A multitude of recruitment officers from various tiers of academies extended olive branches, with Xiao awakening a combat blade talent, and the first to offer opportunities were those affiliated with blade-related schools. Xiao Wu was astonished. Yet he refrained from accepting any invitations, instead gathering the extensive materials provided by the recruiters. Thank you all. I shall study these materials upon returning home and discuss them with my parents. Once I have made a decision, I will contact you. Very well. Xiao Wu, please give due consideration to the financial aspects. The second student, without prompting, strode confidently into the awakening hall. Li He, awakening time of 3 seconds, average talent, awakening a secondary occupational talent. This student, appearing rather delicate, had a hammer materialize above him during his awakening. Bai Jin had initially thought he too possessed a combat talent, only to discover it was classified as a secondary occupational talent by the instructor. 3 seconds is still commendable, and Li He bore a look of satisfaction, likely having met his expectations. Li He, this should signify a forging talent. Come to our Hammer Technical College, where graduates find immediate employment. Our employment rate this year is 100. Li, do not be swayed by his exaggerations. Our Golden Hammer Technical College boasts an employment rate of 99.6, while theirs is at most 96.7. Join our school. Li, you need not limit yourself to forging technical schools. Consider our Shu Jing Vitality School. With your talent, you could excel in providing massages and other therapeutic services. Our employment rate is also 100, and we sign a job agreement upon enrollment. If you cannot secure employment upon graduation, your tuition will be fully refunded within 3 years. This time, only technical school recruiters made their pitches, devoid of any privileges, reflecting the disparities in talent. Lee accepted several brochures from the various recruiters, expressing his gratitude and stating he would discuss the options with his parents. Next, the third student entered. Wang Bo, awakening time of 1 second, below average talent, awakening a secondary occupational talent. The third individual finally returned to a more typical standard. An awakening time of 1 second is the most commonplace. Li Xiaoli, awakening time of 1 second, below average talent, awakening a secondary occupational talent. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. With approximately 70 to 80 individuals in each class, it was not long before it was Bai Jin's turn in the senior class 9. Wang Dong, hurry inside, and everyone else, prepare yourselves. The gentle voice of class 9's homeroom teacher, Li Ying, resonated as the class leader. Wang Dong swiftly entered the awakening hall. Wang Dong, awakening time, 1 second, talent, ordinary and subpar, awakened combat class talent. The dejected class leader did not even muster the courage to glance at his classmates before departing. Li Ying felt a twinge of disappointment. This leader, upon whom she had placed such high hopes, had proven to be remarkably underwhelming. Following him, the second student promptly stepped inside. What the heck? The class leader actually has the most pathetic 1 second awakening time and combat class talent. I can hardly believe it. The worst combat talent is still inferior to secondary talents. He will undoubtedly be the lowest tier existence from now on. Indeed, despite his robust physique and commendable grades, he was second only to Bai Jin, the pretty boy, in popularity among the girls in our class. Now, with this lackluster talent, even finding a romantic partner will be a challenge. Old Bai, don't take it to heart. With your looks and physique, even with the most abysmal talent, you will surely attract powerful female professionals who will take care of you. Just remember to look after us when that happens. I envy you. Why can't I have such a handsome face? This sort of thing is hereditary. Old Bai's cousin, Lu Rian, is undoubtedly the most beautiful school belle among the 137 schools in our Wuhai Bay City. There's no competition. She outshines all other belles. Moreover, I heard from my father that Old Bai's aunt, who happens to be Lu Rian's mother, was once a figure on the beauty list of our 9th domain. Sigh, I once met Old Bai's aunt, and I can only lament, it would have been better not to have met her. They say children do not mind their mother's looks, but my mother is truly several hundred levels below. Beyond her kindness towards me, I cannot find a single point of comparison. If your mother knew you spoke of her like this, well, it's certain that even that kindness would disappear. With graduation approaching, I'm throwing caution to the wind. You know, Bai Jin's face has appeared in my dreams, and not just once or twice. Wow, that's juicy gossip. Bro, you must share more. Each time, I would land a hefty punch on that fair and handsome face. It was exhilarating. I always woke up smiling. That's not what I wanted to hear. You jerk, you're wasting my emotions. If I dreamed of his face, I certainly wouldn't act like you did. Oh, come, tell us how you would handle it. Chapter 2, Supreme Summoning. White Jean had long since grown accustomed to the discussions among the crowd. White Jean, it's your turn soon, prepare yourself. A gentle voice resonated as the homeroom teacher, Li Ying, swayed her voluptuous figure beside him, causing the nearby boys to turn envious with reddened eyes. The female teacher, mature and ample, with a gentle disposition, widowed and childless, exuded an air of alluring sophistication, boasting a stable job and substantial savings, which created an unsettling yet captivating allure. The boys, in the throes of adolescence, found her magnetism indescribable, far surpassing that of their youthful female peers. Feng Minglong stepped forward, awakening within a second, possessing an ordinary, low-level talent with a subclass ability. Following his exit, White Jean swiftly entered the awakening hall. In the next moment, he was enveloped by a warm, milky radiance. His heart raced with anticipation, yearning for the light to linger a while longer. This was an era of professionals, hundreds of years after the apocalypse, where the established order had completely transformed, and the strong wielded the power to dictate all rules. Previously, as a minor, he had the protection of his aunt. But upon awakening, he would become a man, no longer under her guardianship. The warm sensation persisted, and White Jean felt himself growing stronger. The most vital effect of awakening, his body undergoing restoration, evolving into an awakened form imbued with inherent rules of power. Indeed, The awakening process had surpassed 1 second, bringing him a modicum of solace. He was no longer among the most abysmal. Boom. In the second, amidst the endless milky light, Bai Jin was taken aback. The force surging within him was overwhelmingly ferocious, as if an infinite energy sought to obliterate him. Bai Jin, male, awakening time 3 seconds, possessing a talent of ordinary middle tier. Awakening a combat class ability. The timer's announcement struck terror into him as he stepped forward with a dazed expression. 3 seconds is quite impressive, do not lose heart. Come here. To the teacher, Li Ying's tender voice resonated with concern as she hastily sent a message. Outside the school gates, Bai Jin's aunt waited quietly with Lu Ruyin. The sound of a message chimed, prompting her to check her phone, with Lu Ruyin leaning in curiously. Mom, did my brother awaken an ordinary talent or a combat class? Yes, I see it now. An ordinary talent is still an ordinary talent, given our family's circumstances. Your brother will become a wealthy man for life. His aunt sighed in relief. Lu Ruyin looked puzzled. Mom, isn't a higher talent better? That way, my brother could protect himself. His aunt gently tapped her daughter's pristine forehead. Silly girl, unless one possesses a talent of heavenly caliber like yours. A higher talent correlates with a greater mortality rate. They cannot enjoy the same resource advantages. Everything must be fought for with their lives. Lu Ruyin nodded. I understand. Mom, don't worry. I will protect both you and my brother. Although your brother has always been obedient. This age is when boys are most convinced they can change their fates through hard work. I hope he doesn't act recklessly in his fervor. Regardless, the ceiling for ordinary talents is low. Even with good equipment and skills, once he arrives in another world, he may become the target of other professionals. Moreover, with his handsome appearance, should he encounter evil creatures like goblins, unimaginable situations may arise. It would be better for you, my daughter, to strive to become a strong individual so that you and I can protect your brother. Yes, Mom, you can rest assured. With my heavenly talent, you will both lead the safest lives. Stop dawdling. The next person, hurry inside. The subsequent students quickly entered the awakening process. After a series of 10 students awakening with dismal talents, an eerie sound filled the hall. Crack. Countless fissures appeared as the massive holy energy crystal at the hall's apex shattered into innumerable fragments. What the heck? How did the holy energy crystal break? The reporting instructor stood in shock. With a clatter, the shattered pieces of the crystal scattered across the floor. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as a deep pit formed in the ground. The formidable principal, who had departed earlier, received news of the crystal's breakage and wore a bewildered expression. I have lived for decades and brought forth numerous cohorts. I have never encountered such an incident. I have never heard of such a thing before. Grasping a shard of the holy energy crystal, Principal Zhao Hai took a deep breath. Organize the students to return. I will report this and request a replacement holy energy crystal. Understood. A group of instructors quickly organized the remaining students without awakened talents to leave. You there? Don't stand in shock. Yes, you. Come to my office. I will be right back. Principal Zhao Hai said kindly to the bewildered boy exiting the awakening hall. Bai Jin hastily made his way toward the school gate, aware of the true nature of the shattered holy energy crystal, unlike others. Bai Jin, human of Blue Star. Rank, 0 level 1, 010000. Vitality, 100100. Mana, 11001100. Attributes, Physical Strength 1, Strength 1, Constitution 1, Agility 1, Vitality Recovery 1 point per second. Attributes, Soul Strength 1, Spirit 1, Perception 1, Reaction 1, Mana Recovery 11 points per second. Physical Attack, 1, Magic Attack, 1, Talent, Supreme Summoning. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Free Attribute Points, 1, Skill Points, 1. In terms of attributes, both physical and soul strength stood at 1, which was standard. Everyone awakened similarly. And most talents did not significantly affect these values. 1 point of physical strength corresponded to a constitution of 1, with vitality at 100 points, which was accurate. However, according to his knowledge, 1 point of soul strength should correspond to 1 point of spirit, with mana also at 100 points, yet his was 1,100 points. Additionally, his mana recovery was significantly above standard. Supreme Summoning. Source Effect. Summoning skills receive extraordinary correction. Summoned entities are guaranteed to be in optimal developmental states and must possess unique traits. Basic Effect 1. Base Summoning Speed of 1000. Base cooldown time of summoning skills is 90. Basic Effect 2. Base mana value of 1000. Mana recovery rate of 1000. Talent Trait. Choose one talent effect at each level. At this moment, Bai Jin beheld a selectable option. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoning skill to lock in a 100-fold summon. Earth level. 2. Designate a summoning skill for summoned entities to possess 200 in all attributes. Mystic level. 3. Designate a summoning skill for summoned entities to be at level 10. Yellow level. Chapter 3. Void Summoner. A talent accompanied by multiple effects. Along with a trait, was an unprecedented occurrence that filled Bai Jin with trepidation. An ordinary man bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure. With his strength and background, he could scarcely safeguard such an absurd talent. The Awakener system has been fully established for a century or two, and it has now reached an extraordinarily refined state. With an array of bizarre and wondrous talents, even abilities such as yin-yang transformation, possession, and deprivation have become openly acknowledged. Common talents are defined by their awakening time. 14 seconds designates a standard talent, with 1 and 2 seconds categorized as inferior, while 3 seconds is deemed moderate, and 4 seconds represents superior talent. Achieving 5 seconds signifies an exceptional talent. Beyond that, there are extraordinary talents, 1019 seconds, perfect talents, 2029 seconds, yellow talents, 3039 seconds, mysterious talents, 4049 seconds, earth talents, 5059 seconds, and heavenly talents, 6069 seconds. Bai Jin's cousin, Lu Ruyan, awakened yesterday in an impressive 1 minute and 9 seconds, placing her at the pinnacle of heavenly talents. Since childhood, Bai Jin has often experienced peculiar thoughts, such as feeling that his cousin's name is somewhat strange. Yet he cannot articulate why. His talent is marked with a question mark, leaving Bai Jin somewhat bewildered. Particularly concerning is the first effect of his talent. Summoned entities must possess unique characteristics, which transcends conventional understanding. According to his acquired knowledge, only heavenly talents are endowed with such characteristics. This indicates that the first effect of his talent, in a certain sense, surpasses that of an ordinary heavenly talent. Moreover, there is the extraordinary characteristic of his talent, the ability to select one effect at each level. All signs point to the fact that his talent undoubtedly exceeds that of heavenly levels. What could lie beyond heavenly talents? Bai Jin has never heard of it. Currently, he is already feeling overwhelmed by the 3 selectable talent effects, especially the first option, designating a summoning skill to lock in 100-fold summoning. If he were to learn the skill of summoning a dragon, once locked in, could he not summon 100 dragons? Imagining 100 dragons unleashing their fiery breath sends shivers down his spine. Furthermore, should he choose not to engage in battle, he could learn skills to summon fairies or succubi, and with 100-fold summoning, he could single-handedly run a large spa and relaxation center. The crucial point is that with each level he ascends, he can choose another talent effect. Why did the holy energy crystal shatter? It could only have been due to the overwhelming energy surging during his awakening. If the energy influx during the first second of awakening could be likened to a gentle breeze, then the second and third seconds were akin to a tempest of unimaginable ferocity. The power of the holy energy crystal seeks to annihilate my soul. This is the source of Bai Jin's greatest fear. Yet, he remains perplexed as to why this is so. Fortunately, his awakening time of only 3 seconds is quite ordinary, aligning with his status as a student in the standard class. What is more remarkable is that the holy energy crystal managed to facilitate the successful awakening of 10 classmates before shattering, likely sparing him from blame. The final awakened student was retained by the principal, and the intent was unmistakable. With a heavy heart, Bai Jin wore a serious and anxious expression. At the school entrance, 2 enchanting figures stood gracefully, with no one passing within a 10-meter radius, while beyond that distance, a throng of men and women had gathered. Numerous recruiters and passers-by held their breath, fearful of disrupting the presence of those 2 ethereal beauties. Brother, as Bai Jin's figure appeared, the younger of the 2 rushed to his side, swiftly wrapping her arms around one of his. The more mature beauty, who had previously worn a serene expression, now beamed warmly, and soon, Bai Jin found his other arm encircled as well. Teacher Liang had already informed his aunt. Talent shortcomings were inconsequential. To his aunt, this might even be a blessing, as the casualty rates among high-talent professionals vastly exceed those of low-talent individuals. Mediocrity could indeed be a form of fortune. Bai Jin nodded. Aunt, I understand. It's just that compared to my younger sister, I fall quite short, and I feel I have brought shame to you. Hearing Bai Jin's words, the woman chuckled softly. Brother, my mother and I anticipated this. We basically confirmed it 2 years ago when we divided the classes in the first year. The girl cheerfully remarked, playfully tapping Bai Jin's forehead. Ouch, mother, be gentle. You're just too chatty. Your brother's 3-second awakening is excellent even in the standard class, far superior to those with 1 or 2 seconds. Bai Jin's initial anxiety began to dissipate amidst the teasing from his aunt and sister. Suddenly, the low-key yet luxurious engine of a vehicle roared to life, leaving behind a crowd of reluctant onlookers. Only after the vehicle's shadow vanished did they seem to awaken from their stupor. Truly, a woman of extraordinary beauty. I fear I shall no longer have room in my heart for any other woman. How shall I face my own dull companions? One remarked, her daughter is equally stunning. And with a top-tier heavenly talent, the Valkyrie Academy has directly recruited her. It's the most prestigious institution in the 9th domain, with maternal prestige on her side. It seems no one would dare to challenge this woman in the future. In the future? You must be new to our Misty Sea-based city, right? Indeed. Am I mistaken? Such a beautiful woman surely attracts attention. It's merely that we lack the standing to pursue her. What a pity. Did you not see the jade pendant hanging from her waist? What jade pendant? I was too busy admiring her beauty. Tell me more. Let me warn you. It's okay to look, but do not speak carelessly. That jade pendant is a first-class protective talisman bestowed by the Valkyrie Legion. With it, no one in Misty Sea-based city would dare show her disrespect. A first-class protective talisman? Bestowed by the Valkyrie Legion? How is that even possible? Such a person in this small Misty Sea-based city? This is her homeland. Who was that boy earlier? Why was he treated with such reverence? Both his arms were encircled. Could he be the descendant of some top-tier magnate? Stop your wild speculations. He is merely her nephew, raised since childhood. Akin to her own son. Her nephew? How regrettable. Why not say, how exhilarating. I must return home. That remark was too thrilling. Throughout the journey, Bai Jin's aunt frequently turned to gaze at him, causing him to feel perplexed, as if she were worried about something. Upon returning home, his aunt and cousin seated the still somewhat grave-faced Bai Jin on the sofa, each taking a side. Brother, what type of talent did you awaken? The girl could not help but ask, while his aunt perked up her ears. Bai Jin lifted his head. Aunt, sister, I awakened a combat-type talent, specifically a void summoner. Lu Rian exhibited no particular reaction, but his aunt's expression faltered. A void summoner? That is quite good. Summoners belong to a rather extreme category of mage professions, with all their abilities reliant upon their summoned entities. A powerful summoner can wreak havoc upon the world. However, your talent is only of moderate ordinary level. If you pursue the combat route, even with the excellent equipment and skills prepared by your aunt, the challenges will be immense. Do you have any plans moving forward? His aunt inquired, a hint of expectation in her tone. Today, when my aunt came to pick me up, she displayed no discernible reaction upon learning that I possessed only an ordinary talent. However, her expression turned bewildered upon hearing the mention of the void summoner, which struck me as somewhat unusual. My aunt raised me and might be privy to some special circumstances. Both my parents are exceptionally gifted, and it seems rather implausible for my talent to be ordinary. I shall inquire with my aunt later. With such thoughts in mind, I responded to my aunt's earlier question. Aunt, I intend to pursue a path in combat. If this route proves too arduous, I will consider seeking employment to support myself. My aunt nodded in agreement, saying, it's not necessary to worry about finding a job to support yourself. I can take care of you for a lifetime without a second thought, and your younger sister will contribute her wages as well, which will suffice for your expenses. Lu Rian nodded repeatedly. Brother, rest assured, I have a heavenly level talent. Once I join the Valkyrie combat group, financial matters will be trivial, and I assure you, you will never run out of money. Yet, she added, you must remember the ironclad rule. Never disclose the specifics of your talent, not even to me or your sister. My aunt's sudden seriousness in imparting this warning struck me as peculiar. Could it be that after my sister awakened her heavenly level talent, our family has been placed under stringent protection, hence my aunt's caution? But I appear to possess only an ordinary talent. Is there truly a need for her to be so vigilant? Could my aunt indeed be aware of something unspeakable? I suppressed my desire to reveal my awakening status to my aunt for the moment, intending to wait for a more opportune time to ask. All right, Rian, help me prepare lunch. Xiaojin, take a moment to adjust your mood. An ordinary talent is nothing to fret over, with your aunt and sister by your side. If your talent is lacking, we can always compensate with equipment and skills. My aunt took Rian to assist her, while Rian handed me a freshly sliced apple. In the kitchen, my aunt retrieved her phone and sent a message, then shot a disapproving glance at her daughter, who had leaned in to observe. Opening the class group chat, I sent a message to our homeroom teacher, Liang. Teacher, I would like to request a summoning skill book, preferably one with decent defensive and offensive capabilities. Understood, Bai Jin. I will promptly help you select a suitable summoning skill book, replied Liang almost immediately. This treatment is indeed exceptional. It is a special privilege for newly awakened practitioners to apply for a designated type of skill book free of charge. Once I obtain the initial skill book, I will be able to choose from the 3 talent effects. Currently, I am inclined toward the 100-fold summoning effect. Yet nothing is absolute. The other 2 effects are not without merit, particularly the second, which grants an all-attribute enhancement of 200 for summoned entities, potentially leading to a qualitative transformation. Sometimes quality outweighs quantity. In the residence of the governor's office in the misty sea-based city, Principal Zhao Hai of 9th Middle School respectfully presented shattered fragments of a holy energy crystal before the governor. At 9th Middle School, Zhao is an authoritative figure whose words carry immense weight. However, here, he lacked the courage to even raise his eyes. Can holy energy crystals shatter? Aren't they supposed to be replenished once their energy is depleted? The burly man murmured to himself, while Zhao remained with his head bowed. I will handle this matter. Later, you shall take back a new holy energy crystal. It should be attributed to Lu Ruyan, who awakened yesterday. Also, bring along the student who awakened before the crystal shattered. Ensure you are cordial, lest you frighten him. The governor, Lei Hong, stated in a deep voice, to which Zhao promptly complied. Just as Zhao was about to turn to leave, Governor Lei produced his phone, and after checking his messages, appeared somewhat taken aback. Wait. Tang Yun has sent me a message instructing you to provide more summoning skill books for Bai Jin to choose from. You are to take back all the available summoning skill books from this batch. Yes. Zhao quickly acknowledged and departed. Subsequently, Governor Lei hastened to the teleportation array, and a short while later returned with several formidable individuals whose presence was as profound as the depths of the ocean. These powerful figures directly escorted the student who awakened before the crystal shattered away. Before long, I saw a message from our homeroom teacher, Liang, in the class group chat, announcing that the Awakening Hall had replaced the Holy Energy Crystal with a brand new one. Students who had not yet awakened were urged to do so promptly and to report their required skill books or other items, which would be distributed the following morning. Lunch was soon ready, and the meal was nothing short of delightful. The culinary creation, replete with colors, aromas, and flavors, was prepared by my little sister, Lu Ruyan, while my aunt had taken on the role of assistant. After finishing the meal, I volunteered to wash the dishes, while Ruyan came to help, leaving my aunt comfortably reclining on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. A knock at the door interrupted us, and shortly after, a delivery person arrived with a package. This courier was also a practitioner, having awakened a speed-type talent. Speed-type talents exhibit a stark dichotomy. At their pinnacle, they are truly invincible, while the inferior variants merely enhance speed slightly, making them ideal for delivering food and packages. Statistics indicate that couriers possessing speed-type talents earn over 200 more than their counterparts, placing them among the higher earners in the lower social strata, making it easier for them to find partners. Some couriers and delivery personnel have even taken multiple wives. Ruyan, this is your package. Your mother has opened it for you. It's a special recruitment reward from the Valkyrie Academy. Ruyan dashed over, already accustomed to her mother unpacking her packages. Brother, come quickly. The Valkyrie Academy has sent so many wonderful things, she exclaimed joyfully, and I hurried over to see. This is a perfect grade Holy Light Strike skill. Wow, a perfect grade. The Valkyrie Academy is truly generous. However, it requires 8 skill points to learn, and I only have one at the moment, so I can't learn it. The girl lamented as she held a skill book radiating pure light. I couldn't help but feel envious. With my ordinary middle-tier talent, I could only apply for an ordinary quality skill book. The sole advantage is that ordinary skill books require only 1 skill point to learn. If I were to expose my talent, many factions would surely be eager to invest in me, but for now, that remains merely a thought. The first ironclad rule for newly awakened practitioners is no jest. Even my cousin Lu Ruyan, despite her high talent rating, has her specific attributes unknown even to my aunt. While the talent grade is known upon awakening, the precise attributes can only be discerned by the awakened individual. Wow, this is a holy light robe, a yellow grade equipment that binds with just a single soul attribute, complete with the holy light shield skill. How can such a high quality item have such low requirements? This holy light staff, surprisingly a yellow tier equipment that can be bound with just a hint of soul attribute, also comes with the skill of holy light radiance. The Valkyrie Academy truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 10 elite academies. Now, I can utilize skills while grinding monsters in the early stages. The girl cheered, realizing that such a high-grade equipment, with such low binding requirements, was clearly tailor-made for her younger sister. Oh, mother, wasn't there supposed to be a special recruitment bonus? Where is it? Could it be that it needs to be transferred to me? I shall go and get a bank card soon. Brother, once I receive the money, let us go shopping together. We can buy whatever we desire. The younger sister, Lu Ruyan, had already begun to fantasize about a shopping spree. Ruyan, that money is here, and you are not in need of anything. So I will save it for you first, her aunt said while raising a bank card marked with a special symbol, an anonymous card. Quickly, put away the skill book. I still need to bind the equipment first. Oh, Lu Ruyan took the exquisite staff and placed it against her forehead, completing the soul binding in a short while. With the same procedure, the holy light robe was also successfully bound. Chapter 5. This world is not a game. Alright. Have you all seen enough? If there's nothing else, please don't linger in my home. Her aunt suddenly spoke, causing Bai Jin and Lu Ruyin to be momentarily taken aback. Splash. It was as if a splash of water had appeared in the space, and a woman clad in an elegant robe materialized in the living room. Tall and possessing both beauty and grace, she could easily overshadow Bai Jin's teacher, Liang. However, in the presence of his aunt and younger sister, this woman's other attributes paled in comparison to her formidable strength. Given the urgency of our mission, we are fully prepared. When shall we expedite your daughter's ascension to the first tier so we can depart? The woman inquired softly. And there's another? Is she still hiding? His aunt did not respond to the woman's question, but spoke again. In the astonished gazes of Bai Jin and Lu Ruyin, another woman naturally appeared beside the sofa. Unlike the first, who donned a mage's robe, this one exuded a sharp aura, dressed in lightweight armor, clearly a powerful assassin. Two professionals stood nearby, yet the seemingly weak Bai Jin sensed none of the abnormalities, and a shiver ran down his spine. He now understood why his aunt had returned with such a serious admonition against disclosing any information regarding talents. It turned out there were individuals in the house. He then realized that these two must have arrived the day before. Lu Ruyin's class had awakened their talents yesterday morning, and her awakening had reached its peak, suggesting that the Valkyrie Academy had dispatched personnel at that time. The emergence of a heavenly tier talent without any protective measures would indeed be abnormal. With such a caliber of talent, various factions would scramble to seize it, and there would be no melodramatic scenarios involving high-tier talent awakeners needing to showcase their strength or pass tests. The reason the special recruitment reward had only just arrived was that the awakening would reveal only partial aspects of the talent. For instance, since Lu Ruyin awakened with a holy light talent, the Valkyrie Academy customized a holy light robe and staff that required merely a hint of soul strength. The absence of a frenzied competition among various factions for the special recruitment was not without reason. The jade token hanging from his aunt's waist was a first-class protective jade token issued by the Valkyrie Legion, the implications of which were clear. After the assassin appeared, she remained silent, her face concealed by a mask, making her appearance enigmatic, though her figure was undoubtedly striking. His aunt's gaze turned towards Lu Ruyin, who inhaled deeply. I would like to wait until my brother receives the skill book tomorrow morning before we both level up together, Lu Ruyin stated solemnly. The mage's expression turned serious. Lu Ruyin, you possess a heavenly tier talent, and we have been instructed to expedite your journey to the main city immediately. Your safety is paramount. Thus, let us not waste any time. The elite leveling team is prepared. You should ascend to the first tier first. And once you have completed your promotion, I will have them assist your brother in leveling up. How does that sound? The female mage inquired. Her attitude towards Bai Jin distinctly unfriendly, even somewhat disdainful. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow, and Bai Jin quickly tugged at her. Do not be headstrong. Ascend to the first tier and leave here. Only once you reach the main city will your safety be assured. Lu Ruyin finally nodded in agreement. Ruyin, let us depart. The sooner we leave here, the better. Lu Ruyin refrained from further objections, and the female mage grasped her arm. A ripple of space enveloped them, and they vanished, along with the figure of the female assassin. Aunt, have they been here since yesterday? Bai Jin could not restrain his curiosity. His aunt nodded. They should have been. Both are members of the Valkyrie Legion, and they teleported over from the main city after Ru Yin's talent awakening yesterday. They met with me briefly. I had assumed they were eager to receive the customized equipment, and I decided to tease them a bit. I didn't expect them to truly stay in our home. His aunt expressed her discontent. Bai Jin's lips twitched. His aunt and younger sister were fine, being women. But as a man, he was left wondering what the female mage and assassin had witnessed during their stay. The ordinary class had awakened this morning, and the psychological pressure was immense. Thus, he realized that the woman's indifferent attitude towards him might stem from witnessing certain events. Otherwise, considering Lu Ruyin's heavenly tier talent, she should have been more amiable. Aunt, is she a spatial mage? And what level is that assassin exactly? I sense nothing at all. Bai Jin inquired with curiosity. Little Jean, I am unsure of their specific circumstances, but I do know they are both 4th tier. 4th tier? Bai Jin was taken aback. The Misty Sea-based city boasts a population of 30 million, and the most powerful figure known is the esteemed Governor Lei Hong. Yet, even he is merely a 3rd-tier warrior. 4th tier, bearing the unique title of Royal Tier. Mages are referred to as Mage Kings, warriors as Warrior Kings, assassins as Kings of Assassination, and healers as Kings of Healing. Each is a prominent figure. 3rd tier is attainable, but 4th tier is rare. From his aunt's phone, he gleaned some insights into high-tier professionals. 3rd tier could be achieved through sheer resources, but 4th tier demands both talent and resources. Particularly a rare resource, known as an extraordinary item to ascend under the influence of talent. In terms of strength, 4th tier can easily overpower 3rd tier. These two ranks represent the most significant disparity in professional strength. Yet now, a mage king proficient in spatial spells and a king of assassination had been residing in his home for a day or two. Little Jean. Ru Yin possesses a heavenly tier talent, so it is only natural that she is receiving such attention. While the base city is relatively safe, it is not absolute. Once she reaches the main city, she will not enjoy such high-level protection, his aunt explained softly. Bai Jin nodded in understanding. Little Jean, take a good rest. The woman mentioned that once Ru Yin ascends to the 1st tier, a gold medal leveling team will assist you in leveling up. Once you ascend as well, we shall proceed to the main city together. Aunt spoke lightly, while simultaneously casting a serious glance. Bai Jin nodded again and returned to his room. Lying on his bed, he began to contemplate his future. If his talent were merely at the heavenly level, he might indeed consider discussing its exposure with his aunt, thus gaining the same attention and nurturing as his younger sister, Lu Rian. However, having now confirmed that his talent surpassed the heavenly level, the situation was entirely different. Should it be revealed, the consequences could be dire, and he couldn't afford to take such a gamble. The memories of his awakening still haunted him. The sacred energy crystal communicated with the forces of the entire world, and the fact that this power sought to annihilate him left him in a state of bewilderment. The distance from Misty Sea Base City to the main city was absurd. Only through the teleportation array could one reach the main city, and such arrays had their own usage requirements. Without the physical strength of at least the 1st tier, one could not endure the teleportation force. This world bore a semblance to a game, yet it was far from one. Death was final, with no concept of infinite respawns. Carrying training was a shortcut to leveling up, but it did not mean that the one being carried could do nothing at all. All dungeons had a singular method of distributing experience points, the contribution distribution system. The dungeon would allocate experience based on each individual's contribution. If someone did nothing, even if the dungeon was cleared, they would receive no rewards whatsoever. Thus, Bai Jin pondered his next steps. From what Bai Jin understood, the elite gold medal training teams in Misty Sea Base City were undoubtedly well-equipped, experienced, and comprised of skillfully coordinated level 9 teams. The monsters in the dungeon would match the highest level within the team, meaning that his younger sister, Lu Rian, would be facing level 9 dungeon monsters alongside the training team. This was not a challenge for her. With her heavenly level talent and the radiant holy light skill bestowed by her staff, she could undoubtedly inflict significant damage, and gaining experience would be a trivial matter. However, for Bai Jin, the situation was quite different. He had yet to ascertain which skill book he might select, and whether the summoned creatures would indeed be capable of breaching the defenses of level 9 monsters. In the dungeon, there was no concept of dealing forced damage when defenses were not broken. If the defenses held, no damage could be inflicted at all. Thus, challenging monsters of a higher level was no simple feat. As he continued to think, Bai Jin drifted into slumber. Later that night, his younger sister returned. Having reached level 5, an astonishing feat of leveling up 5 times in half a day, likely breaking records once more. Brother, the monsters in the dungeon are too weak. I'm already level 5 and can now defeat level 9 ordinary monsters with a single blow. Sister Shuawei suggested that I try joining the gold medal training team to tackle nightmare difficulty dungeons tomorrow. Sitting upright on the sofa was the 4th tier sorceress, who smiled gently. While the female assassin did not reveal herself, presumably lurking nearby. That night, despite his excitement, Bai Jin refrained from any additional activities, counting sheep until he finally fell into a deep sleep. Bai Jin felt as though he had entered a dream. In this dream, he awakened with the supreme summoning talent, surrounded by countless teachers and classmates inquiring about the nature of his newfound abilities. Even the principal personally asked him what his talent was. Everything felt exceedingly amiable, and Bai Jin prepared to disclose the power he had awakened. However, as he opened his mouth, it seemed as if boundless holy light enveloped him. The holy light was gentle yet potent, and amidst it he faintly glimpsed a woman's visage, reminiscent of his aunt, yet more mature. Was this my mother, Tang Ling? The face transformed again, resembling his aunt, Tang Yun. Then it changed once more, revealing his sister, Lu Rian's face. Ultimately, Bai Jin felt that this holy light emanated from within his very being. Bathed in the warmth of the holy light, Bai Jin comfortably closed his eyes, no longer pursuing answers from those who had questioned him about his abilities. Several kilometers away, a stooped figure withdrew its power. Your father is a heavenly level beastmaster, and your mother possesses heavenly level holy light talent, yet you have awakened the void summoning. Nevertheless, it is only natural that the power of holy light lies dormant within you. The soul dream technique cannot silently breach the innate protection of holy light. Perhaps it has no connection to that entity. It seems I am overthinking. With the purifying force of the divine phoenix's origin, what external power could possibly disrupt this? Chapter 6. The Dragoness chant is also a chant. In Class 9's classroom, the homeroom teacher, Li Ying, approached gracefully, her gait somewhat different from usual, as if she were experiencing discomfort in her waist and legs. Behind her followed a robust boy, the class's sports representative, who was as strong as an ox. This individual had awakened his talent in just 9 seconds, achieving a peak level of excellence. One more second would have elevated him to an extraordinary level, placing him in a different realm from his classmates. Classmates, let us once again congratulate Wang Gang on awakening an exceptional peak-level talent. We are all peers, and Wang Gang will look after you all in the future. Li Ying's eyes sparkled with joy, and Wang Gang wore a proud expression. All right, everyone, the skill books you applied for are here. I will call out your names, and you may collect them in an orderly fashion. Bai Jin, come and collect your skill book. As expected, Bai Jin was the first to respond. This was becoming a regular occurrence. Bai Jin, you are the only one in the class requesting a summoning skill book. The teacher has brought all the summoning skill books from this batch. Take your time to choose. Li Ying's gaze was filled with warmth. While sports representative Wang Gang's lips twitched slightly, yet he paid it no mind, having known Bai Jin for years and being aware of their absolute innocence. Bai Jin meticulously examined the box of summoning skill books, all of which were common skill books, each requiring only a single skill point for learning. Summon Wild Wolf. Summon Wild Dog. Summon Wild Boar. Summon Donkey. Summon Eagle. Summon Goose. Bai Jin scrutinized the attributes of these skill books one by one, when suddenly, as he grasped one of the skill books, an unusual sensation surged through his soul. This feeling was somewhat urgent, almost as if it were yearning for something. Bai Jin realized this skill book must possess something extraordinary. Summon Woodpecker, common. Description, upon learning. It can consume 10 points of mana to summon an adult woodpecker of the same level, half energy, half corporeal. Description, summoning time is 5 seconds. The casting cannot be interrupted, with a cooldown of 60 seconds, and cannot be summoned again. Description, the woodpecker's defense is based on the subject's mana strength. Bai Jin did not rush. He continued to examine the remaining summoning skill books, ultimately finding that only this woodpecker summoning skill book evoked an unusual sensation. Bai Jin spoke up. Teacher, I choose this skill book. Teacher Li Ying smiled gently and nodded. All right, once you've chosen, return to your seat. It's time for the other students to collect their skill books. Gripping the skill book, Bai Jin returned to his seat with a somewhat peculiar expression. A curious classmate leaned over and suddenly gasped. Wow, summon woodpecker? The exclamations of his classmates resonated, drawing the attention of all students in the class. Woodpecker? Is it the kind that pecks trees to find insects to eat? No way. How do you even use that? Old Bai, quickly swap it for another skill book. The homeroom teacher won't refuse. Old Bai, reality isn't a cartoon. There's no concept of a legendary woodpecker like Woody. Don't be confused. Old Bai, I suggest you choose the wild boar. When it charges, it is exceptionally fierce, and even the wild wolves stand no chance against it. Bai Jin took a deep breath. He currently possessed only a single skill point, allowing him to learn but one ordinary skill. The woodpecker may appear diminutive, yet what if it were to reach level 10? Or if all its attributes were to double? An airborne, enhanced woodpecker would find vanquishing low-level magical creatures to be an effortless task. Of course, the most significant factor remains the unusual sensation emanating from the soul. Without hesitation, Bai Jin commenced learning from the skill book in his possession. Ordinary quality skill books require only a single skill point to learn, while superior level skill books demand 2 points. Extraordinary level books require 4. And perfect level books necessitate a staggering 8 points. Acquiring skills might seem straightforward, yet it is the combined force of the power contained within the skill book and the skill points that constructs spell runes within the practitioner's mind. Different qualities of spell runes necessitate varying quantities of skill point energy to form, which accounts for the distinction in requirements. Learning a skill not only demands skill points, but also requires a certain strength of soul, with demands akin to those of skill points, and once utilized, they are permanently consumed. Old Bai, you possess an ordinary talent, and yet you have chosen this skill book. Are you truly prepared to become a mere pretty face? I find it somewhat acceptable. Just imagine, in the future, after living off others, Old Bai could take leisurely strolls while parading a bird. What a delight that would be. Hee. After being paraded, he gets to parade. Haha. Lao Mao, your statement is quite convoluted. Isn't it? Get lost, you bookworm. I have no desire to engage in any further nonsense with you. Before long, all skill books were distributed, and everyone animatedly discussed their futures. Teacher, where's Wang Hao? Why hasn't he come today? I texted him this morning, but he hasn't responded. The sudden voice drew the attention of all classmates towards the homeroom teacher. Li Ying, there's no need for concern. Yesterday, after awakening, Wang Hao shattered the holy energy crystal, and someone from the main city came to investigate. He has gone to cooperate with the inquiry. All students exchanged glances. Bai Jin hurriedly lowered his head. Wang Hao was his desk mate for 3 years in high school, and they shared a close bond, making him one of the most trusted friends during their student days. The homeroom teacher, Li Ying, did not elaborate further before departing. After their awakening, it was as if they had graduated completely, and they would likely have little contact with her moving forward. However, to everyone's surprise, the sports committee member, Wang Gang, also followed her out. Damn, I envy Wang Gang. He awakened a top-tier superior talent yesterday afternoon, and even took Li Ying out for dinner last night. Oh, who would have thought that this burly fellow had such thoughtfulness? We should pool our resources to treat the homeroom teacher to a graduation meal. After all, she has taught us for 3 years. You're such a bookworm. You didn't grasp my meaning at all. Am I incorrect? Shouldn't we treat the teacher to a meal upon graduation? How can you navigate society without being considerate? You truly are a bookworm, utterly clueless. Did you not notice that Wang Gang's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and that he walked with a slight weakness? Why is that? Wang Gang is indeed resolute. Can his family permit him to do such a thing? That remains unknown. In any case, we are now 2 worlds apart. If we do not directly enter society, we shall be stuck in vocational school for a few more years, while Wang Gang can apply to enter the Pioneer Academy for further studies. Indeed, once he graduates from the Pioneer Academy, he could at least become a combat skills teacher in high school. Who knows? He might even become the principal after a few years. Rumor has it the benefits are quite good. Absolutely. My dream is to become a principal, with 10 female teachers, 3 of whom are single and 5 widowed. The principal is in a prime position. I plan to enter society directly. I've selected a leg enhancement skill book. Coupled with my lackluster speed talent, I can still earn a decent living delivering packages. It seems my father is also a courier. It appears that talent runs in the family, as most parents of students in the superior class have also demonstrated good talents. Damn, I'm even worse off. I awaken with a knife, but alas, it's a pair of scissors, specifically, those small scissors for haircuts. What use is this for a grown man? Wait, didn't you say your father awakened with a butcher's knife? How did it turn into scissors for you? I have no idea. But being a butcher isn't so bad. With this situation, there's no one to inherit my family's pork shop. Brother, should you secretly consider a paternity test? I suspect you might not be their biological child. Are you implying that my mother... Oh, my mother works at Uncle Tony's hair salon next door. Could it be that I potentially... Good heavens. My talent is the hymn of soothing. Yes, it's a hymn, not a tune. Here I am. A towering figure at 193 meters, with a fierce appearance and a complete lack of musicality since childhood. What use is this talent to me? Brother, the dragoness roar is also a hymn. Have you considered working at a nightclub? My second brother is currently a manager at one. You might receive preferential treatment there. He is the primary cause of the shattering of the holy energy crystal. However, his deskmate Wang Hao bore the brunt of it all. Bai Jin, feeling feeble, dared not cause even a ripple, and could only hope that the investigation concerning Wang Hao was conducted fairly. The sensation from his talent proved accurate. The once ordinary summoning skill had now undergone a remarkable transformation. You have consumed 1 skill point. The summoning woodpecker skill has been successfully learned. Your supreme summoning talent is now in effect, and the summoning woodpecker skill is being modified. You have acquired the skill to summon a frenzied woodpecker. Your exclusive summoning space has been activated. Chapter 7, Absolute Damage. Rapid Charge. After consuming that single skill point, it fused with the light emanating from the skill book and sketched a summoning rune within his consciousness. Due to his current soul attribute being merely 1, this summoning rune occupied his entire mind. With the aid of this summoning rune, he could expend mana to summon the summoned creature. Summon Frenzied Woodpecker, Ordinary Exclusive. Description: can consume 10 mana points from the host at level 10 to summon a special Frenzied Woodpecker of the same level, half energy and half corporeal. Description: summoning time is 0.5 seconds, cannot be interrupted by conventional means, skill cooldown is 6 seconds, and cannot be summoned again during this time. The skill quality remains ordinary, yet it now includes an exclusive suffix, indicating that this skill belongs solely to him. The summoning time has been reduced to 0.5 seconds, which can barely be considered instantaneous summoning, and remarkably, it cannot be interrupted by conventional means. This aspect is undeniably crucial. The skill cooldown has also been shortened to a mere 6 seconds, which is pathetically brief. With so many people in the class, Bai Jin could not summon the frenzied woodpecker to examine its specific attributes, so he decided to leave quickly. Upon returning home, he found his aunt reclining on the sofa, indulging in beauty sleep. Bai Jin glanced at her and gently covered her with a thin blanket before tiptoeing back to his room. His younger sister, Lu Ruyan, was absent, and the 2 fourth-tier powerhouses were undoubtedly not present either. Summon Frenzied Woodpecker. Mana surged towards the rune in his mind, and Bai Jin instantly felt a connection. Extending his right hand, a summoning magic circle the size of a plate appeared before him. With a whoosh, a beautiful little creature radiating a frenzied aura materialized. The 0.5 seconds summoning time was staggeringly rapid. Bai Jin felt it was virtually indistinguishable from instantaneous summoning. The creature measured approximately 20 centimeters in length. Its mouth a considerable 5 to 6 centimeters long, and its claws glimmered menacingly. Frenzied Woodpecker, Ordinary. Level, 1. Health points, 100,100, Stamina points, 100,100, Defense Strength, 1. Attack Speed Range, 0-20. Physical Attack, 1. Talent, Rapid Impact. Characteristic, Absolute Damage of 1 point. Skill, none. Equipment, none. You have summoned a Frenzied Woodpecker, and you have received a Talent Feedback Enhancement, granting you a temporary Rapid Impact talent. At this moment, Bai Jin was filled with excitement. The creature in his hand was somewhat sluggish, a characteristic of void summons, which are particularly obedient but lack agility and autonomy. The health attributes were fairly standard, and the defense strength was quite low, consistent with its soul attributes. This woodpecker possessed only physical attack capabilities, and its strength was a mere 1 point, which was absurdly low. However, the fact that such an ordinary summon possessed a talent and a characteristic rendered the situation entirely different. The talent was somewhat comprehensible, as many summons possessed various types of talents. Yet, the characteristic was beyond Bai Jin's imagination and understanding. An absolute damage of 1 point meant that whenever the frenzied woodpecker attacked a target, regardless of whether it broke through defenses, it would inflict 1 point of damage. Although this damage was minuscule, it completely contradicted everything Bai Jin had learned. It was common knowledge that without breaking defenses, no damage could be inflicted. Yet, this established norm had been shattered. In that moment, he understood why he had felt an unusual sensation when grasping the skill book earlier. The skill book itself was rather ordinary, yet this characteristic was utterly unreasonable. The quality of the skill was inconsequential, as it could later be enhanced with skill improvement scrolls. But this characteristic might never be encountered again. Bai Jin's expression grew serious as he realized that the supreme summoning talent he had awakened seemed to continually surpass his expectations. Initially, he believed he would enhance the woodpecker's power by selecting a summon level of 10 or a total attribute of 200. However, with this absolute damage attribute, it would be foolish not to select a 100-fold summon. He decided to choose the 100-fold summon talent effect, specifically augmenting the frenzied woodpecker. The skill runes in his sea of consciousness glowed brightly once more, signifying that the skill could be utilized again. Summon Frenzied Woodpecker. Ordinary exclusive 100-fold summon. Description: can consume 10 points of mana from the host level to summon up to 100 frenzied woodpeckers of the same level, partially energy and partially corporeal. The number summoned determines mana consumption. Description: summoning time 5 seconds, cannot be interrupted, skill cooldown time 6 seconds, maximum existence of frenzied woodpeckers is 100. Once the maximum number is reached, further summoning is not permitted. Bai Jin let out a sigh of relief. He could autonomously decide the number of summons, which was much more comfortable, allowing him to conceal his intentions. He summoned 99 frenzied woodpeckers. A surge of 990 points of mana flowed into the summoning rune, and then a circle of runic formations, the size of plates, surrounded him. Whoosh whoosh. A multitude of identical frenzied woodpeckers appeared, and after a moment of joy, Bai Jin quickly stored all the woodpeckers back into the summoning space. Regarding the temporary enhancement of talents, Bai Jin was utterly perplexed. As a void summoner, his summons were essentially a fusion of mana and condensed energy, and logically, talents should not be imparted upon him. Bai Jin began to sense the effects of this rapid impact talent. Soon, an odd expression crossed his face. Rapid impact, ordinary, temporary. Effect, semi-passive talent. Your impact-based physical actions are accelerated by an additional 200. This talent seemed reasonable, as woodpeckers attack by pecking trees with their heads, which constitutes an impact-based action. In essence, this talent provided a 3-fold increase in attack speed, which was quite remarkable, considering it was merely a result of an ordinary summoning skill. Wait a moment. What exactly does this impact-based physical action encompass? If I go to the restroom, am I technically impacting the toilet? And would that also grant me acceleration? That would actually be quite beneficial. At least I wouldn't suffer from constipation. Bai Jin now felt a twinge of apprehension. Some things are not necessarily better when expedited. Let us test the effects. Bai Jin extended his right hand and mimicked a clapping motion. The action, as before, clearly did not qualify as an impact-based physical action. If I slap someone, I would be impacting their face with my palm. Wouldn't that count? Subsequently, Bai Jin began to try various actions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This was astonishingly fast. Who could withstand such speed? Bai Jin felt as though his mind could not keep pace with his movements. It was absurd. In an instant, his action, using his fist to strike forward, was 3 times faster than before, simply unfathomable. Now Bai Jin understood the might of those who had awakened top-tier speed talents. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigns supreme. As long as one is swift enough, even if they cannot overwhelm their enemies, they can escape unscathed. In the 8th chapter, geniuses emerge in droves, and great upheavals are destined to arise in great eras. While Bai Jin was elated, he focused intently on suppressing his newfound abilities and attempted again, this time in a normal state. He let out a deep sigh of relief. This talent was semi-passive, meaning that without suppression, it would behave like a passive talent, rendering him uncontrollable. However, by concentrating, he could manage the ability, and at last, Bai Jin felt a sense of reassurance. In the 9th domain, there existed a renowned 5th-tier war monarch-level powerhouse, whose talent allowed for tenfold speed, making him one of the most formidable even among 5th-tier individuals. However, with great gain comes great loss. This top-tier powerhouse was currently single, having reportedly dated several 4th-tier queen-level women, only for them to ultimately choose to break up with him. The precise reasons for the breakups remain unknown, as those women remained silent on the matter. It is said that the esteemed individual looks down upon weaker women, which is why he remains unpartnered to this day. Based on his recent testing, Bai Jin surmised that the War Monarch's tenfold speed talent must be challenging to control. The rapid impact talent was temporarily granted to Bai Jin. Should the summon be dismissed or perish, the talent would cease. For others, this might pose a challenge. However, for Bai Jin, as long as he retained one frenzied woodpecker in the summoning space, even if all 99 others perished, the talent would still remain with him. In other words, he could potentially possess this rapid impact talent permanently. Nonetheless, Bai Jin felt that even maintaining this talent permanently would not be particularly advantageous. Originally, the Supreme Summoning allowed for the selection of one talent effect per level, and now this additional factor emerged. Was it that the Holy Crystal deemed him overly monstrous and sought to eliminate him? Yet, that notion made little sense. Bai Jin furrowed his brow. Never mind. I shall cultivate discreetly, and once my strength is adequate, I can naturally confront all challenges. In an instant, Bai Jin adjusted his mindset, no longer overthinking. He was but a small fry, and worrying excessively was unfounded. Xiao Jin, come out and eat some fruit. The voice of his aunt resonated, prompting Bai Jin to promptly open the door and step outside. Oh, it seems you are in good spirits. Have you learned any new skills? Would it be convenient for you to show your aunt? His aunt inquired curiously upon seeing Bai Jin's composed demeanor. Aunt, what could be inconvenient? Just look at how magnificent my bird is. Whoosh. A ferocious woodpecker materialized in Bai Jin's hand, prompting him to extend his palm toward it. Is this a woodpecker? It appears rather impressive, exuding an aura of ferocity. Bai Jin's aunt gracefully reached out her delicate hand to accept the woodpecker, which, under Bai Jin's control, remained still and obedient. Quite striking in appearance, however, one must wonder, why did you choose such a skill? Did the school not offer any alternatives? Are there no skills related to wild wolves, wild boars, or bison? His aunt inquired with a hint of confusion. Aunt, this is not an ordinary woodpecker. It is a ferocious woodpecker, far superior to a large goose, Bai Jin elucidated. His aunt refrained from pressing further, instead guiding Bai Jin to sit on the sofa. Xiao Jin, this year's awakening situation is unprecedented. The 9th domain has already seen 8 awakened practitioners with celestial-level talents, something that has not occurred in centuries, she stated solemnly. Her face etched with gravity and an air of foreboding. Bai Jin pondered in silence, feeling as though he were the true prodigy, considering that during his awakening, the sacred energy crystal had essentially been shattered by him, with his deskmate Wang Hao unfairly bearing the blame. Suddenly, Bai Jin's expression shifted. Aunt, 8 celestial-level practitioners have emerged this year? How outrageous. His aunt nodded in affirmation. The information we have received confirms this. In previous years, there might not even be a single celestial-level talent. Yet this year, 8 have appeared in quick succession. It is likely that more will follow. The emergence of such talents heralds a great upheaval. One can only fear that peace will become elusive in the future. Bai Jin's countenance grew serious. Aunt, is it possible for Xiao Mei to avoid all of this? His aunt shook her head with a bitter smile. Celestial-level talent, especially of the highest order, is beyond my influence. I can only hope she exercises caution and encounters as little danger as possible. Bai Jin fell silent, recognizing that even with the first-class protective jade token bestowed by the Valkyrie battle group in his aunt's possession, she could not alter the course of his sister's future, leaving him feeling even more powerless. Aunt, Xiao Mei has a gentle and innocent nature. Once she arrives in the main city, what if we are not by her side? What if she is deceived? Furthermore, given her beauty, many powerful figures may take an interest in her. How can she face such challenges alone? Bai Jin expressed his concerns anxiously. His aunt sighed. Xiao Jin, there is no need to worry excessively. Ru Yin has joined the Valkyrie Academy, and with her talent, she is destined to become part of the Valkyrie Battle Group, a direct unit under the Domain Lord. No one would dare to interfere. However, the other aspect you mentioned does raise concerns. Ru Yin is still quite naive. Her unique talent makes her less likely to be deceived. But I fear she may fall prey to the whims of young love and act irrationally. Bai Jin remained silent. His aunt's expression was a mixture of peculiarity and sorrow. This is a universal truth. Young people in the throes of sweet affection often commit the most imprudent acts. You should take care as well. Aunt, this morning, Xiaomei mentioned she wouldn't be back for lunch. That Lady Law King has been urging her to expedite her ascension to the first tier. You should order takeout. I will eat outside and bring a lunch for Xiaomei. Very well. I have already arranged for someone to customize high-quality weapons and armor with minimal requirements. Once they are ready, I will equip you. At that point, you can join a training squad to conquer dungeons, ensuring utmost safety. Sounds good, Aunt. Nodding. His aunt handed Bai Jin 100 yuan. After receiving the money, Bai Jin exited the house. Once he left, his aunt Tang Yun leaned back on the sofa. Her expression forlorn, her phone cast aside, a single message leaving her feeling deeply powerless. Valkyrie Battle Group, the 9th celestial level talent awakened this year, has surfaced. The Valkyrie Academy's enrollment envoy has proceeded to Yunhai Base City. The 9th already. Such a phenomenon has not occurred in centuries. What else lies ahead? Talents are emerging in droves. What significant events are about to unfold? Alas, while Xiao Jin is manageable, Ru Yin's celestial level talent means I can no longer influence her path in life. Chapter 9, Instant Kill. After a simple meal, Bai Jin packaged a portion of his sister's favorite dishes and made his way directly to the dungeon entrance. The Misty Sea Base City has only one dungeon, located in the city's core area, which was established prior to the city's gradual development. This is the case for the majority of base cities. Are you here to deliver food to Ru Yin? The voice belonged to the 4th-tier Law King, Shui Wei. Yes, Your Excellency. I was wondering where my sister is. Has she not exited the dungeon yet? Though Bai Jin could not see her, he spoke with utmost respect, recognizing her high status as a 4th-tier entity. Give me the food. You may leave now. Before Bai Jin could respond, the meal he held vanished without a trace. Clearly, this spatial powerhouse still held little regard for him. He recognized that had he known a powerful protector was concealed in his house, he would never have chosen to alleviate his stress the night before his awakening. He had considered the possibility of a powerful guardian watching over his sister, but he had assumed they would be stationed nearby, never imagining they would be hidden within his own home. Thank you, he said, and after expressing his gratitude, he strode forward. This was the sole dungeon in the Misty Sea Base City, and given that high school seniors had just awakened, it was teeming with people. Various vendors were selling a myriad of snacks, the air thick with a lively atmosphere. Simultaneously, numerous training squads were promoting their services. As these level 9 practitioners relied on this season to make a living, it was the most lucrative time of the year. Large alloy cages, specially developed for this year's bison monsters. Mages can confine themselves in the cage to cast spells while warriors lure the monsters inside to stab them with blades. This is the most cost-effective monster hunting tool. Only 10,000 each. Oblique spear formations, the ultimate monster hunting artifact with no damage. A set for 20,000. Buy 3 and get 1 free. Sharp stakes. Ideal for mages to solo hunt. A set for 50,000. A century-old establishment. Reputation first. Numerous merchants were selling various equipment suitable for use in dungeons. And Bai Jin nodded in approval. These were all topics covered in the senior curriculum this year, demonstrating that utilizing such equipment could significantly reduce casualties. Wow. Old Bai. Look over here. A voice called out, and Bai Jin turned to see several classmates gathered around a spicy hot pot stall. Old Bai, what brings you here? Are you planning to grind for levels? Old Bai, take care. This year's dungeon monsters are bison. Your woodpecker might not even breach their defenses. You'd better have your aunt buy you some reliable gear before tackling the dungeon. His classmates offered their well-meaning advice. Bai Jin nodded. After all, his classmates from the prestigious high school were largely innocent and pure, untainted by the world. Focusing his thoughts, Bai Jin initiated communication, promptly receiving a response. Primal Beast Path, small dungeon. Maximum strength level, 19. Entry requirements, level 1 to 19, 16 people. This was the information regarding the sole dungeon in the Misty Sea Base City. The so-called maximum strength level refers to the upper limit of the dungeon, where monsters up to level 19 can appear. The entry requirement indicates that anyone from level 1 to 19 can enter, with a maximum of 16 participants, meaning it could also be tackled solo. For 3 years in high school, the primary focus was on mastering the art of confronting the formidable creatures of the dungeon. Bai Jin had long since memorized the attributes of these dungeon monsters. Taking a deep breath, He attuned himself to the 100 frenzied woodpeckers within the summoning space, and then initiated communication with the otherworldly dungeon once more. Level requirement met. Team size appropriate. Do you confirm entry into the wild beast path? Enter. With a swish, Bai Jin's figure vanished without a trace. His classmates, who were indulging in spicy hot pot, were momentarily taken aback. Did old Bai really enter the dungeon? You're not mistaken. Old Bai went in alone. What the hell? Is he trying to get himself killed? I can confirm he went in solo. None of the others beside him are missing. To enter as a team, one must stand close together. He truly entered alone. But where does he get such confidence? This year's normal difficulty features wild buffalo. Does old Bai wish to be trampled to death by one? He likely has connections and is fully prepared. That's why he dares to solo it. It's not the first time someone in our class has done this. Those with wealth can easily stock up on items to clear the dungeon without taking damage. That said, at the final boss's lair, there are still minions present. Even with decent equipment, facing multiple monsters alone would prove challenging. The possibility of failure looms. If old Bai were to perish, his aunt and younger sister would undoubtedly be heartbroken. The mere thought of the celestial lady and her little sister in sorrow brings a pang to my heart. I can't help but feel sympathy for his aunt and sister. A graceful figure appeared, the fourth-tier sorceress Shui Wei, her expression one of astonishment. What is this brat up to with such an ordinary talent? For the sake of Ru Yan, I even paid for his training. Can't he wait a day? The sorceress murmured softly. His demeanor is calm and composed. He must have some assurance. The monsters in the dungeon have been thoroughly analyzed for years, with the right strategy. Even an ordinary practitioner can clear the dungeon unarmed. A cool, slightly hoarse voice resonated, yet no figure materialized. Shui Wei nodded. If Tang Yun is willing to let him venture forth, she must have her reasons. Forget it, it's best not to interfere. Speaking of which, having tasted Ru Yan's cooking, these snacks seem so flavorless now. I shall mooch dinner later. As she spoke, Shui Wei's figure vanished, and the bustling crowd around seemed oblivious to her presence. Arise. With a swish, 100 frenzied woodpeckers instantly filled the space surrounding Bai Jin. He left none behind in the summoning realm. Maintaining the rapid assault talent during dungeon monster encounters proved futile. He had already tested it on the way here. Sprinting at full speed did not grant him the benefit of the rapid assault talent. Only certain repetitive actions could trigger its enhancement. This talent seemed utterly worthless. He contemplated discarding it or gifting it to some high-tier life readers in need. Go. Charge forth. Let me witness absolute damage. With a thought, Bai Jin commanded, and the 100 frenzied woodpeckers surged forward. Whoosh. Moo. Moo. Before him lay a barren road 100 meters wide. Several dozen meters away, a wild buffalo, previously napping in a dirt mound, sprang to its feet upon hearing the commotion and charged towards Bai Jin. This is the origin of the dungeon's name. The Wild Beast Path, an expansive thoroughfare populated by ferocious beasts, with their numbers increasing the further one progresses. The creatures within the dungeon change annually, influenced by the death rates of practitioners. The most vicious are the tigers, followed by giant chickens and eagles, and then elephants, geese, and giant snakes. This year, the dungeon's monsters are wild buffalo, which, while not as formidable as tigers or elephants, are still considerable threats. Go. The 100 frenzied woodpeckers swiftly located their target and flew towards the rampaging wild buffalo. Whoosh. Whoosh. A cacophony of noise erupted as the woodpeckers descended upon the buffalo, covering its entire body in a flurry of activity. The sound of their relentless pecking echoed, and within mere seconds, Bai Jin received a kill notification. You have slain a level 1 wild buffalo projection. You gain 10 experience points. A level 1 creature grants only 10 experience. And not a single buffalo hair was dropped. This was merely a projection, not the true wild buffalo. The first wild buffalo was dispatched in an instant. Bai Jin had yet to fully gauge the strength of the frenzied woodpeckers. Alas, it was his first venture into the dungeon, and he had to give it his all. Now that he had a preliminary understanding of the woodpecker's capabilities, he could conduct more detailed testing. Continue. Chapter 10, Attack Speed 60 times. Drawing from the extracurricular knowledge acquired in middle school, a typical woodpecker can peck a tree at a rate of 10 to 20 times per second. The woodpeckers possess an attack speed attribute of 0 to 20, and Bai Jin was prepared to conduct a thorough examination this time. If the base attack speed of the summoned frenzied woodpeckers is significantly high, he would fear no difficulty within the dungeon. Go. Only one will charge ahead. With his command, 99 frenzied woodpeckers danced around him, while one flew ahead. The wild beast path within the ordinary dungeon stretches for 10 kilometers, with a total monster count of approximately 100 to 120. This year's creatures are wild buffalo, and due to Bai Jin's lack of exploration skills, he could not ascertain their specific attributes. However, the teacher had repeatedly covered these creatures' attributes in class. Wild buffalo, ordinary projection. Level 1. Health 200 to 300. Physical attack, 23. Defense strength, 23. Skill, charge. Given the defense strength of the buffalo projection, a mere point of physical attack from the woodpeckers would be insufficient to break through its defenses. Without absolute damage, even 100 woodpeckers would find it challenging to contend with this buffalo projection. Moo. The second buffalo charged forward. With a cheerful chirp, the commanded woodpecker darted forward and landed on the buffalo's back. Bang, bang. The sound of rapid, concentrated pecking filled the air, and Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Moo. Boom. The massive wild buffalo collapsed, vanishing in a flash of light. You have slain a level 1 wild buffalo projection. You gain 10 experience points. With a thought, Bai Jin began reviewing the battle log. Your frenzied woodpecker inflicted 1 point of damage on the wild buffalo. A deluge of over 200 such messages filled the log. The woodpeckers had not managed to penetrate the buffalo's tough hide. Only that solitary point of absolute damage had made an impact. Based on the battle log, Bai Jin finally calculated the attack speed of the frenzied woodpeckers. In approximately 37 seconds, there were a total of 220 instances of 1-point damage recorded. This means that, on average, the frenzied woodpeckers executed around 60 attacks per second. This was undoubtedly an effect of the rapid assault talent. Without its enhancement, the woodpecker's base attack speed should be around 20 attacks per second. Goodness, they've reached the maximum limit. This attack speed is simply invincible. Bai Jin's face radiated with joy as he finally grasped the formidable power of the rampaging woodpeckers. With this newfound understanding, he felt a surge of confidence. A total of 100 rampaging woodpeckers, if deployed in full force, could unleash an astounding 6,000 points of absolute damage per second. Such damage, even a boss would struggle to withstand that much health. Deploy them all. Let them sweep through. Bai Jin harbored no reservations. The dungeon existed as a separate realm, allowing him to showcase his prowess to the fullest. According to the knowledge he had acquired, this was indeed a real-world dungeon, impervious to the interference of any outside forces. In this instance, the rules of the world governed everything. There were no kill rankings or leaderboards to contend with. Furthermore, the experience granted upon defeating monsters was fixed for each level. The notion of gaining additional experience for slaying monsters of higher levels was a fallacy, as these creatures were manifestations of powers from another world, with each tier corresponding to a specific strength. The benefits derived from defeating them were immutable. Each monster yielded 10 experience points, and within just an hour, Bai Jin led his legion of rampaging woodpeckers to the final area of the dungeon. A thunderous roar erupted, emanating from a colossal wild bull, which was not a boss, but merely an elite monster. Bai Jin had also studied its attributes. Elite Wild Bull, Elite Projection. Level 1. Health, 500,600. Physical Attack, 38. Defense Strength, 35. Skill, Charge. It bore little difference from the over 100 ordinary wild bulls he had slain previously, save for its heightened health, stronger attack, and increased defense. Other level 1 teams would need to approach it with caution, for a single charge could prove lethal. However, with a mere thought, Bai Jin commanded 10 rampaging woodpeckers to pounce. You have slain an elite wild bull projection of level 1, gaining 40 experience points. You have obtained a common promotion certificate. This was the only item that could drop in a normal dungeon, perfectly aligning with the knowledge he had acquired at school. He reached down to pick up the palm-sized jade tablet. Promotion certificate, 0th rank common. Description, after collecting 10, and provided the experience conditions are met, one may advance to the first rank. Bai Jin disdainfully tucked it into his pocket. He lacked storage equipment, and the summoning space could only accommodate summoned entities. Thus, he had no choice but to carry it this way. This item was hardly remarkable, for the Mist Sea-based city had been established for over a century, having thoroughly explored the intricacies of this dungeon. The probabilities for obtaining a common promotion certificate in a normal dungeon were as follows. A 6-person team had a 30 chance, a 5-person team had a 35 chance, a 4-person team had a 42 chance, a 3-person team had a 51 chance, a 2-person team had a 77 chance, and a solo player had a 100 chance. This elucidated the likelihood of obtaining a common promotion certificate in a standard dungeon. Typically, a 6-person team could secure one after a few runs. Upon defeating the final boss, Bai Jin did not hastily exit the dungeon. Chapter 11. Speedrunning the difficult dungeon. The total time taken to clear was 69 minutes, primarily due to Bai Jin's running speed and stamina limitations. Had he been willing to allocate even a single point of his free attribute to enhance his physical form, this time could have been halved. The reality of dungeons presented a significant restriction. Once inside, if one did not clear the dungeon, exiting was impossible. This meant that a relationship of mutual destruction existed between the adventurers and the monsters. This was a fierce contest between the will of the Blue Star's rules and the powers from another world, devoid of mercy or rationale. The just-obtained common promotion certificate had a market price of 50 each, and only stores purchased them, offering a price that was scarcely describable. For an adventurer to ascend to the first rank, or level 10, they required 10 promotion certificates. However, during the phase of reaching level 9 with full experience and accumulating sufficient promotion experience, one would need to run the dungeon hundreds of times, if not more. The notion of having to run hundreds of dungeons to reach level 10 might seem excessive, yet it was not. Since the adventurer system was fully established over a century ago, there had not been a single case of natural death. This encompassed all Blue Star inhabitants. Whether they be powerful warriors or humble delivery workers or farmers, no cases of natural death had been reported. With his aunt's specific admonitions in mind, coupled with the presence of 2 fourth-rank strongmen outside, Bai Jin dared not exit directly, as they could deduce much from the timing of his entrance and exit. After an hour of waiting, Bai Jin finally exited the dungeon, timing it just right. Level conditions met, team size appropriate, possessing a common promotion certificate. Are you sure you wish to enter the difficult level Wild Beast Path? Upon emerging, Bai Jin once again connected with the Wild Beast Path dungeon. And in a flash, he vanished once more. Wait, was that old Bai just now? I must be seeing things, right? He appeared and disappeared. Could he be attempting a second solo run without resting? Who? Old Bai, you're delusional, aren't you? Did you eat too much spicy food? I told you not to add so many chili peppers. Can you all eat faster? You've been at it for over 2 hours and still aren't full? What is the rush? I'm treating it like hot pot. If I don't eat well, how can I have the strength to run dungeons? Where's class leader Wang Dong? Didn't he say he was going to the restroom? Why is he taking so long? Constipated? Or is he just trying to relieve some stress? Humph. For 3 years in high school, he flaunted his authority as class leader in front of us. Today, I intend to make him experience absolute submission. Why are you so hostile? The class leader's duty is to assist the teacher in managing the class. If he doesn't assert himself, how can he manage people? I don't care. I'm just not happy. I have to vent. Nick Hang, was that Bai Jin who just came out and went back in? The fourth-rank mage Shui Wei inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. A voice devoid of emotion replied. It seems this lad is well prepared. His father Bai Yi's belongings were all taken by the Bai family. Could there be something he has retained for his son in secret? Shui Wei curiously questioned. That's unlikely. Given Tang Yun's temperament, she would never allow Bai Jin to have any ties to the Bai family. In that battle, the elite forces of the Bai family suffered devastating losses. Her sister Tang Ling and her partner Lu Mufeng perished, and she herself burned her talents. She harbors such hatred for the Bai family that she wouldn't dream of leaving anything for them. A cold voice interjected. Shui Wei nodded in agreement. Tang Yun's stance seems unnecessary. Although the Bai family suffered heavy losses back then, they have since produced a 5th-rank beastmaster. Bai Jin remaining with the Bai family would afford him many resources. Resources? Bai Jin possesses an ordinary talent. Such a talent would not attract resource allocation anywhere. Remaining with the Bai family would merely ensure his basic needs are met. Isn't that something Tang Yun could manage? Moreover, the high-ranking members have yet to clarify their stance on the Bai family's affairs in the southern region. If he stays with the Bai family, what kind of abuse will he face from countless adventurers? Tang Yun's decision is sound. At least Bai Jin has grown up safely in this small town. A cold voice asserted, and Shui Wei nodded in agreement, furrowing her brow. Regardless of anything else, Yu Yin must ascend to the first rank as quickly as possible so that we can proceed to the main city together. Although it is unlikely that anyone will target her, one can never be too cautious. The so-called difficult level dungeon is, in essence, not significantly different from the ordinary dungeon. It merely draws upon greater powers from another world, resulting in stronger attributes for the monsters encountered herein. Wild Bull, Ordinary Projection, Enhanced. Level 1. Health, 400,500. Physical Attack, 46. Defense Strength, 35. Skill, Charge. The Wild Buffalo ahead is almost comparable to the elite at the end of an ordinary dungeon. However, for Bai Jin, who commands 100 rampaging woodpeckers with an attack speed of 60 strikes per second, this challenging dungeon is no different from the previous ordinary one. Killing a level 1 enhanced Wild Buffalo projection grants you 40 experience points. The experience has quadrupled, and the leveling efficiency has likewise increased fourfold. He simply raced forward, the rampaging woodpeckers swiftly dispatching the monsters along the way. Whether it was a solitary buffalo at the start or a team of 2 or 4 buffaloes later, they all fell in an instant. After about an hour, Bai Jin, panting heavily, came to a halt as a small boss emerged ahead. Elite Wild Buffalo, Enhanced Elite Projection. Level 1. Health, 16002100. Physical Attack, 815. Defense Strength, 610. Skill, Charge. Crash. Instant Kill. Killing a level 1 Elite Wild Buffalo projection grants you 80 experience points. You have obtained an excellent promotion certificate. Huh, delightful. This time, in the challenging dungeon, he accrued 4,560 experience points along with this rather valuable excellent promotion certificate. Bai Jin contentedly picked up the certificate from the ground. Promotion certificate, 0th tier excellent. Description, upon gathering 6 and meeting the experience conditions, one can be promoted to the first tier. Chapter 12. The Emperor of Smoke begins to shine with holy light. The quality of this item has improved. Now valued at 8,000 coins, no longer as worthless as an ordinary promotion certificate. The drop rate for excellent promotion certificates is as follows: 10 for a 6-person team, 15 for a 5-person team, 22 for a 4-person team, 31 for a 3-person team, 47 for a 2-person team, and 93 for a solo player. Collecting 6 excellent promotion certificates to advance to the first tier will also grant an additional promotion correction. If an Awakener uses 10 ordinary quality promotion certificates to advance to the first tier, there will be no change. They will simply level up from level 9 to level 10, receiving a few free attribute points, skill points, and a single source skill point. This is the most fundamental reward for promotion. Conversely, if one uses 6 excellent promotion certificates to reach level 10, that individual will obtain 11 free attribute points, 1 skill point, and 1 source skill point. The distinction lies in the additional 10 free attribute points, thus compensating for the deficiency in free attribute points from the previous 10 levels. Advancing in this manner will yield double the experience for future level ups. Yet each subsequent level will provide 2 free attribute points. There is no difference in skill points, only the free attribute points differ, leaving the choice to the discretion of the practitioner. For mainstream combat professionals, the pursuit of superior promotion certificates is only natural. The increased experience required for leveling is a significant issue for the weak, but for those with exceptional talent, it merely entails defeating a few more monsters. After waiting for another hour, Bai Jin rose. Controlling the large swarm of woodpeckers in battle does take a toll on the mind, and this period served well for recovery. Exiting the dungeon, whoosh, Bai Jin's figure vanished, only to reappear in the outside world. Level requirements met, team size meets criteria, excellent promotion certificate in possession. Do you wish to enter the nightmare level wild beast path? Enter. Whoosh. Bai Jin's figure instantly disappeared once more. Back again. The 4th tier mage, Shui Wei, felt somewhat bewildered. What kind of items or equipment does he possess that allows for such continuous monster farming? Is he truly not taking a break? Shui Wei pondered. A single run of a level 1 ordinary dungeon yields just over 1,000 experience points. He would need to grind 7 or 8 times to reach level 2. How could one not strive harder? The voice of the 4th tier assassin, Inai Chong, chimed in, tinged with a hint of acceptance. Indeed, given his lackluster talent, he can only accumulate experience through frequent runs in ordinary dungeons. Unlike Ru Yan, whose talent is truly impressive, even the monsters in the nightmare dungeon cannot withstand her casual strikes. Shui Wei praised. With a golden quality holy light staff, a perfect quality holy light strike skill, combined with a heavenly grade holy light talent, defeating monsters is hardly surprising. Even if one were to equip Bai Jin with such configurations, he might also have the potential to slay monsters in an instant. Assassin Ni Chong seemed rather unconcerned. This time Ru Yan only brought a single shield warrior into the nightmare dungeon. Were it not for my insistence, she would likely have attempted a solo run. Is this what it means to be arrogant? One would think that hundreds of years have passed without a heavenly grade talent being lost. Ni Chang's tone remained somewhat disdainful. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us, as long as she remains safe. It suffices to promote her to the first tier and deliver her to the main city as a form of accountability. Holy light strike. With a mere thought, a brilliant radiance descended from the heavens, striking the oncoming buffalo squarely on the head. Boom. Despite being an elemental strike, the charging buffalo was still sent crashing to the ground, subsequently vanishing in a burst of light. The shield warrior ahead, who had been tense, suddenly froze. As a well-known level 9 professional in the Misty Sea Bay City, he had just been invited to assist a newcomer in dungeon runs. He possesses a mighty talent. With all his free attribute points allocated to physical strength, now boasting 18 points in that attribute, coupled with this exceptional quality shield, he felt confident enough to withstand the buffalo's charge. One by one, the buffalo fell, as if the fairy's skills had no cooldown, and her mana seemed inexhaustible. By the time the last Buffalo King collapsed, the shield warrior had not endured a single buffalo's charge. Big brother, the little fairy spoke, and the shield warrior felt as though his very soul had been cleansed by the holy light, rendering him entirely transparent. Gold, esteemed master, what do you say? The shield warrior, typically a burly man known for his loud voice within the team, now spoke softly, fearing to frighten her, given her talent and potential future status. He even used respectful language. Big brother, You need not trouble yourselves with my leveling anymore. I can handle it solo. Lu Ruyin said gently, her expression imbued with a hint of expectation and request, causing the shield warrior to feel as though he could not forgive himself if he were to refuse. Big brother, you must know that Lady Shui Wei will continue to hire you, and then take my brother to level up. My brother, though not particularly talented, is very determined. So I hope you can take care of him and be more lenient with him. By the way, my brother, I wonder if you've heard of him? Lu Ruyin spoke with a hint of pleading in her voice. The shield warrior felt a surge of passion, as if imbued with a top-tier fervor buff. Rest assured, I know who your brother is. I, Old Zhou, guarantee that your brother will not suffer a single injury, nor will anyone speak harshly to him. The shield warrior, Old Zhou, thumped his chest with a resounding bang, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens. In this moment, Lu Ruyin expressed her gratitude to her elder brother and his team, and on behalf of her brother, she also thanked them in advance. Her voice, filled with appreciation, resonated with shield warrior Old Zhou, who felt invigorated, experiencing a sense of enthusiasm he had never known before. Just as Lu Ruyin was about to withdraw from the dungeon, shield warrior Old Zhou smacked his forehead in realization. The financial backer, the exceptional promotion certificate. You have yet to claim it. As per our agreement, this is all yours. Lu Ruyin hurriedly accepted the exceptional promotion certificate he handed over. Thank you, big brother. You are truly kind-hearted. With that, Lu Ruyin vanished from sight, leaving Old Zhou chuckling to himself, filled with an immense sense of pride. Yet, simultaneously, he harbored no impure thoughts towards the ethereal maiden. Rather, his sole desire was to exert every effort to bring her joy, which had become his greatest aspiration. Chapter 13. Ascendancy of Absolute Damage. Elite Primal Wild Bull, Elite Projection, Super Strong Variant. Level 1. Health 1, 500, 250. Physical Attack 4, 0, 60. Defense Strength 3, 0, 50. Skills, Charge Berserk. Compared to the previous hard difficulty dungeon, the Nightmare difficulty monsters were exponentially more formidable, surpassing even tenfold in strength. In fact, the minions within this realm were significantly stronger than the bosses found in the hard difficulty dungeon. Such is the essence of the Nightmare level dungeon. It is this difficulty that starkly delineates the disparities among adventurers. Without extraordinary talent, adequate gear, or sufficient skills, it is utterly impossible to conquer a Nightmare level dungeon. Failure to succeed implies certain demise within its confines, and the brutal reality of the Nightmare difficulty begins to manifest itself in stark relief. An exceptional promotion certificate from the hard difficulty dungeon commands a price of 8,000 coins, a means by which many teams have risen to affluence. However, exceptional promotion certificates from the Nightmare difficulty dungeon are rarely found in the market. This is because utilizing 3 such certificates for promotion yields an additional 2-fold increase in free attribute points. In essence, using 3 exceptional promotion certificates to advance to level 10 grants a total of 21 free attribute points, and experience gained thereafter becomes thrice that of the norm, with each level up providing 3 additional free attribute points. For combat-oriented professionals, this represents an unfathomable disparity. Exceptional promotion certificates are typically self-serving in nature, should they be sold. Their price begins at several million coins, yet it is exceedingly rare for anyone to part with them. With a swift motion, the fierce wild bull vanished in an instant. Specifically, in less than half a second, you have slain a level 1 elite primal wild bull super strong variant. You gain 160 experience points. This experience far surpasses the 40 points obtained from the hard difficulty dungeon, yet the cost-effectiveness is utterly lacking. The threat posed by these super strong elite primal wild bulls is immense. Any student of average talent from Bai Jin's class would almost certainly perish if struck directly by such a bull. Moreover, these creatures possess a berserk skill that significantly amplifies their charge speed and power once activated. Even the steel cages sold outside the dungeon, designed to contain ordinary dungeon creatures, are inadequate against foes of this caliber. As Bai Jin sprinted forward, he effortlessly dispatched 100 berserk woodpeckers. This time, unlike before, he achieved a level up before reaching the halfway point. An endless surge of warmth enveloped him as he glanced down, noticing a soft glow emanating from his entire being. This was the result of the accumulation of 10,000 experience points, transforming his body and soul. In less than 3 seconds, Bai Jin successfully ascended to level 2. Bai Jin, Blue Star Human. Rank, 0th rank. Level 2, 6, 020, 000. Health, 200, 200. Mana, 220, 022. Attributes, Physical Strength 2, Strength 2, Constitution 2, Agility 2. Health Regeneration 2 points per second. Attributes, Soul Strength 2, Spirit 2, Perception 2, Reaction 2. Mana regeneration 22 points per second. Physical attack 2. Spell attack 2. Talent. Supreme summoning. Rapid charge. Temporary. Skill. Summon Berserk Woodpecker. Equipment. None. Free attribute points. 2. Skill points. 1. All attributes have doubled. Bai Jin clenched his fists, feeling an exhilarating surge of power. After only a few movements, he fully adapted to his newfound strength, a testament to the wondrous nature of the law body, which required no struggle to acclimate to the sudden increase in power, as his soul attributes had also risen accordingly. At the very instant he leveled up, a radiant halo emanated from him, transforming all Berserk Woodpeckers in the vicinity. Berserk Woodpecker, Ordinary. Level 2. Health, 200, 200, Stamina, 200, 200, Defense Strength, 2. Attack Speed Range, 0 to 20. Physical Attack, 2. Talent, Rapid Charge. Characteristic, Absolute Damage 2 points. Skill none. Equipment, none. Haha, just as I anticipated. This characteristic will indeed enhance with level progression. Bai Jin rejoiced, having relied entirely on this inimitable characteristic of absolute damage to push through thus far. Now, with the Berserk Woodpecker advancing to level 2, it was certain that it would unleash even greater damage. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summon skill to grant the summoned entity all attributes of 200, Mystic Grade. 2. Designate a summon skill to grant the summoned entity 10, 000 health, Yellow Grade. 3. Designate a summon skill to elevate the summoned entity's level to 10, Yellow Grade. Bai Jin's expression turned grave. This was the re-emergence of the talent effect selection after reaching level 2, not a complete refresh of all 3 talent effects as he had initially imagined, but rather a renewal of the one he had previously selected. Judging by rank, the first Mystic Grade talent was undoubtedly the most desirable. Moreover, the level 2 Berserk Woodpecker now possessed an absolute damage of 2 points, indicating that this characteristic could indeed be enhanced with level advancement. He resolved to designate the summoned Berserk Woodpecker's level to 10. Upon making this choice, the skill underwent a remarkable transformation. Chapter 14, Summoned Entity Level 10. Summon Berserk Woodpecker. Ordinary Exclusive, 100-fold Summon, Level 10. Description: can consume 10 points of mana from the primary entity's level to summon up to 100 level 10 semi-energetic. Semi-corporeal Special Berserk Woodpeckers. The quantity summoned determines mana consumption. Description: summoning time is 0, 5 seconds, cannot be interrupted, skill cooldown is 6 seconds. And the maximum number of Berserk Woodpeckers is 100. Once this limit is reached, further summoning is not permitted. Berserk Woodpecker, Ordinary. Level, 12. Health, 1, 200, 1200. Stamina, 1, 200, 1200. Defense Strength, 2. Attack Speed Range, 0 to 20. Physical Attack, 12. Talent, Rapid Charge. Characteristic, Absolute Damage 12 points. Skill none. Equipment, none. Absolute damage of 12 points. In Bai Jin's heart surged an insatiable ambition. A frenzied woodpecker, empowered by its innate talents, could strike a staggering 60 times per second, resulting in an astounding total of 720 points of absolute damage. With 100 such woodpeckers, that would amount to an astonishing 72,000 points of absolute damage every second. The woodpeckers did not grow larger with each upgrade. Rather, the buffalo monsters loomed ever larger, yet 100 woodpeckers could still inflict damage simultaneously. Onward. After half an hour, Bai Jin arrived before the boss. Savage Bullhead Chief, Elite Projection. Level 1. Health, 55,008,000. Physical Attack, 120, 200. Defense, 60, 150. Skills, Charge, Frenzy. Summon Buffalo Guards. This was the attribute range for the Nightmare level final dungeon boss. The attributes of monsters were not entirely fixed, yet the minimum threshold began with 500 health and 120 attack, with defense starting at 60 points, an insurmountable challenge for ordinary adventurers. Moreover, this formidable foe was flanked by 4 robust buffalo guardians, requiring one to contend with a total of 5 buffalo in the fray. However, since Bai Jin had leveled up to level 2 within the dungeon, these monsters remained at level 1, which was a peculiar quirk rather than a mere bug. Charge. With a flourish, Bai Jin commanded all the frenzied woodpeckers to swoop down as he approached the final boss. A mournful bellow erupted from the bull, and as the dust settled, it was done. You have slain a level 1 Savage Bullhead Chief Projection, earning 600 experience points. You have received an exceptional promotion certificate. This immensely powerful boss offered little in terms of experience value, yet the worth of the exceptional promotion certificate was monumental. Promotion certificate, 0th tier exceptional. Description: Gather 3 to qualify for a promotion to the first tier, contingent upon meeting experience requirements. Exceptional certificate drop rates: 6-person team, 6, 5-person team, 9, 4-person team, 15, 3-person team, 25, 2-person team, 36, 1-person team, 80. The drop rate for solo play stood at a commendable 80, and Bai Jin had indeed secured one. Not eager to vacate the dungeon, Bai Jin began to ponder a particularly serious dilemma. He was currently at level 2, and should he exit and re-enter the dungeon? The monsters within would also be at level 2. Having just cleared this nightmare-level dungeon, he had vanquished 115 minor monsters and 1 boss, thus accumulating 19,000 experience points, bringing his total to 830,020,000. In such a state of experience, should he attempt the nightmare-level dungeon once more, he would likely ascend to level 3 within, continuing to slay the remaining level 2 monsters. With the exceptional promotion certificate in hand, he was now qualified to challenge the highest hell difficulty. A level 2 adventurer facing a hell difficulty dungeon, such an unprecedented scenario had surely never occurred before. Bai Jin resolved firmly. If previously he might have deliberated, now, armed with 100 level 12 frenzied woodpeckers, everything had changed. He sat down to rest, prolonging his time in the dungeon while rejuvenating his strength. A graceful figure raced along the savage beast path. It was Lu Ruyen, who had just reached level 9. Her lithe form darted nimbly from side to side, pursued by a throng of buffalo that had lost their vision. Under the aegis of the holy light staff's illuminating skill, all the buffalo were blinded by the divine radiance, forced to chase her solely by the sounds of her movements. The holy light was a continuous damage skill, and with her incessant casting of holy light strikes, buffalo after buffalo fell, transforming into experience points. Even the final boss succumbed after enduring but a single holy light strike. After collecting the exceptional promotion certificate that dropped, Lu Ruyen exited the dungeon. At level 9, she possessed at least 9 points in physical attributes, allowing her to clear the dungeon in under 10 minutes, slaying over 100 level 9 monsters and reaping more than 200,000 experience points. After 2 more runs of the nightmare level dungeon, Lu Ruyen now held 4 exceptional promotion certificates in her possession. This time, she paused because her mother had arrived. "Ruyen, where's your brother?" Aunt Tangyun inquired seriously. Nearby, a spatial ripple heralded the arrival of the 4th-tier spatial mage, Shuewei. "Bai Jin is leveling up in the dungeon," Shuewei replied. "What? Is Bai Jin leveling up in the dungeon? Is he with the same team as before?" Aunt Tangyun asked urgently. Shuewei shook her head, clarifying that the elite team she had hired for Bai Jin was resting not far away. Upon seeing her, the shield warrior, Old Zhou, rushed over. "Heaven help us. I was entrusted by the little fairy to gather the team members since we exited the dungeon, and I've been waiting for the benefactor's appearance. But the 4th-tier mage has not shown up. I dared not call out for her." Finally seeing her presence, and with both the elder and younger fairies present, Old Zhou was so overwhelmed with excitement that his legs nearly betrayed him. "Benefactor, our team is fully prepared. May I ask where young Bai Jin is? We are ready to escort him into the dungeon at any moment." Boom. Aunt Tangyun and Lu Ruyen turned pale, particularly Lu Ruyen, who shot an incredulous glance at Old Zhou before glancing back at Shuewei. Chapter 15. Hell Difficulty, Real Life. "Lady Shuewei, have you seen my brother?" Lu Ruyen asked anxiously. "Shuewei, which team did Bai Jin enter with? Has anyone else come out?" Aunt Tangyun's voice quavered. Shuewei's expression grew serious. "My responsibility is to ensure Lu Ruyen safely ascends to the 1st tier and then escort her to the main city. Other matters are beyond my purview, and I shall not interfere." Tangyun, Bai Jin entered the dungeon alone. He has soloed it twice and is now entering for the 3rd time. However, I am unsure of the difficulty level he is facing. A hoarse voice chimed in. It was the 4th-tier assassin, and Ai Chong, though her figure remained concealed. "Understood." Aunt Tangyun replied softly. "If any of you see my Bai Jin emerge, please tell him not to push himself too hard. The dungeon is fraught with danger, and he must balance exertion with rest." Aunt Tangyun turned to Old Zhou and the others, imploring them. "Of course, I will ensure he is informed." Old Zhou lowered his head slightly, awed by the beauty of the 2 fairies and daunted by the prospect of gazing directly at them. "Ruyen, remember to return home early to prepare dinner. Your brother had a casual meal outside at noon," Aunt Tangyun instructed Lu Ruyen. Lu Ruyen nodded eagerly. Shortly thereafter, Aunt Tangyun turned and departed, swiftly driving away. What on earth is happening with Bai Jin? How could he engage in such disobedient behavior? I emphasized before leaving that the customized weapons and equipment were still in production. Why would he solo a dungeon? Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Tangyun struggled to suppress her anxiety. Yet, something felt amiss. The 4th-tier assassin had claimed that Bai Jin had soloed the dungeon twice, and she was aware that he lacked weapons and equipment. Such circumstances could only imply that Bai Jin was facing some extraordinary situation. He must have some unique circumstances. I must find an opportunity to inquire further. Lu Rian silently turned away, her form vanishing as she re-entered the dungeon. Shuowei no? She had soloed the Nightmare difficulty dungeon 3 times after reaching level 9. Based on the experience points, she had accumulated enough for her promotion. The voice of the 4th-tier assassin, Nishong, broke the tense silence, revealing an unusual urgency in her typically calm demeanor. It's over. It's over. Not to mention the 3 superior promotion certificates we have prepared, she has enough for her own advancement. She is simply too. Shuowei's expression suddenly grew gravely serious. She possessed a yellow-grade Holy Light staff, a perfect-level Holy Light strike skill, and a heavenly-grade Holy Light talent. Perhaps, soloing the Hell difficulty was not an insurmountable task. She could not afford to waste half a day without breaking through. We should prepare in advance. Are you suggesting? Just now, the 10th awakened individual with heavenly-grade talent in the 9th domain this year has appeared. Lu Rian cannot afford to fail, at the very least. She must not fall at this critical moment. Shuowei's countenance shifted, and she nodded affirmatively. Then let us each seek our teachers. I have left a spatial mark on Rian, but I cannot precisely locate the dungeon space she has entered. Only my master possesses that capability. Very well, my master's strength can forcibly breach the dungeon's spatial barrier. We shall also summon a 5th-tier healing monarch skilled in resurrection spells to ensure that even if she perishes, we can bring her back. The 2 figures then disappeared without a trace. After nearly an hour, Bai Jin found himself on the verge of slumber due to boredom. It's about time. If I emerge now, it won't be too conspicuous, considering Ruyan reached level 5 in just half a day yesterday afternoon. With a thought, Bai Jin's form dissipated from the dungeon. Level criteria met, team size criteria met, possessing a superior promotion certificate. Do you confirm entry into the Hell level Savage Beast path? Warning, the Hell difficulty Savage Beast path is extremely challenging. Solo challenges are not recommended. Entering the Hell level Savage Beast path. Ignoring the special warning, Bai Jin's form vanished once more. Meanwhile, the shield warrior, Old Zhou, and his companions were scanning the throngs of people around them. However, they were amidst the peak period of dungeon runs following the awakening of the 3rd-year students, with a sea of bodies everywhere. Individuals were disappearing and reappearing constantly, making it impossible for them to notice Bai Jin's presence or absence. Notification: you have entered the Hell level Savage Beast path. The objective within this dungeon is the true life of the Savage Beast realm from another world. Notification: based on your level, the strength of the true life forms from the Savage Beast realm has been suppressed. With the 2 notifications appearing, Bai Jin sighed in relief. There were no unexpected circumstances, aligning with the knowledge he had previously acquired. Normal, hard, nightmare. These 3 difficulty levels produced dungeon spaces born from the fusion of 2 worlds' rules, populated solely by projections of monsters. However, at the highest Hell difficulty, the entities encountered were the true lives from another world. Now at level 2, only corresponding level 2 monsters would appear here, adhering to a certain principle of balance. All dungeons operate under universal rules. A distinct roar echoed, as not far away. A wild bull, exuding a primal aura, locked its gaze onto Bai Jin's position with wide, defiant eyes. The bull's eyes, as large as fists, brimmed with arrogance and ferocity. This creature was a real wild bull, the kind from which one could harvest meat upon defeat. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled, unlike previous dungeons. This one promised bountiful rewards upon vanquishing the beast. Bull tail, bull horns, bull hide, bull tendons, bull meat. Everything could be crafted into delectable dishes or sold for a handsome price. Wild bull chief, boss, level 2, health, 8,000 12,000, attack speed, 0, 2, physical attack, 60 to 150, defense strength, 120 to 250, health recovery speed, 32 to 48 points per second, talent, tough hide, skills, charge, rage, roar, chapter 16, blood and flesh crystal, merely a level 2 creature, yet boasting a staggering health of 8,000 out of 12,000 points, far surpassing the final boss of a nightmare level dungeon. This wild bull chief, a true life form, possessed the tough hide talent, significantly enhancing its defense, making it likely that a typical warrior of the same level would struggle to inflict damage. A critical distinction from prior dungeons was that these true life forms possessed intelligence and judgment. Even if the wild bull's intellect was low, it would not easily fall into traps like iron cages. Such formidable monsters were merely the weakest within the Hell dungeon. Hell, a land of death. For the vast majority of adventurers, if nightmare difficulty merely invoked fear, Hell difficulty was synonymous with certain death. Charge, swarm. A flurry of level 12 enraged woodpeckers lunged at the charging wild bull chief. Boom. Not even a scream escaped its lips as the formidable wild bull chief collapsed to the ground. Unlike previous dungeons, where defeated monsters would dissipate into light, the corpse of this wild bull chief remained intact. You have slain the level 2 wild bull chief. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Having defeated merely a minor creature, Bai Jin received an impressive 4,000 experience points, more than he would earn from an entire run of a normal dungeon at level 1. With his level 10 talent effect, the woodpeckers, all at level 12, greatly enhanced their power, yet this also brought forth another serious issue. At level 2, Bai Jin's total mana was only 2,200 points. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jin decided to allocate 2 points to his free attribute points. After all, this was a hell dungeon, and caution was warranted. He didn't need to confront monsters head-on. Increasing his physical attributes would grant him an additional 100 health points, while enhancing his spiritual attributes would yield 1,100 points of mana. Therefore, point allocation. His spiritual attribute rose to 4 points, raising Bai Jin's maximum mana to 4,400 points. Approaching the slain wild bull chief, Bai Jin bent down. Refine wild bull chief. With his command, a surge of power enveloped the dungeon space, and the massive bull chief's body began to blur. Within 3 seconds, a red crystal the size of a pigeon egg emerged. Blood and flesh crystal, 0 tier superior. Description: a crystallized essence of blood and flesh derived from a level 2 wild bull chief, possessing multiple uses. This was one of the simplest methods of handling true monsters within dungeons, albeit also one of the most wasteful. The optimal approach would have been to sever the bull's tail, then cut off its horns, skin it, and extract the finest tendons and meat, while refining the less manageable bones and organs separately. In doing so, the refined blood and flesh crystal would be smaller, yet the value of the other cut parts would far exceed that minor difference. This was a chief-level wild bull, particularly if the bull's tail were sold. Bai Jin estimated it could fetch a price in the thousands. Today, taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver food to his younger sister, he ventured into the dungeon alone. When he returned, he would likely face some reprimand. After all, his aunt believed he merely possessed an ordinary talent. Yet once he revealed the actual circumstances to her, he was determined to continuously grow stronger henceforth. Bai Jin had resolutely decided that his aunt, who had raised him since childhood, was the person he trusted the most. With a determined stride, Bai Jin began to run. The vast wilderness of the beast path lay before him, and monstrous creatures could be seen even from hundreds of meters away, just as those beasts would soon discover him. Typically, when the distance between them was still over 100 meters, Bai Jin would summon swarms of frenzied woodpeckers to confront them. Eliminating foes from 100 meters away was the only truly secure strategy. Otherwise, with his current health, a mere hit would spell his doom. As the fourth monster fell, Bai Jin leveled up. Alert! Your level has increased. Based on your level, the true strength of life in the wilderness has been enhanced. This was the distinction between the hellish dungeons and previous ones. One could no longer exploit the earlier bugs. Otherwise, Bai Jin would only need to slay level 2 monsters along his path. The other world was no fool. It would not suffer such colossal losses in a genuine dungeon. He allocated the free attribute points from his level up to his soul, instantly raising his mana to 6,600 points. He began to inspect the newly available talent effects. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoning skill to enhance summoned creatures' attributes by 200, mystical. 2. Designate a summoning skill to grant summoned creatures 10,000 health, yellow. 3. Designate a summoning skill of no higher than perfect level, grade 1, yellow. What a surprise. An enhancement to skill quality? Such a waste. Bai Jin lamented that if he possessed an exceptional skill, he could directly elevate it to perfect quality. The woodpeckers, while fragile summons, were already sufficient, as their true strength lay in the absolute damage delivered through their attack speed. As for the 200 attribute increase, it held little significance for ethereal summons like the woodpeckers. Yet, if Bai Jin did not make a choice now, he would forfeit this opportunity. Upon leveling again, he would still face these same 3 selectable talents. With no accumulation of selection chances, he reluctantly designated the skill quality of the summoning of frenzied woodpeckers as grade 1. Summon frenzied woodpecker. Excellent exclusive, summoning level 10. The ordinary quality transformed into excellent, and a radiant light enveloped all the frenzied woodpeckers, drastically altering their attributes. Chapter 17. Absolute damage per second. 3, 120,000. Frenzied woodpecker. Excellent. Level, 13. Health, 2, 600, 2600. Stamina, 2, 600, 2600. Defense, 5. Attack speed range, 0 to 30. Physical attack, 52. Talent, rapid strike. Special trait, absolute damage, 26 points. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Absolute damage, 26 points. Calculating that each frenzied woodpecker attacks 60 times per second, this equates to a staggering 560 points of absolute damage. With 100 of them, that amounts to 156,000 points of absolute damage. This was beginning to border on invincibility, let alone zero-tier monsters. Even many Tier 1 bosses would struggle to withstand such damage. Bai Jin felt no lingering concern for this hellish difficulty dungeon. There could be no entity capable of enduring 560,000 absolute damage per second. Wait, had the effect of the Rapid Strike talent increased? How absurd. Bai Jin trembled slightly. Rapid Strike, excellent, temporary. Effect, semi-passive talent. Your physical impact actions are accelerated by an additional 300 for times the attack speed. I underestimated the damage. It should total 2,080,000 absolute damage per second. Bai Jin himself felt a twinge of fear. This damage value was exceedingly high. Wait, perhaps I haven't fully calculated. The reality might be even more terrifying. The attack speed range had expanded to 0 to 30, which was the base attack speed. Bai Jin took a deep breath, then refined the Wild Bull Chief, striding forward with determination. Let us go. This time, only one frenzied woodpecker soared toward the charging Wild Bull Chief. Bang, 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 bang. The frenzied woodpecker that landed on the Wild Bull Chief's back became a blur, its attack speed too swift for Bai Jin to discern. Moo! A terrified bellow erupted from the Wild Bull Chief, which abruptly halted its charge. Twisting and shaking its head and tail in a frantic attempt to dislodge the frenzied woodpecker clinging to its back. This was the notable difference. In previous dungeon difficulties, those monster projections would never halt to retaliate against the woodpeckers. However, Bai Jin had positioned himself in the blind spot of the bull's attacks. The Wild Bull Chief roared in frustration, utterly helpless. Boom! The Wild Bull Chief collapsed in terror. And Bai Jin's eyes sparkled as he began to examine the battle log. Your frenzied woodpecker dealt 26 points of damage to the Wild Bull Chief of the wilderness. A flurry of such messages, numbering in the hundreds, filled the log. Based on the timing of the battle log, Bai Jin calculated the attack speed of this excellent grade woodpecker. It was 120 attacks per second, excluding the additional tripled attack speed from the Rapid Strike talent. The base attack speed of the excellent grade frenzied woodpecker aligned perfectly with its displayed value, maxing out at 30 attacks per second. This represented a 50 increase over the ordinary woodpecker's 20 attacks per second. Good heavens! With an attack speed of 120 per second, each frenzied woodpecker inflicts an absolute damage of 120 points, culminating in a staggering 312 million points with 100 of them, far exceeding my earlier calculations. Bai Jin inhaled deeply. This was utterly preposterous. The unknown level of talent surpassing heavenly tiers was already horrifying at this initial stage. Whether in its original ordinary quality or its current excellent quality, the frenzied woodpecker unleashed its utmost attack speed against foes. Was this the ultimate developmental state mentioned in the talents? The output potential was truly overwhelming. Bai Jin took another deep breath, refusing to succumb to hubris. Not only summoners, but all classes faced the paramount challenge of strengthening their own capabilities. Even with his current unparalleled output, a single collision with any Wild Bull Chief would be fatal. He pondered whether there existed any life-saving skills suitable for void summoners. Bai Jin was genuinely uncertain in this regard. Unlike Beastmasters, who awaken talents related to enslavement, allowing for mutual enhancement of attributes and talents with their suitable beasts, even sharing vitality with particularly formidable beastmasters. Void summoners drew upon mana to conjure entities that do not genuinely exist, rendering vitality sharing impossible and offering far less safety than beastmasters. There was another type of summoner known as the contract summoner, whose awakened talents pertained to contracts, enabling them to forge agreements with entities from other worlds in need of such contracts. It was said that a few years ago, a female summoner emerged whose father was a blue star practitioner while her mother was an elf, granting her elven blood and awakening a contract-type talent. Strangely, her contract talent could only forge agreements with a world teeming with goblins. The goblins, those wretched creatures, are difficult to articulate. Their demands are often grotesque and unspeakable. Consequently, the elven bloodline contract summoner has become somewhat ineffectual, unless she is willing to transform into a dark half-elf, which might enable her to summon goblins for battle. However, there exists a starkly contrasting case. In the main city, there resides an exceptionally powerful contract summoner, also a woman of great renown. She has forged a pact with a formidable martial artist from another world, and astonishingly, that warrior has fallen in love with the female summoner. This is truly remarkable. The pair has already borne 7 or 8 children, and the martial artist has fully settled in the main city, earning the acknowledgement of the domain lord. He is a being of the 5th tier, a martial emperor, and under the sustenance of this martial sovereign's energy, the female summoner has ascended to the 4th tier. Wait. I am currently at the 3rd tier and have 2 unused skill points, but why is there only 1 left? Bai Jin, somewhat bewildered, quickly concentrated his mind to summon the frenzied woodpecker rune from his sea of consciousness, then sighed in exasperation. What a worthless talent effect. I had thought it would exempt me from all conditions to enhance the skill's quality, but it merely saved me an excellent grade skill upgrade scroll. Bai Jin soon grasped the reason. Learning a common skill requires 1 skill point, while an excellent grade skill demands 2, an extraordinary skill 4, and a perfect skill a staggering 8. Skill points are, in essence, a form of rule power. When his summoning woodpecker skill's quality is enhanced, it necessitates more of this power to stabilize the summoning rune within his consciousness, thus consuming 1 point. Acceptable enough, skill points are not solely obtained through leveling up. Perhaps this hellish difficulty dungeon will yield some rewards. Charge. With newfound confidence, Bai Jin urged a flock of frenzied woodpeckers to soar ahead while he sprinted behind them. Chapter 18. Health 10,000. The Wild Bull Chief has now also reached the 3rd tier, and its attributes have significantly improved. However, for Bai Jin, it makes little difference, as they are all swiftly dealt with. Moreover, as the Wild Bull Chief's level has risen, the experience gained from its defeat has also increased considerably, resulting in larger blood and flesh crystals extracted from the bull's corpse. As he continued running, Bai Jin leveled up to the 4th tier. Optional talent effects. 1. Designate a summoning skill to enhance the summoned creature's attributes by 200, mystical grade. 2. Designate a summoning skill to grant the summoned creature 10,000 health, yellow grade. 3. Designate a summoning skill to provide the summoned creature with an additional 3 points of physical defense per level, yellow grade. Bai Jin surveyed the 3 options, feeling somewhat resigned. None of these attributes were particularly advantageous for the frenzied woodpeckers. Reluctantly, he had to make a choice. He opted to increase their health. With a heavy heart, Bai Jin made his selection. Frenzied woodpecker. Excellent. Level, 14 health, 12, 812, 800, stamina, 2, 802, 800. Defense, 6, attack speed range, 0 to 30, physical attack, 56, talent, rapid charge, characteristic, absolute damage 28 points, skills, none equipment, none a woodpecker with over 10,000 health. Who would believe such a claim? Bai Jin felt it was somewhat unwise. If such attributes were bestowed upon a melee-type summon, it would truly be a case of maximizing utility. As he continued to run and slay monsters, Bai Jin sensed something amiss. The number of wild bull chiefs encountered was alarmingly low. The information regarding the hellish difficulty dungeon lacked specific standards. Unlike the previous 3 difficulties where the number of monsters exceeded 100. Boom. 3 level 4 wild bull chiefs fell to the ground. With less than a kilometer to the finish line, he was about to confront the final boss of the hell dungeon. Moo. A prolonged bellow of a bull echoed through the entire passage, as a massive, hairless creature stood majestically awaiting them. What kind of bull is this? It certainly does not resemble the wild bull chief described. Bai Jin was perplexed. Logically, the hell dungeon should culminate in a confrontation with a lord-level monster. Yet this creature appeared distinctly different, its skin radiating a faint yellow metallic sheen. High defense matters little. After all, the frenzied woodpeckers are incapable of penetrating defenses. Onward. Splash. 100 frenzied woodpeckers launched themselves at the beast, while Bai Jin prepared to evade at any moment. Although the woodpeckers should be able to dispatch the boss swiftly, one must exercise caution. This is a lesson etched in blood by countless powerful adventurers who paid with their lives. Moo. A commanding bull's roar sent shivers down Bai Jin's spine, as he found himself disoriented, unable to maintain his footing. The sonic shockwave from the bellow disrupted the entire flock of frenzied woodpeckers, but fortunately, they quickly resumed their assault. Confusion etched on its face. The enormous bull could not comprehend the situation. Moo. Once again, a resounding bellow erupted, even from over 100 meters away. Bai Jin felt its impact. Still recovering from his dizziness, he was struck again and collapsed to the ground. Swish. Swish. The 100 frenzied woodpeckers shook momentarily, then continued to follow Bai Jin's initial command to attack. The bull boss appeared bewildered, having been subjected to its roar at close range. These little birds were still alive? As it contemplated this, a horde of woodpeckers had already descended upon it, but the bull was unfazed. With its ironclad body, these mere birds could only tickle its skin. Moo, moo. An unexplainable wave of sharp pain surged through the bull, leaving it momentarily stunned. Moo. This time, it was not an angry roar but a fearful low growl, failing to inflict further area damage. Boom. Without hesitation, the bull collapsed to the ground and began rolling frantically. The frenzied woodpeckers, uncontrolled, continued to peck at the bull with fervor. Rolling over and over, many of the small birds remained unharmed, and despair washed over the bull. Moo. A pleading sound emerged. Notification. The wild bull king of the savage beast realm requests submission to you. Do you accept? Unfortunately, at that moment, Bai Jin was still in a state of dizziness, utterly unresponsive. Moo. A long, sorrowful bellow echoed, only to abruptly cease. The remaining dozen or so frenzied woodpeckers halted their assault and returned to Bai Jin's side. It took several minutes for Bai Jin to emerge from his dazed state. Now at the 4th tier, he possessed a mere 400 base health, exceedingly fragile. Had he not been at a distance, the boss's bellow, which carried both mental shock and sonic wave attacks, might have obliterated him. Hellish difficulty, truly deserving of its reputation as a realm of near-certain death. Bai Jin felt a wave of relief. Had he been arrogant enough to stand closer to witness the woodpeckers dispatching the boss, he likely would have perished at the first bellow. This incident humbled Bai Jin, reminding him that while his output may be formidable, he remains woefully weak. There are far too many means to counter him. In the savage realm of beasts, the Bull King unleashed a war cry skill, inflicting 137 points of damage upon you, rendering you incapacitated in a state of dizziness. The Bull King's war cry also struck your summoned creature, the frenzied woodpecker, dealing 1567 points of damage. However, your summoned creature was fortunate enough to evade the negative effects of the war cry. This marks the first occurrence of 101 battle messages. Bai Jin felt an immense sense of relief, despite the clumsiness of the void summons. Their essence being composed of mana and energy afforded them immunity to all forms of intimidation and mental debilitation, which proved to be a considerable advantage. Once again, the Bull King issued a war cry, causing you to suffer 211 points of damage and extending your state of dizziness significantly. Another 101 battle messages had transpired. Bai Jin inhaled deeply, realizing that the double sonic assaults from the war cries had nearly brought him to his demise. What a terrifying prospect. Chapter 19, Level Up by 3. The Bull King inflicted 4,321 points of damage upon your summoned creature, the frenzied woodpecker. Subsequently, the Bull King dealt 3,527 points of damage, leading to the demise of your summoned creature. Bai Jin gazed upon these dreadful damages, his heart filled with gratitude for having survived. Out of 100 frenzied woodpeckers, only a mere dozen remained, barely clinging to life. Fortunately, he had emerged victorious. Upon defeating the level 4 Bull King, you have earned 192,000 experience points. You have received a perfect grade promotion certificate. In light of your performance, you have been awarded 20 free attribute points and 10 skill points. By the heavens, this is not what I desired. Bai Jin was taken aback. Being in a state of dizziness, he was oblivious to the fact that he had ascended to level 7. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summon skill to grant your summon a critical hit chance of 30. Earth grade. 2. Designate a summon skill to provide your summon with 200 to all attributes. Mystic grade. 3. Designate a summon skill to grant your summon an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow grade. Upon observing the newly presented talent effects, Bai Jin hastily examined the skill for summoning the frenzied woodpecker. Summon frenzied woodpecker. Excellent exclusive. Summon level 10. Health 10,000. Frenzy energy absorption. Compared to before, the addition of 2 talent effects indicated that should he fail to actively select a talent, one would be automatically chosen. Contrary to his earlier belief that neglecting to choose would result in missing an opportunity, this was indeed a fortunate turn of events. He promptly began to investigate the newly added talents. Frenzy. Passive effect. Increases base attack speed by 30. Bai Jin was overjoyed. The woodpecker, now of excellent quality, boasted an attack speed of 120 strikes per second. With the additional 30, it would reach an astonishing 156 strikes per second, thereby augmenting its damage output by 30. He then proceeded to examine the other talent and was instantly elated. Energy absorption. Passive. Each attack on a target will absorb 10 of the damage dealt to replenish itself. Convertible into health, mana, stamina, or energy. Bai Jin was ecstatic, for this talent exceeded his expectations. Now, with the woodpecker at level 17, each attack could inflict 34 absolute damage, translating to 4 points of energy absorption. Given the woodpecker's current attack speed of 156 strikes per second, this amounted to an impressive 304 points of damage per second, equating to a recovery of 530 points of health each second, an amount not to be underestimated. Moreover, this calculation did not even factor in the woodpecker's own damage output, as its physical attack of 68 points at level 17 could break through the defenses of numerous foes. Marvelous. These 2 talent effects were far stronger than I had anticipated. Bai Jin took a deep breath and picked up the perfect grade promotion certificate lying on the ground. This was the finest promotion certificate obtainable upon leveling up. Promotion certificate, 0th tier, perfect. Description: using this certificate, under the condition of meeting experience requirements, one can advance to the first tier. Unlike previous promotions that required multiple certificates, this perfect grade certificate necessitated only one for a complete occupational promotion. Furthermore, after the promotion, Bai Jin would receive 31 free attribute points, and subsequent leveling would yield experience at a conventional fourfold rate, with each level thereafter providing 4 free attribute points. Ordinary promotion certificates were of little value, excellent ones priced at 8,000 each, while exceptional certificates had no fixed price, being exceedingly rare. The perfect grade promotion certificates were beyond the reach of typical adventurers, their acquisition being extraordinarily stringent, with each one being extremely precious. The hell-level dungeons were authentic, with the monsters slain being true entities from another world, not mere energy projections from other difficulty dungeons. This year, the beasts inhabiting the savage realm were wild bulls, while the hell dungeons were populated by wild bull leaders. The number of qualifying wild bull leaders in the other world was limited. Once they were completely eradicated or their numbers dropped below a certain threshold, the other world would cease to dispatch monsters to the hell dungeons. Typically, the number of times one could clear a hell dungeon was restricted within a certain time frame, unlike the other 3 difficulty dungeons, which could be farmed at will. The normal, hard, and nightmare difficulty dungeons had no limits. As long as the adventurers' levels and team sizes met the entry requirements, they could enter indefinitely. This issue was explained in the fundamental knowledge learned in high school. The monsters in the 3 difficulty dungeons were projections formed from the energy of another world, and such energy was but a mere trifle for a world. Even if one were to clear a dungeon 10 or 100 times, or even 1,000,000,000 times, the energy consumed would be negligible in the grand scheme of the world. Chapter 20. Special Summoning Skill Book. Adventurers of Blue Star can freely farm dungeons, should anyone perish. Their entire energy would be seized by the other world. Perhaps, for the other world, the ability to siphon off a single adventurer's essence was far more significant than the energy extracted from clearing 1,000,000,000 low-level dungeons. Bai Jin, having achieved a frenzied victory, sensed that the boss he had ultimately slain was somewhat extraordinary, evidently not a conventional lord-level boss. Stepping forward, Bai Jin commanded, "Refine the Bull King." An endless radiance enveloped the enormous Bull King, draped in a pale golden hide. It felt as though the other world was fuming with a suppressed rage, yet unable to retaliate. The brilliance persisted longer than usual, lasting a full minute before a scroll materialized. Bai Jin was elated. He understood that this signified the emergence of a skill book. Since he had soloed the encounter, this skill book would undoubtedly be usable by him, a well-established fact over the past century or two. Grasping the softly glowing scroll, he felt a profound yearning emanating from his soul, indicating that this skill book was exceptionally remarkable. Bai Jin focused intently as the attributes materialized. Summon Iron Blood Bull, Yellow Grade Special. Description: upon learning, it consumes 100 points of mana to summon a creature of the same level, a half-energy, half-corporeal Iron Blood Bull. Description: summoning duration is 60 seconds. Cannot be interrupted while casting. Skill cooldown is 24 hours. Cannot be summoned repeatedly. Yellow Grade, and with a special suffix. Bai Jin found it somewhat incredulous. In retrospect, the peculiar beast king he had slain was, in fact, a yellow tier entity, a rank surpassing the conventional lord level by an entire tier. While it may seem merely a tier difference, transitioning from perfect to yellow tier signifies a qualitative transformation. This year in the Misty Sea base city, apart from his younger sister's prodigious talent being of the heavenly tier, he had yet to hear of any yellow tier or higher talents emerging. The summoning skill for the Iron Blood Wild Bull demanded a considerable amount of mana for a summoner lacking in soul attributes. It would necessitate exhausting all their mana for the summoning. Moreover, the summoning duration extended to an astonishing 60 seconds, which was utterly absurd. With a cooldown period of a full 24 hours, the situation was indeed dire. This was the real world, not a game. Once a skill was learned, the skill points would coalesce with the power contained in the skill book into a skill rune within the practitioner's consciousness. For instance, Bai Jin's summoning skill only required him to infuse mana into the rune to activate the summoning. However, this would exert a certain strain on the rune, necessitating a period for stabilization, after which he could infuse mana again. This interval effectively constituted the skill's cooldown. Nevertheless, for Bai Jin, who possessed a tenfold summoning speed and a tenfold reduction in cooldown time, this was a trivial concern. Learning a yellow tier skill required 16 skill points. Even with the 10 points rewarded for clearing the hell dungeon, he still found himself slightly short, much to his frustration. Currently, at level 7, He originally had 7 skill points, but after allocating 2 to the excellent tier woodpecker skill and adding the 10 from the recent dungeon reward, he had precisely 15 points. For ordinary practitioners, skill points were solely obtained through leveling up. However, for more powerful practitioners, the sources of skill points were manifold. The most common being the completion of hell difficulty dungeons, which rewarded varying amounts of skill and free attribute points. However, such rewards were only granted once for each hell dungeon. For example, if Bai Jin were to replay the Hell of Wild Beasts dungeon, he would not receive any further skill or free attribute points. Fortunately, the number of dungeons in Blue Star was vast, offering numerous opportunities to grind as long as the requirements were met. Bai Jin tightened his grip on the skill book, and then an anomaly occurred. Notice, the Wild Beast Realm is reluctant to relinquish the Rare Beast King, triggering a special choice. Choice 1. You may acquire the skill book for summoning Iron Blood Wild Bulls, but you will incur the wrath of the Wild Beast Realm and the inherent hostility of all bovine creatures. Choice 2. The 9th domain shall jointly establish a battlefield with the Wild Beast Realm, where all wild bulls within the corresponding region of the Wild Beast dungeon will enter the fray, and you will engage in a life-or-death struggle with the bulls on the battlefield. Bai Jin fell into contemplation. The current predicament was not something he had encountered in his studies. Clearly, the slain Beast King held a significant status within the Wild Beast Realm, and it appeared they were intent on eliminating him. The first option, naturally, was the conventional route. He could take the skill book and exit the dungeon, thereby incurring the Wild Beast Realm's disdain, with all bovine creatures becoming hostile towards him. Bai Jin was indifferent to this. After all, the two realms were engaged in conflict through dungeons as battlegrounds, and it was only natural that he, as a representative of Blue Star, would be despised by the opposing realm. As for being viewed with hostility by bovine creatures, he cared even less. He could always indulge in beef, and with his sister Lu Ruyan's culinary skills, he would never tire of it. As for the second option, Bai Jin had never heard of it, and found it somewhat perplexing. Moreover, the hint specified that the 9th domain and the Wild Beast Realm would jointly open a battlefield, rather than Blue Star, implying some information he had yet to encounter. After a moment of calm reflection, Bai Jin experienced a flash of inspiration and decided to attempt a course of action. Great Will of Blue Star, what benefits does the second choice hold for me? Bai Jin respectfully inquired. Response: should you emerge victorious, all bulls entering the battlefield will serve as resources to enhance the summoning skill of Iron Blood Wild Bulls. Should you fail, the summoning skill and all that belongs to you will be seized by the Wild Beast Realm. The answer left Bai Jin somewhat astonished. He had always believed that the knowledge imparted to him by the will of Blue Star, or the rules, lacked any independent consciousness, operating purely on a mechanistic basis. Furthermore, he had addressed the will of Blue Star, not that of the 9th domain, which marked a significant distinction. Bai Jin had nearly been slain by the Beast King's 2 roars. How could he possibly make a choice without adequate preparation? Thus, Bai Jin continued to inquire. Great Will of Blue Star, may I first take this skill book and respond later? Response: this is permissible. The current dungeon space is now locked, and you may leave. Upon making your second choice, you will be transported back into this dungeon space, where the 9th domain and the Wild Beast Realm will jointly establish the battlefield. However, be advised that your level must not exceed 19. Bai Jin exhaled in relief. It seemed the two choices were not as absolute as he initially thought. He had essentially opted for the first option while retaining the possibility of choosing the second later on. Clutching the skill book for summoning Iron Blood Wild Bulls, he tucked it into his clothing and comfortably sat down to rest. Up to this point, he had only been in the Hell-level dungeon for half an hour. If he exited now, he might attract the attention of the 2 4th-tier powerhouses, especially since he was already at level 7. A crucial factor that left him with a slight headache: his rapid leveling was overwhelming. Subsequently, Bai Jin began to examine the effects of his 3 current talents. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoned creature's skill with a critical hit chance of 30, Earth tier. 2. Designate a summoned creature's skill with an enhancement of 200 to all attributes, Mystic tier. 3. Designate a summoned creature's skill with an additional 3 points of physical defense per level, Yellow tier. Among the 3 talent effects, the first was merely Earth tier. Moreover, this talent exhibited an outrageous critical hit chance of 30. This was a real world, and within the knowledge Bai Jin had acquired, the concept of critical hits was non-existent. For instance, if a warrior struck with a blade, the damage dealt would be precisely that amount, with no sudden spikes in damage occurring. While critical hits were absent, there were instances of vital attacks, where targeting different parts of a monster would yield varying damage. For instance, a wild bull had weak points such as its eyes, nose, tail, and the exit point, for bulls, which were the 4 most common. Striking these areas could inflict excessive damage, potentially even deciding the outcome with a single blow. With absolute damage attributes now being introduced alongside critical hits, the supreme summoning talent continually shattered his previous notions. Bai Jin took a deep breath and then made his decision. He applied the critical hit chance of 30 to the woodpecker. Given the woodpecker's attack frequency of 156 strikes per second, this 30 critical hit chance would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. The only uncertainty was whether absolute damage could trigger a critical hit. With one more run of the nightmare level dungeon, Bai Jin would ascend to level 8. At which point he would be able to learn the summoning skill for Iron Blood Wild Bulls. Intrigued by this significant entity that commands attention within the wild beast realm, Bai Jin eagerly anticipated the attributes of the iron-blooded wild bull. Moreover, he noted an important detail. The dungeon was the wild beast path, while the opposing world was the wild beast realm. Crucially, should he opt for the second choice, the wild beast realm would unleash all the wild bulls from the corresponding area of the wild beast path into the battlefield. This indicated that the wild beast path and the wild beast realm were entirely distinct. The former merely constituted a segment of the latter and served as a dungeon formed in conjunction with Blue Star. Within the hellish dungeon, Lu Rian waved her staff, conjuring an endless cascade of holy light that enveloped a vast area. Unlike the hell-level dungeon Bai Jin had experienced, Lu Rian faced a greater number of wild bulls, all of which were formidable bull leaders. Blinded by the holy light, the bull leaders lost their sight and could only charge wildly based on their previous observations, adjusting their trajectory according to the movements of the human. Strikes of holy light rained down, accurately targeting the eyes and vital points of the bull leaders. Simultaneously, Lu Rian's current circumstances starkly contrasted with those in her previous nightmare-level dungeon. She danced gracefully, as if twirling within an endless expanse of holy light. And with each buoyant step, the potency of the holy light seemed to amplify significantly. One by one, the bull leaders fell lifeless to the ground. Only when the last of the bulls within the holy light's range succumbed did Lu Rian gradually come to a halt. A faint smile graced her pure visage as she retrieved a vial of potion, taking a small sip. As the potion coursed through her, her magical energy began to replenish steadily. My brother will undoubtedly be safe. He has never acted recklessly throughout his life, and this time he surely possesses absolute confidence to solo the dungeon without gear. Brother, just wait. I will secure a perfect level promotion certificate for you. Even if your talent is lacking, I will ensure you become a formidable force. Lu Rian's gaze solidified with determination. She then propelled herself forward, racing towards the rear. And as she did, holy light shimmered, ensnaring another group of bull leaders. These bull leaders were living beings, donning thick hides that offered formidable defense and boasting robust vitality. To wear down such resilient creatures, even Lu Rian would require a considerable amount of time. After 2 full hours, Bai Jin felt it was about time and willed himself out of the dungeon. It was still afternoon, and the surroundings buzzed with life. Senior high students had just awakened to become professionals, and this was the prime moment for them to rapidly grind dungeons and level up. Various coaching teams found it a most opportune time to receive requests. Bai Jin refrained from immediately entering a nightmare-level dungeon. As he emerged, his phone vibrated incessantly. Upon checking, he found a multitude of messages from his aunt. Chapter 22. She called the wrong name last night. Xiao Jin, why haven't you returned yet? Avoid crowded places. Those areas can be quite chaotic. Xiao Jin, why aren't you responding? Xiao Jin, hurry back home after exiting the dungeon. I've prepared equipment and skills for you. And I'll also find a coaching team. Don't take risks by going solo. Bai Jin could easily envision his aunt's anxious and exasperated state. Aunt, I'm fine. I'll wait for my sister and we'll head home together. He sent her a message. Stay put. I'll be there to pick you up right away. The response was instantaneous, conveyed through a voice message, with his aunt's words laced with urgency. Given her current emotional state, she would likely drive recklessly. Yet it would still take her about 10 minutes to arrive. This time frame was certainly sufficient for Bai Jin to solo a nightmare-level dungeon, especially since he was now level 7, with physical attributes significantly enhanced compared to when he was at level 1. However, he was aware that the 4th-tier spatial mage and the 4th-tier assassin nearby might be observing him. His current level 7 was already quite astonishing. If he were to enter the dungeon and emerge within 10 minutes, reaching level 8, it would raise suspicions. Thus, Bai Jin chose to wait in place. Old Bai, what are you doing here? A somewhat feeble voice called out, and Bai Jin turned to see several classmates approaching. The speaker was Wang Gang, the only student in their class awakened with an exceptional talent. I'm waiting for my sister to exit the dungeon, Bai Jin replied, instantly clarifying the situation for the group. Wang Gang, accompanied by 3 classmates, joined Bai Jin. All 4 of them were among the top students of Class 9. Old Bai, I have something to tell you. I just registered my marriage with teacher Li Ying, and once I level up to Tier 1, we'll hold a wedding ceremony. You're welcome to join if you wish, Wang Gang announced, his tone tinged with a hint of envy, leaving Bai Jin momentarily bewildered. Not just Bai Jin, but also the three classmates beside Wang Gang were equally taken aback. Wait, Gang Go, are you joking? Indeed, Gang Go. Teacher Liang has always treated Old Bai exceptionally well, but there's no way they could have any relationship. You know Old Bai's background. Teacher Liang simply isn't a match for him. You don't need to feel jealous, Gang Go. This isn't a joke. You are just becoming an adult. And Teacher Liang is nearly 33. Don't take this too seriously. The three classmates hastily cautioned. What the hell? I'm not jealous of Old Bai. Look, this is our marriage certificate. I just picked it up from the government office this morning, Wang Gang exclaimed, producing a small booklet from his pocket. Opening it revealed their photographs alongside one another, confirming the marriage certificate. Gang Go. Impressive. How did you manage to convince your mom? Yes. Teacher Liang is not only significantly older than you, but she is also a widow. With your talent, you shouldn't have any trouble finding a partner. This time, even Bai Jin felt a flicker of interest. Wang Gang chuckled heartily. How could my mom object? To be honest, my mom is also a teacher. However, during my first year of high school, she was transferred to class 137. After my dad awakened his talent, he married my mom. It's a family tradition. Bai Jin and the others were taken aback by this revelation, looking at Wang Gang with newfound admiration. Let me tell you, professional physiques are robust and have long lifespans. A mere decade or so of difference is trivial compared to the more outrageous cases. Wang Gang explained nonchalantly. Bai Jin and the others nodded, acknowledging that this was a prevalent phenomenon in Blue Star. As long as one levels up to 10 normally, their lifespan would significantly extend, and it had been over 100 years since any Blue Star citizen had died of natural causes. It was said that some powerful beings had been alive for centuries and remained in the bloom of youth. Gang Go, you did seem a bit envious just now. The reason I felt a twinge of jealousy is quite complicated. Last night, Teacher Liang repeatedly called out the wrong name. You can guess who that was, right? Alright. Old Bai, keep waiting. We're heading into the dungeon. You three have been waiting for me for a day or two. I'll help you soar. Wang Gang proclaimed exuberantly, and the three classmates eagerly nodded. As the only student in Class 9 with an exceptional talent, particularly one with a capped 9-second talent, Wang Gang was indeed looking out for them. However, one of the classmates hesitated after the excitement. Gang Go, shouldn't you rest a bit before entering the dungeon? You seem a bit off. Wang Gang's expression turned awkward. No need. It is merely an ordinary dungeon. One inhabited by the clumsy and heavy wild oxes that charge in straight lines. Allow me to expedite your passage through this instance. In the blink of an eye, the four figures vanished, having entered the dungeon. A few minutes later, Bai Jin remained waiting for his aunt's arrival. Suddenly, a woman forcefully squeezed her way in, drawing the ireful glares of the other women present. Bai Jin's body tensed slightly, for he did not recognize this woman. However, her demeanor was gentle and exuded an aura of intellect. Her physique was rather voluptuous, reminiscent of Teacher Liang, albeit appearing more mature. Bai Jin, I am Wang Gang's mother. Have you seen Wang Gang? The woman seemed both anxious and distressed. Auntie, Wang Gang has entered the dungeon with his classmates, Bai Jin replied. Entered the dungeon? He has already gone in. The woman's complexion turned pale, and she thanked Bai Jin before departing. After her exit, the passageway did not seal. A 4-meter-wide path continually opened ahead. Hearing the commotion, Bai Jin inhaled deeply and approached. His aunt arrived, her expression devoid of emotion, yet brimming with suppressed rage. Aunt, please allow me to explain. His aunt's slender arm shot out, swiftly twisting Bai Jin's ear. He dared not struggle, resigning himself to her silent reprimand as she led him away. Countless adventurers transformed into onlookers, their eyes fixated on the scene of the ethereal woman dragging the pale-faced youth away. Damn, I'm so envious. I wish I could have my ear twisted by that celestial being too. Scoundrel, do you have a masochistic tendency? Come now, with a clear conscience. Tell me you wouldn't want a celestial being to twist your ear like that? I wish to gently twist that celestial being's ear. Rascal, you harbor such insatiable ambitions. Take this. Upon reaching the vehicle, Bai Jin's ear was finally released. His aunt drove in silence, and Bai Jin, too intimidated to speak, found himself witnessing her uncharacteristic demeanor for the first time in his life. Chapter 23, Settling Matters with Aunt. Not a single word was exchanged until they returned home. Observing Bai Jin's remorseful expression, his aunt sighed and beckoned him to sit beside her on the sofa. Xiao Jin, what is the mortality rate for an adventurer transitioning from awakening to Tier 1? She inquired softly. Bai Jin straightened his posture immediately. Aunt, the cumulative data over more than a century indicates a mortality rate of 179. Last year's data was 63. This was foundational knowledge he had learned in high school. With the refinement of the adventurer system, the mortality rate for ascending to Tier 1 had been steadily decreasing. Indeed, A mortality rate of 63 does not sound high. After all, less than 1 out of 10 perish. However, Xiao Jin, the data you've learned encompasses all adventurers. Do you know the mortality rate for combat adventurers? His aunt posed the question again softly. Bai Jin shook his head. This query exceeded his knowledge. His aunt clarified, according to internal data from the Valkyrie battle group. The mortality rate for combat adventurers who awakened last year and ascended to Tier 1 was 32, which is lower than the overall ratio. However, the mortality rate for Tier 2 combat adventurers is 298, and for Tier 3, it is 435. This is still the general mortality rate. If we consider only those with ordinary talents, the rate more than doubles. This is why the vast majority of those with ordinary talents cease to grind dungeons for upgrades once they reach Tier 1. You possess an ordinary talent. How could you dare to solo a dungeon today without your aunt preparing you with weapons and equipment? Her voice carried a hint of sorrow. Bai Jin inhaled sharply, genuinely unaware that the mortality rates for Tier 2 and Tier 3 combat adventurers were so alarmingly high. Your reckless actions could lead to me losing a beloved, leaving me to face a lifetime of solitude, his aunt questioned mournfully. Bai Jin glanced up, noting that her hair was as dark as ink. Aunt, I am not as weak as you believe. I can solo a dungeon, he replied softly, unwilling to boast that he could tackle hellish difficulties, especially after nearly succumbing to the roars of the mighty Bull King. Thus, his aunt's concerns were indeed warranted. Seeing Bai Jin's lowered head and cautious demeanor, his aunt's heart softened. She moved closer and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Our Xiao Jin is undoubtedly the most exceptional. I will not dwell on the past. Let us plan for your future. At the very least, you must learn some practical skills, and I will assist you in equipping yourself properly. Aunt, I already possess a skill book, and I generally do not require regular equipment, Bai Jin interjected. His aunt smiled gently. Tell me, what type of skill book aligns best with your talent? I shall procure it for you. Furthermore, refrain from grinding dungeons for upgrades for the time being. Attribute points can now be enhanced through means other than leveling up. Once Royan reaches the Valkyrie battle group, she will undoubtedly receive preferential treatment. At that time, she will allocate some resources to you. First, elevate your physical attributes, and then you can tackle dungeons, gaining a significant advantage. Originally, his aunt's plan was to wait for his little sister to provide resources, allowing Bai Jin to enhance his attributes before equipping him with prepared weapons to dominate dungeons of his level. However, this boy had become rebellious since awakening. Aunt, look at this. Bai Jin produced the Summon Iron-Blooded Bull skill book from his arms. Bai Jin remembered that due to her burning talent, though she now possessed Tier 3 physical attributes, her soul attributes likely fell short of his, and she had lost the ability to inspect item attributes. Aunt, this is a Summon Iron-Blooded Bull skill book of yellow quality with a special suffix. What? A yellow quality skill book, and a special one at that? His aunt's eyes widened in astonishment. Her expression then shifted, as if a thought crossed her mind. Xiao Jin, which shameless woman bestowed such a treasure upon you? Fear not. With this jade token in my possession, no woman would dare to coerce you, his aunt declared, holding up the first-class Guardian Jade token issued by the Valkyrie battle group. Bai Jin's lips twitched slightly. Aunt, I acquired this skill book from the dungeon. His aunt fell silent, momentarily taken aback. She was no naive woman unaware of the world. On the contrary, she had been part of the Valkyrie battle group's system, privy to much knowledge. Furthermore, having once reached Tier 3 as an adventurer, she was well informed. Xiao Jin, your talent? His aunt asked in a tone infused with both anticipation and concern. The two contrasting emotions intertwined, and Bai Jin comprehended his aunt's thoughts. It is formidable, very formidable, he affirmed. His aunt nodded gently. Do not speak of it. Refrain from discussing it further. When will you be able to learn this skill book? Aunt, as long as I wish. I can learn it within half an hour at most. What do you mean? Aunt, I just need a few more skill points. As soon as I level up in the next dungeon, I will be able to learn it. His aunt nodded seriously. Xiao Jin, your current state is promising. If you are confident, then go ahead. Now it was Bai Jin who hesitated. Aunt, could this attract the attention of those 2 Tier 4 individuals? His aunt smiled reassuringly. Leveling up is a trivial matter. It's not a significant event. There are numerous high-tier talent adventurers who can rise 10 levels in a single day. Very well, Xiao Jin, after you acquire that skill book, refrain from wandering about. Instead, await my return at home. I shall step out for a brief errand. With that, Xiaoyi rose, gripping the jade token tightly before departing in haste. Bai Jin sensed an unusual leniency in his aunt's demeanor today. He had anticipated a stern reprimand, yet she had effortlessly acquiesced to his request. With Xiaoyi's approval, Bai Jin felt a wave of relief wash over him, prompting him to swiftly head towards the dungeon area. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi drove rapidly towards the teleportation zone, and upon arrival, she swiftly vanished from sight. With an unyielding resolve, Bai Jin conquered the nightmare-level dungeon. At level 7, he faced monsters of the same caliber, each yielding 120 experience points. After completing the dungeon, he amassed a staggering total of 123,200 experience points. Consequently, his level ascended to 8,682,080,000, bringing him tantalizingly close to level 9. Such high-quality skill books demanded an enhancement in soul strength, and thus Bai Jin augmented his soul attribute by 20 points, surpassing the requirement with ease. Within the confines of the dungeon, he retrieved the summoning Iron-Blooded Bull skill book from his possession. Learn, he commanded, expending 16 skill points for the successful acquisition of the Summon Iron-Blooded Bull skill. Your supreme summoning talent is now activated, and the Summon Iron-Blooded Bull skill begins its modification. You have acquired the Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King skill. Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King, Yellow Grade Special Exclusive. Description: consumes 100 mana points to summon a half-energy, half-corporeal Iron-Blooded Bull King of the same level. Description: summoning time is 6 seconds. Casting cannot be interrupted by high-intensity disturbances. Skill cooldown is 24 hours. Summoning cannot be repeated. Chapter 24, The Iron-Blooded Bull King. The transformation of the Iron-Blooded Bull into the Iron-Blooded Bull King is a change of monumental significance. Now at level 8, with a soul attribute of 30 points and 33,000 mana points, summoning the level 8 Iron-Blooded Bull King requires a mere 800 mana points. A trivial affair. Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King. A colossal crimson magic circle manifested before Bai Jin, as torrents of mana infused the summoning runes within his consciousness. Moo. A resounding bellow echoed, and Bai Jin, filled with excitement, scrutinized the attributes of the magnificent creature towering 3 meters high and measuring 6 to 7 meters in length. Iron-Blooded Bull King, Yellow Grade Special. Level 8. Health points, 7, 687, 680. Stamina, 7, 687, 680. Defense Strength, 30. Physical Defense, 1, 920. Magic Defense, 960. Attack Speed, 0. 2. Physical Attack, 3, 840. Talents: Endurance, Tough Skin, Iron-Blooded Battle Will. Characteristics: Promotion. Skills: King's Roar, Barbaric Trample, Mighty Charge. Equipment: None. You have summoned the Iron-Blooded Bull King. You receive a talent feedback boost, acquiring the temporary Endurance talent and temporary Tough Skin talent. Your will cannot be enhanced by the Iron-Blooded Battle Will. You cannot gain the temporary Iron-Blooded Battle Will talent. Initially elated, Bai Jin felt a momentary sense of defeat. He quickly grasped that his own weak will was the reason he could not obtain the temporary Iron-Blooded Battle Will talent. It was utterly unreasonable. Was this a commentary on my lack of resolve? Bai Jin could not help but voice his grievances. Yet, he soon cast his concerns aside. Compared to the attributes of the Iron-Blooded Bull King, this was a trivial matter. A health pool of 7, 687, 680. What an astonishing figure. Bai Jin, now at level 8, with a physical attribute of 8 points and a health of 800, was not even worthy of carrying the Bull King's shoes. Furthermore, the Iron-Blooded Bull King exhibited defensive attributes beyond mere defense strength. Bai Jin quickly realized that this was the enhancement bestowed by the Tough Skin talent. 3 talents, 3 skills. Bai Jin now understood why even the Savage Beast realm held this mighty bull in high regard. Endurance, Yellow Grade, Temporary. Effect, Passive Talent. Your stamina recovery speed is significantly increased, granting you a recovery of 1 or a minimum of 100 stamina points per second. This was an outrageous talent. A recovery speed of 1 or a minimum of 100 stamina points per second was unimaginable. At this rate, Bai Jin felt that neither he nor the Iron-Blooded Bull King would ever experience fatigue. Who would dare call him a pretty boy now? Bai Jin felt a surge of confidence. He possessed the Rapid Strike talent and had tested the feasibility of executing rapid punches, considering the stamina consumed by such actions. He could unleash a barrage of punches for 10 days and nights without pause. 10 days and nights of pure prowess. Unparalleled. Tough Skin, Yellow Grade, Temporary. Effect, Passive Talent. Your physical defense is increased by an additional 2 points, magic defense by 1 point, and your resistance to blunt and piercing damage is significantly enhanced. The effects of the talent varied between Bai Jin and the Iron-Blooded Bull King. The level 8 Bull King received an increase of 920 points in physical defense and 960 points in magic defense, vastly superior to Bai Jin's own attributes. This disparity underscored his current status as a weakling with only 1 in attribute growth. Iron-Blooded Battle Will, Yellow Grade. Effect, Passive Talent. The Iron-Blooded Bull King fears no challenge. Regarding this talent from which he could not benefit, Bai Jin scoffed. 4. In the depths of the hellish dungeon. The Bull King had previously emitted a roar commanding his submission, yet he had been incapacitated at the time and could not respond. However, even had he been fully lucid, he would have refused. After all, he was no beast tamer and possessed no enslavement tools, rendering any attempt at a stable capture impossible. Given the Bull King's strength, a mere roar at close range could spell his demise. Bai Jin gazed at the iron-blooded Bull King's characteristics, and upon perceiving them, he was struck with astonishment. Promotion. Upon meeting certain conditions, the iron-blooded Bull King has the potential to ascend to a higher quality. Bai Jin's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Perhaps he had misunderstood. It was not merely the 3 talents at play, but rather this promotion characteristic that warranted the emphasis from the savage beast realm regarding this colossal creature. In that instant, Bai Jin hesitated to make a second choice. The supreme talent was indeed formidable. The woodpecker's skill, aside from its absolute damage characteristic, was rather weak, failing to exhibit the summoned creature's state of ultimate development. Now, the iron-blooded Bull King's attributes had revealed the potency of that effect. Disregarding further contemplation, Bai Jin turned his attention to the 3 available talent effect options that had emerged. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summon skill. The summoning creature gains an additional 200 to all attributes. Mystic Grade. 2. Designate a summon skill. The summoning creature converts 30 damage taken into health. Mystic Grade. 3. Designate a summon skill. The summoning creature gains an extra 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow Grade. With 2 Mystic Grade talent effects, Bai Jin knew he could not choose incorrectly. Designate the summon iron-blooded Bull King for a total attribute boost of 200. As the talent enhancements were completed, the attributes of the iron-blooded Bull King underwent a remarkable transformation. Iron-blooded Bull King, Yellow Grade Special. Level 8. Health points 23, 040, 000. Stamina 23, 040, 000. Defense strength 30. Physical defense 5, 760. Magical defense 2, 880. Attack speed range 0, 2. Physical attack 11, 520. Talents: endurance, iron skin, indomitable will. Traits: ascension. Skills: roar of the king, savage stomp, brutal charge. Equipment: none. Health at 23, 040, 000. Physical attack at 11, 520. Bai Jin could hardly contain his laughter. From now on, he would hide behind this iron-willed Minotaur king and watch as 100 frenzied woodpeckers obliterated enemies in an instant. Bai Jin's sense of security had significantly increased, yet he had resolved not to pursue that second option. The Minotaur king already possessed the trait of ascension, so he decided to take his time. There was no need to sacrifice those minotaurs as resources to aid the king's growth. With each level gained, there were talent effects, and the recent increase of 200 to all attributes was already unimaginably powerful. Moreover, once he entered that battlefield, the sheer number of minotaurs he would face could be overwhelming. Given his own frail constitution, the risk of being besieged was alarmingly high. Chapter 25, Endurance. Endless Stamina. The old bull's attack speed remained unchanged even after a 200-point increase in all attributes, a mystery that left Bai Jin perplexed. Upon exiting the dungeon, he had already summoned the iron-willed Minotaur King into his space. Not waiting for his younger sister Lu Ruyan, Bai Jin hurried home as per his aunt's instructions. However, this time, he felt invigorated. With his long legs in motion, Bai Jin sprinted towards home. Even at the maximum strength of his current 8-point physical attributes, he felt not a hint of fatigue. Endurance. Terrifying indeed. To think that fatigue could befall him was utterly impossible. He dashed forward with all his might. Yet his breathing remained steady. Not only was his stamina abundant, but he also felt no trace of physical soreness. Sprint. Sprint. Despite exerting himself to the utmost, the anticipated exhaustion simply did not manifest. A true man ought to be this way. Bai Jin chuckled to himself, reveling in this exquisite sensation of pushing to the limits without an ounce of fatigue. In a grand yet elegantly simple hall, Bai Jin's aunt sat upright. No one else was present, yet she bore no trace of the languor typical of home. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed as a woman clad in armor strode in. His aunt had already risen and hastened to greet her upon hearing the footsteps. With a light jog, she approached the armored woman and bowed respectfully. Lady Valkyrie, Tang Yun greeted, her voice imbued with respect and admiration, as though she were in the presence of an idol. Take a seat. I am quite busy. Speak plainly if you have matters to discuss. The armored woman's expression was austere, yet her voice carried an indescribable weariness, as though she bore an insurmountable burden of responsibility. Tang Yun cast a sympathetic glance at the woman who had taken her seat, then inhaled deeply. Lady Valkyrie, I wish to exchange this jade token for something. She unfastened a first-class guardian jade token from her waist. Exchange something? You summoned me for this. You could have simply approached any commander, the woman replied. Her tone laced with incredulity as she turned to leave. Tang Yun quickly stepped forward. My lady, I seek the absolute substitution skill book from the Valkyrie Legion's contribution repository. The woman, who had just begun to depart, abruptly turned around, fixing her gaze intently on Tang Yun. This time, Tang Yun, emboldened, met her stare unwaveringly. Tang Yun, the Valkyrie Legion can protect you indefinitely, ensuring a life free from worry. Yet how dare you harbor such extravagant desires? The Valkyrie regarded Tang Yun coldly. Though she was a woman who had once graced the beauty rankings, it mattered little in this context. My brother-in-law, Bai Yi, and my sister, Tang Ling's son, have awakened. I wish for his safety. I implore you, my lady, grant my wish. As she spoke, Tang Yun sank to her knees. The Valkyrie regarded Tang Yun's kneeling plea with disdain. Tang Yun, that is a token entrusted by the Domain Lord to the Valkyrie Legion. Do not speak of your nephew. For even your daughter, awakened with heavenly talent, would not qualify for that skill book. Enough. For the sake of your love for your child, I shall overlook your audacity. The Valkyrie strode towards the exit. Tang Yun's face turned pale. On what grounds do you say we are unworthy? Why? She turned away, sorrow etched in her voice. However, the Valkyrie paid her no heed, continuing her march out. My brother-in-law is the formidable 5th-tier Beastmaster. If he survives, he may well have reached your current level. My sister and I both possess heavenly talents. We may yet have the opportunity to achieve Tier 5. The White family of the Southern Domain faces near annihilation. Now, Bai Changqing continues to fight for the Domain Lord, and Bai Yi has joined the Valkyrie Legion. My daughter awakens heavenly talent, and when you came to take her, I said not a word. Yet this is still insufficient to qualify? Then tell me, what constitutes qualification? Tang Yun's voice grew frantic. The Valkyrie halted, then turned back. Her face a mask of icy resolve. Tang Yun, were it not for this guardian jade token, would you have been able to lead a peaceful life alongside Bai Jin for so many years? Each year, funds are deposited into your account, ensuring your family's well-being. The Legion has not wronged you. Your daughter awakens heavenly talent. If we do not accept her, can you safeguard her? And as for the Southern Domain White family, that is their own doing. Tang Yun was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Their own doing? Their own doing? Do you think I am unaware? Had it not been for the Domain Lord's desire to exploit the opportunity to invade the Void Demon Realm, how could there have been that catastrophic war that decimated the Southern Domain? The White family faces near extinction, yet bears the blame. Is that just? In an instant, the Valkyrie's figure vanished, reappearing before Tang Yun. Her expression remained frigid as she bent down and grasped Tang Yun's neck, lifting her effortlessly. Tang Yun, the Domain Lord must not be insulted. The existence of the 9th domain is a product of sacrifices you cannot fathom. Do you think that with this jade token, I would hesitate to act against you? An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped Tang Yun, plunging her into an icy abyss. Yet, she remained undeterred. Even if the White family bears the blame, my sister sacrificed everything to save so many of her sisters. Does this not warrant you to speak to the Domain Lord? Upon hearing this, the Valkyrie paused, then sighed and released her grip. Tang Yun's once fair neck bore the imprint of a hand, yet she paid it no mind. Continuing to fixate on the woman before her, I will inquire on your behalf. But should this matter prove unfeasible, should you dare to cause further disturbance? Before Tang Yun could respond, the Valkyrie's figure vanished. Breathless, Tang Yun stumbled back a few steps and collapsed into a chair, her entire body drenched in cold sweat. Yet her eyes brimmed with hope. With merely the skill to summon a woodpecker, Xiao Jin has successfully navigated the hellish dungeon. There must be unspeakable secrets surrounding him. Perhaps his talent is of divine caliber or even higher. I had suspected as much, given the exceptional abilities of my brother-in-law and sister. How could Xiao Jin be anything but extraordinary? Moreover, recalling the events of yesteryears, if one must traverse this path, absolute security is imperative. Should that unparalleled skill book be acquired by Xiao Jin, I would find solace in the future. Even if I fail to obtain that skill book this time, I must ensure that Ru Yin finds a way to acquire it later. Thus, Tang Yun began her anxious wait. The sound of footsteps echoed, and the Valkyrie returned with an oddly peculiar expression, clutching a skill book in her hand. Tang Yun, in that battle, the Bai family suffered catastrophic losses. This is an undeniable fact. However, the situation is not as you surmise. It was not Lord Domain Master who seized the opportunity to invade the Void Demon Realm. The cost incurred by Lord Domain Master in that battle was unfathomable, ultimately repelling the incursion of the Void Demons, a price that defies description. A suffering 1,000-fold greater than your sister's self-immolation. Regardless, the Bai family was the root cause of that calamity, which explains their fierce resistance. Had it not been for the sacrifice of 3 5th-tier and 18 4th-tier warriors from the Bai family, and the near total extinction of their ordinary kin, do you believe the remnants of the Bai family, including your nephew, would have survived? A weary voice reverberated, leaving Tang Yun momentarily stunned. Though she swiftly concealed the skill book, it had transpired over a decade ago. The pursuit of right and wrong no longer bore significance, and she must seize this fortuitous opportunity. Initially, she had merely intended to create a ruckus to secure some advantages for her nephew, yet the Valkyrie, a paragon of strength, lacked the experience of common folk and did not even engage in negotiation. She had intended to demand a formidable soul-binding equipment, but unexpectedly came into possession of this divine skill. The Valkyrie finally spoke. This skill was originally designated for her, yet she had just firmly expressed her intent to bestow it upon Bai Jin. May this sentiment not be in vain. Tang Yun was taken aback, but did not inquire further. Regardless of the circumstances, she had acquired an unimaginable boon, and there was no reason to retreat. Chapter 26, Ant. I shall become invincible. My lord, I mean no offense to Lord Domain Master. My daughter will one day join the Valkyrie Legion, and my nephew shall also tread the path of battle, contributing and dedicating himself to our 9th domain, Tang Yun respectfully stated, shedding the earlier frenzied demeanor. The Valkyrie nodded. A tumultuous era approaches. You must swiftly relocate to the Legion's vicinity to avoid becoming a concern and burden to your daughter. Tang Yun promptly nodded. With a swish, the first-class Guardian Jade token in Tang Yun's grasp vanished. I have taken the Guardian Jade token. Once you arrive at the Legion's base, there will be no need for it, lest you misuse it later. Burning one's talent does not signify an end to strength. Your child has grown. In the future, exposing him to diverse power systems within the Legion may even offer a chance to restore his soul's injuries. The voice echoed distantly as Tang Yun bowed deeply, her eyes gleaming with determination as she departed. Upon arriving at Misty Sea Base City, Tang Yun drove fervently towards home. Xiao Jin quickly learned this skill book. Observing her aunt's barely contained joy, Bai Jin hastily accepted the skill book. Aunt, I have no skill points left. I cannot learn the skill book for now. Wait, what happened to your neck? Bai Jin's voice rose in anger upon noticing the unmistakable handprints on his aunt's fair, slender neck. With that first-class Guardian Jade token issued by the Valkyrie Legion, he could not fathom who would dare to lay hands on his aunt. Aunt, where's your token? Bai Jin was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face. Tang Yun understood Bai Jin had seen the marks on her neck, yet she remained unperturbed. Do not dwell on trivial matters, Xiao Jin. Quickly learn it. This skill book requires no skill points. Tang Yun urged eagerly. Bai Jin fell silent, likely piecing together some of the events. As he grasped the skill book, Bai Jin observed its attributes. Absolute replacement, special. Description, upon learning. It allows for permanent locking of a designated target, creating an absolute replacement effect. Note, can only lock once. Once locked, it cannot be altered. If the target is destroyed or perishes, this skill dissipates. Bai Jin inhaled deeply, fully comprehending the formidable nature of this skill. His aunt must have paid a tremendous price to acquire it, perhaps even facing physical confrontation to obtain this special skill book. He silently committed this matter to memory. The fact that his aunt returned safely indicated that the assailant bore no murderous intent, but perhaps the value of this skill book had provoked their ire. Currently, he was still weak, yet with his talent, he would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. When that time came, he would ensure to repay the debt of the one who had dared to mark his aunt's neck. Vowing to leave at least 2 clear handprints upon that individual, he declared, designate the target as the blue star world beneath my feet. Bai Jin commanded within his mind, yet the special skill book remained unresponsive. Designate the target as Misty Sea Base City. Still, the skill book showed no reaction. Designate the target as the one with the thickest bloodline in the 9th domain. Endlessly attempting, yet the skill book remained unyielding. Xiao Jin, why are you in a daze? His aunt's puzzled voice broke through his thoughts, bringing him back to reality. As he focused, the special skill book began to transform in his hands. Designate the summoned Iron Blood Barbarian King skill as the locked target. As Bai Jin issued the command, the absolute replacement skill book dissipated in a flash of light, merging with the summoning rune of the Iron Blood Barbarian King within his consciousness. Thus, he understood why no additional skill points were necessary. Absolute replacement, special. Description, any damage you incur will be transferred to the summoned Iron Blood Barbarian King. Note, until the Iron Blood Barbarian King perishes, you shall not experience any harm. Note, should the summoning rune of the Iron Blood Barbarian King be utterly destroyed, this absolute replacement skill shall dissipate. An inexplicable connection extended from Bai Jin to the colossal Iron Blood Barbarian King in the summoning space. and he understood that as long as the Iron Blood Barbarian King remained alive, he would be impervious to harm. With the Barbarian King's health and defenses, Bai Jin could hardly conceive of any creature of equal level capable of inflicting injury upon him. At that moment, a feeling of invincibility surged within Bai Jin's chest. "Aunt, I am about to become invincible," he exclaimed excitedly. His aunt beamed brightly. "Xiao Jin, with this skill, your safety will be significantly enhanced. However, refrain from uttering words like invincible." "Indeed, aunt, I merely intended to express that I feel immensely powerful," Bai Jin clarified, to which his aunt nodded, smiling. From childhood, the only concern she had regarding Bai Jin was his recent foray into dungeon raiding. "Xiao Jin, the handprints on my neck, well, they were left by one of my idols. Do not overthink it. I assure you, I am unharmed," Tang Yun explained with a hint of worry. To which Bai Jin silently nodded in understanding. "Xiao Jin, with this absolute substitute in hand, you need not concern yourself with equipment for the time being. Ordinary gear is of little consequence. Even a high-quality yet low-demand little ant is incapable of acquiring it. The yellow-grade iron bull is sufficient to dominate the wild beast path dungeon, thus ensuring your safety. Well then, Ruyan should be back soon. I will prepare the ingredients, and you can entertain yourself." "All right, little ant." With that, Tang Yun entered the kitchen to busy herself, while Bai Jin returned to his room. He retrieved a wooden box and extracted the perfect grade promotion certificate. After securing it, he placed the wooden box on his desk. His younger sister, Lu Ruyan, possesses a heavenly grade talent and is bound to encounter numerous dangers in the future. If she could utilize this perfect grade promotion certificate to advance one level, it would bestow her with an additional 10 points in attributes compared to using an extraordinary grade certificate. Furthermore, each subsequent level gained would yield an extra attribute point, accumulating to a significant advantage over time. His little aunt raised him, and in his heart, he had long regarded her as his own mother, while his younger sister was akin to his biological sibling. Not to mention that even without this extraordinary skill being provided by his aunt, he had already intended to gift the perfect grade promotion certificate to his sister, Lu Ruyan. Given his innate talent and strength, he would easily acquire extra free attribute points by conquering other hellish dungeons in the future. However, the absolute substitute skill did not trigger any modifications to his supreme summoning talent, likely due to it not being categorized as a summoning skill. An 8th level Iron Bull King possesses a staggering 23.04 million health points. What if a 100-fold summoning effect were to manifest in the future? Bai Jin dared not contemplate it further. If he were to have 100 Iron Bull Kings absorbing damage for him, he would boldly engage the dungeon's south boss in close combat. The Iron Bull King he defeated in the hellish dungeon previously should pale in comparison to the current Iron Bull King, indicating its formidable nature. Perhaps I should consider that second option, entering the battlefield space to engage in a fierce battle with a horde of bulls. The stronger the Iron Bull King becomes, the more assured my safety will be in the future. This matter warrants consideration. However, it is likely that the bulls entering the battlefield will not be subjected to the restrictions of the Blue Star rules. They could very well be level 10 or above, which requires caution. Thus, I shall grind through the nightmarish dungeons a few more times tomorrow and use 3 extraordinary grade promotion certificates to advance to level 1. Or even grind to level 19. At that point, accompanied by a level 19 Iron Bull King and 100 level 29 Berserk Woodpeckers, my victory will be virtually guaranteed. Bai Jin immersed himself in contemplation. "Brother, I'm back," a cheerful voice echoed, prompting Bai Jin to hastily exit his room. Chapter 27. Life Space Crystal. Upon seeing the joyful girl, Bai Jin's expression shifted, for behind her was a graceful and gentle aura emanating from a beautiful woman. To be deemed beautiful in Bai Jin's eyes speaks volumes of her allure. "Mom, come out quickly, we have a guest." Lu Ruyan cheerfully directed the figure behind her to take a seat before dashing into the kitchen. "A guest?" Tang Yun inquired, perplexed. After drying her hands, she followed her daughter outside, only to find a woman seated elegantly on the sofa, fixating her gaze on Bai Jin, who bore an awkward expression. Tang Yun had encountered dignitaries before. She respectfully bowed, leaving Bai Jin momentarily dumbfounded. He knew that even in the presence of the previous 2 fourth-tier individuals, his aunt had been quite casual. Yet, what was he witnessing now? "Do not stand on ceremony. I happened to be passing by and wanted to see the son of Bai Yi and Tang Ling. Indeed, a fine young man you are. Possessing the beauty of Tang Ling, you are even more handsome than your father," the woman complimented. Hearing her speak in a tone reminiscent of an elder and seemingly familiar with his parents, Bai Jin's demeanor became respectful. Bai Jin has met the esteemed aunt. The woman's expression froze, and Tang Yun was equally taken aback, the atmosphere growing tense. "Aunt." The woman's lips twitched, seemingly unable to accept such a designation. However, Observing Bai Jin's earnest and respectful demeanor, she ultimately gritted her teeth and acquiesced. In an instant, Bai Jin found himself standing before an idyllic wooden cabin, surrounded by a crystal-clear stream. The woman from earlier gracefully approached him. "I heard from Ru Yin that you have awakened the Void Summoner talent?" she inquired softly. Bai Jin nodded vigorously. "Your father possesses the Beast Tamer talent. How did it transform into the Void Summoner talent in your case?" "Never mind. I owe your mother a favor from years past. Take this. It is better than nothing," the woman remarked, summoning a transparent crystal the size of a pigeon egg into her hand. "Aunt, this Bai Jin. Aunt is a title reserved for married elder females. I am not married, so it is inappropriate for you to address me as such. Call me Murong Jia or refer to me as the Ice Empress instead." "Understood. I have met the Ice Empress." Bai Jin promptly corrected himself. The woman appeared slightly disappointed, but it was certainly an improvement over the earlier term. The Ice Empress extended her hand, and the transparent crystal soared towards Bai Jin, merging seamlessly into his forehead before he could even react. This left him somewhat dazed, having just learned the absolute substitute skill, but he quickly realized that it was not harmful. As the crystal integrated with his being, Bai Jin comprehended the immense value of what had been bestowed upon him. It was a space crystal. Were it an ordinary storage item, Bai Jin might not have paid it much heed, for most practitioners possess a storage device. The only difference lies in the size of the space. However, this space crystal he received is a unique one capable of accommodating living beings. Now he understood why she seemed somewhat regretful that he did not awaken a beast tamer talent. If an ordinary beast tamer possessed such a space item, they could store their beasts without needing to carry them around. "Thank you, Ice Empress." Bai Jin expressed his gratitude earnestly. "All right, I must take my leave now." As the space shifted, Bai Jin found himself back in his living room. As if he had just undergone a vivid illusion, the woman had vanished without a trace. "Xiao Jin, she didn't do anything to you, did she?" His little aunt hurried to his side, inspecting him before finally exhaling in relief. "She is very kind. She gave me something exceptionally valuable before leaving. By the way, do you know her, little aunt?" Bai Jin inquired. Tang Yin nodded. Murong Xiaobing, a fifth-tier mage empress, proficient in spatial magic, was previously the mentor of that Shui Wei. His aunt suddenly burst into laughter, even doubling over with mirth. "Xiao Jin, do you realize? I have known her for quite some time. She is immensely powerful and has always maintained a distance from others. However, witnessing her flustered and speechless demeanor just now was truly eye-opening." Tang Yun was at a loss as to why tears of laughter streamed down her face. Noticing Bai Jin's utterly confused expression, she gently explained, "When you called her aunt, it wasn't entirely incorrect. It's just that she likely didn't expect such a situation to arise. Hence she was too embarrassed to face us afterward. After giving you the gift, she simply left." Bai Jin was somewhat at a loss for words, astonished that his aunt could be so elated over such a trivial matter. "Younger sister, brother." The two spoke simultaneously, and Bai Jin gestured for the other to go first. "Brother, I have something for you. Just now, Lord Ice Emperor has issued a command to me. I bear a layer of spatial protection she has bestowed upon me, but it can only last for a maximum of 2 hours. I must head to the main city shortly." The younger sister presented a wooden box to him, her voice tinged with reluctance to part with it. "You go ahead. My aunt and I will arrive at the main city soon and will come to find you. By the way, I have something for you as well." Bai Jin returned to his room to retrieve the wooden box he had prepared earlier, then exchanged it with Lu Ruyun. "Brother, don't open it yet. Wait until I leave." Bai Jin's hand, poised to open the box, halted abruptly. Lu Ruyun beamed. Placing the box Bai Jin had given her back in her room before swiftly darting into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before long, a delectable dinner was ready, and the three enjoyed the meal in good spirits, exchanging laughter and conversation. "Mom, keep an eye on brother. He mustn't continue to tackle dungeons alone. That training party has been paid by Sister Shuawei. Brother, level up with the group to the first rank. Don't overexert yourself," Lu Riyun admonished with concern. "Enough of that. Hurry and tidy up, then head to the main city. Don't wait until the spatial protection dissipates." Lu Riyun rushed back to her room, gathering the items she needed into her storage equipment. Picking up the wooden box, she hummed a tune as she opened it, eager to see what gift her brother had bestowed upon her. A perfect rank promotion certificate. Lu Riyun was momentarily stunned upon extracting the certificate from the box, before breaking into a radiant smile. "It must be the esteemed 5th rank space sovereign, Murong Xiaobing, who just gifted this to my brother. This is something even Sister Shuawei hasn't prepared for me. Brother, really, such a precious item, and he doesn't keep it for himself. With my celestial level talent, even if I use an exceptional rank promotion certificate to advance, the additional free attribute points are of little significance to me." Murmuring to herself, Lu Riyun, her face alight with joy, activated the certificate, which then transformed into light and merged into her body. Lu Riyun, perfect advancement to the first rank. As Lu Riyun advanced to the first rank, a surge of spatial power emerged, and her figure vanished from the room. When she reappeared, Lu Riyun found herself in the teleportation area of the Misty Sea base city. Mom, let brother join the training party to grind through the normal dungeons until he reaches level 9 with full experience. I've already given him the promotion certificate, so keep an eye on him. Without waiting for a reply, Lu Riyun stepped into the teleportation array, her form disappearing. Tang Yun watched the message from her daughter, a smile gracing her lips. Xiao Jin, you gave Riyun the perfect rank promotion certificate from the Hell Dungeon, right? Quickly go and see what your sister has given you. Bai Jin returned to his room, emerging with the wooden box, and sat beside his aunt to open it. This. Bai Jin stared incredulously at the perfect rank promotion certificate in his hand, his heart brimming with emotion. The little rascal has quite the audacity, daring to solo the Hell Dungeon without fear of perishing within. His aunt murmured, though her tone revealed little displeasure. Xiao Jin, I forgot to give you this. She hastily rose and returned to her room, soon reappearing with a small box cradled in her arms. Observing the wistful expression on his aunt's face, Bai Jin surmised that it likely contained mementos from his parents. Upon opening the box, he discovered several photographs and a beautifully crafted bracelet. His aunt lifted the bracelet, took hold of Bai Jin's left hand, and slipped it onto his wrist. The distinctly feminine bracelet gradually shrank, perfectly conforming to his wrist. Xiao Jin, this is the only thing your mother left behind. All other items have been removed, so it is now empty. This was your mother's personal possession. I possess a similar one, a gift we received from our master when we apprenticed, and it bears no relation to the Bai family of the southern domain. His aunt reminisced fondly. Aunt, that piece is more suited for my sister. However, as a man, would it be appropriate for me to wear such a feminine storage bracelet? Bai Jin inquired. The somber mood of his aunt transformed into a beaming smile, causing Bai Jin to inwardly lament. As expected, she could hardly contain her laughter. Xiao Jin, you make a valid point, but there is no rule stating that boys cannot wear feminine storage bracelets. Whatever thoughts crossed her mind, his aunt erupted into laughter. Bai Jin sighed helplessly. He couldn't possibly reveal to her that he possessed the talents of endurance and robust physique, qualities that undeniably marked him as a true man, unafraid of facing perilous challenges. Moreover, he also had the talent for rapid impact. Rapid impact, enduring stamina, robust physique, this is beyond extraordinary. I must ensure no woman learns of these abilities. Otherwise, Bai Jin felt a tightening in his chest, resolving never to speak of this again. Your aunt was merely jesting, but this is indeed a storage item of high quality, incomparable to the ordinary wares on the market. You will understand once you bind your soul to it. Heeding his aunt's words, Bai Jin no longer hesitated. After all, it was the only item his mother had left him. It was only fitting that it be entrusted to him. At worst, he could replace it with another style of storage equipment once he earned enough money. Raising his left hand to his forehead, Bai Jin swiftly completed the binding with the storage bracelet. Aunt, this is actually a mystic-level storage bracelet. The space within is astonishingly vast. Bai Jin exclaimed in delight. And his aunt nodded with a smile. Indeed, the master your mother and I apprenticed under was a top-tier powerhouse, so the gifts were certainly not meager. Now, hurry back to your room and familiarize yourself with how to use this item. Your aunt is tired and needs to sleep, she yawned. Bai Jin quickly nodded and hastened back to his room. The storage bracelet was identical in style to the one worn by his sister, likely sharing the same internal capacity, with a space vast enough to rival a football field and a height of 40 to 50 meters. Any item previously bound to a soul could only be used by another if its original owner had died, causing the soul imprint to dissipate. Although his aunt was alive, she had once burned through her talent, weakening her soul to the point where she could no longer maintain the soul imprint within the storage bracelet. As time passed without replenishment of spiritual energy, the binding would eventually dissolve, explaining why his aunt, despite possessing a physical strength of the third rank, required more sleep than the younger generation. Back in his room, Bai Jin eagerly utilized both types of distinctly different spatial equipment to collect various items. The life-absorbing space he had integrated could accommodate living beings, complete with a sustainable environment, a feature that set it apart from the majority of conventional storage equipment. However, there exists a slight drawback, namely that within the life containment space, certain items cannot be preserved for extended periods, such as meat. Once placed inside, it deteriorates just as it would in the real world after a short while. Additionally, the life space does not allow for the arbitrary collection of living beings. If a creature possesses a complete soul, it cannot be contained. However, smaller animals like chickens, ducks, and geese, which can only be considered as possessing a degree of intelligence, can indeed be collected and raised within it. In contrast, the storage bracelet on his wrist is distinct. It encompasses a realm of utter stillness. incapable of containing living beings with a soul's essence. Nonetheless, it can store items like food, which can be preserved for an extraordinarily long duration, nearly indefinitely. With these two distinct spaces at his disposal, as long as he prepares adequately, the issue of sustenance is no longer a concern for him. Particularly with the life containment space, once properly organized, it could easily transform into a breeding zone. Bai Jin has already contemplated this, but for now, there is no rush. He intends to focus on advancing to the first tier before addressing such matters. Reclining on his bed while grasping his mobile phone, Bai Jin peruses the news. This has become an indispensable ritual for him before sleep. Blood Battle 8 Desolations Academy announces enrollment criteria. Perfect level talents must achieve an outstanding tier promotion to the first level. Talents of yellow grade and above can enroll without examination and enjoy various privileges. This is the information Bai Jin is most concerned about regarding the Pioneering Academy. Chapter 29. Iron-blooded true men, valiant and resolute heroes. Much like the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy he attended with his younger sister, Lu Rian, the Blood Battle 8 Desolations Academy is part of the Blood Battle 8 Desolations Legion, one of the 10 great legions of the 9th domain. According to the standards of Blue Star in the past, this represents one of the top 10 prestigious schools. However, since the Valkyrie Legion is under the command of the Domain Lord of the 9th domain, its status is slightly elevated. The Valkyrie Pioneer Academy typically admits only females, and males wishing to enroll must possess talents that meet the Academy's requirements. It is said that initially, the Valkyrie Legion and its affiliated Pioneer Academy only accepted females. Later, they discovered that an all-female environment led to numerous complications. Ultimately, the Domain Lord revised the rules, allowing a select few eligible males to be admitted. The Blood Battle 8 Desolations Legion is renowned for its fearless and valiant men, composed entirely of first-rate iron-blooded warriors. Bai Jin naturally aspires to become such a stalwart figure. Regrettably, on the surface, he possesses only an ordinary talent, failing to meet even the minimum admission standards. In fact, it is not only the top 10 prestigious schools that place immense value on talent. Even the next tier of first-rate Pioneer Academies, and even those of second and third tiers, prioritize talent as their foremost criterion. Consequently, unless he reveals his true potential, it is unlikely anyone will extend an invitation to Bai Jin. This exemplifies the plight of a so-called academic underachiever in this new era. Talent functions like previous examination scores. Although there are exceptions where lower-grade talents may rival those of outstanding grade, such instances are exceedingly rare. The reliability of talent as a selection standard exceeds 99, making it the rigid criterion for nearly all Pioneer Academies admissions. Pioneer Academies are not traditional universities. Once admitted, one must adhere to the training and educational requirements dictated by the Associated Legion. Upon graduation, one is expected to join the Legion, making the Pioneer Academy akin to a basic training camp. With his talent and abilities, even without enrolling in any Pioneer Academy, Bai Jin can still strengthen himself, albeit within certain limitations and constraints. What defines a Pioneer Academy is encapsulated in the term Pioneer. The 9th domain currently boasts over 300 subordinate base cities, a number that continues to rise. The ranking of these base cities is determined by their establishment dates. For instance, the 9th base city, where Bai Jin currently resides, is one of the earliest established, with a history exceeding a century. Each base city varies in population, with those established in recent years potentially housing only thousands or tens of thousands. However, according to the latest population census, the total population of the 9th domain has surpassed 6 billion, a figure comparable to the total population of Blue Star several centuries ago. Moreover, as time progresses, this number is expected to continue its exponential growth. A decade ago, the figure stood at 3.6 billion, nearly doubling in a remarkably short span. Presently, there is a vigorous encouragement of childbirth, with the government covering all expenses from birth to awakening for every child. Not only is this a significant benefit, but it also holds greater importance. Since talent has hereditary factors, having more children will inevitably yield offspring with exceptional talents, subsequently elevating the family's status and wealth. Each base city is fundamentally established on a first-tier dungeon, providing a sustainable foundation for long-term development. Higher-tier dungeons are predominantly scattered throughout the wilderness areas between the base cities. The major factions and their affiliated Pioneer Academies are engaged in the exploration of these high-tier dungeons and the alternate worlds that lie beyond, possessing control over the teleportation arrays or pathways leading to those high-tier dungeon regions. Consequently, for professionals wishing to enhance their strength, they must either join a Pioneer Academy or venture into the wilderness to seek out unknown high-tier dungeons. In terms of safety, the former far surpasses the latter. Students with inferior talents either directly enter the workforce or pay to attend vocational academies for related knowledge. However, many vocational academies do not impart knowledge beyond occupational content, nor do they provide access to high-tier dungeons for students to further strengthen themselves. Suddenly, Bai Jin is taken aback by a message in the class group. Teacher Liang, dear students, as of now, 5 classmates, Wu Yong, Fan Tai, Zhong Ning, Li Bu, and Chen Huan, have been confirmed deceased. Bai Jin takes a deep breath. He knows these individuals and cannot believe they have already perished in such a brief time. The class group falls silent, a somber atmosphere enveloping them. Having shared 3 years together, it is hard to fathom their permanent farewell. Teacher Liang, students, you have all reached adulthood and awakened. Remember not to aim too high. Several classmates met their demise due to their overconfidence after easily clearing ordinary dungeons, mistakenly believing that challenging dungeons posed no threat, only to meet a tragic end within. Teacher Liang, the differences in dungeon difficulty are vast, akin to the disparities in your talents. Do not fall into blind confidence. All of you possess ordinary talents. So it is advisable to refrain from attempting dungeons beyond the ordinary level. You have but one life. Exercise caution. In this real game, there are no life tokens or the notion of friends' names fading after death. Rather, each dungeon has a specific mechanism. For instance, in the Savage Beast Path dungeon, the monsters do not remain stationary. Over time, all monsters, including the subsequent bosses, will shift their positions towards the area where the professionals entered. Within merely 5 hours, all monsters will converge upon the location where the professionals first entered, leading to a life-and-death encounter upon their meeting. Thus, based on the time of entry into the dungeon, many circumstances can be inferred. Bai Jin shuts off his phone, silently mourning for those classmates. In truth, if they had adhered to a steady and methodical approach, nearly everyone could have ascended to the first tier through repeated runs of ordinary dungeons. Yet, akin to drowning incidents, no matter how society emphasizes prevention, there will always be those who defy reason and engage in reckless behavior, forever believing that misfortune will never befall them. At present, his circumstances surpass his expectations. After an exhaustive ordeal, he fell into a deep slumber, having been rendered dizzy and collapsed by the 2 battle roars of the Bull King earlier that day. He required this rest to rejuvenate his spirit. Meanwhile, in the main city, within the grand hall where Tang Yun had previously encountered the Valkyrie, the 5th-tier space sovereign, Morong Xiaobing, awaited alongside Lu Ruyan. With measured steps, the Valkyrie entered, radiating an inexplicable aura of authority. Lu Ruyan felt as though the very air around her had conspired to confine her, and in that moment, she comprehended the sheer magnitude of an individual's power. The lofty beginnings granted by her celestial-grade talent and her prior pride in overcoming the hellish dungeon quickly faded into insignificance. Greetings, my lord. Morong Xiaobing respectfully bowed, and Lu Ruyan promptly followed suit. Be seated. Yes. Morong Xiaobing quickly ushered Lu Ruyan to a chair beside the Valkyrie, though she herself merely occupied a fraction of the seat, maintaining an upright posture with unwavering respect. Indeed, this visage rivals that of your mother. The Valkyrie remarked approvingly after a scrutinizing gaze at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan awaited further discourse with utmost deference. Xiaobing, present. This year, 10 individuals with celestial-grade talents have awakened, of which our Valkyrie Battle Corps has accepted 2. The other, known as Zhuge Luyun, possesses a talent for amplifying spell potency and is currently awaiting at the Zhuge family. The Valkyrie spoke with gravity. The 10 major factions have deliberated. These high-tier talent newcomers will no longer be cultivated separately by various pioneering academies. Morong Xiaobing quickly responded. My lord, please issue your command. Nodding, the Valkyrie continued. In the extreme south of the 9th domain, the 10 major powers will collaborate to establish a base city. This city shall be off-limits to ordinary folk, serving as a new site for a pioneering academy. Morong Xiaobing's eyes widened in shock. My lord, the extreme south. Is that truly a suitable location? The Valkyrie affirmed. It is a place personally selected by the domain lord, hence it is undoubtedly appropriate. With 10 celestial-grade talents, the dawn of a new era approaches. We cannot afford to lose any of them. Thus, it is prudent to cultivate them together. All major factions will be required to send members to teach at this academy, and our Valkyrie Battle Corps will likewise dispatch personnel. However, my responsibilities are overwhelming, making it unsuitable for me to go. I intend to send you and Lanshi to oversee operations, while our Battle Corps will periodically dispatch sisters to assist you. Yes, I will obey. Morong Xiaobing answered respectfully. Yet, gathering all talents in one place is tantamount to placing all eggs in one basket. Is that not exceedingly risky? I am but a 5th tier, not yet invincible. The Valkyrie shook her head. The 9th domain will concentrate its forces to protect that area, thus ensuring far greater safety than if they were nurtured separately. You need not fear interference from otherworldly powers. The primary threat arises internally, on a regulatory level. No one above 5th tier is permitted to approach that vicinity. Those at 5th tier and below will find your spatial abilities easily manageable. Consequently, this is significantly more secure than the separate cultivation across various factions. The initial growth phase is crucial. Once they surpass this perilous stage, they may return to their respective factions. Murong Xiaobing exhaled in relief. Very well, you shall summon Zhuge Luyuan. Within 3 days, the academy will commence enrollment. You may conveniently hand over your current tasks. Yes, Murong Xiaobing inquired. A sacred energy crystal from the Mist Sea-based city has shattered, and that student has been taken away by the Blood War 8 Directions faction. Should we investigate the student's situation? The Valkyrie shook her head. The Blood War 8 Directions faction did not secure any of the 10 celestial grade talents. The student's name is Wang Hao. The War Emperor, Ing Zhan, has already informed me of the situation. Their faction will cultivate Wang Hao independently, and we need not interfere. Murong Xiaobing's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be that Wang Hao possesses talent? The Valkyrie did not respond, swiftly rising and departing. Once her figure vanished, Murong Xiaobing turned to Lu Rian. Rian, do you recognize her? She is the contemporary Valkyrie of our battle corps, a 6th tier war emperor whose strength eclipses all. Murong Xiaobing spoke softly, her voice imbued with admiration and concern. Sister Xiaobing, I sense that our esteemed lord seems exceedingly fatigued. I intended to employ the power of holy light to soothe her soul, but her aura was too overwhelming for me to dare suggest it. Lu Rian whispered, her expression betraying her trepidation. Murong Xiaobing smiled warmly and affectionately pinched Lu Rian's cheek. Rian, your intentions are more valuable than anything else. Do not fret, even I, as a 5th tier mage sovereign, dare not meet her gaze directly. However, you are correct. Our lord bears immense pressure, tirelessly tending to crises everywhere. Were it not for her formidable strength, she might have already succumbed to the weight of her burdens. Perhaps, when you and others mature, you will be able to alleviate some of her stress. Lu Rian nodded earnestly. Sister Xiaobing, I understand. I shall strive to grow stronger, not only to protect my mother and brother, but also to share the burden of our esteemed Valkyrie. Her voice resonated with determination, and Murong Xiaobing felt a wave of satisfaction. As a 5th tier mage sovereign, she could discern sincerity from pretense. Your mother will likely reside within the battle corps, so her safety is assured. However, your brother may not find it suitable to dwell among an entirely female cohort. Yet, nothing is absolute. Perhaps exceptions could be made. With your brother's handsome visage, his presence might even uplift the spirits of the sisters. Murong Xiaobing mused, while Lu Rian found herself at a loss for words. Now, let us proceed. I will guide you to rest, and then I must attend to some matters before introducing you to Zhuge Luyuan. Thank you, Sister Xiaobing. After a particularly restorative slumber, Bai Jin awoke at dawn. He declined his aunt's offer to drive him, feeling somewhat uneasy without the Valkyrie Battle Corps 1st tier protective talisman. His aunt had assured him that once he ascended to the 1st tier, they could travel to the main city together, where she would reside at the Valkyrie Battle Corps stronghold. Ensuring their safety, he sprinted toward the dungeon area, his heart swelling with confidence. Armed with an absolute substitute skill, his safety felt remarkably assured. Indeed, even if he were to brawl with monsters within the dungeon, he could outlast them. Why is Teacher Li Ying here? Bai Jin queried, observing the seemingly distressed expression on Teacher Li Ying's face as he approached her. Teacher, what troubles you? Bai Jin inquired with curiosity, sensing the unusual gravity of the situation. Even as he drew near, Teacher Li Ying remained oblivious to his presence, a stark contrast to her usual attentiveness. Moreover, the woman who had introduced herself as Wang Gang's mother was also present, her demeanor appearing even more distressed. Bai Jin, you've arrived. It's nothing. I'm just waiting for Wang Gang to emerge, Teacher Li Ying replied, her tone laced with sorrow. Bai Jin's heart raced with apprehension as he connected the dots, recalling Wang Gang's mother's expression, and he began to comprehend the unfolding reality. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. As a teacher, do you not understand the importance of maintaining one's vitality? If not for my son spending those 2 days under your tutelage, how could he have perished in the challenging dungeon with his exceptional talent? Wang Gang's mother became somewhat hysterical, while Teacher Li Ying wore a face full of sorrow, yet offered no rebuttal. With the arrival of Bai Jin, a crowd had gathered nearby, predominantly composed of women, all gossiping as they observed the 3 individuals. However, it was clear from Wang Gang's mother's words that the situation was not a mere spectacle of 2 exquisite beauties vying for a young man's affection. Witnessing the beautiful yet aggrieved expression on Li Ying's face, someone spoke up on her behalf. While an exceptional talent is indeed superior to an ordinary one, its advantages are quite limited in the initial stages, particularly at levels 1 and 2. Even a team of exceptionally talented level 2 players could falter in a challenging dungeon. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement with this statement. Chapter 31. Fate in Circulation. With tears streaming down her face, Wang Gang's mother lamented. My son awakened an exceptional talent, and I was initially overjoyed. However, after 2 days of his absence, I assumed he was merely reveling in the excitement of his newfound abilities. He has always been obedient, always returning home to prepare before venturing into dungeons. Yet, why did you agree to marry my son and secretly obtain a marriage certificate without consulting me? Wang Gang's mother questioned through her sobs. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. While deaths in dungeons were a daily occurrence, such gossip was rare, especially concerning teacher Li Ying. Li Ying gently turned her head and began, Mom, do not call me Mom. Do you not realize that you are the cause of my son's death? He has just come of age, filled with youthful vigor, unaware of moderation, which leads to a significant depletion of his mental and physical vitality, especially his spirit. This could dull his reactions and impair his judgment. Otherwise, how could my obedient son venture into a difficult dungeon on his own? You obtained a marriage certificate without my consent, and now my son is dead. Who will take responsibility? Wang Gang's mother was becoming increasingly hysterical. Li Ying, in a position of vulnerability, replied softly, Wang Gang told me that his father married his teacher after graduation, which is you, aunt. He assured me there would be no issues, and that is why I agreed. Wang Gang's mother was momentarily stunned, then let out a bitter laugh. Yes, my son was right, but his father met his demise in a dungeon under similar circumstances. My son was born posthumously, and now he too is gone. What is the point of my existence now? The surrounding practitioners were left speechless. Bai Jin, witnessing this for the first time, felt a profound sense of incredulity. Madam, you must cease your antagonism towards your daughter-in-law. She is carrying new life within her. It would be wise to calm your emotions. A woman clad in a white robe spoke up, leaving both Wang Gang's mother and Li Ying in stunned silence. She is with child? Wang Gang's mother asked, astonished and incredulous, pointing towards Li Ying. The woman who had just spoken nodded affirmatively. I am a tier 1 healer, I am certain. Moreover, based on the contained yin and yang energies, she carries a boy. Boom. Both Wang Gang's mother and Li Ying were momentarily rendered speechless. Life will continue. Fate is in circulation. With a thought, Bai Jin vanished into the nightmare-level dungeon. Iron-blooded Bull King, arise. With a mental command, the massive iron-blooded Bull King appeared with a mighty bellow. This time, Bai Jin refrained from summoning the frenzied woodpecker, opting instead to test the combat prowess of the iron-blooded Bull King. Charge. The iron-blooded Bull King lunged forward, barreling towards a wild bull 100 meters away. Boom. Bai Jin chuckled. With just one charge, the formidable level 8 elite bull was obliterated in an instant. Splendid. Bai Jin cheered inwardly, then directed the iron-blooded Bull King to continue advancing. This time, he did not allow the iron-blooded Bull King to engage the monster head-on. As they drew near, Bai Jin focused his thoughts and unleashed the king's war cry. With a resounding roar, a shockwave spread outward in all directions. Boom. The elite wild bull was obliterated instantly once more. Impressive. The king's war cry is an area of effect skill, capable of inflicting damage over a wide area around the iron-blooded Bull King. Truly a weapon for group battles. Bai Jin took a deep breath, then checked the iron-blooded Bull King's stamina. When he executed the charge skill, the iron-blooded Bull King had instantly consumed 1 point of stamina. However, thanks to the endurance talent, his stamina replenished immediately. The king's war cry skill consumed 10 points of stamina, and its cooldown was approximately the time it took for the iron-blooded Bull King to prepare his lungs and throat for the next bellow, about 1 second. This meant the iron-blooded Bull King could unleash the king's war cry 11 times before exhausting his stamina. As he ran, the iron-blooded Bull King's stamina quickly replenished. Amazing. This endurance talent is indeed an exceptional gift for melee classes, allowing successive powerful skills to be unleashed. No wonder those formidable warriors can charge through the battlefield with the endurance aura. Bai Jin concentrated again as the iron-blooded Bull King approached 2 wild bulls. Ruthless trample. With a powerful kick from its hind legs, the massive bull reared up, then brought its iron hooves crashing down onto the ground. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, sending clouds of dust into the air, and the 2 wild bulls were effortlessly slain. This attack also consumed 10 points of stamina. Compared to the king's war cry, the ruthless trample was also an area attack, though its range was significantly smaller, affecting only a 10-meter radius around the iron-blooded Bull King's hooves. However, despite the smaller area, the damage appeared to be much greater, leaving a shallow pit nearly half a meter deep and 3 meters wide in the ground. With 3 skills tested, 2 of which were area damage, the charge could also be considered a linear area damage skill. While he had not determined the upper limit of damage, It was sufficient for now. Onward. Infinite charge. The iron-blooded Bull King charged forward, quickly reaching the final boss's vicinity. Bai Jin commanded the iron-blooded Bull King to halt. He had reached level 9 and was now presented with a choice of talent effects. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoned creature to reflect 10 damage back to the attacker. Mystic level. 2. Designate a summoned creature to convert 30 damage into health. Mystic level. 3. Designate a summoned creature to gain an additional 3 points of physical defense per level. Yellow level. Chapter 32. Brand new talent. Damage reflection. Gazing at these 3 talent effects, Bai Jin's expression grew serious, particularly regarding the first effect. Designate a summoned creature to reflect 10 damage back to the attacker. This was a form of damage reflection, akin to shield-type skills that many magic practitioners have the opportunity to learn. However, Bai Jin felt that bestowing this upon the iron-blooded Bull King seemed inappropriate. The iron-blooded Bull King's defensive prowess currently stands at an impressive 11 points. However, its innate talent, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, further augments its physical defense by an additional 2,640 points and magical defense by 1,320 points. It is exceedingly challenging for any adversary of equal standing, be it a player or a monster, to breach this formidable defense. Even if they manage to do so, the inflicted damage remains limited, a mere 10 points of damage reflection, rather than a direct 10 points of attack reflection. In truth, such a phenomenon is rather difficult to perceive when applied to the iron-blooded Bull King. Yet, should this attribute be endowed to the rampaging woodpecker, the circumstances would be vastly different. The rampaging woodpecker, classified as a flying void summon, must engage in close combat by pecking at its targets. Presently, it possesses only 11 points of defense strength derived from its innate mana intensity, rendering it exceedingly fragile. However, this fragility may be transformed into an advantage, as the rampaging woodpecker benefits from a talent effect that endows it with 10,000 hit points. At its current level of 19, its hit points have soared to an astonishing 13,800. Being a small summon, it is often susceptible to simultaneous attacks from multiple enemies. If the 10-point damage reflection were activated, the visual spectacle would indeed be magnificent. Moreover, in future encounters with spellcasting foes, should an enemy unleash a meteor shower upon 100 rampaging woodpeckers, it would be a delight to witness them perish due to self-inflicted damage. Thus, the first talent effect is to be granted to the summoned rampaging woodpecker skill. With the choice made, Bai Jin comprehended the implications of this talent effect. Any damage inflicted upon the rampaging woodpecker would result in a 10-point counter damage to the attacker, and this counter damage would bypass conventional physical and magical defenses. If you dare to strike my bird, you shall face retaliation. Yet if you refrain from attacking, my bird retains absolute damage. Will you strike or abstain? This revelation provided Bai Jin with an entirely new tactical option in combat. Not far from the boss, Bai Jin cast his gaze upon a lesser foe. This time, he was determined to fully immerse himself in the experience of mutual engagement with monsters. Furthermore, he sought to ascertain the practical effects of the absolute substitution in real combat. The skill description stated that any damage he incurred would be transferred to the summoned iron-blooded Bull King, and he would not suffer any damage until the Bull King met its demise. Bai Jin was eager to discover whether the practical effects aligned with the skill description, as this knowledge would significantly influence his future development and choices. Wild Bull Chieftain, Leader Projection, Ultra Strong Type. Level 8. Health Points 4, 400, 064, 000. Physical Attack Strength 120. 200. Defense Strength 80, 150. Skills: Charge, Frenzy, Command Wild Bull Guards. Aside from its health, the distinctions between this foe and the level 1 boss he had previously faced were minimal. This serves as the rationale behind the advice to avoid challenging difficult and nightmare dungeons in the early stages of a profession. As levels increase, the disparity between players and monsters diminishes, thus enhancing safety. Come forth. Let us see the efficacy of your charge. Bai Jin strode confidently towards a common wild bull situated next to the boss. As if offended, the bull boss let out a bellow and charged forth with 4 wild bull guards in tow. Simultaneously, a flock of woodpeckers soared into the fray, obediently halting in the path of 3 of the charging wild bull guards, per Bai Jin's command. The health points of these 4 wild bull guards range between 1, 200, 020, 000, all classified as ultra-strong elite projections. Bang, bang. A multitude of rampaging woodpeckers were sent flying by the charging wild bull guards, sustaining significant damage while the guards themselves also incurred considerable injury. The displaced rampaging woodpeckers quickly repositioned themselves in the path of the oncoming charge. Moo, moo. The 3 wild bull guards succumbed to the overwhelming counter damage and perished. A resounding crash echoed as Bai Jin felt a surge of anxiety, yet soon erupted into laughter. Remarkably, he had remained unscathed, as the charging wild bull guard came to an abrupt halt. Meanwhile, the iron-blooded bull king merely trembled slightly. So it is true. The damage I sustain is transferred to the iron-blooded bull king, which then undergoes assessment based on its attributes. At that moment, Bai Jin was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This absolute substitution skill exceeded his expectations. Previously, he had envisioned that should he be struck, he would be flung aside. Yet the impact would be redirected to the iron-blooded bull king, resulting in its own displacement. However, he now understood that unless the force of the wild bull guard's charge was sufficient to displace the iron-blooded bull king, nothing would occur. Given the slight tremor of the bull king's body, it was evident that the strength required to displace it was far from attainable. Nevertheless, that recent impact did cause the iron-blooded bull king to lose a total of 3 health points. Clearly, the impact damage was wholly transferred and assessed by the attributes of the iron-blooded bull king. This revelation was unexpected for Bai Jin. He had anticipated that the damage would be assessed based on his own attributes. With this newfound understanding, Bai Jin felt assured regarding his previously contemplated second option for conquering the Hell Dungeon. No need to rush. First, I shall advance a tier to escort my aunt to the main city, and then I shall return to pursue that second option. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin commanded a swarm of rampaging woodpeckers to surround the bull chieftain and the wild bull guards still attacking before them, swiftly dispatching them. At present, his experience stood at level 9, 3, 232, 090, 000. Upon reaching level 9 with full experience, it is not merely a matter of possessing a promotion certificate to ascend to the next tier. One must also accumulate advancement experience. This advancement experience constitutes the total experience accrued from previous levels, specifically from level 1, 0 to 10, 000, to level 9, 900, 000-9, 000, summing to 450, 000 points. Accumulating advancement experience is a challenge that every practitioner must face. For most, it entails repetitively grinding through standard dungeons, yet for a practitioner of Bai Jin's caliber, it is but a trivial task. Chapter 33, Origin Skill. The Nightmare level dungeon at level 9 offers approximately 200, 000 experience points. For Bai Jin, amassing 450, 000 experience points requires merely 2 or 3 runs of the Nightmare level dungeon. Given his ruthless efficiency in clearing dungeons, he can complete 3 runs in half an hour. Concerned for his aunt's safety, Bai Jin did not hesitate and commenced a relentless grind through Nightmare level dungeons. With his current level 9 physical attributes, traversing a 10-kilometer dungeon takes him roughly 7 to 8 minutes, while the iron-blooded bull king, possessing superior speed, charged ahead, obliterating monsters in its wake. Half an hour later, Bai Jin had accumulated sufficient experience, level 9, 9,000-450, 000. Within the dungeon, he retrieved the perfect promotion certificate bestowed upon him by his sister, Lu Rian, and chose to utilize it. Your level meets the promotion criteria, your advancement experience is adequate, your promotion certificate complies with requirements. Promotion commences. The perfect grade promotion certificate transformed into an endless radiance that merged with Bai Jin's body, subsequently fusing with the accumulated experience, thereby commencing the enhancement of Bai Jin's physique. Perhaps it was 10 minutes, or merely a fleeting moment, Bai Jin gradually opened his eyes. Promotion successful, you have advanced to level 1, rank 0, and have gained 1 source skill point. You have utilized the perfect grade promotion certificate, attribute correction is complete, and you have acquired 31 free attribute points. Your experience for leveling up has quadrupled. For each subsequent level, you will earn 4 free attribute points. Bai Jin, Human of Blue Star. Rank, level 1. Rank 0, 400 million. Health points, 1,000. Mana points, 3,523,520. Attributes, physical strength 10, constitution 10, agility 10, health recovery 10 points per second. Attributes, soul strength 32, spirit 32, perception 32, reaction 32, mana recovery 352 points per second. Physical attack, 10, magical attack, 32. Talent, supreme summon. Skills, summon berserk woodpecker. Summon iron blood bull king. Equipment, none. Free attribute points, 38, skill points, 2. Source skill points, 1. Such are the attributes following the advancement. All are splendid save for the rather awkward health points. However, given the absolute substitution effect, Bai Jin's health points hold little significance. With an impressive total of 38 free attribute points, this matter now vexes Bai Jin somewhat. Logically, as he belongs to a magic-type talent, allocating free attribute points to the soul would be most fitting, as it would significantly enhance his mana. Yet, once he invests in soul attributes, the defensive strength of his summoned creatures would increase, particularly that of the fragile woodpecker. With heightened defense, the damage taken would be considerably reduced, thus diminishing the effect of damage reflection. This reflection can bypass conventional physical and magical defenses, ranking just below the unreasonable form of absolute damage. Conversely, augmenting his physical attributes seems somewhat futile. Increasing his health points is unnecessary, as the most he could achieve is improved physical attributes that might allow him to run faster, thereby accelerating his dungeon runs. After careful consideration, Bai Jin resolved to refrain from allocating his free attribute points for the time being. Upon reaching rank 1, what truly piqued his interest was that singular source skill point. Absolute Substitution Special. Description: any damage you receive will be transferred to the summoned Iron Blood Bowl King. Description: until the Iron Blood Bowl King perishes, you will not suffer any damage. Description: if the summoning skill rune of the Iron Blood Bowl King is utterly destroyed, this absolute substitution skill will dissipate. The third attribute description continually pricked Bai Jin's heart like a thorn. The skill rune resides within the sea of consciousness, which does not imply it cannot be destroyed. Should the rune for summoning the Iron Blood Bowl King be obliterated, the absolute substitution skill would vanish as well. Moreover, this skill does not require the expenditure of skill points. It is currently fused with the summoning skill rune of the Iron Blood Bowl King, rendering it impossible to be singularly sourced. He allocated the source skill point to the summoning skill rune of the Iron Blood Bowl King. With a mere thought, the recently acquired source skill point vanished, and a wondrous transformation unfolded within his sea of consciousness. The summoning skill of the Iron Blood Bowl King, which previously existed in rune form, now began to gradually merge entirely with Bai Jin's soul. As long as his soul endures, this skill shall not fade. Furthermore, following the allocation of the source skill point, the cooldown time for this summoning skill would, in a certain sense, become instantaneous, provided his soul could withstand it. He could continuously employ this skill. Not only would the cooldown be eliminated, but the summoning time would also be drastically reduced. Summon Iron Blood Bowl King, yellow level special exclusive. Increases all attributes by 200. Description: consumes 100 points of mana to summon a half-energy, half-corporeal Iron Blood Bowl King of the same level. Description: summoning time is 1 second, cannot be interrupted by conventional means during casting, and cannot be repeatedly summoned. The summoning time decreased from 6 seconds to a mere second, an exceedingly brief duration. The concept of cooldown time has become obsolete. The primary reason everyone on Blue Star strives to ascend to rank 1 lies in the possession of this source skill point. The distinction between having and lacking a source skill is monumental. Once a magic-type practitioner sources a skill, they essentially obtain an instant cast capability, significantly amplifying its potency. Even some occupational practitioners, such as delivery personnel, can source acceleration skills, thereby tremendously increasing their delivery speed and earnings. With the summoning skill of the Iron Blood Bowl King now sourced, Bai Jin no longer fretted over the third stipulation of the absolute substitution skill. To annihilate his summoning skill for the Iron Blood Bowl King, one would need to obliterate his soul, should an opponent possess such capability. He would have no cause to worry about losing the absolute substitution skill. Chapter 34, 28. 8 billion health points. Thereafter, Bai Jin began to focus on the talent effect options that appeared upon reaching level 10. When the selection list materialized, Bai Jin was left utterly astonished. What on earth? This is outrageous. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoning skill to lock in a 100-fold summon. Earth level. 2. Designate a summoning skill to grant summoned creatures a 30 critical hit chance. Earth level. 3. Designate a summoning skill to bestow summoned creatures an increase of 200 to all attributes. Mystic level. 4. Designate a summoning skill to enable summoned creatures to reflect 10 damage back to the attacker. Mystic level. 5. Designate a summoning skill to provide summoned creatures with 10,000 health points. Yellow level. 6. Designate a summoning skill of no greater than perfect grade, skill rank 1. Yellow level. 7. Frenzy, passive, increases attack speed by 30. But energy consumption increases by 100. Yellow level. 8. Energy drain. Each attack on a target will siphon 3 stamina points to replenish oneself, convertible to health points, mana points, or stamina points. Yellow level. 9. Designate a summoning skill to summon creatures of level 10. Yellow level. Upon ascending to rank 1, you may choose one of the 9 talent effects above to solidify within your supreme summon talent. This time, a total of 9 options appeared, and Bai Jin quickly comprehended that his recent advancement to rank 1 had prompted this occurrence. In other words, he could select one talent effect from these 9 to become a fixed talent effect. What was there to hesitate about? Bai Jin promptly selected the first talent effect, and instantly, his Supreme Summon talent underwent a transformation. Supreme Summon. Source effect. Summoning skills receive extraordinary modifications. Summoned creatures will invariably be in an optimal state of development, and summoned creatures will assuredly possess unique characteristics. Basic Effect 1. The basic summoning speed of summoning skills is 1000, with a fundamental cooldown time of 90. Basic Effect 2. Basic mana points are 1000, with a mana recovery speed of 1000. Basic Effect 3. Summoning skill is locked at a 100-fold summon. Talent trait. One talent effect can be chosen at each level. Subsequently, this 100-fold summoning effect manifested in the Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King skill. Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King. Yellow grade special exclusive increases all attributes by 200 with a 100-fold summon. Description. Consumes 100 points of mana to summon up to 100 Iron-Blooded Bull Kings of the same level, with the mana consumption depending on the number of summons. Note. Summoning time is 1 second. The caster cannot be disturbed during the casting process. Once the number reaches 100, it cannot be repeated. Bai Jin felt a shiver run down his spine, for the mana required for this summoning was indeed exorbitant. He had just been contemplating saving those free attribute points for future needs, but now he found them to be of immediate use. Without hesitation, Bai Jin allocated all 38 points of his free attribute points to his soul attribute, elevating it directly to 70 points. His personal attributes then flourished splendidly. Bai Jin, Human of Blue Star. Rank, Level 1, 004 million. Health, 1000. Mana, 7700. Attributes, Physical Strength 10, Strength 10, Vitality 10, Agility 10. Health Recovery 10 points per second. Attributes, Soul Strength 70, Spirit 70, Perception 70, Reaction 70, Mana Recovery 770 points per second. Physical Attack, 10, Spell Attack, 70. Talent, Supreme Summoning. Origin Skill, Summon Iron-Blooded Bull King. Skill, Summon Berserk Woodpecker. Equipment, none. Free Attribute Points, 0. Skill Points, 2. Origin Skill Points, 0. Summoning a level 10 Iron-Blooded Bull King requires 1000 points of mana, thus summoning 100 necessitates a staggering 100,000 points, which Bai Jin's mana still fell short of. Summon 77 Iron-Blooded Bull Kings. A multitude of blood-red summoning arrays materialized around Bai Jin, and in merely 1 second, 77 Iron-Blooded Bull Kings appeared. Collect. Bai Jin promptly gathered them all into the summoning space. After sensing their presence, he could no longer contain his laughter. 4. His absolute replacement skill was now connected to a total of 78 Iron-Blooded Bull Kings. The 70 points of soul attribute bestowed him with a mana recovery of 770 points per second, allowing him to recover sufficient mana to summon 1 Iron-Blooded Bull King in less than 2 seconds. 30 seconds later, Bai Jin had summoned all 100 Iron-Blooded Bull Kings and secured them within the summoning space. Iron-Blooded Bull King, Yellow Grade Special. Level, 10. Health, 2. 880, 0002. 880, 000. Stamina, 2. 880, 0002. 880, 000. Defense Strength, 70. Physical Defense, 7200. Spell Defense, 3600. Attack Speed Range, 0, 2. Physical Attack, 14, 400. Talents, Endurance. Tough Skin, Iron-Blooded Battle Spirit. Traits, Promotion. Skills, Roar of Kings, Barbaric Trample, Mighty Charge. Equipment, none. A level 10 Iron-Blooded Bull King boasts a health of 2, 880, 000, meaning that 100 of them collectively amount to an astonishing 28 billion. Bai Jin could scarcely fathom any entity capable of easily vanquishing them. Their strength was simply beyond measure. Safety was undoubtedly assured. However, the defensive strength of the Berserk Woodpecker was now also at 70 points, rendering its 10-point return damage effect considerably weaker. Bai Jin attempted to apply the 100-fold summoning effect on the woodpecker, but since it had already been bestowed upon it, he could not apply it again. Otherwise, he would have summoned 10,000 woodpeckers. After waiting a brief moment, Bai Jin's mana was fully restored, and he exited the dungeon. Without delay, Bai Jin sprinted homeward. 20 minutes later, he arrived at his residence. Aunt, I've reached the first tier. Let us go to the main city. Upon opening the door, Bai Jin exclaimed immediately, Aunt is already prepared. Let us go? Observing the packed bags, Bai Jin wasted no time and swiftly utilized his storage bracelet, completing the task in no time. Aunt, I bet little sister is anxiously waiting. Alas, having lived here for over a decade, it does feel a bit hard to leave, Aunt lamented, yet her pace did not falter as she stepped outside first. Boom. The car roared to life and sped toward the teleportation zone. Ant was driving, occasionally glancing back at Bai Jin. Xiao Jin, have you used your origin skill points to make that skill originate? Ant inquired softly. Bai Jin nodded. Ant, I promptly made it originate. Now my safety is assured. That is good. Now I can truly rest easy. As long as you don't act recklessly, safety issues should not be a significant concern. Ant replied with relief. Bai Jin then hesitantly asked, Ant, how did you acquire such a potent absolute replacement skill? Who inflicted that injury on your neck? Bai Jin had long wished to ask this, but given the events that had transpired, he felt powerless to act, waiting for the day he could avenge Ant when he became stronger. However, now Bai Jin felt that as long as the opponent was not an overwhelmingly powerful entity, he had nothing to fear. 28. 8 billion health was no laughing matter. His offensive capabilities were further bolstered by the woodpecker's absolute damage. No matter how formidable the existence, they could not disregard his attacks. Ant smiled gently, seemingly in good spirits. Xiao Jin, you've learned to be mischievous. It's not as you think. At that time, it was Ant who angered the Valkyrie, and she merely grasped my neck. Ant was not truly bullied. Is the Valkyrie a normal woman? Of course, otherwise. What do you think? Would Ant exchange her body for that skill book? Bai Jin felt awkward and at a loss for words, while Ant chuckled heartily. In no time, the two arrived at their destination, and Bai Jin stored the entire car within his storage bracelet. Chapter 35, Main City. Xiao Jin, the first teleportation is free. Afterward, you will need to pay to use the teleportation array. Ant, I know this. We learned it in high school. Let us go. As they entered the teleportation array's enveloping zone, Ant firmly grasped Bai Jin's hand. Bai Jin was taken aback and quickly turned to look at Ant. Xiao Jin, spatial techniques cannot be utilized in the teleportation area, nor can one conceal their presence. This place is not under surveillance. Ant, is there something wrong? Indeed. Your talent is certainly abnormal. Ant can surmise that others will likely deduce it as well. The world is unstable. Externally, many otherworldly entities seek to devour our ninth domain. And internally, there are numerous unstable factors. Otherwise, your sister's awakening of a heavenly level talent would not necessitate the protection of a space monarch. Your situation is somewhat unique. Ant cannot elaborate, but you must remember, regardless of how powerful your talent is, in front of both me and your sister, you must hold back and never fully reveal it. Otherwise, no one can safeguard you. Ant admonished with unprecedented seriousness. Bai Jin's heart quaked, and he nodded earnestly. Ant, I understand. I will remember this and never fully expose my talent in front of anyone. As I awakened, the power of the holy crystal surged within me, tempestuous and overwhelming, as if it sought to annihilate my very being. Bai Jin finally voiced the concerns that had long been gnawing at her heart. Tang Yun furrowed her brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. What's done is done. There's no point in dwelling on it. Your aunt cannot elucidate the precise reasons, but your successful awakening signifies that you have withstood the trials. It is unlikely that anything similar will occur henceforth. Bai Jin felt a modicum of relief wash over her. Reflecting on the time she had summoned a multitude of woodpeckers in the instance of the dungeon, she quickly interjected. But, given that I exhibited my full prowess in the dungeon, could it have repercussions? After pondering for a moment, Aunt Tang Yun shook her head. During your awakening, you merely displayed an ordinary talent. It would not attract undue attention. If you had been targeted, you would have been taken long ago. Just exercise caution moving forward. Bai Jin nodded eagerly. Understood, Aunt. Is there a powerful entity that can monitor the internal affairs of the dungeon? The knowledge I have acquired suggests that no one can interfere within. Tang Yun appeared somewhat exasperated. Foolish child. Dungeons are formed through the strength of those formidable beings utilizing the power of the ninth domain alongside otherworldly forces. How could they be entirely impervious to interference? However, those with such authority are exceedingly rare, so there is no need for excessive worry. Millions of practitioners traverse various dungeons daily, and the common ones are unlikely to attract deliberate scrutiny. Now, let us proceed to the main city. Concentrating her thoughts based on what she had learned, Bai Jin immediately sensed the destination for teleportation. There was but a single teleportation zone, that of the main city. This was the unfortunate reality of the Fog Sea base city, an established bastion where newer base cities often had the ability to establish teleportation links with nearby counterparts. In addition to the main city, as light and shadow danced, Bai Jin and Aunt Tang Yun materialized upon a vast teleportation array, from which they promptly departed, hand in hand, leaving the teleportation zone behind. The array was teeming with a multitude of figures, some departing while others arrived, a bustling scene of overwhelming density. This was the main city of the ninth domain, which boasted 3 colossal teleportation arrays, each corresponding to numerous base cities in different directions. With a population exceeding 60 billion, one could only imagine the immense scale of these arrays. It was said there had once been 4 such arrays. but the southern one had been under strict regulation for over a decade. With a roar, the vehicle roared to life, and Aunt Tang Yun's cheeks flushed slightly as she drove, evidently stirred by the return to this place. Bai Jin gazed out at the breathtaking scenery. The main city was astonishingly vast, replete with towering edifices and impossibly wide streets. The road they traversed measured over 200 meters across, and this was merely a secondary route. The thoroughfares were bustling with life, a vibrant testament to the singular prosperity of the main city amidst a population of 60 billion. Xiao Jin, send a message to your sister. Let us find her first and inquire whether she is at the battle group, Aunt Tang Yun suggested. All right, Bai Jin replied, swiftly messaging his younger sister. Brother, I'm right here at the battle group entrance, waiting for you, came the cheerful voice of his sister, Lu Ruyan. It had only been a brief period since they last met, yet she was brimming with excitement. Aunt Tang Yun seemed quite familiar with the roads here, and after a frenzied hour of driving, they arrived at their destination. Upon seeing her sister waving enthusiastically beneath the grand sign, smiles broke across the faces of both Bai Jin and Aunt Tang Yun. With a screech, the car came to an abrupt halt, and Bai Jin was the first to exit. Brother, Lu Ruyan sprinted over and enveloped him in a tight embrace. Aunt Tang Yun watched the heartwarming scene with a beaming smile and gestured for Bai Jin to stow away the vehicle. Brother, how did you arrive so swiftly? Did you take the risk of tackling a difficult dungeon? After the initial excitement subsided, Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed, a serious expression clouding her features. Bai Jin chuckled awkwardly, which elicited a playful huff from her. Mom should keep an eye on you. So many practitioners have faced peril due to their inability to gauge their own strength in the early stages. Even if you possess the fine items given by Sister Xiaobing, it's still unwise to take such risks. Aunt Tang Yun playfully pinched Lu Ruyan's cheek. Oh, so now you're concerned about your mother? Do you think I don't wish to look after your brother? He is of age now. He is no longer under my control, and I can no longer manage him. Her tone took on a hint of melancholy, and Bai Jin exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ruyan, who seemed to understand. Mom, I get it. Let us go inside. I've already prepared your living arrangements. It's quite a spacious courtyard. Brother, why aren't you coming? She tugged at him, and Bai Jin realized her strength had noticeably increased. Perhaps she had enhanced her physical attributes. Little sister, this is the Valkyrie Battle Group's headquarters. It wouldn't be appropriate for a man to enter. You and Aunt can go ahead. I'll just take Aunt's belongings out first. As he spoke, he began to retrieve the package he had collected earlier. With a mischievous grin, Lu Ruyan replied, Brother, come on. It's broad daylight, and there's nothing to fear. Sister Xiaobing is one of the commanders of the Valkyrie Battle Group. She will watch over you. Bai Jin looked skyward, feeling that perhaps it would indeed be all right. The three of them ventured into the depths of the battle group's headquarters, where Bai Jin noted with surprise that the grand entrance had no guards in sight. Little sister, if there are no sentinels here, what if someone with ill intent were to enter? After all, there are only women inside. Bai Jin pointed toward the sign, questioning the lack of oversight. Lu Ruyan remained silent, while Aunt Tang Yun chuckled softly. Xiao Jin, this is the esteemed headquarters of the Valkyrie Battle Group. Most members are either on mission or on leave. It is a gathering place for formidable women. Who would dare to act inappropriately here? Beyond the sign lay an expansive plaza, now devoid of any presence. It appeared much the same as before, and Bai Jin pondered how many of his former comrades still remained alive. Did they still remember him? Aunt Tang Yun seemed to grow increasingly contemplative and anxious. Aunt, didn't you come here yesterday? Bai Jin inquired, puzzled. Yesterday, I revealed that jade token and was directly transported via the large teleportation array to the small teleportation array within the Valkyrie Battle Group, then proceeded directly to the council hall. It was not the same as entering in this manner. As they walked further, they began to encounter scattered individuals, all of whom were women. Ah, Tang Yun, you've come. Several spirited women approached with brisk steps, their expressions filled with curiosity as they appraised Tang Yun. Soon, their attention shifted to Bai Jin. So this is Bai Yi and Tang Ling's son, Bai Jin, right? Such an apt name. He is remarkably fair and clean. Goodness, how can he be so handsome? Surely he surpasses Bai Yi. With Tang Ling's beauty, he is truly breathtaking to the point of being hard to look at. Hard to look at? You're staring at him. Is that not the definition of not being able to look? Bai Jin was surrounded by several women, each vying for his attention. Bai Jin, I'm Shen Ling. My sister knows this place well. How about I show you around? Big brother, look over here. Shen Ling can be a bit rough, but I'm a healer and know how to be gentle. Let me show you around. Initially, Tang Yun felt nostalgic upon encountering familiar faces, but witnessing the throng of women surrounding Bai Jin, she felt a surge of irritation and pushed them aside, shielding Bai Jin behind her. Have you no shame? You're all of an Aunt's generation. How can you be so brazen? Tang Yun glared at the women with disdain. To her surprise, the women seemed entirely unfazed. Tang Yun, let us not dwell on age. We are all at the 4th tier. According to assessments, our lifespans can undoubtedly exceed a millennium. In proportional terms, we are merely a few years old little girls. Indeed, what era are we in that such notions still persist? Bai Jin, do not concern yourself with your aunt. Now that we are here, we shall take charge of matters. Several women urged. Bai Jin felt quite awkward. It was evident that these individuals were acquaintances of his aunt, and he found it difficult to speak up. Come now. With my little Jin's beauty, should he seek companionship, it is he who shall choose, and at the very least, she must not be less attractive than I am. You all fall short, his aunt declared, causing some discontent among the women. Whoosh. The figures of Tang Yun, Lu Ruyin, and Bai Jin vanished, only to reappear in a grand courtyard. Chapter 36, The Peculiar Girl. The 5th-tier space mage, Murong Xiaobing, whom they had encountered before, stood before them. Clearly, it was this space mage who had brought them here. Thank you, my lord, his aunt said respectfully as she bowed in gratitude. There is no need for thanks. This shall be your residence from now on, and all provisions shall be in accordance with your previous standards, she replied. Yes, thank you, my lord, his aunt reiterated. The 5th-tier space mage then turned her gaze upon Bai Jin. To encounter such a situation merely due to a few sisters. I see now that I had underestimated the matter. If I were to allow a young and inexperienced handsome lad to reside here, I fear those sisters would come to pester you daily, she mused. Lord Ice Empress, I shall procure a mask post-haste to alleviate this issue, Bai Jin quickly replied. Murong Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback. A mask? Her tone carried a hint of reluctance. Yes, once my aunt is settled, I will acquire equipment of that sort. Bai Jin affirmed. Murong Xiaobing nodded. You need not go buy one. I possess a mask here. Do take a look and see if it suits you. As she spoke, a resplendent white jade mask appeared before Bai Jin, which he hastily accepted. Mask of Jade Concealment, Mystic Grade. Description: possesses Mystic Grade air filtration, water breathing capability, and Mystic Grade anti-detection protection. Note: requires soul binding for use. Binding requires a soul strength of 30 points. Bai Jin was astounded, raising his head in shock. This was indeed a Mystic Grade item, endowed with 3 exceedingly remarkable attributes. It was worth noting that his sister Lu Ruyin, with her unparalleled heavenly grade talent, had been specially recruited by the Valkyrie Academy and had received merely 2 yellow grade items and a perfect level skill book as rewards. Moreover, this woman had previously mentioned repaying her debt of gratitude with a life space crystal, a value beyond imagination. Accept it. This item is precious to you, but to me, it is merely a trinket, Murong Xiaobing said softly. His aunt promptly tugged at Bai Jin's arm, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Raising the warm jade mask to his forehead, he concentrated, swiftly completing the soul binding. Placing the mask upon his face, it melded seamlessly, as though a layer of jade skin had grown over him. The transparent material did not obstruct his vision, while it concealed his eyebrows, mouth, and nose. It did not hinder his ability to breathe. There is a minor flaw with this equipment. If you wish to eat or drink, you must remove the mask, Murong Xiaobing remarked, evidently pleased with Bai Jin now adorned in the mask. Bai Jin paid no mind to this small deficiency, as it hardly qualified as a flaw. Very well, Bai Jin, you and Tang Yun shall remain here. Lu Ruyin, come with me. We must head to the new academy ahead of schedule. Yes. Lu Ruyin glanced at her aunt Tang Yun, signaling her to look after Bai Jin, to which Tang Yun nodded. Soon, the figures of Murong Xiaobing and Lu Ruyin disappeared. Aunt, how could you let me accept this? It is a mystic grade mask, Bai Jin asked eagerly. Mystic grade? She is so generous? I had thought it was merely yellow grade, his aunt expressed, somewhat astonished. You've already bound it, so let it be. In any case, should I not be present, you can trust this woman. She will not harm you. Moreover, with her strength, should she wish to do you harm, you would be powerless to resist, his aunt reflected. Bai Jin nodded. The spatial abilities were somewhat inscrutable, and at present, he had no means to resist. Now, let us return. Aunt will tidy up the room. You may help or explore a bit. In the evening, I shall take you to the cafeteria of the battle group for dinner. The cuisine may not rival that of Ruyan's, but it consists of rare ingredients. And you shall indulge in fine fare daily from now on, his aunt said with anticipation. With a rustle, Bai Jin unloaded his aunt's belongings, dozens of bundles, most of which were various garments, as his aunt had a habit of not repeating outfits within a year. Being adults, we must maintain a sense of boundaries. I have no inclination to assist you with this array of clothing. Aunt, I have some plans. I'll take a stroll for now. Please message me in the evening. Bai Jin stated. All right, but do not wander too far. I shall tidy up and then rest for a while. When evening falls, I will message you. The cafeteria operates 24 hours, so we can dine when it is less crowded. Understood. Here, this is the money issued when your sister was specially recruited. It should amount to 10 million. Take it and spend it as you wish. His aunt produced a bank card, the same one issued during his sister's reward. Aunt, this belongs to my sister. I may not use it well. I possess a few exceptional level promotion vouchers, and I can sell them for funds, he replied, holding the card. Take it. Your aunt will reside here. As the Ice Empress stated, I shall enjoy the previous treatment, and you need not worry about my sustenance. Your sister's is yours. She has no need for money. Now go, his aunt insisted, firmly placing the card in Bai Jin's hand, which he had no choice but to accept. Upon stepping outside the courtyard, Bai Jin found himself momentarily dazed. After all, he had been brought here directly by the 5th-tier space mage and was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Thankfully, the area was residential, adorned with exquisite courtyards of various sizes, and women frequently entered and exited. Unfamiliar with the paths was not an issue. He could always ask. Bai Jin strode confidently forward, soon spotting a youthful woman. Hello. The woman looked up, momentarily surprised, as if taken aback by the presence of a man in this area. However, in the next moment, her expression turned peculiarly strange. So odd, so very odd, Bai Jin could not comprehend it at all. Moreover, her demeanor seemed devoid of vitality, resembling a person who had lost the meaning of life, only to suddenly change upon seeing him. What is it? The woman inquired, her voice clear and direct, indicating her youth. Well, I wish to ask for directions out. I am not familiar with this place. Directions? The girl seemed taken aback. Yet there was a hint of amusement in her expression as she pointed in a direction. Turn left at the next intersection, then right at the 3rd intersection. Continue straight at the 4th intersection, and then, observing the slightly bewildered expression on Bai Jin's face, the girl paused. Come on, I'll take you outside. Thank you. Bai Jin expressed his gratitude, feeling fortunate to encounter such a kind-hearted person so easily. Currently, he was wearing the jade-faced mask, which concealed his striking features. The girl's gaze towards him was quite ordinary, save for a peculiar feeling. It was his first time interacting so cleanly with a member of the opposite sex. And this pure mode of interaction brought him immense delight. Chapter 37, A Hotel Stay. The girl moved with a lightness in her step, her footsteps almost silent. Are you Lu Ruyan's brother? The nephew raised by Tang Yun, Bai Jin? She inquired softly, her tone already confirming her assumption. Bai Jin nodded vigorously. Yes. I just arrived with my aunt today. You awakened an ordinary talent? The girl asked again. Bai Jin quickly nodded. How strange. Your sister possesses a heavenly talent, while you have an ordinary one the best, and one the worst, she remarked, though her voice lacked any hint of derision. Although she recognized him, she did not introduce herself. Bai Jin, in turn, refrained from asking for her name. Are you planning to stay here in the future? She questioned. Bai Jin shook his head promptly. No, I just brought my aunt here. I didn't intend to come inside, but I was directly taken in by Lord Ice Emperor. So I don't even know the way. He continued, my aunt has settled in, and after dinner tonight, I'll be heading out to find a hotel. That is fine. Do you have any plans for the future? The girl asked. Bai Jin furrowed his brow beneath the mask. Her questions felt overly intrusive, surpassing what a stranger ought to inquire. I'll discuss that later. For now, I plan to familiarize myself with the environment of the main city. Aren't you considering finding a development academy to continue your studies for a few years? The girl asked, puzzled. Bai Jin shook his head with a hint of bitterness. My talent doesn't meet the admission standards of any development academy. Given your aunt's and Lu Ruyan's current circumstances, you should have no problem entering a regular development academy if you wish, the girl noted. I will consider that, Bai Jin replied, acknowledging her practical perspective. The admission standards were one factor. There were various other avenues to enter a development academy, with backdoor access being the most common method. That is acceptable. If you have any plans, you can consult your aunt. She will provide you with advice, the girl remarked. Bai Jin nodded, and they fell silent, walking quietly towards the exit. Along the way, they encountered several people, but none spoke much. They merely nodded at the girl and passed by. Through this, Bai Jin discerned that the girl seemed to hold a position of some significance yet appeared exceedingly lonely. The Valkyrie Battle Group's base was remarkably expansive. Bai Jin considered inquiring about using a vehicle, but it seemed that no one was driving. It was likely prohibited or restricted. Thus, he patiently followed the girl, who led the way at a leisurely pace. After an indeterminate duration, Bai Jin recognized the large gate they had seen upon arrival. Thank you for guiding me, Mississippi. I don't have much to offer, but here is a box of osmanthus cake made by my sister. It's quite delicious. Please accept it. Bai Jin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, retrieving a box of pastries from his storage bracelet. The girl, momentarily taken aback by being called Miss, fought back a smile, but ultimately managed to maintain her composure. All right, I shall sample Lu Ruyan's culinary skills, she said, accepting the pastries, offering Bai Jin a nod before turning to leave. With a sigh, Bai Jin also turned to depart, feeling an odd sense of strangeness about the girl. as if they shared a peculiar bond, an instinct he could not quite comprehend. The girl, having just left, opened the box in her hands and plucked a piece of cake to taste. Her eyes lit up, and after a few chews, she nodded in satisfaction. Lu Ru Yin possesses such culinary talent. It seems Tang Yun's skills are even better. Yu Haven Tea suffered these past years. As she spoke, the girl's figure flickered like a phantom, vanishing into the distance in mere moments. Upon exiting the Valkyrie Battle Group's base, Bai Jin promptly retrieved his aunt's vehicle and drove off with a roar. In modern Blue Star, there was no requirement for a driving license. But there were stipulations. One must awaken their abilities to drive. This was reasonable. Most Blue Star inhabitants awakened around 18 or 19, already adults, and after awakening, everyone eagerly pursued leveling up. With increased levels, both physical strength and soul potency would significantly enhance, making driving a trivial matter. Furthermore, as everyone grew stronger, even in the event of an accident, fatalities were exceedingly rare. His aunt drove with the pedal to the metal, and over the years, she had never encountered any mishaps. Despite her delicate appearance, she was a third-tier powerhouse. The very vehicle Bai Jin drove, she could effortlessly lift with one hand. Shortly after, Bai Jin located a nearby hotel, checked in, and then drove away. Upon payment, he noted that the nameless bank card contained exactly 10 million, consistent with his aunt's figures. 10 million, in the eyes of the powerful, was a trivial sum. However, for those with ordinary talents, it represented a substantial fortune. An entry-level courier, working a typical month, would earn about 5 to 6,000. Those with speed talents and skills could make nearly 10,000. In the 9th domain, where resources were abundant, the standard price for 1 kilogram of premium rice was merely $1, and earning 10,000 a month could comfortably support 2 wives. Opening his phone, Bai Jin began searching for the store he sought. Soon, a shop selling various grass seeds appeared before him. Boss, I would like to purchase easy-to-grow grass seeds that yield highly nutritious grass. Bai Jin stated his requirements. Grass seeds? Are they for feeding poultry or something? Yes. That's simple. This Qingyun grass meets your needs. It reproduces through both seeds and rhizomes, with nutrient-rich seeds, although they do consume some land vitality. I'll take a bag of that, Bai Jin replied. That will be 3,000. Chapter 38, The Life Space. A large bag of grass seeds was handed to Bai Jin, containing an estimated 10,000 seeds or more. Following this, he purchased several hundred different fruit trees, 100 apple trees, 100 fragrant pear trees, 50 banana trees, and 150 lychee trees, all of which were varieties his sister, and his aunt enjoyed. After completing these purchases, Bai Jin visited a shop selling nutrient-rich soil and acquired a substantial amount. The life space granted to him by the 5th-tier space law sovereign, Murong Xia Bing, measured approximately 1 kilometer in diameter, covering nearly 1 million square meters. With a height of around 300 meters, a truly colossal space. What he seeks to achieve now is to establish an internal cycle within this realm of life. This space, currently devoid of any substance, is in dire need of countless additions. The most ordinary nutrient soil costs $100 per cubic meter, with $1 million. One could barely acquire 100,000 cubic meters, which falls woefully short of covering the ground of this life space. Thus, he ventured into a large store, retrieving 4 certificates of exceptional grade promotion. These precious items are rare, especially the 0-tier exceptional promotion certificates, which are exceedingly uncommon. They would yield an immediate profit of 20 million, as the store offered a high price of 5 million each, consistent with the prices he had researched on his phone. By the time he had approximately $200,000 left, he finally managed to cover the expansive ground of the life space with 30 centimeters of nutrient soil. Next came the establishment of a water pool. He resolutely refused to purchase water and instead leapt into a large river, collecting copious amounts of river water, even capturing some fish and shrimp in the process. Once all was settled, he procured 300 adult hens and 10 roosters to place within the life space, alongside a substantial supply of chicken feed. With the power of his will, he evenly scattered the seeds of the Qingyun grass, subsequently creating a large chicken coop within the life space, temporarily housing the chickens there until the grass reached maturity. Having accomplished all this, night had already fallen. Yet, in the main city, the streets were aglow with lights, bustling even more vibrantly than during the day. Receiving a message from his aunt, he made his way towards the headquarters of the Valkyrie Battle Group. After sharing a meal with her, he planned to return to the Mist Sea base city, ready to pursue the second option he had in mind. Wearing a mask felt much more secure. Upon arriving at the gates of the battle group, he parked his vehicle and sprinted towards his aunt's residence. Blessed with the talent of enduring stamina, he merely needed to run with all his might. Before long, he spotted his aunt, her face lit with a smile. No need to rush. I've informed you that the cafeteria here operates 24 hours, she said gently. Noticing that he appeared unruffled and without sweat. As one of the top powers in the ninth domain, the cafeteria of the Valkyrie battle group was nothing short of extraordinary, offering delicacies that he had never tasted before. "Aunt, these dishes are so nutritious. After eating, I feel a warmth enveloping my entire body," he exclaimed with excitement. His aunt nodded. "Indeed, these are crafted from the flesh and blood of tiered monsters and rare vegetables. Frequent consumption can enhance physical attributes." "What? Regular consumption can boost attributes?" he inquired, astonished. His aunt affirmed, "Yes, I was once tier 3 and still enjoy the benefits I received then. What you're having is merely the average fare at the Valkyrie battle group. Tier 4 offers even better, and tier 5 is beyond compare." He felt enlightened. The notion that these seemingly simple meals could be the most basic offerings of the Valkyrie battle group was astonishing. "You need not envy, little Jean, with your innate talent. Ascending to tier 4 is merely a matter of time. At that point, we can dine on even finer meals together," she reassured him. Though they were family and there was no notion of taking advantage of one another, he still felt a tinge of discomfort. "By the way, Aunt, today I encountered a girl when I left." He recounted the events involving the girl who had guided him earlier. His aunt furrowed her brow slightly before nodding. "I know who you encountered. She belongs to the Bai family. Little Jean, regardless of past or recent information, the Bai family's situation is quite dire. You are now completely uninvolved with them, and it is best to avoid entanglements with them in the future." With a sudden seriousness, his aunt looked at him. "Remember, the Bai family has been ostracized for over a decade. I am unaware of the precise reasons, but your surname is Bai. Beyond that, there is no connection to the Bai family of the southern domain. Do you understand?" He nodded earnestly. "Also, if, this is a hypothetical, you encounter that girl in the future, and your sister is not present, you may trust her. She should not pose any harm to you," she reiterated. Her words carried a hint of contradiction, yet he nodded solemnly, comprehending her intent. "Now, eat up and rest well tonight. Tomorrow you must contemplate the path ahead," she advised. "Aunt, I understand. However, I have already booked a hotel outside, and I plan to explore the main city thoroughly. You need not worry about me," he replied hastily. "All right, but exercise caution. The main city is rife with complex power dynamics. Be prudent, but remember, should you face any troubles, fear not, within the main city. The Valkyrie battle group is the most formidable force and will protect you fiercely. In summary, we do not provoke trouble, yet we do not shy away from it," she concluded. In his hotel room, Bai Jin lay on the bed. His aunt was now residing within the Valkyrie battle group's headquarters, offering a level of safety far superior to when she possessed the first-class guardian talisman. Furthermore, with his younger sister accompanying the tier 5 spatial mage, there was no need for him to fret. Looking at it this way, all his worries had dissipated. "Sleep? Nonsense. I feel remarkably energized. I'm heading straight to the Mist Sea base city to engage in the elite level dungeon, leveling up and accumulating tier 1 exceptional promotion certificates, which will surely fetch a handsome price." With that, Bai Jin sprang to his feet and promptly checked out. With a roar, his vehicle sped away. And after over an hour, he arrived at the colossal teleportation array, teleporting to the 9th base city. After deducting the $100,000 for the teleportation fee, he found himself in the teleportation zone of the Mist Sea base city. Wearing his mask, he retrieved his car and made his way to the dungeon area. Entering the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon. Level requirements met. Team size requirements met. Possessing clearance records. Are you certain you wish to enter the Nightmare level Savage Beast path? Enter. As his surroundings transformed, Bai Jin found himself within the dungeon. Now at level 10, the monsters within were all also level 10. Yet their attributes had only increased normally compared to when he was at level 9. This is one of the advantages of being a professional. As long as one utilizes commendable promotion certificates, their attributes experience a significant boost, thus considerably narrowing the gap between them and the monsters. Moreover, with the emergence of primordial skills, professionals, especially those with magical talents, can become veritable artillery when they master the corresponding skills. Currently, Bai Jin restored 770 points of mana per second, totaling 200 points within a minute, thus alleviating any concerns regarding his mana for the time being. He diligently recalled the advice his aunt had given him in the teleportation zone, fully aware that there were circumstances he remained oblivious to. However, having been raised by his aunt, who was akin to a mother, he understood the necessity of concealing some of his capabilities. With a swish, 5 iron-blooded bull kings were summoned, and Bai Jin swiftly leaped onto the back of one. This time, he intended to test just how swiftly he could complete the dungeon. Chapter 39, 892, 800,000 health points. Berserk Charge. Unceasing. Moo. As Bai Jin issued his command, the 5 iron-blooded wild bull kings charged fiercely ahead, with the one he rode positioned at the rear while the other 4 advanced in tandem. Bang, bang. Along their path, every obstructing creature was effortlessly annihilated, posing no hindrance whatsoever. Bai Jin exerted all his strength, managing to cling onto the back of the iron-blooded wild bull king without falling off. The bull's back was broad and spacious, yet devoid of a saddle, making it a considerable feat to remain atop. The speed of the yellow-grayed iron-blooded wild bull king was astonishing. Within a mere 3 minutes, even the final boss was brutally collided with and dispatched. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The efficiency was simply astounding. Moreover, the ordinary, hard, and nightmare difficulty dungeons could be repeated endlessly. After completing a single dungeon run, Bai Jin amassed 200,000 experience points and an exceptional grade promotion certificate of the first tier. Of course, he currently required 4 million experience points to level up, which meant even grinding through nightmare-level dungeons would necessitate 20 runs for a professional to ascend from Tier 1 Level 0 to Tier 1 Level 1. The standard requirement was 1 million experience points, but owing to his use of a perfect grade promotion certificate, his experience gain was quadrupled. In contrast, ordinary professionals, even with 1 million experience points, would need to team up and grind through 400 to 500 runs of the ordinary difficulty dungeon to gather enough experience to level up. Thus, many professionals, upon reaching Tier 1 Level 0 and acquiring their source skill points, lost their fervor for further advancement. The journey from Tier 1 Level 0 to Tier 1 Level 9, fully experienced, required a monumental accumulation of promotion experience before one could ascend to Tier 2, a daunting task that most ordinary individuals approached with a sense of resignation. Only those professionals yearning for greater strength persevered in grinding dungeons to enhance their power, the majority of whom were combat professionals. Swiftly finishing a dungeon, Bai Jin promptly entered another. To avoid falling from the bull's back, he placed a custom saddle order at a nearby mount shop after each run. Subsequently, he engaged in 5-minute intervals for dungeon runs, as solo play essentially guaranteed an exceptional grade promotion certificate of the first tier every time. A Tier 0 exceptional grade promotion certificate could fetch a staggering price of 5 million, while a Tier 1 would command an even higher price, averaging around 8 million. Such wealth was unattainable for the average person, yet for certain combat families or clans, it was merely a trifling sum. His aunt previously earned several million annually simply due to possessing a first-class guardian token from the Valkyrie battle group. Money held significant value for those at the bottom. But for the more formidable professionals, wealth was merely a number, and bartering rare resources became the norm. Bai Jin, opting to moderate his pace, did not wish to push himself to the limit with each run. Thus he settled on 5-minute intervals, reaping approximately 200,000 experience points and an exceptional grade promotion certificate of the first tier with each run. After nearly 2 hours and completing 20 dungeon runs, Bai Jin leveled up. Your level has increased to Tier 1 Level 1. You have gained 4 free attribute points and 1 skill point. While the additional free attribute points were welcome, the solitary skill point remained unchanged, which was one reason many professionals were not particularly enthusiastic about leveling up. Selectable talent effects. 1. Designate a summoning skills summoned creature to level 20. Earth grade. 2. Designate a summoning skills summoned creature to convert 30 damage taken into health. Mystic grade. 3. Designate a summoning skills summoned creature to gain an additional 3 physical defense per level. Yellow grade. Boom. Bai Jin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Previously, a yellow grade talent effect had appeared, allowing a summoned creature to attain level 10, but now a similar talent effect emerged, albeit at the Earth grade, directly granting 20 levels. This stark contrast revealed to Bai Jin that even among Earth grade talents, there existed significant disparities. This level 20 was evidently far inferior to a 100-fold summon. Of course, the value of a talent is relative, dependent on its suitability. He chose the option to designate the iron-blooded wild bull king summoning skill to level 20 without hesitation. An invisible wave manifested, causing the 5 iron-blooded wild bull kings beside him to enlarge considerably, now standing approximately 3.5 meters tall and stretching 7 meters in length. Moo. Iron-blooded wild bull king, yellow grade special. Level, Tier 3 Level 1. Health points, 89, 280, 000. Stamina points, 89, 280, 000. Defense strength, 70. Physical defense, 22, 320. Magical defense, 11, 160. Attack speed range, 0, 2. Physical attack, 44, 640. Talents, endurance, iron skin, iron-blooded combat will. Characteristics, promotion. Skills, roar of the king, savage stomp. Bull charge. Equipment, none. A single iron-blooded wild bull king now stood at level 31, or Tier 3 Level 1, with health totaling an astounding 89, 280, 000. Together, 100 of them would equate to a staggering 892,800,000. At that moment, Bai Jin was enveloped in a profound sense of security. The void-summoned creatures bore a significant flaw. Upon advancement, they did not exhibit noticeable enhancements, merely scaling their strength proportionally to their quality. This aspect fell far short of the Beastmaster's summoned creatures, which, like professionals, experienced substantial power boosts with each advancement, thereby providing greater augmentation to their Beastmasters, a distinctive advantage of the Beastmaster class. However, Bai Jin's summoning skill was bolstered by numerous talent effects, rendering it far from inadequate. With a physical attack of 44,640 and physical defense of 22,320, it was beyond the imagination of an ordinary physical-type monster. Yet, the attack speed range remained at 0.2, which left Bai Jin somewhat disheartened. Could it be that due to the ultimate development effect of my talent, the maximum attack speed of the yellow-grade bull is capped at 0.2? To enhance it, must I elevate its quality? Bai Jin's current level was Tier 1, Level 1, 6, 530, 440. From Tier 1 Level 1 to Tier 1 Level 9, each level would require an additional 400,000 experience points, while ordinary professionals would need an extra 100,000. This was not a concern for Bai Jin. He was in no rush to enter dungeons, but rather hastened to the mount shop. After retrieving his custom saddle, he paid 10,000. Returning to the dungeon area, Bai Jin affixed the saddle onto his iron-blooded wild bull king, significantly enhancing his comfort, alleviating the need to clutch the bull's back tightly in fear of falling. Let the grinding begin. Moo. The 5 iron-blooded wild bull kings rampaged with fervor, completing the task in just 3 minutes. The journey from Tier 1 Level 1 to Tier 1 Level 2 required a mere 440,000 experience points, which could be achieved in just over 20 runs of the nightmare-level dungeon. Bai Jin's ambitions soared, given his current mental state. Achieving Tier 1 Level 9 with full experience was certainly within reach. The stronger he became, the better life he could provide for his aunt and younger sister. And it might even become possible to shield his sister from perilous ventures. Alert! The Wilderness Beast Realm has exhibited strong rejection toward you. You can no longer enter any difficulty level of the Wilderness Beast Path dungeon. As Bai Jin prepared to enter once more, he received a special notification from the Will of the Blue Stars Rules. Chapter 40. Arcane Potions. Essence Pills. I have never encountered such phenomena before. Aren't the dungeons of ordinary, difficult, and nightmare difficulty infinitely repeatable? Bai Jin found himself bewildered. This was entirely at odds with the knowledge he had previously acquired. Could it be that my rapid and vigorous grinding has rendered the Wilderness Beast Realm unplayable? This was the only conclusion he could muster. Yet, he seemed to have an inkling of the truth, for at that moment, he possessed 23 first-tier excellent grade promotion certificates within his storage bracelet. It was plausible that all dungeons had similar restrictions. Otherwise, if a coalition of powerful individuals were to infinitely grind nightmare-level dungeons, it would enable a multitude of practitioners to ascend using excellent grade certificates. Bai Jin took a deep breath and began to inquire, may I opt for the second choice? Engage in a fierce battle with the iron-blooded wild bulls corresponding to the Wilderness Beast Path? Response: yes, this option remains valid. You may challenge it at any time. Bai Jin exhaled with relief. He was fervently eager for the iron-blooded wild bull king to grow stronger. The Wilderness Beast Realm is not limited to just the Wilderness Beast Path. May I access other dungeons within the Wilderness Beast Realm? Response: you may enter other dungeons of the Wilderness Beast Realm. However, you will incur the ire of the Wilderness Beast Realm. Having received the answers he sought, Bai Jin hurried to the teleportation area. After expending 100,000 coins, he returned to the main city. Although his plan to upgrade directly to level 9 with full experience was thwarted, he remained unperturbed. There were myriad dungeons to explore. This time, Bai Jin opted for a larger shop. Hello, do you acquire first-tier excellent grade promotion certificates? He inquired courteously. The attendant, a male, was chosen deliberately by Bai Jin, who preferred to avoid interactions with female receptionists, even while masked. Indeed, esteemed guest, we regularly acquire promotion certificates. Do you wish to sell some? Yes. May I ask what the current acquisition price is? Currently, we are in the peak period for the new generation of Awakened Ones promotions. Our acquisition prices are somewhat higher than usual. How many promotion certificates do you wish to sell? With a flourish, Bai Jin produced all 23 first-tier excellent grade promotion certificates, leaving the attendant momentarily astonished. If the price is right, I shall sell these to your establishment. Please hold on. I shall consult with my supervisor. After a price adjustment, the shop offered a purchase price of 10 million per certificate, which Bai Jin found satisfactory, selling them all at once. A single transaction yielded a staggering 2.3 billion coins. A powerful practitioner never frets over trifling wealth. With his newfound riches, Bai Jin prepared to resume his unfinished business. He located a large vendor of nutrient soil and made extensive purchases, ultimately laying down 3 meters of ordinary nutrient soil across 100,000 square meters of living space. This ordinary nutrient soil, admittedly of subpar quality, priced at 30 coins per cubic meter, was inferior to what he had previously acquired. However, it sufficed for planting Qingsun grass. Subsequently, Bai Jin visited the practitioner's store, intending to procure some arcane potions. Beginner arcane potion, 10 milliliters, quality, ordinary, attribute, restores 100 mana points per milliliter. Price, 500 coins. This was the most ubiquitous potion available. A single small vial could restore up to 1,000 mana points. Since this was the real world, there was no cooldown period for potions. However, each practitioner's absorption efficacy varied, and this figure represented an average. If a high-tier practitioner were to consume such a potion, they could instantly absorb more than 1,000 mana points, while a low-tier practitioner might take longer to fully digest it, potentially recovering less than 1,000 mana points. Even the most basic potion commanded a hefty price. A single vial cost 500 coins, equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary courier over 2 to 3 days. With a total mana pool of 100 points, Bai Jin deemed it unwise to consume such inferior concoctions. Drinking one would yield less mana than his automatic recovery. Intermediate arcane potion, 100 milliliters, quality, perfect, attribute, restores 3,000 mana points per milliliter. Price, 500 coins. This was the arcane potion of choice for Bai Jin, a large vial of perfect quality. Consuming the entire 100 milliliters could restore up to 300,000 mana points. But he would not foolishly gulp it all down. A small sip would suffice. Moreover, he purchased the potion merely as a precaution. He likely wouldn't need it regularly. At 500,000 coins per vial, the price was enough to acquire a modest house in a small town like Misty Sea Base City. Yet it was merely the cost of a single arcane potion. Without hesitation, Bai Jin purchased 100 vials. Even after such a substantial acquisition, he felt no remorse. The price of this item remained steadfast. Furthermore, many factions engaged in bulk purchasing, far exceeding his individual needs. Numerous large factions even employed in-house alchemists, typically self-sufficient, leaving only small to medium factions to procure externally. Thus, 50 million coins were spent without a twinge of regret. As for equipment, Bai Jin had not given it much thought. His summoned creatures were formidable enough that he rarely needed to intervene. In fact, ordinary equipment would only weigh him down unless it possessed some unique effect. Such specialized gear rarely surfaced in the market. One either had to acquire it through battle or commission it from master forgers. Regardless, Bai Jin felt he was still far from achieving that level. He then purchased another type of sustenance item. Essence Pill. Grade. First tier, excellent. Attribute. Satisfies the energy requirements of physical attribute practitioners up to 40 points for 24 hours. Price, 3,000 coins. With a physical attribute of 11 points, this essence pill, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, could allow him to forego meals for 3 to 5 days. Thus, Bai Jin decided to purchase 100 pills, sufficient for 1 to 2 years of use. These were merely a backup. He had a living space where his 300 ornamental chickens had begun laying eggs. In their favorable environment, they could produce 2 to 300 eggs daily, far exceeding his consumption needs. Having completed his transactions, Bai Jin strode confidently out of the shop, retrieved his vehicle, and made his way to the teleportation zone. As night enveloped the land, Bai Jin was determined to press forward and swiftly conclude the impending decisive battle. Victory was imperative. He could not afford any unforeseen complications. Chapter 41. The Decisive Battle Space. He sent a message to his aunt, informing her that he would be grinding dungeons for upgrades and would not be visiting in the coming days. Upon teleportation, Bai Jin headed straight to the dungeon area. After a quick inspection, he confirmed that 100 iron-blooded wild bulls and 100 frenzied woodpeckers awaited him in the summoning space, all at full health. He, too, was at peak mana capacity, ready for battle. I choose to engage in a fierce battle with all the wild bulls within the wilderness beast path. Bai Jin concentrated and projected his intent. Note, once you enter the battlefield, you will not be able to return until all the wild bulls have been defeated. Please confirm if you wish to proceed. The thoughtful reminder unexpectedly enhanced Bai Jin's appreciation and understanding of the so-called Blue Star rules. Enter. Whoosh. Bai Jin's figure vanished, reappearing in a dungeon that he had previously conquered at the hellish difficulty. Our side is currently collaborating with the Wilderness Beast Realm to construct the battlefield area. As the challenger, you may designate the battlefield environment. Bai Jin was taken aback. He did not anticipate such an option. This would allow for an effortless victory. Choose the swamp environment. Bai Jin promptly declared, selecting the environment that would most severely restrict the bovine creatures. Yet after a brief pause, there was no response. The wilderness beast realm did not accept this battlefield environment. Please make a new selection. Bai Jin, are you playing hard to get? Fine. Choose the desert environment. The wilderness beast realm did not accept this battlefield environment. Please make a new selection. Select the lake environment. Select the mountainous environment. Bai Jin was left speechless. Even the mountainous environment was rejected, despite the fact that wild bulls could easily navigate in such terrain. Could it be? They wish to engage in a battle within an environment that perfectly showcases the wild bull's combat prowess? How shameless. They could very well designate the battlefield environment themselves instead of allowing me to choose. When one acts as a harlot, they should not erect a facade. Bai Jin's gaze flickered, and he ultimately made a decision. The battlefield environment would be designated as the plains environment. Designation successful. This condition has been gladly accepted by the wilderness beast realm. The battlefield is being generated. Please prepare yourself. Gladly accepted? Bai Jin felt a surge of amusement, realizing he had stumbled upon knowledge he had not previously acquired. Truly shameless. The plains environment is most conducive to the charge of the bovine creatures. If their strength proves formidable, then the 100 Iron-Blood Wild Bull Kings will have to charge recklessly. Perhaps this battlefield environment will actually enhance the slaughter efficiency of my Wild Bull Kings. A softly glowing teleportation array materialized before Bai Jin. The battlefield has been fully generated. You may enter through this teleportation array. Once inside, you cannot leave midway. Please choose wisely. This marked the second reminder from the Blue Star rules. Bai Jin found this mode rather pleasant, exhibiting a hint of humanity. Striding forward, Bai Jin's figure vanished once more. Meanwhile, in another realm, a multitude of wild bulls were inexplicably transported to a teleportation array and subsequently disappeared. Not only that, as the process continued, a number of calves were infused with immense energy, quickly maturing into adult wild bulls, which were also sent into the teleportation array. Bai Jin surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. At this moment, he had only summoned one Iron-Blood Wild Bull King, leaving the others within the summoning space. This was due to a prompt he received. The Wilderness Beast Realm is currently deploying wild bulls. The current count is 6,853. The Wilderness Beast Realm is currently deploying wild bulls. The current count is 36,853. In less than a minute, the number surged to over 30,000, and after summoning the Iron-Blood Wild Bull King at his side, the deployment count continued to climb. Bai Jin had an inkling that the world will of the Wilderness Beast Realm had sensed the transformation of his Iron-Blood Wild Bull King, which was significantly more powerful than the one he had previously vanquished. He refrained from summoning the other Iron-Blood Wild Bull Kings, fearing that the opposition might become intimidated, leading to complications. Since the loser of this battle would become the victor's sustenance, Bai Jin naturally hoped for a greater influx of wild bulls. The battlefield space exceeded Bai Jin's expectations. He initially imagined it would be akin to the size of a grand stadium. However, now, he could not see an end in sight. Respected Blue Star Will, how vast is this battlefield space? Bai Jin respectfully inquired. Answer: the battlefield space measures 100 kilometers in length, 60 kilometers in width, and 10 kilometers in height. Holy moly! Bai Jin felt his scalp tingle. He had not anticipated the collaboratively generated battlefield space to be so immense. This was vastly larger than his own life space. Bai Jin mounted the Iron-Blood Wild Bull King, equipped with a saddle, and proceeded forward. He intended to summon only this one Iron-Blood Wild Bull King for this battle, not even planning to summon the Frenzied Woodpecker. This was a world crafted by the Blue Star rules and the Wilderness Beast Realm. It was only fitting that he kept some of his abilities hidden. The Wilderness Beast Realm continued to deploy wild bulls, and the number had now surpassed 100,000. Furthermore, there seemed to be no signs of cessation. Only then did Bai Jin realize the utility of such a vast battlefield space. Moo, moo. The relentless cacophony of frenzied mooing filled the air as Bai Jin gazed at the approaching herd of wild bulls, letting out a sigh of relief. Although he lacked reconnaissance skills, he could ascertain from their physicality and momentum that these wild bulls were predominantly of elite rank, with only a few leader-level bulls scattered among them. Given the dungeon's tier, these wild bulls would likely be no higher than level 19. Significantly inferior to his current level 31 Iron-Blood Wild Bull King. Moreover, the Iron-Blood Wild Bull King boasted not only 70 points of defense strength, but also an additional 320 points of physical defense and 160 points of magic defense, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary monsters to penetrate. These were real wild bulls, not mere projections. The prospect of experience gain was exhilarating. Bai Jin's eyes gleamed with anticipation for experience, and he urged his Iron-Blood Wild Bull King to charge forward. Moo! With a mighty roar, a shockwave rippled outward, instantly toppling all wild bulls within a 100-meter radius, silencing them completely. Clearly, the kingly battle cry emitted by the level 31 Iron Blood Wild Bull King had annihilated these wild bulls in an instant. Indeed, these wild bulls had been tampered with, their eyes glowing red, seemingly consumed by a singular desire to fight. Bai Jin observed the outer circle of wild bulls continuing to charge forward, reflecting on the situation. No experience? What is happening? Bai Jin was taken aback. Respected Blue Star will, I fight and bleed for Blue Star. Why have I received no experience for slaying these wild bulls? Bai Jin inquired directly. If there was no experience to be gained, what use were the corpses of these wild bulls? Were they meant to be sold for beef? That would be utterly absurd. Selling beef yields little profit. And he could far more efficiently farm elite-level promotion certificates from Nightmare Tier dungeons instead. Response: this is a special battlefield. The death of wild bulls will provide unique energy to assist in enhancing your skills. Bai Jin began to sense his Iron Blood Wild Bull King, only to discover a disheartening reality. The health and stamina of the Iron Blood Wild Bull King had indeed increased, albeit marginally. Moo! Another kingly battle cry, and a large group of wild bulls collapsed and perished. This time, Bai Jin conducted a careful comparison and found that slaying a single wild bull resulted in a mere increment of health and stamina for the Iron Blood Wild Bull King. Seriously? Just this little? It is utterly meaningless. Believing he would experience a significant enhancement, Bai Jin was suddenly engulfed by a sense of despondency. The increment was utterly trivial. A frustrated roar seemed to echo in the recesses of his mind. Chapter 42. The World Goes Mad. Surveying the surroundings littered with the corpses of the barbaric bulls, which obstructed their kin from charging forth, Bai Jin commenced the collection of these fallen beasts into his life space. Soon, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. Upon integrating the barbaric bull carcasses into his life space, he was graced with an extraordinary sensation, complete disintegration, with a mere thought. The hundreds of barbaric bull corpses he had recently absorbed transformed into a vivid crimson energy, which then melded seamlessly with the 3-meter-thick layer of ordinary nutrient soil beneath. The sheer number of slain bulls was sufficient to elevate the quality of the soil in his life space to a superior tier. This was indeed a monumental gain. Bai Jin's earlier gloom dissipated, and he hastened to gather more bull carcasses from the ground. The ordinary nutrient soil he had initially purchased was priced at 100 coins per cubic meter, the most commonplace variety employed for extensive cultivation. Ascending the hierarchy, one could procure superior quality nutrient soil at 1,500 coins per cubic meter, 15 times more expensive. Beyond that lay the exceptional grade, costing a staggering 12,000 coins per cubic meter. The market's pinnacle was the perfect grade nutrient soil, priced at an astounding 1 million coins per cubic meter. The quality of nutrient soil directly influenced the types of crops one could cultivate. For instance, ordinary nutrient soil could only support basic crops. Attempting to grow superior grade crops would result in nutritional deficiencies, ultimately jeopardizing their survival or fruit-bearing capabilities. The exorbitant cost of perfect grade nutrient soil stemmed from its ability to sustain perfect grade crops, which, according to his aunt, were the minimum standard for the meals prepared by the Valkyrie battle group. Moo, moo. The cacophony of frenzied bull roars enveloped Bai Jin, creating a din that drowned out the piercing sounds directed at the Iron Blood Barbaric Bull King. Given the attributes of the Iron Blood Barbaric Bull King, these roars were hardly formidable. Moo. A shock wave erupted, obliterating a swath of foes in an instant. The battle roar of the king still consumed 10 stamina points. Yet its potency had vastly increased compared to its level 8 form. With each successive roar, the outside bulls seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in a relentless tide. Bai Jin checked the information and confirmed that the barbaric bulls remained in deployment status. This was fortuitous. Perhaps by the end of this skirmish, the soil in his life space would not only reach superior quality, but exceed it. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin accelerated his collection of bull carcasses. His life space spanned 1 million square meters, with nutrient soil 3 meters thick, amounting to a total of 3 million cubic meters of nutrient soil. At the price of 1,500 coins per cubic meter for superior quality, the total value soared to an impressive 4.5 billion coins, no trifling sum indeed. The Iron Blood Barbaric Bull King possessed the innate talent of enduring stamina, unleashing its kingly battle roar every 10 seconds, clearing a vast area of barbaric bulls. During this interval, numerous bulls would charge towards the Iron Blood Barbaric Bull King. However, even in their frenzied state, their assault could not penetrate the king's hide. With 223 physical defense, this was no jest. Consequently, many bulls attempted to leap onto Bai Jin's back from below. Occasionally, a bull would succeed in reaching the 3.5-meter high back of the king. Yet, regardless of their efforts, Bai Jin remained utterly unmoved. all attacks were redirected to the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King beneath him, resulting in no damage due to their inability to breach its defenses. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Bai Jin had grown drowsy, the act of collecting bull carcasses becoming an instinctual motion. Within the life space, the 3 million cubic meters of nutrient soil had already surpassed the ordinary standard, albeit falling short of the superior grade. The slaughter persisted. Whenever Bai Jin felt hunger, he consumed a meat essence pill, and when thirsty, he sipped some water. These meat essence pills, crafted from the essence of flesh, were small yet brimming with energy. Moreover, they bore the advantage of easy absorption, rendering the need for bowel movements nearly obsolete. Thus, aside from occasionally standing atop the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King's back to relieve himself, Bai Jin remained in a state of mechanical collection. From time to time, he would glance at the information. The wild beast realm continued to funnel barbaric bulls into the fray, as if they were infinitely replenished. 7 days and nights swiftly elapsed, and Bai Jin suddenly awakened, realizing that no more bulls charged forth. Had it come to an end? Collecting the last batch of bull corpses into his life space, the 3 million cubic meters of nutrient soil had now reached the superior grade, and indeed, to an extraordinarily fine degree. Notification: the wild beast realm has ceased deploying barbaric bulls into the battlefield space. In 10 seconds, should no further bulls be introduced, this battle will conclude. Bai Jin nodded, a hint of regret surfacing. It was rather underwhelming, with the reserve of meat essence pills at his disposal. He could have sustained this for an entire year and perhaps elevated all 3 million cubic meters of nutrient soil to the perfect grade. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Bai Jin finally emerged from his mechanical state of collecting bull corpses. Boom. A spatial barrier enveloped Bai Jin and the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King, transporting them to the replica area of the Misty Sea-based city. Not even 10 seconds had passed. What was happening? Bai Jin's complexion paled, a wave of dread enveloping him, as if his very soul had been frozen. Notification: the wild beast realm has violated the agreement, launching an assault against you. Our side has retaliated. The corresponding area of the wild beast realm has been seized by us. Notification: the corresponding area of the wild beast realm has vanished. The wild beast realm replica has dissipated. Notification: you have been subjected to abnormal treatment. The wild beast realm considers you a target for elimination. Compensation: our side has seized the area of the wild beast realm, which has begun to integrate into our world. As compensation, you may propose one request within reasonable limits. Bai Jin felt a chill run down his spine. He had never anticipated that a world devoid of concrete consciousness would turn against him. An unimaginable scenario. Surely not. Was it merely for killing over 20 million barbaric bulls? This was trivial for a world, was it not? At this moment, Bai Jin remained shaken, astonished that things could unfold in such a manner. He did not rush. Instead, he began to inspect the attributes of the Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King. Iron-Blood Barbaric Bull King, Yellow Grade Special. Level: 3rd Tier, 1st Level. Health Points: 17, 298, 000. Stamina Points: 17, 298, 000. Defense Strength: 70. Physical Defense: 22, 320. Magical Defense: 11, 160. Attack Speed Range: 0, 2. Physical Attack: 44, 640. Talent: Enduring Stamina. Copper Skin and Iron Bones, Iron Blood Battle Intent. Characteristics: Promotion: already at the limit of yellow grade. Suitable extraordinary items can elevate it to the mysterious grade. Skills: King's Battle Roar, Barbaric Stomp, Bull Charge. Equipment: none. Chapter 43, The Iron Blood Battle Bull King. Over the course of 7 days and nights, Bai Jin's side had slain over 20 million barbaric bulls. Initially, each kill would yield a slight increase in health and stamina, yet as the battle progressed, such enhancements became increasingly difficult to attain. At present, Bai Jin's primary focus is on the promotion characteristic, which has surprisingly revealed a hint. The Iron-Blooded Wild Bull King has reached the pinnacle of the yellow grade. It states that by offering appropriate mystical objects, it can be elevated to the profound grade. However, it does not specify what is required. Through this recent battle, Bai Jin has come to fully comprehend the formidable strength of the Iron-Blooded Wild Bull King, which stands in an invincible stance. He even vaguely suspects that the reason the savage beast realm committed over 20 million wild bulls to the fray is to exhaust him and his Iron-Blooded Wild Bull King. Yet, due to their enduring stamina trait, they are capable of engaging in a protracted battle, which may ultimately lead to the savage beast realm's defenses being breached, compelling them to disregard their pact and take action against him. Nevertheless, such a breach of agreement will inevitably incur immense repercussions, with Blue Star directly acquiring the corresponding region of the savage beast path. Although the exact dimensions of that region remain unknown, it is certain that Blue Star has reaped substantial benefits, hence the compensation offered to him. Is it possible to mend the soul injury of my aunt, Tang Yin? There was no response, prompting Bai Jin to sigh. Is it possible to elevate my summoning skill for the iron-blooded Wild Bull King to the heavenly grade? After a brief wait, still, there was no reply, leading Bai Jin to lower his expectations. What about elevating it to the earthly grade? Again, no response. This time, Bai Jin sensed that the will of Blue Star's rules seemed somewhat stingy, unwilling to part with such a trivial earthly skill. What about the profound grade? If that is not feasible, then forget it. I shall forego the compensation. Response: feasible. Reward has been issued. A scroll radiating an extraordinary glow and a seemingly flowing blood-red rune materialized before Bai Jin, who quickly waved to store them away. As there were too many people around. What the heck? The dungeon is gone? We are in dire straits. Just moments ago, we were on the verge of defeating the difficult dungeon boss, and now the entire team has been teleported out. How could this happen? What are we to do? I'm only at level 3. Without reaching level 10, I cannot even use the teleportation array. We are all done for. I am worse off. I am still at level 1. With the dungeon gone, what am I to do? Countless individuals, after their shock, began to wail. For the rules of the teleportation array dictate that only those who have reached the first tier, or a minimum of level 10, can utilize it. Bang! A deep pit appeared in the ground as a burly man swiftly rose and surveyed his surroundings. Everyone fell silent, for this man was Lord Lei Hong, the governor of Misty Sea Base City, a tier 3 combatant. Bai Jin did not hastily depart, given the gravity of the situation, which he had inadvertently caused. He wished to observe how these prominent figures would resolve it. A torrent of thoughts flooded Lei Hong's mind. Having lived for 70 to 80 years, he had never encountered such an event. Due to various circumstances, he had depleted all his previous contributions in despair and ultimately attained the position of governor of the 9th base city. Typically, such high-ranking base cities are exceedingly stable, and incidents rarely occur, allowing him to live out his remaining years in tranquility. However, it seems that recent events have been increasingly tumultuous. First, the daughter of that celestial fairy awakened a heavenly grade talent, prompting the Valkyrie battle group to send someone without even a word of greeting, leaving him stung and humiliated. Though he was indifferent to matters of face, he was backed by the Blood War 8 Desolation battle group, a formidable force in its own right. Yet, he found himself powerless, for that woman, Lu Rian's mother, belonged to the Valkyrie battle group, making it a case of an internally birthed genius. The very next day, the holy energy crystal that assisted students in awakening at 9th High School suddenly exploded, leaving him bewildered. Fortunately, that item has now become a standard product and is not exceedingly rare. It can simply be replaced. Now, with the disappearance of the dungeon, Lei Hong truly felt the urge to curse. This was no trivial matter he could suppress. Misty Sea Base City has a permanent population of 30 million, the majority of whom are at the first tier, thus capable of being teleported away. However, the recent batch of students who had just awakened, along with those yet to awaken, total nearly 10 million, making this a significant issue. Everyone, do not panic, return home, and await further notice from the administrative office. Lei Hong's voice resonated throughout the area, before his figure vanished. Bai Jin did not rush to leave Misty Sea Base City, although the dungeon had vanished. The teleportation array remained intact, and he intended to first return home to upgrade his summoning skill for the iron-blooded Wild Bull King. He retrieved his car and sped back home. Upon arrival, the once warm and inviting home felt utterly deserted. Bai Jin returned to his room and sat down on his bed. With a thought, the scroll and rune appeared in his hand. Skill Promotion Scroll, Profound Grade. Description: upon use in conjunction with other items, it can elevate a skill to the highest level of Profound Grade. Common skills are categorized into 4 qualities: ordinary, excellent, outstanding, and perfect. To upgrade these skills, one simply requires the corresponding skill promotion scroll. However, once a skill reaches the yellow grade, the process becomes different. To enhance the quality of the skill, it must be paired with mystical objects, or else the skill cannot be upgraded. Bai Jin gazed at the seemingly flowing blood-red rune in his hand. Blood Chi Rune, Blood Chi class mystical object. Description: can significantly enhance the strength of flesh and blood life forms, bestowing them with Blood Chi properties. Significantly enhancing the strength of flesh and blood life forms? Bai Jin felt a twinge of confusion. After all, his iron-blooded Wild Bull King is a half-energy, half-flesh entity formed through the convergence of magical power and energy. Nevertheless, it doesn't matter. This is a gift from the will of Blue Star's rules, so it must be usable. Bai Jin concentrated his thoughts and chose to use the skill promotion scroll alongside the Blood Chi rune to enhance the summoning skill for the iron-blooded Wild Bull King. The summoning skill for the iron-blooded Wild Bull King is a fundamental skill, This promotion requires no additional skill points or upgrade scrolls and meets the promotion criteria. The skill enhancement is commencing. The profound grade skill promotion scroll remained unchanged in his hand, while the blood chi rune transformed into a stream of light, merging into Bai Jin's sea of consciousness before gradually vanishing. Time passed, though Bai Jin could not ascertain how long, before he slowly opened his eyes. Summon Iron-Blooded Battle Bull King. Profound grade special exclusive. Increases all attributes by 200. Summoning level 20. Description: consumes 300 points of magical power to summon up to 100 level 20 half-energy, half-flesh Iron-Blooded Battle Bulls. The magical power consumed varies based on the number summoned. Description: summoning time is 1 second. The casting cannot be interrupted by conventional means. Once the number reaches 100, it cannot be summoned again. Chapter 44. Indestructible. Blood chi like a rainbow. Compared to before, the transition from yellow grade to profound grade represents a fundamental leap. Consequently, the Iron-Blooded Wild Bull King has transformed into the Iron-Blooded Battle Bull King. A mere letter S difference signifies a substantial distinction. Moreover, during the enhancement of this skill, Bai Jin also realized that after ascending to the profound grade, it would originally be the summoning skill for the Iron-Blooded Battle Bull. However, under the influence of his talent, it has evolved into the Battle Bull King. Focusing his thoughts, Bai Jin began to inspect the attributes of the Iron-Blooded Battle Bull King. Iron-Blooded Battle Bull King. Profound Grade Special. Level: Tier 3, Level 1. Vitality: 59, 520, 000. Stamina: 59, 520, 000. Defense Strength: 70. Physical Defense: 44, 640. Magical Defense: 22, 320. Attack Speed Range: 0, 3. Physical Attack: 89, 280. Talents: Endurance, Indestructible, Iron-Blooded Combat Will, Blood Surge. Traits: Promotion. Skills: King's Battle Roar, Savage Trample, Brute Charge. Equipment: None. Bai Jin was utterly astounded. 59, 520, 000 health points. This was several times more than before his promotion. It is worth noting that this was merely the health of an Iron-Blooded Bull King, and he possessed 100 of them, combined. That amounted to a staggering total of 952, 000 health points. Bai Jin felt that henceforth, no one could easily inflict harm upon him. Both his attack and defense had doubled, and his attack speed limit had finally changed, rising to 3 points, significantly enhancing his output. You have received talent feedback enhancement. You have acquired the temporary talent of endurance, the temporary talent of indestructible, and the temporary talent of blood surge. Your will cannot be enhanced or compatible with Iron-Blooded Combat Will. You cannot acquire the temporary talent of Iron-Blooded Combat Will. Much like before, even after being promoted to the first tier, he still could not gain the Iron-Blooded Combat Will talent, and he was indifferent to it. After advancing to the mystical level, the Iron-Blooded Bull King had gained an additional blood surge talent, while the original Copper Skin and Iron Bones talent had evolved into Indestructible. The name of the endurance talent remained unchanged, but its attributes had been significantly enhanced. Endurance, Mystical, Temporary. Effect: Passive talent. Your stamina recovery speed is greatly increased, granting you 2 or a minimum of 1,000 points of stamina recovery per second. Compared to before, the effect had doubled, allowing the Iron-Blooded Bull King to unleash either King's Battle Roar or Savage Trample every 5 seconds. For Bai Jin, however, it made little difference. No matter how he exerted himself, his stamina was always full, rendering this talent enhancement of little significance to him personally. Indestructible, Mystical, Temporary. Effect: Passive talent. Your physical defense is increased by an additional 4 levels, your magical defense is increased by 2 levels, and your resistance to blunt and piercing damage is significantly enhanced. Compared to before, the effect had also doubled, but this enhancement on the Iron-Blooded Bull King was not merely a slight boost. Physical defense: 44, 640. Magical defense: 22, 320. Bai Jin could scarcely fathom who at the same tier could breach such defenses. Based on his experience, even the esteemed Lord Lei Hong, the governor of Misty Sea Bay City, would likely be unable to penetrate the defenses of the Iron-Blooded Bull King. Naturally, Bai Jin was most intrigued by the newly emerged Blood Surge talent. Blood Surge, Mystical, Temporary. Effect: Semi-passive effect, when you are in a state of excitement or agitation. The flow rate of your blood or internal energy is greatly accelerated, granting you corresponding benefits. Bai Jin found it somewhat perplexing that this seemingly worthless talent only activated when he was excited or agitated. The crux was that he had always maintained a calm demeanor. For young men who had only recently come of age, it was natural to feel excitement in the presence of beautiful women. However, having lived with his aunt and younger sister since childhood, he had developed an unimaginable resistance to beauty. Perhaps there were women more beautiful than his aunt and sister, but they were certainly few and far between, making it exceedingly difficult for him to feel excitement or agitation. What a useless talent. I had expected something remarkable, and this is what I get. Moreover, how could an ethereal summon like the iron-blooded bull king even feel excitement? Bai Jin felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly adjusted his mood. Aside from this lackluster talent, the iron-blooded bull king was already formidable enough. In fact, Bai Jin had a sense that even among mystical creatures, the iron-blooded bull king belonged to the upper echelons of power. Extraordinary corrections. Ultimate development. It must possess unique characteristics. The primal effect of supreme summoning was simply too potent. After surveying the place where he had grown up, Bai Jin retrieved his vehicle and headed toward the teleportation array. The essence of home has never been a mere house. It is where family resides, and wherever his aunt and sister were, that was his home. After paying a teleportation fee of 100,000, Bai Jin returned to the main city. An hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Valkyrie battle group's base. It was his first encounter with such a unique battlefield. It was exhilarating, but the duration was rather lengthy. His aunt looked at him with slightly reddened eyes before turning away. Bai Jin sighed inwardly. He had not anticipated that entering that battlefield would take a full 7 days and nights. Perhaps his aunt thought he had met with misfortune. The two walked in silence. His aunt not speaking, and Bai Jin dared not initiate conversation. Chapter 45. His aunt was stunned. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, his aunt had regained her composure, though her expression remained stern, clearly indicating that she had not fully forgiven Bai Jin. What exactly did you do during those 7 days and nights? Do you truly believe that possessing absolute alternatives makes you invincible? His aunt pulled Bai Jin to sit on the sofa before departing alone. Shortly after, she returned with a large basket of packed meals. The two silently finished their meal. His aunt sat across from Bai Jin, her expression still serious. Xiao Jin, what exactly happened this time? Did you encounter a special dungeon event? Bai Jin nodded, prompting his aunt to lightly smack him. Special dungeon events were not anomalies. They occurred frequently. When faced with such circumstances, it was often because the practitioner was too exceptional, leading the otherworldly realm to seek their life. A gamble with death. You have absolute alternatives and the source skill of the brute bull, but you must also think twice. If a special dungeon event can be triggered, it indicates that the otherworld has confidence in killing you. Do you understand? Bai Jin took a deep breath and then spoke. Aunt, is the basement safe? Are there any surveillance measures? His aunt was taken aback. Xiao Jin, this is the Valkyrie battle group's base. How could there be any chaotic surveillance measures? This place is secure. Seeing Bai Jin appear somewhat hesitant, his aunt stood up and led him to the basement. While it was termed a basement, it was actually a robustly constructed underground training area. It stood 20 meters tall, with dimensions of approximately 40 meters in length and width, complemented by daylight wells on the ground, eliminating any sense of claustrophobia. This was merely the most ordinary basement attached to residential premises. Those residing in the fourth tier had independent palatial estates, their interiors extravagantly beyond imagination. Bai Jin reached out to securely close the massive alloy armored door, then turned to his aunt with a serious expression. Aunt, please don't be nervous or agitated. Bai Jin earnestly cautioned. His aunt solemnly nodded. Xiao Jin, if it pertains to your talent demonstration, you may summarize it. There's no need to divulge everything to me. Bai Jin shook his head. Aunt, it's not about talents. It's a summon. Please watch closely. Whoosh. A colossal creature, standing 4 meters tall and measuring 8 to 9 meters in length, materialized in the underground training area. His aunt gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, then turned to Bai Jin with incredulity. Xiao Jin, what is this? Aunt, this is the mystical iron-blooded bull king. What? Mystical? Wasn't it previously a yellow-level skill? You upgraded that skill to mystical? His aunt quickly grasped the situation. Bai Jin nodded affirmatively. Aunt, this is my source skill, and the absolute alternative is now bound to this iron-blooded bull king. Whoosh. A sigh of relief escaped from Aunt Tang Yuan, who then shot a glare at Bai Jin. With a mischievous grin, Bai Jin said, Auntie, while your innate talents may have ignited, your physical form remains at the 3rd tier. Why not give it a try and see if you can inflict any damage upon this iron-blooded war bull king? Taking Bai Jin's suggestion to heart, Aunt Tang Yuan nodded earnestly and gracefully approached the iron-blooded war bull king. Clenching her delicate fist tightly, she delivered a swift punch. Thud. The sound echoed, resembling a clash of metal, as Aunt Tang Yuan stared in astonishment at the immovable iron-blooded war bull king. With a few more strikes, her resolve finally waned. Observing her reddened knuckles, Bai Jin realized she had indeed exerted herself. Auntie, this iron-blooded war bull king boasts over 40,000 in physical defense and more than 20,000 in magical defense. Without any skills to enhance your attack, you would be unable to penetrate its defenses. What? Aunt Tang Yin exclaimed in shock. Bai Jin, does this iron-blooded war bull king possess an innate ability that further amplifies its defenses? Is it dual defense? Bai Jin nodded in affirmation. After a moment of joy, Aunt Tang Yin swiftly moved beside Bai Jin and playfully pinched his ear. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You've made me strike until my fist is red. Were you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? Though her demeanor suggested annoyance, a gleam of happiness lingered in her eyes. However, Bai Jin felt a twinge of pain in his ear. It seemed that the absolute substitute skill had not taken effect. Perhaps this ear twisting did not constitute any form of damage? Alright, let us put this aside. With your newfound knowledge, Auntie can now rest easy, provided you refrain from recklessness. Your safety should be assured. Aunt Tang Yun expressed her relief, and Bai Jin nodded vigorously, only for her to let out a huff. They say a child grows up and no longer listens to their mother. Ever since your awakening, you've become completely disobedient. I've worried more in these past few days than in the previous decade. Rest assured, Auntie, I will consult you before undertaking any actions from now on. Humph. Who do you think you're fooling? Despite her words, she released her grip on his ear, gently massaging it instead. Given the formidable defense of this iron-blooded war bull king, and considering that bulls typically possess considerable vitality, with that absolute substitute skill active, as long as the iron-blooded war bull king remains alive, you should be safe. However, do not grow complacent. There are myriad methods to counter someone as inherently weak as you. Aunt Tang Yin admonished softly, and Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Auntie, the iron-blooded war bull king has a health pool of 59,200,000. Even so, I will remain vigilant. Boom. Aunt Tang Yin stood frozen in shock. Auntie. Bai Jin waved his hand in front of her, and her eyes regained their spark. How much health did you say? Repeat that. Auntie. You heard correctly, 59,200,000, and that's not even my full strength. Aunt Tang Yun's expression shifted to one of mixed emotions, relief, joy, and a hint of fear. Bai Jin, the stronger you become, the more at ease I will be. However, your summoned creature seems awfully peculiar, particularly for a summoning of such a high caliber. It should not be this formidable. I want to inquire further, but you must understand. This is decidedly abnormal. Thus, Aunt Tang Yun's eyes grew serious, conveying her concern. Bai Jin nodded with unprecedented gravity. Rest assured, Auntie, I remember your previous warnings. I did not conceal my talents from you. I merely wished to alleviate your worries regarding my safety in the future. Hearing Bai Jin's reassurances, Aunt Tang Yun nodded appreciatively. Bai Jin, possessing a remarkable talent is one thing, but what I just mentioned still holds true. You are not invincible. Numerous strategies exist to counter you. For instance, mages adept in quicksand, binding, freezing, or swamp-based combinatory spells can easily ensnare you. Even with invincible defenses, you could be worn down over time. Moreover, if you were cast into the depths of the ocean, the terrifying pressure would inflict unimaginable harm upon you. Even with the iron-blooded war bull king bearing the brunt of the damage, how long could it withstand such a burden? There are also advanced spells such as spatial banishment and spatial slicing that you would be utterly defenseless against. Therefore, do not harbor any delusions of invincibility. Aunt Tang Yun cautioned softly. Bai Jin's eyes lit up. He recognized the validity of Aunt Tang Yun's concerns, as these were indeed challenges he currently could not address. Chapter 46. Tucking Auntie into bed. With the absolute substitute skill in play, any attack directed at his body would be redirected to the iron-blooded war bull king, evaluated against its attributes. However, how would he contend with large area spells like quicksand or swamp spells? He would undoubtedly be trapped underground, though he would not sustain damage. He could still be incapacitated. This was a method to deal with him. As for spatial spells, what if he and the surrounding area were entirely banished? He would not suffer any damage but would be defenseless against such area-based magical assaults. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin nodded once more with determination. All right, Auntie. You look exhausted. Find a room to sleep in, and if you're hungry, head to the cafeteria. Aunt Tang Yun yawned. Bai Jin promptly assisted her toward the ground. Having spent 7 days and nights on the battlefield, Auntie likely had not enjoyed a restful night's sleep. If Aunt Tang Yun were still a complete third-tier powerhouse, she would be fine. However, her soul was weaker than that of an ordinary person. As they walked, she unexpectedly fell asleep. Bai Jin guided her into the bedroom and tucked her in snugly. At the Blood War 8 Desolate Battle Group's headquarters, the governor of the Misty Sea-based city, Lei Hong, was respectfully reporting the disappearance of the dungeon to the man across from him. In a city where Lei Hong's words held great weight, he now appeared like a mere foot soldier, daring not to raise his gaze toward the formidable figure before him. Slurp. After sipping his tea, the man placed the lid upon the cup. Understood. This matter is of no concern to you. With the dungeon gone, Misty Sea Bay City is no longer suitable for ordinary people to survive and thrive. You are to inform everyone in Misty Sea Bay City of this development and prepare those who wish to leave. In 10 days, our battle group will dispatch the Void Fortress, allowing those unable to utilize the teleportation array to board and depart. There is a newly established base city not far from here. We shall relocate them there. The man spoke calmly. Yes, as you command. Lei Hong replied respectfully. Lei Hong. The man continued. You possess Earth-grade talents. Why do you settle for remaining at the 3rd tier? The man sipping tea across from him asked softly. Lei Hong took a deep breath and bowed respectfully. Leader, my wife has passed away, and my son is no longer with us. My talents are limited. Even if I were to advance to the 4th or 5th tier, I would still be powerless to enact revenge. Becoming stronger holds little significance for me now. His sorrowful tone elicited a sigh from the man across the table. One must do something while alive. Do not deliberately seek to evade reality. Lei Hong maintained his bow and did not respond. Lei Hong, remaining in Misty Sea Bay City, serves no purpose. Therefore, I will assign you a task. Leader, please give your orders. Lei Hong responded with a hint of bitterness. Oh, you. The man across shook his head in exasperation. I am not sending you to fight or to grow stronger. In the extreme south, where your wife and son perished, a new academy will be established. This year, the 10 newly awakened heavenly grade talents and most earth grade and profound grade occupational practitioners will attend this new academy for their studies. The finest cohort of our warriors from the blood battle of the 8 desolations shall also be dispatched. You are to serve as their class mentor and impart your wisdom upon them. The man remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Lei Hong paused, taken aback. Commander, I have no desire to teach students, nor have I ever done so. The man sighed. The establishment of the new academy is a directive from the Domain Lord, and all factions must cooperate wholeheartedly. Perhaps the Domain Lord is preparing to take action against the southern extremes, and this group of students is pivotal. You lack the motivation to instruct them and doubt your own ability to grow stronger for revenge. Do you not even harbor thoughts of avenging your deceased wife and child? A sudden intensity radiated from Lei Hong, his previously placid expression transformed by disbelief. Commander? Go. It is the will of the leader. A 3rd-tier individual is most suited to educate these students, and among the 3rd tier, you are among the strongest. There are 10 students with heavenly talent. Nurture them well, and they may become your allies in vengeance. Understood. Lei Hong affirmed, his voice resonant and resolute. The man nodded, and after Lei Hong respectfully saluted, he departed. Similar occurrences transpired across various factions, as numerous formidable professionals received orders to serve as instructors at the new academy. Bai Jin, who had been staring blankly on the couch, intended to wait until his aunt awakened to bid farewell. Suddenly, the space shifted, revealing the 5th-tier spatial sovereign Murong Xiaobing and an irate younger sister, Lu Ruoyan. Brother, are you trying to get yourself killed? Why does it take so long to complete a dungeon? Do you have any idea how anxious Mother has been these past few days? Lu Ruoyan rushed to Bai Jin's side, clinging to his arm. Her eyes reddened with unshed tears. Had it not been for Murong Xiaobing's presence, she would likely have burst into tears. I greet you, Your Majesty the Ice Sovereign. Bai Jin said respectfully. Though he possessed high defenses and substantial health, this 5th-tier spatial sovereign could easily overpower him. More importantly, she had treated him exceptionally well. First with the life space and later by gifting him the mystical mask, Jade Face Concealment. Murong Xiaobing nodded. I have been quite occupied. Ruoyan insists on returning to the main city daily, merely to check if there's any news of you. Bai Jin glanced at Lu Ruoyan, whose eyes were still red and lips pouted. I've promised my aunt that I won't recklessly delve into dungeons again. In the future, I will inform her first if something comes up. Brother, can you truly keep that promise? Lu Ruoyan asked skeptically. The new academy has been established and is about to commence. I will find a way to ensure you gain admission, Lu Ruoyan declared suddenly. Bai Jin was taken aback, for he was unaware of this development, particularly since his publicly acknowledged talent was the most inferior. Without special treatment, he would never gain entry to any academy. Ruoyan, this matter is beyond my control. You must seek the Valkyrie's assistance. However, I fear it may be quite challenging. Perhaps I could recommend your brother to some prestigious academies. With my influence, he would surely gain entry, Murong Xiaobing suggested. Lu Ruoyan shook her head. Sister Xiaobing, I have seen many people gain admission through connections. There's no reason my brother cannot do the same. I shall go seek the Valkyrie immediately. Releasing Bai Jin's arm, she stated resolutely. Murong Xiaobing nodded. Those who gain admission through connections often aim to establish relationships. They typically begin with at least mystical talents, qualifying them for admission, rather than truly circumventing the rules. Let us go. I need to report on the new academy's status. You may discuss your brother's matter afterward. Very well. The two figures vanished, leaving Bai Jin envious. The spatial magic was exhilarating, more swift and convenient than any mode of transportation. Within a grand hall, Murong Xiaobing and Lu Ruoyan materialized, quietly observing the Valkyrie seated in a chair, her chin resting on her hand as she slept. Chapter 47. Those who do not reach the fourth tier are mere ants. The two women remained motionless, while the Valkyrie seemed oblivious to their arrival. Continuing to doze with her chin cradled in her hand, Lu Ruoyan glanced at Murong Xiaobing before focusing her energy. Boundless holy light enveloped the space, warm yet not illuminating. Instead, it replaced the ambient light. Within this holy radiance, the Valkyrie's previously tense expression gradually softened. Time slipped away until Lu Ruoyan hastily retrieved a vial of mana potion from her storage bracelet, eager to consume it. "There's no need, thank you," came a clear, relaxed voice. My lady, my lady." Both women bowed, and the Valkyrie gestured for them to forego further formalities. "My lady, the new academy has been fully established, with all facilities constructed to the highest current standards, and all major factions have dispatched powerful instructors to partake. I have utilized the might of the ninth domain to establish the strongest defensive system currently available. Once these students enroll, they will be largely shielded from external threats. Each member with heavenly talent will be equipped with a protective gear rated at 5th tier defense, ensuring their safety." Murong Xiaobing elaborated, to which the Valkyrie nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is essential to gradually cultivate them based on their actual circumstances, ensuring their safety while also preserving their spirit and courage." Murong Xiaobing promptly nodded in understanding. "My lady, may I inquire as to the name of the new academy? Everyone has been quite curious." The Valkyrie pointed above. "This was decided long ago. The new academy shall be named the Super God Academy, ranking as the highest priority institution, surpassing the top 10 academies." Murong Xiaobing was momentarily taken aback. "My lady, the Super God Academy? Is it?" "Indeed, it is the Super God Academy of our ninth domain. The ninth domain will exert its utmost effort to support the development of this academy. Numerous formidable foreign powers covet our ninth domain. This presents both a tremendous crisis and an unprecedented opportunity. If managed well, it could herald a true golden age for our human race." Murong Xiaobing took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Lu Ruoyan, silently signaling her to refrain from mentioning her earlier intentions. However, Lu Ruoyan bit her lip, resolutely shaking her head. "My lady, I have a request." Lu Ruoyan stepped forward respectfully. The Valkyrie's brow furrowed slightly as she glanced at Murong Xiaobing, who averted her gaze. "Speak, and given that you just eased my spiritual fatigue, I will consider your request, provided it is not too unreasonable." Lu Ruoyan quickly bowed again. "My lady, the new academy is about to commence, and I wish to secure an admission slot for my brother. Whatever the cost, I am willing to repay it later." The Valkyrie stared at the earnest and somewhat anxious girl before her. Bai Jin was said to possess merely ordinary talent. First, his mother, Tang Yun, had relentlessly sought a skill book for him, and now Lu Ruoyan was willing to pay a price for his admission. The Valkyrie found this curious. This time, Murong Xiaobing's eyes also sparkled as she observed Lu Ruoyan, for she understood the Valkyrie's disposition. For her to express such sentiments was indeed extraordinary. "My lady, my brother was raised by my mother, referred to as my aunt, but truly a mother. He has always cared for me deeply since childhood. If I can secure a bright future for him, what is a small sacrifice in comparison?" Lu Ruoyan spoke softly. The Valkyrie nodded with rare acknowledgement. "It is merely one slot, a matter of a few words from me. However, your brother possesses an ordinary talent. Do you truly believe it fitting for him to enter the Super God Academy, which commences at the level of profound talent?" The Valkyrie inquired. Lu Ruoyan promptly affirmed. "My lady, it is indeed appropriate. When talent is lacking, we compensate with equipment and skills. I am confident that I can ensure my brother stands strong among others." The Valkyrie paused, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Ruoyan, you may not comprehend that as one advances, talent becomes increasingly vital. Sometimes, we indulge in motivational platitudes, believing that effort can bridge the gap to talent. Alas, this is merely a form of self-deception. To date, no practitioner below the yellow level talent has ascended to the 4th tier, and those who do not reach the 4th tier are akin to mere ants. Your brother is of distinguished lineage, yet he faced grave adversity in his youth. He was originally destined for a talent that began at the earth level. But despite the efforts of numerous powerful individuals, he could not be restored. Living as an ordinary person is the best outcome available within the 9th domain. The first-class guardian jade pendant your mother possesses was largely granted for your talent and your brother as safety." The Valkyrie spoke softly. Murong Xiaobing's eyes widened in astonishment. For the Valkyrie, typically aloof, had referred to Lu Ruoyan as Ruoyan, and had spoken at length, an occurrence that was far from commonplace. Lu Ruoyan took a deep breath, summoning her courage to meet the Valkyrie's gaze. "My lady, while my brother's talent may seem inferior, perhaps even pitiful in the eyes of those with profound or earth-level talents, what difference does it make to me? As long as I am by his side, No one shall dare to bully him, Lu Ruyin declared earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, the Valkyrie nodded. Very well, such spirit is commendable, but maintain humility. I hope you can preserve this mindset as you grow. I await the day you can stand beside me in battle. The Valkyrie rose and handed Lu Ruyin a jade pendant. Originally, your mother was to reside at the military base, and your brother was to be assigned to the Valkyrie's battle group office. Since you have made this request, I shall honor your wishes. With this token, your brother may enter the Super God Academy and enjoy the privileges of Earth-level talent. Ruyin, do not expend excessive energy on your brother. Do not delay your own growth. Thank you, my lady, Lu Ruyin exclaimed with delight as she accepted the jade pendant. Go now, and in due time. I will represent the domain lord at the Super God Academy. I hope the strongest among us will be you. Yes, Ruyin will not disappoint your expectations, she affirmed. As the environment shifted, Murong Xiaobing had already taken Lu Ruyin away. The Valkyrie gazed ahead, lost in thought. This girl is truly remarkable. She has awakened the source of power to soothe my weary soul. Once, Tang Ling could achieve such a feat, but alas, what a pity. The Valkyrie's expression turned nostalgic before she regained her composure and strode out decisively. Brother, within 3 days. Take this jade pendant to the teleportation array south of the main city. With this pendant, you may enter the newly established Super God Academy. Do not miss the registration period. Bai Jin looked at the jade pendant in his hand, its intricately carved surface bearing the words Martial God. The newly established academy is called the Super God Academy? What a bold name. Bai Jin understood that this was the opportunity his little sister had secured for him, allowing an ordinary talent like him entry into the newly founded Super God Academy. Surely, his sister must have paid a significant price for this. However, now that she had accomplished this, further words were futile. It was better to accept his sister's goodwill and care for her in return. Between siblings, there was no need to dwell on such matters. By midday, his aunt finally awoke. Bai Jin quickly prepared warm water for her face and then ran to the cafeteria to pack some of her favorite dishes. As she ate, she glanced at the jade pendant Bai Jin had presented. Super God Academy? Established in the extreme south? His aunt's expression fluctuated. Aunt, is there an issue? Aunt Tang Yun did not respond immediately. Instead, she perused her phone's messages before setting down her chopsticks. Ruyin mentioned that rather than entering another academy, it would be better for you to join the Super God Academy. With her there, at least you can be monitored, preventing a repeat of the 7 days and nights you went missing. Moreover, Ruyin asserted that the Super God Academy will possess the finest faculty and resources in the history of the 9th domain. Xiaojin, the world is more complex than you realize. If you do not leverage the power of the 9th domain and attempt to grow alone, you may encounter many detours. The path of a practitioner is fraught with peril. One misstep can lead to further mistakes. With that, Aunt Tang Yun supported his decision to study there. But she cautioned him to think carefully before acting and to avoid recklessness. She shot Bai Jin a stern glance at the conclusion of her advice. Chapter 48. Taking the hardest backdoor. After lunch, Bai Jin spent time with his aunt, primarily listening to her various pieces of advice. The period following the promotion to the first tier is crucial. High school only taught a few basic concepts of limited utility, while the academy would impart much specialized knowledge aimed at enhancing strength and navigating the otherworld. The 9th domain has been besieged by numerous otherworlds, resulting in a chaotic power structure. Strong practitioners must meticulously plan every step, considering each skill and allocation of points to account for all possible factors. Driving, Bai Jin arrived at the massive teleportation array located in a controlled area south of the main city. A squad of elite guards verified the jade pendant he presented before granting him passage. Upon entering the teleportation zone, Bai Jin sensed the situation. The vast array had only one teleportation destination. To his surprise, the teleportation was complementary. He found himself in a small teleportation area with a diameter of approximately 500 meters. Classmate. Yes, I'm talking to you, the young man in the mask. Don't dawdle. Hurry over to register. A voice called out. Bai Jin promptly followed the sound. This was the academy's reception staff, 5 of whom were on duty. Classmate. Which academy recommended you? Please provide your information for verification. The staff member spoke with a friendly tone, and Bai Jin quickly retrieved the jade pendant. Whoa, Martial God token. This can't be real. The receptionist nearly dropped the pendant in excitement. Not fake. Do you think the guards at the teleportation array didn't verify it? Quickly return the pendant to him. Another receptionist urged. Classmate, please state your name for registration. This time, the reception staff was much more courteous. Bai Jin. By from the white sun setting behind the mountains. All set. Registered. Bai Jin, male, from the Valkyrie Academy. Now follow me. I'll take you to the location of the Super God Academy. One of the receptionists brought over a vehicle, and Bai Jin climbed in without hesitation. Roaring. The area was desolate, with no one in sight, and the road was wide. Thus, the receptionist pressed the accelerator to the floor. In under 5 minutes, the vehicle halted at the enormous entrance of the academy. Classmate, you'll need to check in on your own. Vehicles are not permitted inside. Thank you. Roaring. The vehicle sped off again. Bai Jin strode inside, marveling at the pristine new environment, truly befitting a newly established academy. Is it truly the case that such a prestigious institution lacks a proper reception? I have never attended university myself. Must I rely on my little sister? With no other option, Bai Jin reluctantly retrieved his phone to send her a message. Sister, wait for me at the entrance. I shall be there shortly. In a brief moment, the sound of light footsteps approached, and Lu Ruyan, her face alight with joy, dashed over. Brother, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. I thought Mother would have given you a thorough admonition for several days. The little sister joyfully clung to Bai Jin's arm, her face radiant with delight. Let us go? Guide me through the registration process, for I am utterly lost. Of course. Under Lu Ruyan's guidance, Bai Jin swiftly completed his registration, thus becoming a member of the inaugural Earth-level class at the Super God Academy. According to his sister's explanation, the Super God Academy currently comprises only 3 classes. Among them, the Heaven-level class consists of merely 10 individuals, all of whom awakened their Heaven-level talents this year. The Earth-level class, on the other hand, comprises a total of 51 members, with Bai Jin being the last to join, a latecomer amidst a group of 50 who possess Earth-level talents. There is also a mystical-level class, which accommodates as many as 653 students. A single class housing over 600 individuals, the vast majority endowed with mystical-level talents. Although a few possess Earth-level talents, due to the Earth-level class's cap of 50 students, those registering later were categorized into the mystical-level class. Brother, the Super God Academy has established a rule. Students in the mystical-level class may challenge members of the Earth-level class after 10 days. Should they succeed, they can take their place in the Earth-level class. Bai Jin promptly reached out to tap his sister's forehead. Hurry and finish the latter part of that statement. Hee. I knew I couldn't keep it from you, brother. Rest assured, you entered the Earth-level class through the Valkyrie's special connection, so you are exempt from being challenged. Regardless of how the members of the Earth-level class change, it will not affect you. Lu Ruyan cheerfully declared. Bai Jin felt a twitch beneath his mask. Sister, I entered through quite a formidable backdoor. I am even exempt from such challenging rules. Bai Jin truly felt a mix of admiration and confusion. Although Earth-level talents may not rival Heaven-level ones, they are still the kind of prodigies that might only emerge once a year in a base city. With so many geniuses congregating in a new academy, one would expect a system of fairness and justice, yet this is the outcome. Of course, this was a special approval sought from the Valkyrie, something ordinary folks could never obtain. Lu Ruyan huffed playfully. What about the Heaven-level class? Can members of the Earth-level class challenge the Heaven-level class and take their place? Bai Jin inquired curiously, only to find Lu Ruyan looking at him with an odd expression. What is it? Can they not be challenged? Is it that Heaven-level talents are immune to challenges? Or is there another situation at play? Lu Ruyan quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. Brother, students in the Earth-level class can indeed challenge the Heaven-level class. But it is exceedingly difficult. The disparity between Heaven-level and Earth-level talents is, well, to put it simply, far greater than that between Earth-level and ordinary talents. What? Surely you're jesting. Now it was Bai Jin's turn to be astonished. According to the Awakening Times, 5,059 seconds qualify as Earth-level talent, while 6,069 seconds fall under Heaven-level talent. Logically, a mere seconds difference should not yield such a significant gap. Brother, how should I put it? Based on past experiences, Earth-level talents can strive to ascend to the 4th tier with hard work, while mystical-level talents, with relentless effort and fortuitous opportunities, may also have the potential to rise to the 4th tier kings. However, Earth-level talents require immense effort coupled with extraordinary fortune to ascend to the 5th tier. And as for mystical-level talents, there have yet to be any cases of ascension to the 5th tier. Heaven-level talents, on the other hand, merely require steadfast dedication to have a high probability of advancing to the 5th tier and becoming Emperor-level powerhouses. Lu Ruyan spoke with a serious tone. Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback. So, the esteemed Lady Shui Wei and Lady Ni Chong both possess at least Earth-level talents, while the Ice Emperor possesses a Heaven-level talent. Bai Jin quickly asked. Lu Ruyan nodded. Indeed, just as you said, brother. How wonderful it would be if I could also become a 5th-tier powerhouse one day. I look forward to the day I meet the future 5th-tier Lady Ruyan. Hee, once I reach the 5th tier, brother, you can lounge about, bullying men and dominating women. I will take care of any trouble that comes your way. What nonsense. Does my appearance require me to bully women? Brother, you wish to bully men? That is absolutely out of the question. Mother would go mad. Ruyan, after a few days apart, how has your mind gone awry? Chapter 49, Living with My Sister. Brother, we've arrived. This is where the Earth-level class students reside. Lu Ruyin pointed towards a row of standalone villas ahead. Bai Jin was taken aback. Students live in villas? How many share each building? Lu Ruyin paused, then chuckled. Brother, you underestimate the Super God Academy far too much. This is the highest priority pioneering academy in the entire 9th domain. How could it possibly accommodate multiple occupants in a single building? Even those students with lesser talents in the mystical level class reside in slightly inferior standalone villas. Only students from technical schools would find themselves in dormitories. Lesser talents in the mystical level class? What about my ordinary talent? Brother, you are different. You possess a heaven-level talent, which is equivalent to being a heaven-level talent yourself. Come now, brother, just take a look. You will be staying with me. I have already tidied up your room in advance. Lu Ruyin linked her arm with Bai Jin and led him along. In no time, Bai Jin found himself staring in disbelief at the architecture before him. A palace? Sister, please do not tell me this is your dormitory. Brother, you guessed correctly. Come, let me show you around. This was a triad structure consisting of one main palace and two smaller ones, and Lu Ruyin guided Bai Jin towards the central main palace. Brother, do you see the two smaller palaces beside us? Yes, I do. I will select the one on the left. Hee. Brother, that is where the maids reside. Maidservants? Specifically to serve you? Indeed. They were assigned from the Valkyrie's Pioneering Academy. Their appearances are average, but they are quite obedient. Brother, you can ask them for assistance with anything in the future. What a bother. Then I shall choose the right one. Brother, that is not permitted. That is the kitchen where meals are prepared. Within the main palace, there are 6 grand suites, each larger than our home back in Misty Sea Base City. There are 3 levels, with 2 rooms on each floor. I have already decorated 1 room on each floor for you to choose from. Furthermore, the best feature is in the basement, like where Mother stays. The basement serves as a training area. Come, let me show you. Under Lu Ruyin's guidance, Bai Jin descended to the basement. This is utterly absurd. Bai Jin was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of what lay before him. The height reached 100 meters, and the ground area measured at least 400 or 500 meters in diameter, far surpassing that of a typical school gymnasium. In essence, this training area dwarfed the palace above. Brother, this space is equipped with a mystical level energy gathering formation, capable of accelerating mana recovery for practitioners below the 3rd tier by 310 times. It also features a yellow level recovery formation, greatly enhancing stamina recovery. Since I possess magical talents, I did not set up a higher level recovery formation. Look over there. The spell experimentation area has energy gathering battle dolls for practical combat training, which is the most beneficial aspect. With Lu Ruyin's introduction, Bai Jin felt as if he had opened his eyes to a whole new world. Simultaneously, he comprehended why his younger sister had taken the initiative to bring him into this Super God Academy through the back door. The conditions here were simply beyond imagination, far exceeding what an ordinary pioneering academy could offer. Brother, the training area for students in the Earth level class is a tier lower than this one. It typically features yellow level energy gathering formations and yellow level recovery formations. Moreover, the spell experimentation area there is not as advanced as this one. Therefore, you should reside here from now on, Lu Ruyin said cheerfully. Sister, are you not going to live with me? Bai Jin detected the implication behind her words. Lu Ruyin nodded somewhat pitifully. Brother, I will occasionally stay here. My room is all tidied up. However, Sister Xiaobing is a permanent resident here. She has been assigned a superior palace. I initially wanted you to stay there too, but since Sister Xiaobing is a woman, she sometimes dresses casually in the palace. And I worry it might be inappropriate with you around. Bai Jin chuckled heartily. Sister, that's nothing. However, if I live here, will the Super God Academy have any objections? Lu Ruyin was momentarily taken aback. Brother, this place has been allocated to me, so it belongs to me. If I want you to stay, you are welcome to do so. Who would mind? Bai Jin felt a profound realization dawning upon him. He and his sister Lu Ruyin seemed to inhabit 2 entirely different worlds, their perceptions diverging significantly. Brother, you can gradually familiarize yourself with the situation here. The small palace above will have maidservants on duty 24 hours a day, ready to prepare meals at any time. If I have the chance, I will come over to cook for you. Otherwise, you will have to make do, Lu Ruyin said, sticking out her tongue playfully. All right, prioritize your own affairs. We can frequently visit Auntie, Bai Jin replied. Yes, I will. Just remember not to recklessly enter dungeons. Once school starts, follow the instructor's arrangements step by step, understood? Also, don't haphazardly learn skills. A chaotic array of skills pales in comparison to a few well-chosen powerful ones, Lu Ruyin earnestly advised, making Bai Jin feel she was treating him like a wayward child, much like Annie did. Understood. Focus on your own matters. And don't think your heavenly level talent makes you invincible. Do you believe my ordinary talent couldn't surpass you? Bai Jin gently poked her forehead in admonition. Lu Ruyin beamed. I don't believe you would dare to hit me. With a light flick, a playful bump met her forehead. See, how could you not dare? She retorted, smirking. Just wait. I will report you next time we go back. As the siblings engaged in their playful banter, Lu Ruyan's phone buzzed with a message. Brother, I'm heading to Sister Xiaobing's place now. Feel free to help yourself. Those maidservants are from the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy and are trustworthy. You can communicate with them, she said as a gentle holy light enveloped her, and the girl gracefully dashed away. It was evident that her talent was not merely a simple enhancement of attack. Once activated, her speed had multiplied several times over. Bai Jin began to realize that perhaps heavenly-level talents could provide comprehensive enhancements to practitioners rather than being limited to a single extreme enhancement. Subsequently, Bai Jin started to investigate the expansive training area, knowing he would reside there in the future. Indeed, as his sister had said, the energy here was exceedingly dense. Bai Jin immediately dismissed 100 frenzied woodpeckers and summoned them again, consuming a total of 21,000 mana points. Remarkably, within just 10 seconds, the mana he had just expended was entirely replenished, as if his body were immersed in a low-concentration mana potion. Here, he recovered approximately 100 mana points per second, nearly tripling his base recovery rate of 781 points per second. If only my mana recovery speed could reach such a level, he mused. Chapter 50, Jinsei, Qinghe. Bai Jin's summoning of the Iron-Blooded Warbull King was now a profound skill, yet the mana consumption had significantly increased. Summoning a level 31 Iron-Blooded Warbull King now required 300 mana points, and with his current mana pool at 100, he could only summon 8 at a time. This situation severely restricted his power, although he could preemptively summon 100 Iron-Blooded Warbull Kings to store in the summoning space. He would need sufficient mana to replenish those that were defeated in the face of formidable foes. As for the yellow-level recovery formation here, it held no significance for Bai Jin. With his profound level endurance talent, he had never experienced any physical exhaustion. Bai Jin approached the area dedicated to energy-gathering combat puppets, and upon reaching the control panel, he encountered an operational interface featuring over 3,000 monster models. He casually selected a model of a barbarian bull, and a beam of light scanned him. Alert! Unable to ascertain your rank, please input manually. It seemed the profound level anti-detection ability of his mask was functioning effectively. Bai Jin then entered First Order, level 1 on the interface, and soon, an energy-gathered barbarian bull materialized in a 100-meter diameter area. In just a second, a barbarian bull, entirely composed of energy, emerged, surrounded by a faint light barrier. Alert! Current quantity of First Order, level 1 barbarian bulls is 1. Would you like to increase the number? The interface presented an option for custom quantity, which Bai Jin declined. He then stepped boldly into the light barrier, and the energy-formed barbarian bull fixated its gaze upon him. Moo! To his astonishment, a bull's roar resonated, and the barbarian bull charged towards him. Go! Moo! An iron-blooded war bull king surged forward. With a resounding crash, the energy-formed barbarian bull shattered into a shower of energy fragments before vanishing. Battle concluded. You achieved victory by overwhelming the target. With the notification chime, Bai Jin felt that the energy-gathering combat puppet area was indeed useful. It was akin to real combat. Unlike in dungeons, here, battles could be halted at any moment. Furthermore, the barbarian bull had charged directly at him, similar to the dungeon monsters that executed charge skills. This indicated that he could experience real combat scenarios of dungeon monsters in advance, given that the monsters in dungeons were also formed from special energy. For this reason alone, Bai Jin felt that the experience exceeded all expectations. No wonder graduates from prestigious pioneering academies were so formidable. A second-tier proficiency was the minimum graduation standard, and such conditions were simply unfathomable to outside practitioners. After further exploration, Bai Jin discovered that the maximum level for energy combat puppets that could be formed here was 29, corresponding to second-tier, level 9. In terms of quantity, he could summon 100 combat puppets simultaneously, with the freedom to mix and match different types of monsters. Upon leaving the underground training area, Bai Jin surveyed the lavish rooms above. Each room was indeed remarkably opulent, with an actual usable area exceeding 200 square meters. They were equipped with reception areas, study zones, and bathing areas complete with large hot tubs. Simultaneously, the accommodations feature an extraordinarily spacious and comfortable bed. Each room is equipped with a meditation array. While the specific grade remains unclear, the rate of mana recovery, though not as rapid as that in the underground training area, offers a tranquil effect conducive to sleep and contemplation. The linens, duvets, and bathing essentials provided are all of exceptional quality. Upon exiting the palace, Bai Jin encountered two efficient young ladies approaching briskly. Lord Bai Jin, Miss Ru Yin has instructed us to assist you with any needs you may have. One of the girls said respectfully. For the moment, I have no particular requests, but I wish to explore the academy. However, I am unfamiliar with the layout here. Do you happen to know your way around? Bai Jin inquired. One girl promptly replied, My lord, I am quite familiar with the Super God Academy. Allow me to guide you while the others prepare the meal. Bai Jin nodded in agreement, and the other girl respectfully departed. My lord, do you have any specific locations in mind, or perhaps functional areas? The girl inquired. May I ask for your name? Bai Jin queried. The girl smiled brightly, my lord. I am called Jin Se, named after the 50 strings of the zither, while the sister you just met is Qing He. We are both handmaidens of Miss Ru Yin. I heard from Ru Yin that you are also from the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy. Is there a distinction? Bai Jin asked curiously. Jin Se smiled, my lord. There is no need for such formality. I am merely Ru Yan's older brother, not a person of great importance. You may simply call me Bai Jin. That is not permissible. Miss Ru Yin has instructed that we must show you the utmost respect, or she might dismiss us, the girl quickly retorted. Noticing Bai Jin's confusion, she began to explain while leading the way. What you may not know, my lord, is that the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy is not solely composed of combat trainees. In fact, a significant number of auxiliary personnel are present, specifically to serve the combat trainees. For instance, there are alchemy classes, and those graduates will join the Valkyrie Legion's potion production and research departments, responsible for providing potion support to the Legion. There are also blacksmithing classes, whose graduates will enter the equipment manufacturing department to supply gear for combat members. Additionally, there are culinary, emotional support, array, rune, information processing, administrative, and internal affairs classes, among others. For instance, I am a recent graduate of the administrative class, with talents in memory enhancement and analysis, allowing me to assist Miss Ru Yin with various tasks. Qing He graduated from the internal affairs class, primarily managing Miss Ru Yan's daily affairs, and we directly serve her. The palace is also equipped with culinary experts and array maintenance technicians, and more personnel will be added according to Miss Ru Yan's needs. Jin Se explained softly. Bai Jin fell silent, reflecting on the fact that the professional system had developed over centuries, becoming highly sophisticated, with various types of talents available, each granted opportunities for development based on their specialties. His younger sister's reception of such support indicated her inevitable future inclusion in the Valkyrie Legion, and given her talents, it was clear why the Legion was so eager to cultivate her from the outset. I am truly basking in my sister's brilliance, Bai Jin mused. Chapter 51, The Follower System. Jin Se, please take me to the classroom, so I won't be lost when classes commence tomorrow. Certainly, my lord. Please follow me. Jin Se's demeanor was gentle, and Bai Jin realized that she and Qing He were not merely simple attendants to his sister. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the two would likely serve as lifelong companions to Miss Ru Yin, designated personal aides of the Valkyrie Legion, both possessing profound talents. This relationship was akin to that of partners, albeit with a service dynamic that was not entirely equal. However, to be in the presence of a talent of such caliber was a remarkable opportunity, one they had earned through exceptional merit and effort. As long as those they served grew in strength, they too would share in the glory. The Super God Academy was astonishingly vast, despite their brisk pace. It took nearly 20 minutes to reach their destination. The classroom area resembled a coliseum with an enormous expanse, the size of which Bai Jin could scarcely estimate. My lord, according to the notifications from the Super God Academy, this is where the 3 classes will convene for regular instruction. This circular plaza spans approximately 5 kilometers in diameter, and during public lectures, all students will gather here. Private classes, particularly for the elite tier, will be taught by formidable mentors, with locations determined by the instructors. Jin Se elucidated, gesturing towards the Grand Plaza. Bai Jin was taken aback. There are no seats? Will we be standing during class? Jin Se appeared momentarily stunned before breaking into a smile. My lord, you may certainly bring your own chair. I doubt anyone will mind. In fact, at the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy, students often bring their own seating, with some even bringing soft couches to class. I understand now. Jin Se, I have heard that the Super God Academy hosts numerous dungeon channels. Could you elaborate on this? Bai Jin inquired, his curiosity piqued. My lord, the dungeon teleportation area has not yet been opened, but it is rumored to be accessible after classes commence tomorrow, with the selected dungeons being quite challenging. The specific details will become clear in class, and you may choose according to your own circumstances. If there are any uncertainties, I can assist with analysis. Though Qing He and I are not combat personnel, we are both 3rd tier and have knowledge of many dungeons, Jin Se replied softly. Bai Jin gazed at the girl in surprise. 3rd tier warrior level? Jin Se nodded. Indeed, but our combat capabilities are limited. Our 3rd tier status pertains to soft power. Bai Jin assessed the girl, noting that she was a few years his senior, recently graduated from university, exuding youthful vitality, and indeed seemed rather gentle. Jinsei, are there any other important locations I should know about? Bai Jin asked. Jinsei shook her head. My lord, the Super God Academy consists solely of the accommodation area, the teaching area, and the dungeon area. These are the three main zones. The only other area is the new student registration point, which will be dismantled tomorrow. Bai Jin was taken aback. Just 3 areas? Nothing more? That's fewer than a high school, which has playgrounds and libraries. Jinsei chuckled, finding Bai Jin's perspective quite amusing. However, she began to explain, My lord, to my knowledge, all pioneer academies, including the most basic ones, generally follow this model. Pioneer academies exist primarily to cultivate reserve forces for various battle factions. For instance, if not for the emergence of the Super God Academy, Miss Ru Yen would have spent several years honing her skills at the Valkyrie Pioneer Academy before joining the Valkyrie Legion to explore other worlds alongside her comrades. Strictly speaking, a Pioneer Academy functions more like a boot camp than a traditional school. The scenario you described is typically found in vocational schools, which mainly train the foundational workforce across various sectors, differing fundamentally from Pioneer Academies. Bai Jin nodded in understanding, recognizing the distinction between technical schools and military universities. My lord, Qing, he should have nearly prepared the meal. Perhaps you should return to dine? Jinsei inquired gently. Very well. The two then retraced their steps. Along the way, Jinsei spoke up. My lord, the young lady has already instructed that you will reside in her palace from now on, and we will fully adhere to your commands. You may inform your followers that the male ones need to be accommodated elsewhere, while the female followers can reside with us. Followers? Bai Jin was somewhat bewildered, completely unaware of this matter. Indeed, have they not yet arrived? Jinsei found it curious, but upon seeing Bai Jin's expression, she sensed something was amiss. My lord, you have been too indulgent with them. I wondered why no one accompanied you. Please provide me with their information. I shall arrange for someone to summon them shortly. Both Qing He and I have studied relevant knowledge and will expedite the training of your followers. Jinsei spoke with a hint of indignation. I do not have any followers, Bai Jin replied. What? This time, it was Jinsei who was taken aback. My lord, after you awakened your Earth-level talent, did your base city not allow you to select followers? Bai Jin quickly grasped the misunderstanding. Jinsei had mistakenly assumed he possessed an Earth-level talent. I understand now. It must be that Miss Ru Yen awakened a Heaven-level talent, thus overshadowing your brilliance. The governor of your base city is truly misguided. How could he hope to associate with someone of Heaven-level talent? It is only appropriate for him to leave a favorable impression on someone with your Earth-level talent. Jinsei explained with a touch of regret. My lord, you may not know, but since you hail from a base city outside the main city, those who awakened their auxiliary talents alongside you can be considered your compatriots. This has long been a customary practice. When a high-level talent awakens, followers are prioritized from among their fellow townsfolk, which is far more advantageous than seeking followers after entering the main city. Jinsei elaborated thoughtfully. I came in through the back door. What? Jinsei was momentarily stunned. My lord, please do not jest. Not even in this unprecedentedly prestigious Super Divine Academy, nor in the Valkyrie Academy where I studied, could anyone enter through the back door. Jinsei was utterly unconvinced by Bai Jin's assertion. Bai Jin sighed inwardly, pondering how naive this young woman was despite her apparent maturity. Throughout history, entering through the back door had always been a common occurrence. Chapter 52. Women are superficial creatures obsessed with beauty. Bai Jin grew weary of further explanations. Let her believe what she wished. As they conversed, the two returned to the palace, where indeed, Qing He had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. For main courses and a soup, each substantial in portion, elegantly adorned the grand table. Pulling out a chair, Jinsei promptly arranged the utensils for Bai Jin, while Qing He brought over a basin of warm water. My lord, please wash your face and hands first. Qing He's voice was even softer, contrasting with Jinsei's more assertive tone. These two were the devoted followers of his younger sister and would undoubtedly see him frequently, as he was to reside there. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Jin removed his jade mask. The two women gasped in surprise, their eyes widening. Bai Jin silently sighed, having anticipated their reaction. Women are inherently superficial creatures, fixated on beauty. In this regard, they fall short of men. My lord, what dishes would you like me to serve? Allow me to introduce this dish, golden bean sprouts. Of yellow-grade quality. Consuming it will accelerate your mana recovery for a time, and with prolonged consumption, it can enhance your soul attributes. The two ladies eagerly commenced their attentive service, transitioning from merely following orders to actively executing Miss Ru Yan's commands. After the meal, Bai Jin felt thoroughly satisfied. The fare surpassed even that of the Valkyrie Legion's headquarters where he dined with his aunt. He had just learned that this was a privilege reserved for the heaven-level talent of his sister, Lu Ruyin, who had access to yellow-grade ingredients. Poster passed. Bai Jin descended to the underground training area, filled with numerous monster models, intending to experience each one to better prepare for future encounters. Wow, I should have anticipated this. With a sister of such unparalleled beauty, it stands to reason that her brother would be equally remarkable. Initially, I thought my lord wore a mask to conceal some flaw, but it turns out it was merely to hide his striking visage. Qinghe, weren't you uninterested in men? Why were you so lost in thought just now? Jin Se teased. Do not impose any preconceived notions on me, Jin Se. This is the lady's brother, not just any man from outside. Naturally, I must pay him special attention. Alas, it is unfortunate that my lord gazes at us without a flicker of interest. We are not lacking in beauty ourselves, as we rank among the finest at the Valkyrie Academy. That depends on the comparison. Miss Ru Yin excels in every aspect, far surpassing both of us. Her mother, who is also my lord's aunt, Tang Yun, was once celebrated as an ethereal beauty on the 9th domain's list of stunning individuals, growing up alongside 2 celestial maidens. My lord has likely developed immunity to ordinary beauty. Qinghe, my lord has no followers, and with Miss Ru Yin frequently absent, we must pay close attention to this matter. We cannot allow my lord to be hindered in his logistical needs. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. Moving forward, we shall serve both Miss Ru Yin and her brother, as per the lady's command. Excellent. My lord will surely be fatigued after his rigorous training. I shall prepare a bath for him. Jin Se, that is housekeeping, which falls under my purview. You should inquire about the formal classes commencing tomorrow. Qinghe, you have already worked hard preparing the meal. You should take a moment to rest. I have also studied about this matter at the academy for an entire afternoon. Bai Jin engaged in combat with over 100 different monster types, gaining insight into his own weaknesses, with 100 Iron Blood War Bulls absorbing the damage. His safety was assured. However, the Iron Blood War Bull was a purely melee summon, making it challenging to quickly engage distant targets. 100 Frenzied Woodpeckers were aerial melee summons, requiring them to approach the target to launch their attacks. During this time, Bai Jin encountered several monsters capable of restraining him. One such creature employed a group binding spell, ensnaring all 100 woodpeckers in midair with endless energy ropes. Moreover, even when Bai Jin summoned additional Iron Blood Bulls to charge, they had to break through numerous obstacles before defeating the foe. The monsters conjured through the condensation of energy are all of the first tier, their capabilities limited. Should they encounter formidable boss-level adversaries in the future, devising a swift strategy to eliminate such targets could prove quite challenging. During dinner, Bai Jin inquired of Jin Se and Qinghe, who offered several suggestions. However, given their lack of combat proficiency, they recommended consulting the instructors once classes resumed. According to the 2 girls, due to the extraordinary standards of the Super God Academy, each instructor invited to teach possesses unparalleled strength in specific domains. Bai Jin was filled with anticipation at this prospect. This world is not a game. Even though his talents surpass the heavenly level, he must not be arrogant. A judicious combination of skills is essential for him to progress further. Declining the girl's offer for a massage to relax his body, Bai Jin closed and locked the door behind him. Master, Miss Yin has awoken. Are you up? Qinghe's gentle voice called from outside. Having just risen, Bai Jin stored away the Iron Blood War Bull King before opening the door. As he gazed upon his younger sister stepping out, they exchanged knowing smiles. Brother, I returned too late last night, so I didn't seek you out. Hurry and wash up. After breakfast, we need to head to our first class. All right. Breakfast was swiftly prepared. Lu Rian linked her arm with Bai Jin's, while Jin Se and Qinghe followed closely behind as the 4 made their way to the Grand Teaching Plaza. Chapter 53, Classmate Chung Bo. Today was markedly different from yesterday. Along the way, they encountered numerous groups of new students also heading towards the teaching plaza. Observing these throngs, Bai Jin understood the implications of the followers that Jin Se had mentioned yesterday. Donning a mask, he remained relatively unnoticed. However, Lu Rian's radiant beauty attracted countless astonished glances, along with a multitude of envious stares directed at Bai Jin, who was linked to her arm. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Brother, I'm heading to the heavenly class. You should stick with Sister Qinghe. She'll take good care of you. Sister Jin Se, we're off. Sister Jin Se? Miss Qinghe is quite attentive. Perhaps you should let her look after you. I know Sister Qinghe is attentive, which is precisely why I want her to accompany my brother. Let us go. Delivering a splendid assist to her opponent, Jin Se wore a disgruntled expression as she followed Lu Rian, while Qinghe smiled softly and approached Bai Jin. Master, please follow me. The Earth class is that way. Let's secure a good spot. All right. The 3 classes were distinctly separated. The heavenly class consisted of a mere 10 individuals, and at present, only 8 had gathered. occupying one section of the area. Each of these 8 was accompanied by several followers. It appeared that the members of the heavenly class were already acquainted, and Lu Rian was quite popular upon her arrival, with a central position having been reserved in advance. Bai Jin, following Qing He, soon approached a group of people, disregarding the angry glares from several individuals. Qing He produced a single couch for Bai Jin to sit upon, then half-squatted beside him, continuously retrieving various fruits and pastries, neatly arranging them in the couch's accompanying fruit tray. Bai Jin felt somewhat out of place. This was class, not a leisure gathering. At the very least, he hadn't observed anyone else behaving in such a manner. Sister Qing He, please put that away. I just had breakfast, and I'm neither thirsty nor hungry. This is too peculiar. Bai Jin whispered urgently. Okay, Qing He replied, promptly stowing the items. Master, I'll head to the back with the followers. If you need anything, just signal me, and I'll come immediately. Qing He spoke softly, and Bai Jin nodded as the girl moved to the rear of the formation. Most members of the Earth class stood, with only Bai Jin seated. Even the heavenly class mirrored this. Bai Jin rose and subsequently stowed the couch away. This action garnered approving nods from several onlookers, who deemed him no fool. In less than 3 minutes, no additional students arrived, and the 3 classes, totaling over 700 individuals, formed a circle awaiting the arrival of the Super God Academy's leaders and instructors. Although they were strangers, being young, the atmosphere quickly filled with various conversations. A robust figure, resembling a bison, approached Bai Jin. Brother, why the mask? Are you that ugly? Real men fear nothing. Ugly is just ugly. We can still drink spicy wine. Though the words were harsh, they bore no malice. Bai Jin did not deny it. This is an equipment piece with certain probing defense functions. Oh, that makes sense. Such equipment is indeed rare. I'm Qingbo. What do you go by, brother? I'm Bai Jin. Bai from the sun sets behind the mountains. Oh, I'm Chung from Qingyao Jin, and Bo from broadly knowledgeable, not the boisterous you might envision. By the way, brother, why do you only have one female follower? Chung Bo inquired, somewhat puzzled. That was arranged by my family, Bai Jin replied casually. Chung Bo nodded in understanding. Same with my family. My father wants to assign me several female followers, but my mother is worried I might be seduced, urging me to focus on my studies first. Bai Jin glanced at Chung Bo, noting his burly physique and a face brimming with excess flesh. Despite having just come of age, he could easily be mistaken for a middle-aged man if not for his somewhat youthful gaze. Hey, didn't we say the Earth class would have 50 students? How come there are 51 now? Qingbo scrutinized the crowd with confusion. Bai Jin remained silent, as he had forcefully inserted himself into this situation, which was not something he could articulate. Which fool's follower doesn't he understand the rules, and hasn't he moved to the back? Qingbo grumbled. A group of Earth class members, who had been chattering, began to look around, yet no one departed. Oh come on, is there really someone that shameless? Bai Jin, you'd better brace yourself, once the instructor arrives. It won't be so easy to talk. This is a rule at all prestigious academies. Followers may attend classes, but must know their place. Qingbo remarked disdainfully. Alas, Bai Jin, I'm incredibly curious about your relationship with that Lu Rian. What is the story there? Qingbo suddenly leaned forward, eyebrows raised in inquiry. Bai Jin inhaled deeply. Qingbo, Lu Rian is my cousin. We grew up together. She is my biological sister, nothing more than that. Whoa. I thought there was something more intimate between you two. It felt that way, yet entirely different from romantic closeness. Now it makes sense. Rest assured, brother. Your sister is a beauty, but she is not my type. I was merely curious about your relationship. Brother Bai Jin. Suddenly, a heavy tread resounded, silencing everyone instantly. In the specially cleared path, a bald giant strode forth with an imposing presence. Bai Jin's eyes lit up, for he recognized the visitor. It was Lord Lei Hong, the governor of the Misty Sea-based city, who had grown up alongside him. At that moment, it was clear that this individual was undoubtedly a staff member of the Super God Academy, and very likely, an instructor. Lei Hong approached the center with great strides, surveying the crowd. Welcome to the Super God Academy. I am Lei Hong, hailing from the Blood Battle 8 Directions Legion, and it is my honor to be invited as your instructor. A moment of surprise swept through the crowd, quickly followed by recognition. We met the instructor. Countless voices erupted, and even those from the elite class displayed an attitude of utmost respect. Although the third tier is not particularly formidable, the individuals hailing from the esteemed Blood Battle Alliance undoubtedly rank among the strongest within that tier. As the clamor subsided, Lei Hong nodded, seemingly satisfied, especially with the performance of the 10 gifted students from the elite class, who exhibited no rebellious tendencies. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super God Academy possesses resources that surpass those of the top 10 pioneering academies, and its regulations are largely akin to those of the aforementioned institutions. However, there are some distinctions. Firstly, the Super God Academy currently does not enroll purely logistical students. Even auxiliary talents must be of a type that significantly benefits other members. Secondly, as you are likely aware, the challenge rules dictate that challenges can commence after 10 days, with the victors entitled to the privileges previously enjoyed by the vanquished. Lei Hong surveyed the room, and immediately, every student nodded in acknowledgement of their understanding. There are rules governing challenges. The Earth class may challenge the elite class, but the Mystic class cannot directly challenge the elite class without first confronting the Earth class. Furthermore, the frequency of challenges will be established in due course. This regulation primarily facilitates the Mystic class to challenge the Earth class, while the 50 slots in the Earth class remain fixed. However, Lei Hong's sharp gaze noted an inconsistency. There were 51 students. With an expletive escaping his lips, Lei Hong's outburst, though somewhat unrefined, curiously bridged the gap between the students and the instructors. Chapter 54, Breaching Defenses, Exhausted. I understand that some late-enrolling Earth class students harbor grievances. Yet the rules are established as such. I must ask this student to return to the Mystic class. If you feel unjustly treated, challenges may be pursued in the future, Lei Hong stated, his voice resonating authoritatively. The students from the Earth class exchanged bewildered glances, all reflecting confusion. Bai Jin felt fatigued. What sort of nonsensical academy was this? He had registered the previous day, and logically, his information should have been processed correctly. Clearly, Instructor Lei Hong was unaware. Resigned, Bai Jin raised his hand. Lei Hong acknowledged him with a nod. Student, please return to the Mystic class. Once you defeat any member of the Earth class, you may then enter. Instructor, do you not have a list or something of the sort? Bai Jin inquired. A list? I believe there is one. Let me check. Lei Hong retrieved a booklet and began to peruse it. As he continued reading, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity as he focused on Bai Jin, who had just spoken. Bai Jin, you are indeed Bai Jin, brother of Lu Rian, nephew of Tang Yin? Bai Jin nodded. What the hell? Is it possible to pull strings at the Super God Academy? And to gain entry to the Earth class? Lei Hong internally lamented, feeling his worldview wobble. This was entirely at odds with the information he had gathered about the Super God Academy. The newly established institution was meant to be of superlative standards, requiring the full support of the top 10 elite battle groups. According to intel from the Blood Battle Alliance, no one could bypass the system, aside from exceptional talent. There were no alternative entry routes into this nascent academy. Instructor, my brother was granted special admission and is not subject to challenges. A clear voice interjected. It was Lu Rian. Lei Hong's already unstable perspective shattered. Exempt from challenges? Who established such a rule? Is there no law and order? His anger simmered beneath the surface. This academy, established at the farthest southern reaches by the direct order of the Domain Lord, was meant to be a paragon of discipline, and he could not abide by such chaos so soon after its inception. In a flash, Instructor Lei Hong vanished, only to reappear on a patch of grass. Upon his arrival, an enraged Lei Hong received a sharp slap to the back of his head, yet instead of retaliating, he bowed respectfully. I have encountered the Ice Emperor, he proclaimed. That Bai Jin is my superior's specially admitted student. Treat him normally and refrain from being sarcastic or deliberately targeting him. A calm voice responded. It was Murong Xiaobing. Understood, I assure you, my lord, Lei Hong replied emphatically, realizing who had facilitated Bai Jin's entry and preferential treatment. The Valkyrie, a figure of such gravitas that even the leader of his own Blood Battle Alliance treated her with reverence. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lei Hong suddenly comprehended. Bai Jin, though I have never met him, I have heard tales of his reputation as the most charming youth among the 130 schools in Misty Sea Base City. With Lu Rian's stunning beauty, Bai Jin cannot be lacking in charm either. Who would have thought that this young man would indeed take that path, directly indulging in the most advantageous of circumstances? Tang Yun truly is formidable. It was only a matter of time before Bai Jin was claimed by a powerful woman. And now he has secured his future safety and resources in one fell swoop. Rubbing the back of his head, which still throbbed from the slap, Lei Hong composed himself. It was time to commence the teaching session without further ado. Enough of the pleasantries. Allow me to properly introduce myself. I am Lei Hong, hailing from the Blood Battle Alliance, a third-tier extreme battle general. For the foreseeable future, I will be responsible for instructing you in close combat techniques. With renewed vigor, Lei Hong observed the students, noting the expressions of confusion on many faces. It was evident that most of them were recent awakeners, likely from families lacking powerful predecessors, and thus had limited knowledge of the professional realm. Upon awakening your talents beyond the mystic tier, each of you should have received special invitations from various pioneering academies. You all must have advanced to the first tier using exceptional or perfect advancement credentials, correct? His tone was assertive, and all students nodded in affirmation, including Bai Jin. Bai Jin, would you kindly share the changes you experienced post-advancement, as well as your thoughts on suitable attribute allocations? Lei Hong called upon him. Although Murong Xiaobing had advised against sarcasm or targeting, a straightforward inquiry seemed a normal course of action. Bai Jin felt a bit awkward, sensing the instructor's gaze fixed upon him. Instructor, after my advancement, I received 31 free attribute points, which I allocated entirely to my soul attribute. What? Lei Hong was momentarily taken aback. You utilized a perfect advancement credential? And you allocated all points to your soul attribute at once? His disbelief was palpable. Bai Jin nodded. Do not allocate points haphazardly. Did you not learn this in high school? Bai Jin nodded hurriedly. Indeed, he had learned relevant knowledge in high school. Before reaching level 10, each advancement granted a few free attribute points that practitioners could allocate at will, even to the point of enhancing physical attributes for a magic-oriented talent. The emphasis was on surviving the initial stages. However, once one promoted to the first tier, one should no longer allocate points recklessly. Further study was necessary to determine how to distribute them wisely. Chapter 55, Demonstrating 1% of Power. You've made things difficult for yourself. A magic-type profession cannot simply max out attributes right from the start. Before establishing your own combat style, it is essential to have corresponding physical attributes. Otherwise, your combat effectiveness will suffer significantly, making you susceptible to fast-moving monsters. You've truly squandered a perfect level promotion certificate. By the way, where did you acquire such a certificate? Lei Hong asked, a hint of curiosity tinged with gossip in his tone. My sister gave it to me. What? Lei Hong was momentarily taken aback, before turning solemnly towards the direction of the heavenly class. Lu Ruyin, you gave your brother a perfect level promotion certificate and then used an excellent level 1 for yourself? This is quite disappointing. You possess a heavenly talent. By doing this, you will have fewer free attribute points with each level gained, which is... Teacher, I also used a perfect level promotion certificate, Bai Jin interjected. My brother gave it to me, Lu Ruyin replied, her smile radiant, filled with joy and pride. Lei Hong fell silent. Perfect level promotion certificates were exceedingly rare. Many Earth-level talent practitioners did not possess one, yet this brother and sister pair both had them. Lu Ruyin was understandable, given her heavenly talent, but Bai Jin? That was truly a waste. However, considering the formidable presence behind them, he felt somewhat frustrated. In his day, he had to endure multiple grueling runs through hellish difficulty dungeons with his teammates to finally obtain one, a perilous and arduous experience beyond words. Alright, everyone should take this as a cautionary tale. Remember, whether diving into dungeons or entering other worlds, physical strength is of paramount importance. Lei Hong declared solemnly. Noticing many students displaying confusion, he elaborated. You don't genuinely believe that we practitioners can automatically restore all health, stamina, and mana within 100 seconds, do you? This is an unchanging fact. Most students wore puzzled expressions, Bai Jin included. The 100-second full restoration is because we are situated within the 9th domain, effectively within a colossal restoration array, allowing such rapid recovery. Most dungeons are jointly constructed by our 9th domain and other worlds, primarily relying on the power of our 9th domain. Hence, everyone's recovery remains unaffected. However, not every dungeon or world permits normal mana recovery. Many dungeons and worlds are devoid of magic, where spells face restrictions. Especially in other worlds, once you enter, the complexities multiply. Our strength faces numerous suppressions. In fact, some worlds may not allow the casting of spells at all. Yet, to date, no world has been discovered where physical strength is entirely restricted. Upon hearing Lei Hong's words, many students' eyes lit up, particularly those gifted in physical prowess. Of course, consuming mana potions can still restore mana in those magic-restricted worlds, and it won't hinder spellcasting. However, it is undeniably less enduring than physical strength. Warrior professions possess robust physiques and keen senses, enabling them to unleash extraordinary combat power. Battle mages can cast spells while moving, adeptly responding to close-range attacks. This is the pinnacle of the magic path. Thus, unless your situation is exceptional, abandon the notion of warriors maxing out physical attributes or mages focusing solely on spiritual attributes. Comprehensive development is the correct approach. Due to the potential for injury and blood loss before awakening, the fighting techniques you learned in middle and high school were merely foundational. Those techniques are useful, yet inadequate for actual combat. It is imperative that you engage in deeper training to develop foundational combat skills that align with your unique circumstances. After Lei Hong concluded, a large group of students nodded in understanding. Seeing such cooperation from the students, Lei Hong felt a sense of relief. Teaching them seemed far more straightforward than he had anticipated. Good. I know actions speak louder than words. Let us conduct some tests to ascertain our understanding. Bai Jin, come. Assist me. Bai Jin walked forward, somewhat resigned. Bai Jin, you are a void summoner, correct? Then, summon your minion. I will demonstrate for the class, Lei Hong stated. Bai Jin initially contemplated refusing, but a voice in his ear interrupted. Bai Jin, your sister thanked me the other day for providing you with a perfect level promotion certificate. I was quite surprised, as I did not give it to you. However, I didn't address the matter directly. Regardless of how you obtained that perfect level promotion certificate, it is your accomplishment. Here at the Super God Academy, feel free to showcase your abilities. You shall receive the corresponding treatment without excessive worry. The voice of the 5th-tier space sorcerer resonated, and Bai Jin nodded. Teacher, I have 2 types of summons. Which type would you like for the demonstration? Lei Hong nodded in satisfaction, noting Bai Jin's calm demeanor, devoid of arrogance despite his advantageous position, prompting further contemplation. His striking appearance and steadfast gaze suggest that perhaps he is not merely a figure benefiting from others' efforts. He might well be someone who excels in his own right, which is truly enviable. Bai Jin, summon 1 type. It can be any. Understood. Bai Jin agreed. Morong Xiaobing was right. He could not continue to masquerade as an ordinary talent. That would be an incorrect choice. However, he would not foolishly reveal all his strength. That would be a foolish act. His aunt's explicit warning during the teleportation certainly held deeper significance. Currently, both of his summons possessed a 100-fold summoning effect. Yet he would only call forth one, showcasing 1% of a 100-fold strength, which should be manageable. With a swoosh, a level 21 enraged woodpecker materialized. There was no summoning array, yet the onlookers were not surprised. A void summoner typically summoned their creatures in advance and stored them within a summoning space, which was standard practice. A woodpecker? Lei Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Excellent, a flying-type summon. Everyone, in future battles, we will most commonly face enemies and creatures from land, sea, and air. 4 flying-type monsters. We must possess the corresponding means to counter them. Lei Hong surveyed the room before pointing at a member from the Earth class. It was none other than Chung Bo teacher. Lei Hong nodded, looking at your face. You must be Chung Fan's son, right? Chung Bo was momentarily stunned, then filled with delight. Teacher, you know my dad? Lei Hong nodded. Of course I know him. Over a decade ago, he was a member of my team. I heard he had a son, but I haven't been in touch with him for years. I could only guess upon seeing your face. Nice to meet you, uncle. Chung Bo respectfully saluted. Encountering a familiar acquaintance of his father at the Super God Academy, someone with whom his father shared a significant bond, akin to a fortuitous encounter. Given your physique, could it be that you possess a physical talent? Yes, uncle, I have a physical enhancement talent, particularly in terms of strength. Refrain from addressing each other as uncle. Within the academy, one must refer to titles. Chung Bo momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment, but quickly regained his composure, responding loudly, yes, titles. Lei Hong fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chung Bo, pondering whether the fellow harbored some cognitive dissonance. Realizing his misstep, Chung Bo promptly corrected himself, yes. Mentor. Satisfied. Lei Hong softened his fierce demeanor and surveyed the room, instantly noticing numerous classmates stifling their laughter. Excellent. Now, tell me how you would confront a classmate like Bai Jin, who possesses a flying summon during battle. Lei Hong gestured towards the woodpecker soaring above. Chung Bo hesitated before replying. Mentor, in such a scenario, I would simply eliminate the summoner with a swift strike. An incredulous silence enveloped the room, encompassing Lei Hong, Bai Jin, and many others. Chung Bo's response, though simplistic, was refreshingly blunt. Lei Hong's lips twitched as he sensed a disconnection from the evolving times. After all, he had secluded himself for over a decade. Ahem. What you propose is indeed a viable strategy for life and death battles. However, my inquiry pertains to how you would deal with the flying woodpecker itself, rather than the void summoner. Alternatively, should you encounter a flying creature, how would you respond? Lei Hong endeavored to clarify. Chung Bo conjured a metallic javelin. Mentor, to engage such airborne targets. For warriors like us, javelins and bows are conventional methods of response. Should one be a mage, an array of spells would suffice for bombardment. Lei Hong felt a swell of satisfaction. The seemingly burly youth displayed commendable acumen. Very well, demonstrate your javelin technique. Yes. Chung Bo turned to Bai Jin, offering a mischievous grin. Wait. Bai Jin interjected, but it was too late. Chung Bo's speed was astonishing, and the javelin whizzed through the air, striking the woodpecker. Bang! The javelin collided with the woodpecker, yet the anticipated instant kill did not materialize. Oh no! What the? Chung Bo exclaimed, quickly silencing himself. That single javelin had depleted over 3,000 of the woodpecker's health, yet he had not vanquished it. And more critically, he had sustained damage himself. 321. This represented the amount of health he had lost, a mere tenth of the damage he inflicted. Chung Bo grasped certain truths, but opted to keep them to himself. Chung Bo, have you neglected to invest in physical attributes? How could you fail to obliterate Bai Jin's woodpecker? Lei Hong inquired, somewhat astonished. Heh. I was merely toying around. After all, he's a classmate. It wouldn't be fair to go all out and embarrass him. Chung Bo chuckled while scratching his head. Lei Hong's approval deepened. Despite Chung Bo's imposing appearance, he exhibited an unexpected level of thoughtfulness. Unlike typical students who would strive to showcase their prowess, Chung Bo embodied a maturity and steadiness reminiscent of his rugged visage. All right, you may return. Bai Jin, having demonstrated a flying summon, what other type do you possess? Lei Hong queried. Mentor, it is a type of bull summon. Very well, summon it forth for us to see. Yes. Bai Jin concentrated, and a formidable iron blood war bull materialized in the arena. Towering at 4 meters and nearly 10 meters in length, it was indeed a behemoth. With razor-sharp horns and a striking golden hide, exuding an aura of authority. Good heavens, what is this? Lei Hong was taken aback. As the governor of Mist Sea Base City, he had remained somewhat detached from affairs, yet this bull summoned his attention immediately. In that moment, he comprehended the implications of the disappearance of the dungeon in Mist Sea Base City. It surely bore the mark of the Valkyrie, and he dared not dwell on it further. Indeed, this summon surpasses the woodpecker by leaps and bounds. Lei Hong commended. Classmates, Bai Jin's bull is the type of terrestrial target we will frequently encounter. Engaging such close combat adversaries should be familiar to everyone. One merely needs to harness their capabilities to respond adequately. Upon hearing their mentor's words, the classmates nodded in agreement, recognizing the common knowledge. Bai Jin, the Void Summoner possesses 2 significant weaknesses. Firstly, the more powerful the summon, the greater the mana required for its summoning. Of course, one can preemptively summon and store it in the summoning space, but should it fall in battle, it must be resummoned. Secondly, regardless of the summon type, its defensive strength is contingent upon the summoner's mana. Perhaps these 2 factors influenced your decision to allocate all your attribute points to the sole attribute. Bai Jin acknowledged this reasoning. Indeed, the first factor had driven his focus on soul attributes, and Lei Hong's analysis was astute. However, mana can be compensated through potions and the right equipment or skills, whereas a deficiency in physical attributes remains your greatest vulnerability. Lei Hong stated gravely. Bai Jin was taken aback. Classmates, behold, this mighty bull, which appears formidable to you, is but a paper tiger in my eyes. With a roar, Lei Hong launched a lightning-fast punch, striking the bull squarely on its forehead. Boom! The resounding impact reverberated, leaving many students reeling from the intensity, with some even experiencing dizziness. Following the strike, Lei Hong turned, wearing a somewhat arrogant demeanor as he faced the talented students beginning their journey with profound abilities. Bai Jin remained relatively unscathed, as the sonic damage was absorbed by the Iron Blood War Bull, which subsequently disregarded it. Should an enemy slay the summon, the ensuing attack would inevitably descend upon the summoner, leaving no time for a resummon. Without sufficient physical prowess, one would be left to their fate. Lei Hong spoke earnestly. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The students did not exhibit expressions of understanding or admiration. Lei Hong turned, only to find the bull that had just endured his electrifying punch still standing firm. He suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his fist, caught in a moment of confusion. I am a Tier 3 limit battle general, summoned by the Super God Academy to serve as a mentor. My strength should be unquestionable. Yet, this bull is a void summon. Even if Bai Jin allocated all points to the soul attribute, its defensive strength surely does not exceed 100 points. My concentrated punch should have obliterated this bull from head to tail. Lei Hong felt utterly perplexed, squeezing his throbbing fist, his confusion deepening. How could my iron fist ache from striking a void summon with a defensive strength below 100? This revelation eluded him entirely, and he struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be? The practitioner system has undergone such a monumental transformation during my seclusion these past years. That cannot be right. If it were so, the Super God Academy would not have invited me to act as a mentor. Surely, they would not use me as a cautionary tale. As Lei Hong pondered over the matter, his expression fluctuated between various shades of uncertainty. Suddenly, a thought struck him. This Bai Jin had evidently gained entry through the most advantageous of channels, which brought him a sense of relief. How foolish of me to doubt myself. Such a thought is a cardinal sin for a warrior. Bai Jin feasts upon the most substantial of soft provisions. How could that esteemed individual possibly deny him some miraculous life-saving artifacts? The skills exchanged for the disappearance of a dungeon must be extraordinarily potent. It would be only natural for him to withstand a punch from me without succumbing. With a twinge of bitterness within, Lei Hong quickly regained his composure. Fellow students, can anyone articulate whether the Void Summoner possesses any other weaknesses aside from the 2 I just mentioned? He inquired, glancing around the room. Instantly, all the students began to contemplate. Instructor, a Void Summoner cannot receive attribute feedback or talent enhancements from their summoning entities. They are inherently fragile. And should the void summoner perish, all summoned entities will dissipate. This student's observation pertained to the general condition of a typical void summoner, which Bai Jin dismissed, as he could indeed receive enhancements from his summoned entities. Good. Are there any other weaknesses? Instructor. The summoned entities of a void summoner lack independent consciousness and rely entirely on the summoner for direction. If faced with conditions such as dense fog or blinding spells, the summoner cannot command the entities to engage in precise combat. Well said. That is indeed a valid point. Are there any additional weaknesses? Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with interest. Even for him, this was a glaring vulnerability that needed addressing, and the initial lesson had proven exceptionally enlightening. This super divine academy was indeed the right choice. Chapter 57. Zhuge Luyun, the Arcane Web. Instructor, if a void summoner's pre-prepared summoned entity meets its demise, summoning it again requires a certain amount of time, during which the summoner must not be disturbed, and they themselves will be in peril. Yes, that is correct. Any further insights? Instructor, the summoned entities of a void summoner cannot don equipment like those of beast tamers, for the summoning space cannot accommodate equipped void beasts to enhance their defenses. The summoner must equip them post-summoning and then retrieve them separately after combat concludes. Indeed, that is a valid point, albeit a concern for the later stages. Yet still a disadvantage for the void summoner. Instructor, as the summoned entities are composed of magical energy, they cannot benefit from the aura skills of others unless the void summoner themselves learns such skills, which poses an additional burden on skill points. That is indeed true. Aura skills generally provide stimuli to the target, and it is difficult for summoned entities to benefit from them, putting them at a distinct disadvantage compared to the beasts of beast tamers. Instructor, should the void summoner be stunned or immobilized during combat, their summoned entities will be unable to execute further commands, which is a significant disadvantage compared to intelligent beasts. That is also a fair point. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly, realizing he had previously been oblivious to the numerous weaknesses of a standard void summoner. In fact, there were so many that it bordered on the absurd. However, these were circumstances faced by other void summoners and were largely ineffective against him. A myriad of peculiar strategies targeting void summoners was proposed by numerous classmates. And not only Bai Jin, as others greatly benefited from this discussion. Once the chatter subsided, Lei Hong felt a profound sense of admiration. He had not anticipated such exceptional performance from these students, who far surpassed his own cohort during his academic years. Truly, they were the creme de la creme selected to enter the Super Divine Academy. Every point raised held merit, with many scenarios applicable not solely to void summoners, but to other professions as well. For instance, concerning sustainability. Those among you with magical talents will undoubtedly expend considerable mana when casting spells. The more potent the spell, the greater the mana consumption. It is entirely possible for a single spell to completely deplete your mana reserves, rendering sustainability a critical issue. Furthermore, methods such as consuming potions require time for mana recovery, during which your safety becomes paramount. Life is singular. Thus, prioritizing physical capability during the early stages of your professional journey is of utmost importance. Lei Hong asserted, prompting the hundreds present to nod earnestly. These were all magic-wielding individuals who deeply resonated with the instructor's words. The world is not a game. Life is precious, and one must not allow carelessness to lead to demise. Moreover, those of you with supportive talents should also focus on enhancing your physical prowess. Monsters will not naively target solely the warriors within your party, but will actively pursue you as well. Lei Hong continued, causing yet another group of students to nod gravely. Therefore, for the time being, I urge everyone to set aside your innate talents and regard yourselves as warriors, enhancing your physical strength. Lei Hong declared with enthusiasm, though he soon furrowed his brow. A few individuals from the celestial class bore expressions of dissent. Ladies and gentlemen, do not presume that possessing celestial talents grants you immunity from the need for physical strength. You there, the one with the most displeased expression, he pointed, directing attention toward a reasonably handsome young man beside Xiao Mei, who appeared utterly bewildered. Instructor, I harbor no doubts regarding your statements. It is merely that I was born with this rather haughty demeanor, the young man quickly explained. Lei Hong chuckled, clearly unconvinced by the excuse. No worries. Many are eager to witness the prowess of celestial talent practitioners. Step forward and demonstrate your abilities, allowing everyone to broaden their horizons. The young man opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately inhaled deeply and approached the front. Instructor, my name is Zhuge Luyun, and I hail from the Valkyrie Battle Corps alongside classmate Lu Ruyan. I kindly request your leniency. Once he stepped forward, the young man's demeanor transformed, imbued with a newfound confidence that radiated from within. This unpretentious, yet boundlessly self-assured aura inspired many, even earning a nod of approval from Lei Hong. Very well. We are here to practice, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Unleash your most formidable techniques. Yes. Boom. As Zhuge Liuyun's words fell, a vast area was enveloped in a web of magical energy, layers intertwining with a density surpassing that of ordinary fishing nets. This three-dimensional web emerged from all directions around instructor Lei Hong, completely ensnaring him within. After a moment of astonishment, Lei Hong surged with invigorated vitality. Huh, he bellowed, his voice resonating with far greater intensity than during his earlier encounter with Bai Jin. Boom. The collision of his iron fist against the magical web resulted in a shattering explosion, yet simultaneously, even more magical webs appeared to intercept Lei Hong's assault. With a swift leap, Zhuge Liuyun returned to the area designated for the celestial class. Instructor, I concede, he announced. Lei Hong's expression darkened, and he returned to the center. Students, are you familiar with the term extreme practitioners? At this moment, Lei Hong exuded an air of calm, scanning the room to find some faces displaying comprehension, yet the majority appeared bewildered, which somewhat assuaged his wounded pride. Just moments ago, he had lost a modicum of dignity in the Earth class with Bai Jin, but it had merely been a casual punch, not a display of his true strength, which accounted for the misstep. However, at this moment, having carelessly selected a talent of celestial caliber, I initially intended to deflate the concealed arrogance harbored by those in the celestial class, only to find that my internal vitality surged forth and shattered the opponent's magical web. To my astonishment, I soon realized that the damage I inflicted was outstripped by the speed at which Zhuge Liuyun could recover. Had it not been for the fact that my adversary was merely at the first tier and particularly understanding, I feared I would have to unleash my full strength to have any hope of defeating them. I resolved then and there never to engage with anyone from the celestial class again, as it could very well lead to my downfall. Ladies and gentlemen, the so-called extreme practitioners are those who attain the pinnacle of their tier at every stage. For you at the first tier, achieving 100 points in any single attribute, or even in dual attributes, signifies reaching the first tier limit. As Master Lei Hong's voice resonated, all eyes brightened with anticipation. Observing the students' reactions, Lei Hong felt a sense of comfort. Though they were a group of gifted students with high expectations from the ninth domain, what did that matter? They were merely naive children who knew little. Of course, he chose to disregard those students who were privy to this information. Bai Jin glanced over at his little sister, who immediately caught his gaze and responded with a sweet smile. Beside her, Zhuge Liuyun also nodded and smiled kindly in Bai Jin's direction. Bai Jin, masked, returned the gesture with a slight nod. It seems that the suppression and targeting tactics will not manifest any longer. Subsequently, Bai Jin noted that his classmate Cheng Bo appeared to be well aware of the situation, and he felt a considerable gap between them. The source of attributes and upgrades constitutes the most fundamental aspect. All of us ascended using the exceptional grade advancement certificates, with each tier affording 3 or 4 points in free attribute points. Excluding the 9 points you haphazardly allocated before reaching the first tier, as you ascend to level 19. You will possess approximately 50 to 80 free attribute points at your disposal. However, these free attribute points alone are woefully insufficient to elevate both the body and soul to 100 points. Thus, we must seek alternative avenues to acquire free attribute points or enhance our own attributes. Master Lei Hong's voice echoed, capturing everyone's attention. The food consumed by all was of at least perfect quality, and prolonged consumption would gradually elevate physical attributes. Students in the Earth class would periodically receive yellow-grade food supplies, offering them a slight advantage in this regard. In addition to food, physical training serves as another means to enhance attributes. These two methods are recent developments over the past decade, as previously, there was no notion of strengthening oneself through food and exercise. Relying solely on these methods still proves inadequate to elevate all attributes to the limit of 100 points. Therefore, the most expedient yet perilous method remains engaging in hellish difficulty dungeons, the only way to earn additional free attribute points in the last decade. Many exceptionally gifted practitioners have perished in these hellish dungeons while pursuing the extreme path, lamented Master Lei Hong, his gaze tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. Bai Jin scanned the room, suddenly pausing, for he noticed a classmate from the Earth class with a face full of indignation. Strangely, there was no one within 3 meters of this student, an oddity indeed. While typical practitioners have limited means to enhance their attributes, beast tamers possess unique avenues. By binding their soul beasts and siphoning their attributes, beast tamers can acquire additional attributes, making them the only profession capable of transcending the limit of attributes. However, should a soul beast perish, the extra attributes typically dissipate gradually, which serves as a significant limitation. Master Lei Hong continued, and everyone nodded in understanding. While beast tamers are formidable, the death of a soul beast can lead to a precipitous decline for even the most powerful practitioners. Soul beasts are not mere constructs like those summoned by void summoners. They are living beings, and once they are gone, they are truly lost. That concludes today's session. Primarily to allow us to become acquainted. Once we officially commence the dungeon tomorrow, you will uncover your own shortcomings through the experiences within, followed by discussions and learning. With that, Master Lei Hong turned and departed, seemingly wishing to linger no longer. By the way, you may choose to tackle the dungeon solo or form teams. Those wishing to team up should get to know one another. His voice echoed as the students erupted into lively chatter. Bai Jin cast a glance toward his little sister, only to be intercepted by the figure of the previously aggrieved Earth-class student. Coward. Coldly spat these two words at Bai Jin. The student turned and walked away. Without a single follower, Bai Jin felt the urge to retort. He did not know this individual and had neither provoked nor engaged with him, having merely glanced in his direction moments ago. Yet, the individual had the audacity to berate him. Bai Jin's brother, this is Bai Hai. Hailing from the Bai family of the southern domain, the sole male heir of this generation, Chung Bo remarked, his tone laden with significance, clearly drawing connections based on the surname and the earlier incident. Brother, Lu Ruyin cheerfully bounded over to Bai Jin, naturally wrapping her arms around his brother. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhuge Luyun, a talent of celestial caliber, affiliated with the Valkyrie battle group. Luyun, this is my brother Bai Jin, she enthusiastically introduced. Zhuge Luyun, a pleasure to meet you. Bai Xiong, the somewhat dashing young man greeted warmly, a hint of deference in his demeanor. It is an honor to meet you. Zhuge Xiong, my little sister possesses a lively spirit, and I anticipate she may require your guidance in the celestial class, Bai Jin stated earnestly. Brother, how could I possibly be lively? Lu Ruyin pouted playfully, prompting laughter from both Bai Jin and Zhuge Luyun, all imbued with a sense of affection. Please, simply call me Luyun. Miss Ruyin is charmingly innocent. Anyone would be touched by her pure heart. To be frank, our celestial class members have spent some time together, and we all hold great fondness for such a kind and lovely girl, Zhuge Luyun remarked with appreciation. Noticing that Chung Bo had not yet departed, Bai Jin interjected. Little sister, this is Chung Bo, a friend I just met. Lu Ruyin's expression turned serious. Lu Ruyin, pleased to meet you, Chung Bo Gij. The previously enthusiastic Chung Bo melted at her words, stammering. Hello, Ruyin. Just call me Ruyin. My brother and you are both in the Earth class. I hope you can look after him a bit more. I appreciate it, Lu Ruyin said softly and sincerely. Previously, Master Lei Hong had instructed Chung Bo to throw a javelin at the woodpecker summoned by her brother, and she had watched intently, fearful that her brother might be humiliated. However, when she witnessed Chung Bo first offer an apologetic smile to her brother and then, upon hitting the woodpecker with the javelin, not killing it outright, she developed a newfound admiration for this ruggedly handsome man. I will. My bond with Bai Jin is immediate. We will surely become good brothers, Chung Bo declared, thumping his chest with enthusiasm, almost swearing an oath. Chapter 59, the Earth Class Chat Group of Super God Academy. Bai Jin observed the unfolding scene and realized that although Zhuge Luyun was exceedingly courteous, even somewhat flattering towards him, he scarcely acknowledged Chung Bo, who possessed a regional-level talent. This led Bai Jin to comprehend that perhaps a heavenly-level aptitude truly eclipsed a regional-level talent by a considerable margin. Otherwise, such a situation would not arise. Zhuge Luyun consistently exhibited a demeanor of calmness, not one of deliberate arrogance, and such conduct only indicated that he existed on an entirely different echelon. Brother, the mentor has sent a message. I must take my leave. You and sisters Jin say and Qing he should return first. I will endeavor to get back by tonight. Bai Jin's younger sister, Lu Ruyin, declared. Not only did she receive a notification, but Zhuge Luyun also checked his message. Brother Bai, once I have some leisure time, I shall treat you to a drink. Certainly, I would appreciate it if Brother Luyun could remind my sister not to indulge in her whims. Safety must always come first. Bai Jin replied amidst Lu Ruyin's soft huff, and the group parted ways. Wow, Brother Bai, thanks to you, I actually spoke to the fairy Ruyin. She even referred to me as Brother Chung Bo. Chung Bo exclaimed, still brimming with excitement. At that moment, Bai Jin noticed 4 imposing figures nearby, evidently Chung Bo's followers. Ding! Bai Jin took out his phone and discovered he had been added to a group chat titled Super God Academy Regional Class Chat Group. New members continuously joined, and eventually, there were 50 students along with mentor Lei Hong in the chat. Bai Jin scrutinized the list and noted that Bai Hai, who had just insulted him, had not joined. Dear classmates, please make a prompt decision regarding whether to go solo or team up. I would like to remind everyone that a notification has just come through. Tomorrow, a special dungeon will be opened, and its difficulty will be equivalent to that of a hellish dungeon. However, The monsters within may be somewhat weaker than those typically found in regular hell dungeons. Nonetheless, the creatures in the real dungeon exist in truth, not as energy projections. Please prepare yourselves. Failure to engage in the dungeon will result in expulsion from the Super God Academy. We will convene at the dungeon area at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, where I will announce a momentous occasion. The message from Lei Hong caused Bai Jin to gasp in astonishment. Wow, Brother Bai, the Super God Academy truly is remarkable. They are launching us straight into a real dungeon. How audacious. Qingbo exclaimed with fervor. Brother Qingbo, is there any particular significance to this? Bai Jin inquired with curiosity. Brother Bai, the real dungeon is essentially a hellish dungeon, yet the monsters therein do not start at the boss level. There may even be ordinary minions. However, because it is a real dungeon, the experience gained from defeating monsters is tremendous, and their corpses yield valuable materials. With a chance to drop skill books. High-quality skill books are exceedingly rare and usually require a trade of some sort. Which is why real dungeons have historically only been occasionally opened to the most exceptional students from the top 10 pioneering academies. Now do you understand the audacity of the Super God Academy in opening this dungeon to all its students? Qingbo said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Bai Jin nodded, finally grasping that this so-called real dungeon was akin to the battle he had once waged against the wild beast realm. Except that the wild bulls he had slain then did not yield experience, but rather transformed into provisions for the iron-blooded wild bull king. Brother Bai, I see clearly now. Your woodpecker and that wild bull are indeed extraordinary. Your only weakness lies within yourself. The Super God Academy would never disregard our lives. This real dungeon will not be overly difficult. It is likely an opportunity for us. Let us filter through potential teammates in the group chat to ensure your safe leveling. Qingbo continued, as if he had already formed a team with Bai Jin. Bai Jin concurred with the robust youth assessment. However, he was resolute in not teaming up with anyone. Given his circumstances, solo play was the optimal approach. Brother Qingbo, I must apologize. I was specially recruited into the regional class and can overlook many rules, such as not entering dungeons without fear of expulsion. For various reasons, I am afraid I cannot team up with you, Bai Jin expressed with a hint of regret. Qingbo was momentarily taken aback before lowering his voice. Brother Bai, to be candid, my talent cannot compare with your sister's. However, among those with regional level talent, I stand quite alone. Rest assured, with your summoned creature's prowess. Even if we teamed up, I am confident we could easily clear the dungeon. Bai Jin shook his head. Brother Qingbo, it truly isn't as you envision. I have my reasons. Seeing Bai Jin's steadfastness, Qingbo finally relented. The group made their way towards the residential area. With Jinsei and Qing he following Bai Jin in silence, though they attentively absorbed Qingbo's remarks. Brother Bai, if that is the case, I shall go solo then. I actually intended to do so from the outset, but your sister asked me to look after you. Qingbo chuckled. You going solo? I see the class group is abuzz with discussions about forming teams. It might be prudent to team up and assess the situation first. If it truly isn't as perilous. You can always opt for solo play later, Bai Jin suggested, surprised by Qingbo's reckless demeanor. Qingbo laughed heartily. Brother Bai, it has been said that the Super God Academy is here to nurture us. They wouldn't start us off with an extraordinarily perilous real dungeon. Students from the mysterious class will also participate. If the difficulty is exceedingly high, wouldn't they face mass casualties? Thus, for me, soloing should pose no significant issue. And as martial artists, we must embody fearlessness. If we are too timid to face even a well-planned real dungeon, how shall we confront the myriad dangers of other worlds in the future? Qingbo declared with a robust spirit, and Bai Jin nodded, realizing he had underestimated his companion. Brother Qingbo, I have arrived at my destination. We shall meet again tomorrow, Bai Jin announced, halting alongside Jinsei and Qing He. Qingbo glanced at the palace nearby and quipped, why don't I have a sister with heavenly level talent? With a face full of envy. Qingbo departed with his 4 burly followers. Once Qingbo and his companions had left, Jinsei and Qing, he hurried to flank Bai Jin. My lord. The conjectures made by that Qingbo regarding the real dungeon soon to be opened by the Super God Academy should indeed be accurate. However, we must wait for the announcements tomorrow. The Academy may seize this opportunity to counsel away students lacking in courage, thus rendering the real dungeon potentially perilous. Jinsei spoke softly. Qing He nodded in agreement. My lord. The young lady specifically reminded us before she left that she would strive to return tonight. As she is from the heavenly level class, which is of utmost importance to the Super God Academy, if she returns late, she should bring back the most authentic information. Bai Jin acknowledged their insights with gratitude. Thank you, both of you, he expressed, and the 2 girls beamed with joy. Chapter 60. The Biased Mother, the Useless Brother, and the Burdened Sister. The exclusive training facility for the heavenly level class was an enormous underground practice area. Boundless energy flowed gently, and everyone was in a state of overflowing physical and magical strength. A woman sat poised above, while 10 students from the heavenly level class were seated in 2 rows below. Esteemed students, my master has completed the solidification of the surrounding areas of the Super God Academy, ensuring the safety of the academy. Meanwhile, the spatial construct of the dungeon realm has been completed. This iteration of the dungeon space diverges significantly from any you have previously encountered. It has been wrought from the combined might of the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm. For years, the Void Demon Realm has harbored an insatiable desire to engulf our 9th domain, while we have continuously strived to seize the power of the Void to fortify ourselves. In the grand scheme of things, excluding the initial onslaught from the Void, our 9th domain has gained the upper hand. This time, we shall establish a first-tier battlefield within the confines of the Void Demon Realm, where both sides will deploy their first-tier forces to contend for the essence of our world. Thus, the authentic dungeon set to open tomorrow may prove exceedingly challenging, for even my master, the Ice Sovereign, cannot intervene in the affairs within. You are the vanguard of our 9th domain in this contest against the Void, so I urge you not to succumb to arrogance. Form teams to engage in battle, securing the resources necessary for your growth while contributing to the strength of the 9th domain. The woman spoke in a grave tone, and the 10 students below nodded earnestly. Sister Shuawei, we are neither prideful nor fearful of combat. However, having recently ascended to the first tier, we have yet to fully mature. Frankly, we lack even the experience of genuine combat. Is it not unreasonable to engage in battles at this tier? Lu Rian inquired softly. Revealing herself as a disciple of Murong Xiaobing, the very individual tasked with protecting her, the 4th-tier spatial mage, Shuawei. The woman smiled gently. Her demeanor towards Lu Rian markedly different from that of the others. This is due to the unique circumstances of our 9th domain. Professionals can ascend to the first tier with relative ease. Thus, at this juncture, most first-tier individuals are recent awakeners or those engaged in foundational work, possessing remarkably limited power, which the Void Demon Realm has deliberately targeted. The Void aims to eliminate our first-tier forces en masse, and this situation is particularly exceptional. After deliberation among the higher-ups, it was deemed more prudent to allow you to hone your skills rather than dispatch countless weaker first-tier combatants to their demise. There is no need for excessive concern. The 9th domain will provide you with the finest weapons and equipment available at your current stage. With your innate talents, the Void Demon race will find it far from easy to overpower you. Upon hearing Shuawei's words, all the students visibly relaxed. Lu Rian surveyed the group, noticing that the other 9 students were exchanging glances, prompting her to ask once more. Sister Shuawei, is there anything else? How does this differ from the monsters we have slain during our training these past few days? A smile flickered at the corners of Shuawei's lips. This is a first-tier battlefield, where monsters of up to level 19 will appear. Their strength may vary, so I advise you to exert your utmost effort. Akin to a lion hunting a rabbit, to avoid encountering formidable first-tier adversaries from the Void. Furthermore, you all possess at least a large storage item of yellow grade. Be sure to collect the bodies of the monsters you defeat, as they will prove invaluable. Yes, we understand. The group nodded excitedly, recognizing the significance of Shuawei's mention. Very well. The Ice Sovereign has just slain a 4th-tier yellow-grade monster from the Void, and specifically instructed me to provide you with some of its flesh to enhance your strength. With a flourish, fresh meat the size of a basin appeared before each individual. Utilize the boundless energy here to swiftly transform this flesh into power. Thank you, Ice Sovereign. The group expressed their gratitude vocally. Even if they all possessed heavenly talents, whether they could ascend to the 5th tier remained uncertain. The Ice Sovereign, a 5th-tier sovereign-level powerhouse and a fellow possessor of heavenly talent, was renowned as an invincible spatial mage of her tier, earning their genuine respect. The 4th-tier spatial mage, Shuawei, vanished without a trace, and the group began summoning their respective followers, who commenced the preparation of the meat. Meanwhile, Lu Rian stored away her sizable portion of flesh. Rian, why does your follower take care of your brother? At least bring one with you. Or how will you manage the cooking? Rian, come to me. I have an extra pot here. The others urged. Lu Rian smiled brightly, saying, thank you all, but I plan to return. The authentic dungeon is opening to other classes tomorrow, and I worry about my brother's safety. Without waiting for a response, Lu Rian darted away. Once Lu Rian's figure vanished, the 9 members of the heavenly class exchanged glances. Sigh, I have privately inquired about Rian's situation. She grew up alongside that Bai Jin. And although they are referred to as cousins, they are essentially no different from siblings. What are you babbling about? Do we not already know this? However, what you might not realize is that Rian's mother, once brimming with talent, now appears to have lost all hope of recovery. Moreover, That lady seems to exhibit an extreme preference for males, having doted excessively on Bai Jin while neglecting Rian. Did you all sample her culinary skills yesterday? Instantly. Everyone nodded vigorously. The group of followers left speechless. In terms of culinary prowess, that young lady outclassed them all. Such culinary skill cannot be honed in a day or two. Rian must have been responsible for the household meals from a young age to achieve such mastery. Upon this realization, expressions of sympathy spread across their faces. The bias against females was once prevalent many years ago and continues to exist today. Yet it was disheartening to witness it manifest among their peers. What you may not know is that Bai Jin possesses an ordinary talent. A fact that Rian has paid a steep price to obtain permission from influential figures. What? An ordinary talent? Surely, this cannot be true. An ordinary talent entering the Earth level class? Good heavens. I assumed he was an exceptional talent allowed into the Earth level class. My word, Bai Jin truly is. Yet, hold on. Bai Jin has that peculiar summoned woodpecker, and while that brute summoned creature is powerful, even Minter Lei Hong was outmatched today. He cannot simply be an ordinary talent, can he? Someone questioned. Is there truly any need for skepticism? That brute's skill book must have also been procured by Rian on his behalf. This, alas, a biased mother, a useless brother. And only the burdened Rian appears carefree and joyful. How deceptive. If my guess is correct, Rian's primary objective in returning is to ensure her brother consumes that 4th-tier yellow-grade monster meat. Shall we wager on whether I'm right? I 1T bet with you. But I propose that each of us contribute a portion. This way, Rian 1T lag behind in strength. Not to mention Rian's predicament. Her holy light talent is crucial to us all. Agreed. Let us each offer a tenth of the 4th-tier yellow-grade monster meat. Chapter 61. The burden she must bear for a lifetime. In a verdant, shaded grove, Murong Xiaobing sat across from a gentle-spirited woman, both indulging in tea. Meanwhile, the 4th-tier spatial mage, Xue Wei, was demonstrating her tea-making artistry for the two. In the private classroom area designated for the heavenly class, the three of them observed the happenings within as if watching a live film. Xiaobing, do you suppose the sudden aggression of the Void Demon Realm is aimed at eliminating the talents of our 9th domain this year? Murong Xiaobing nodded. The elders are indeed furious, yet powerless. With the fate of the entirety of the southern domain at stake, we can only hastily prepare for battle. The woman's brows furrowed in concern. The fate of the southern domain? Indeed. Although the 108 cities in the southern region have been tainted by the forces of the Void Demon Realm, the power of the 9th domain has persistently resisted, and the Void Demon Realm has not entirely claimed these territories. The woman nodded, saying, they have just advanced to the 1st tier, lacking even proper training. I fear casualties may arise as these are all future elites starting with profound level talents. Murong Xiaobing's gaze sharpened slightly. The timing of the Void Demon Realm's aggression is indeed quite passive. Those who awakened last year and prior, with exceptional talents, have long since ascended to the 2nd tier. The ones remaining at the 1st tier are merely ordinary individuals engaged in various trades, this time being restricted to 1st tier combat. Should they be defeated or refuse to fight, they will completely lose their respective shares of territory. Not only territory is at stake, the bodies of our fallen practitioners are embodiments of the laws, which the opposing side covets profoundly. There is no alternative. If we permit those ordinary 1st tier individuals to enter, it would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths while relinquishing territory. The new students of the Super God Academy at least possess commendable talents, complemented by tailor-made weapons and equipment, thus affording them significant self-preservation capabilities. Some individuals are temporarily ill-suited for this endeavor. We shall later issue them warnings, highlighting the dangers, and encourage a few to withdraw, thereby facilitating a form of selection. With over 700 individuals across 3 classes, that is far too many. Resources must be concentrated to support a select few. A single formidable warrior is more valuable than 1,000 pretenders. The woman agreed. Very well. We shall oversee the Super God Academy. This course of action constitutes our utmost effort. True geniuses should inherently possess the ability to discern the opportune moment. As for those who disregard advice, that is simply their fate. Murong Xiaobing observed the discussions in the footage, a smile gracing her lips. It appears that Lu Rian is quite popular, as so many proud individuals with celestial-level talents are willing to allocate resources to her. To awaken celestial-level talents, one must be far from foolish, not to mention that Lu Rian is indeed endearing and evokes sympathy. Her holy light talent alone warrants such support. The woman opposite Murong Xiaobing responded, while we cannot speak ill of others, there is a saying I find particularly apt. A biased mother, a useless brother, and a burdened sister. Murong Xiaobing's expression darkened slightly at this remark. Oh, that Tang Yin certainly favors sons over daughters, even provoking the wrath of the Lady Valkyrie for the sake of that Bai Jin. ultimately securing for her the absolute substitute skill book placed within the Valkyrie battle group by the domain lord. What? That absolute substitute was taken by Tang Yin? The woman inquired, astonishment evident in her voice. Morong Xiaobing nodded. That divine skill was initially determined for Xiao Yi's use. When Tang Yin sought it, Xiao Yi fortuitously learned of this matter and resolutely demanded that the skill book be given to Bai Jin, to which the Lady Valkyrie ultimately acquiesced. The absolute substitute has already been learned by Bai Jin, while others could also utilize such a divine skill. At worst, enslaving a beast would suffice. Yet, Tang Yin never contemplated allowing her daughter to use it. The woman opposite looked astonished. Xiao Yi she. Morong Xiaobing diverted the topic, continuing. For the sake of her brother, this girl even relinquished her perfectly graded promotion certificate. Subsequently, she went so far as to expend her soul's essence to initiate the holy light baptism, aiding the Lady Valkyrie in soothing her weary soul, which moved the Lady Valkyrie to grant her brother special permission to enter the Super God Academy's Earth-level class and exempt him from challenges. The woman, who had maintained a gentle and calm demeanor, now displayed shock and indignation. With her holy light talent, it is inevitable that she would wage war for the ninth domain for a lifetime. This is an inescapable reality, whether in the past, present, or future. This girl must bear the burden and forge ahead. Morong Xiaobing's voice was laced with concern and lament. Her biased mother is particularly detestable. Yesterday, I instructed Shui Wei to take Lu Rian to the main city for some relaxation, only to find that Lu Rian had not a single penny to her name. When she was specially recruited by the Lady Valkyrie, she was given an anonymous bank card worth 10 million. It is evident that Tang Yun has embezzled it, leaving her with no means to spend, and surely it has been given to Bai Jin. Morong Xiaobing's anger was palpable. The woman opposite appeared taken aback, seemingly struggling to reconcile the image of the joyful and fortunate Lu Rian with such a mother. However, her brother is certainly much superior to her mother. At least the perfect promotion certificate Lu Rian received upon her first-tier advancement was given to her by her brother, and according to Lu Rian, he was unaware of what he was providing at the time. This indicates that the siblings share a mutual selfless love for one another. Morong Xiaobing expressed her satisfaction with this sentiment. Oh, if that is the case, then Bai Jin genuinely cares for Lu Rian. Despite his mediocre talent, his genuine affection is priceless. Xiaobing, let us switch scenes and see how Lu Rian is faring. Yes, let us see if Bai Jin has removed his mask. Perhaps you will have your eyes opened. That mask is a cherished possession of yours. How could you bear to part with it? Sigh, it's a long story. When I heard him mention needing to purchase a mask and equipment later, I don't know what possessed me to give it away in a moment of impulse. Huh. Impulse. That is not something that occurs at the 5th tier. Xiaobing, he is the son of Bai Yi and Tang Ling. Surely you wouldn't. What are you saying? Am I that sort of person? One can know a person's face, but not their heart. I am not entirely sure of who you are. Lan Shi, are you still watching? If not, I will cast you out of my world. I am watching. Do not be angry. Let me see what manner of handsome young man Bai Jin is, capable of earning your praise. Brother, the flavor is delightful. I must tell you. This is the flesh of a 4th-tier yellow-grade monster. Consuming it will enhance your attribute points. Lu Rian, donned in an apron, was assisted by Jin Se and Qing He, while Bai Jin savored a freshly prepared dish. Your physical attributes have increased slightly. As a morsel of meat slid down his throat, Bai Jin received the notification. A wave of warmth surged through his abdomen, enveloping him as though immersed in a furnace. In that moment, he comprehended his aunt's initial intention. She had aspired to elevate his physical attributes through such means, enabling him to safely grind dungeons to level 10, capitalizing on the advantage of low-level but high attributes before reaching the main city. However, such resources were not within his aunt's entitlement, nor were they accessible to the students of the Earth-level class. Only those with celestial-level talents like his younger sister could obtain them. His aunt's plan was to siphon some resources from his sister to benefit him. Although his sister would surely be willing, his aunt's actions were rather biased. Notably, his sister exhibited not the slightest dissatisfaction, but rather exerted even greater effort. Phew, little sister, this is your celestial level class's exclusive perk. I only need a taste. Once you finish this dish, hurry and eat. Brother, eat as much as you can. You previously allocated all your free attribute points to your soul attribute, leaving your physical prowess severely lacking. This flesh will indeed enhance your physical strength. Qing He, please monitor my actions. The remaining meat I leave for you should be prepared this way for my brother. Remember to assess his appetite. This is to bolster his strength. So do not make too much. Lu Rian instructed while cooking. Qing He nodded repeatedly in understanding. Before long, the siblings were seated at the dining table, partaking of their meal. Brother, did you receive the class notification regarding tomorrow's real dungeon? I did. Is there any detailed information? Subsequently, Lu Rian recounted the matter Shui Wei had previously conveyed to their celestial level class. Bai Jin's expression grew solemn, for it contrasted sharply with the information shared by Mentor Lei Hong in the Earth level class group chat. Master Lei Hong has mentioned that the monsters in that authentic dungeon are not as formidable as those in the regular hell dungeons. However, the information I have received indicates that we may encounter exceptionally powerful first-tier monsters. Brother, I am aware that you possess certain hidden strengths, but this time, please refrain from entering the dungeon. Allow me to first familiarize myself with it. Once I am at ease, I will summon my classmates from the heavenly class to form a team and take you in to farm monsters. You must not team up with those from the earth class for this adventure. Do you understand? Lu Rian firmly grasped Bai Jin's arm, her expression serious. Bai Jin nodded in acknowledgement. Sister, this is no jest. While earth-tier talents may seem formidable in your eyes, the disparity when compared to heavenly-tier talents is beyond description. As you witnessed during the day, if Zhuge Liang were to go all out, even Master Lei Hong, who claims to be at the third-tier limit, might not stand a chance, and he is an earth-tier talent. As for Cheng Bo, although he appears diligent and perceptive, the gap in power cannot be bridged merely by carefulness. Moreover, we have all just recently ascended to the first tier, and our abilities are still in their infancy. Do you comprehend my meaning? Lu Rian felt a sense of weariness. She could see through her brother's recent demeanor, realizing he was merely dismissing her concerns. It felt as if her mother's words were coming to fruition. Ever since her brother awakened, he had become rebellious. While it is common for boys at this age to exhibit some defiance, this was a genuine dungeon developed by the Super God Academy, and such rebellion could be fatal. Lu Rian now regretted introducing her brother to the Super God Academy. Chapter 62, A Catastrophe Claiming a Billion Lives. Sister, I swear, if I do not possess absolute confidence, I will never enter a dungeon with anyone, Bai Jin declared solemnly. Lu Rian scrutinized him for a considerable time, ultimately finding him somewhat reliable. The atmosphere then lightened, and after consuming nearly half a plate of food, Bai Jin stopped, feeling quite full. His physical attributes had already increased by 2 points, and further enhancement was likely. Bai Jin, with a serious expression, admonished, Sister, do not act recklessly. Take this piece of meat with you. Lu Rian playfully winked and leaned closer to Bai Jin's ear. Brother, do you believe that when I return, my classmates from the heavenly class will have already prepared meat for me? Bai Jin glanced at his somewhat mischievous sister, sensing something peculiar about her demeanor. However, he felt reassured that she would not be easily deceived in her current state. In that space, while Bai Jin dined, he removed his jade mask, and 3 women fixated on the magnified image before them. Heavens, he is far stronger than Bai Yi was back in the day. No wonder he is Tang Ling's son. Lan Shi, the 5th-tier healing sovereign sent by the Valkyrie Legion to guard the Super God Academy, exclaimed. However, he is still quite inexperienced, and his talent is somewhat lacking. Even with resources, an ordinary talent can only reach the 3rd tier at best. He is simply too weak. He faced great adversity in his youth. Despite your utmost efforts to save him, you could not restore his eroded talent. Otherwise, he would at least possess Earth-tier talent. Morong Xiaobing lamented. Lan Shi shook her head. Even the weakest 3rd-tier talents have lifespans exceeding 500 years. This is not a short time. The professional system has only existed for 200 to 300 years. Perhaps there is still a chance for him to break through to the 4th tier. No wonder he wears a mask at all times. Look at the 2 women beside him. They are clearly Lu Rian's followers, yet their eyes are solely on Bai Jin, leaving no trace of Rian. Lan Shi remarked with a hint of awe. Shui Wei, please send a message to Rian. Give her another piece of meat, and ensure she digests it well in the heavenly class. Tomorrow's dungeon must not falter. Understood. Shui Wei departed, and the 2 5th-tier women relaxed, subsequently engaging in various discussions. Brother, Sister Shui Wei wants me to go for special training. You should rest early. If anything arises, call sisters Jin Se and Qing He. Ensure you rest well. Girls should not stay up late unnecessarily. Take that piece of meat with you. Got it, brother. There's no need to bring the meat. Sister Shui Wei said she would give me another piece later. I'm off now. Remember what you told me. In a grand mansion, Bai Hai, who had previously retorted to Bai Jin, was now dining with a man. Are you saying you have seen Bai Jin? He has entered the Earth class of the Super God Academy? Was it a special approval? The man appeared youthful, yet his voice was mature and steady. His gaze filled with the wisdom of an older man. Bai Hai nodded. Yes, he possesses a void summoning talent, and he is truly different from our Bai family. Furthermore, he is merely an ordinary talent. I did not see his face, as he was wearing a mask the entire time. A smile appeared on the man's face. You seem quite displeased. Did you mock him? Bai Hai nodded. I merely called him a coward and left. The man shook his head in exasperation. You, of all people. He is still your cousin. To insult him on your first meeting is rather ungracious. You should apologize when given the chance. Bai Hai's displeasure flared. Father, Does the Bai family of the Southern Domain truly need to repay its debts for generations to come? You were not directly involved back then. It was ultimately my uncle and the others who acted. If repayment is to be made, it should be Bai Jin who bears the burden. Why must it fall to us? Father, because of the Bai family's identity in the Southern Domain, do you know how many people have scorned me throughout my life? Even in the Super God Academy, people avoid me as if I were a heinous criminal. Why should this be? What have we done to deserve this? As Bai Hai spoke, tears welled in his eyes. The man sighed and patted Bai Hai's shoulder. Son, your grievances hold merit. But your uncle and the others have sacrificed their lives. Their contributions have been more than sufficient, and what they aimed to achieve was for the family. Albeit with unfortunate outcomes. Not to mention your aunt, Bai Jin's mother. She could have left in peace, yet she chose to sacrifice everything. Even Bai Jin's aunt later burned her talent. The two sisters both possessed heavenly tier holy light talent, and after that battle, one died while the other was rendered crippled. Bai Yi joined the Valkyrie Legion years ago, continuing the atonement for your uncle's branch. Since Bai Jin has long since distanced himself, it is best for him to quietly grow. Over the years, the Ninth Domain has not targeted us, nor have they suppressed us. In fact, they have not even touched the resources once owned by the Bai family. My ascension to the 5th tier relies on the resources left by the family. This includes you. Your beast taming abilities are a result of the Bai family's resources. Enjoying these benefits also comes with responsibilities. The man spoke gently. Bai Hai fell silent. Yet his face remained filled with resentment. Father, I understand, but I still cannot fathom why our Bai family bears such heavy sins, requiring generations of atonement. Now that I have become a professional, surely you can share the truth with me? Bai Hai asked, his gaze resolute. Seeing his son so determined, the man nodded. Son, back in the day, I was only at the 3rd tier and did not participate directly. However, the catastrophic conditions of the Southern Ninth Domain stem fundamentally from the actions of our Bai family back then. As for the specifics, you will become eligible to know once you reach the 4th tier. The reason the Bai family is burdened with guilt is simple. During that disaster, over 100 million professionals perished across the 108 base cities in the Southern Domain. Additionally, countless unawakened children met the same fate. With this alone, our Bai family could not atone for generations. The man's voice was filled with sorrow. Bai Hai was left utterly stunned. In that fateful battle, our Bai family lost 3 5th tier warriors and 18 4th tier warriors, all of whom fought valiantly to the last breath. The number of formidable fighters who perished alongside them is incalculable. The once mighty Valkyrie Legion nearly met with complete annihilation. In the aftermath of that conflict, our 9th Domain suffered severe depletion, and even our Domain Lord paid a heavy price to barely stabilize the region. My son, the repercussions of that calamity far outweighed the loss of over 1 billion lives. Now, practitioners possess but a single life, and this is one of the gravest consequences. Over the past decade, the number of practitioners who have subsequently perished is likely beyond reckoning. Even if we, the Bai family of the Southern Domain, were to be exterminated, it would not quench the thirst for vengeance. Do not harbor resentment towards your cousin, Bai Jin, were it not for the sacrifices made by his mother and aunt. Do you think your grandfather and I could have survived all these years? The man spoke gently to console him. Bai Hai nodded, his eyes reddened. Father, I understand. I do not blame Bai Jin. I merely lacked clarity on the matter. After all, he was just a 2-year-old child at that time. I will seek an opportunity to apologize to him later. The man nodded with satisfaction. Lord Ice Emperor has informed me that you are to enter the real instance tomorrow. Take this piece of flesh. It will enhance your strength. A piece of flesh, roughly the size of a small house, was presented. Bai Hai nodded, then stored the flesh and entered the underground training area. A low growl echoed as a fierce winged beast materialized, voraciously devouring the flesh. With each bite, the beast's aura grew increasingly powerful, mirroring the intensifying presence of Bai Hai as he consumed the raw meat. I, too, was merely a child back then. What relevance does all this hold for me? Why must I bear the burden of atonement? Yet, my father, Sai, I must strive to grow stronger, to reach a level where I can alleviate my father's burdens. Bai Hai was not the only one receiving additional resources. Outside the Super God Academy, the teleportation array was bustling with students receiving various supplies sent from home. Simultaneously, many students chose to abandon their studies and depart. Chapter 63. Zhang Fei? No. It is Zhang Fei. Beep. Beep. Messages from Mentor Lei Hong appeared in the group chat. Fellow students, after you have eaten your fill, proceed to your respective underground training areas. Choose the Void Demon form for your energy battle puppets, and, without compromising tomorrow's real instance, hone your combat experience against the Void Demon battle puppets as much as possible. Bai Jin promptly made his way to the underground training area and selected the energy battle puppet in the form of a Void Demon for combat. Roar. 1 monster was obliterated. Roar. 10 monsters disintegrated. Roar. 100 first-tier void demons were annihilated in the simulated combat zone under extreme conditions. Bai Jin. Is that all? Again, this time, Bai Jin opted to elevate the strength of 100 void demons to their maximum level of 29, which corresponds to second-tier 9th level. Roar, roar. With two resounding roars of the King's battle cry, all 100 second-tier, 9th level void demons were eradicated. There was no suspense. It was merely the deployment of a battle-hardened, iron-blooded war bull king. Even when Bai Jin allowed these energy battle puppets to attack with all their might, the threat posed to him was negligible. He decisively returned upstairs to continue consuming meat to bolster his physical prowess. As night passed, Bai Jin consumed several pieces of 4th-tier yellow-level monster flesh every hour, resulting in an impressive increase of 15 points in his physical attributes. With this method of consumption, the piece of meat still retained 2/3 of its mass. Even if the rate of enhancement slows thereafter, Bai Jin estimated that by the time he finished, he could still achieve an increase of over 15 points in his physical attributes. The treatment afforded to the members of the heavenly class was indeed formidable. Thus, he came to better understand his aunt's initial intentions. If a first-tier practitioner were to engage a first-tier monster with a physical attribute of over 10 or 20 points, it would be a mindless slaughter. Accompanied by Jin Se and Xing He, Bai Jin arrived at the instance area 10 minutes early. It was a colossal square with a diameter exceeding 1 kilometer, already filled with numerous individuals. Bai Jin, let me introduce you to a fellow student, Cheng Bo said. Bai Jin turned his gaze to see a robust man, slightly shorter than Cheng Bo, smiling faintly in his direction. Bai Jin felt a shiver run down his spine. Despite the man's imposing physique, he found something unsettlingly feminine about his appearance, particularly in his eyes, which bore the gaze typical of a girl. This is my newly acquainted good friend, Zhang Fai. Zhang Fai, this is Bai Jin, who you should have learned about yesterday. He's the Void Summoner. The elder brother of the Mist Fairy, Cheng Bo, introduced. The robust man nodded repeatedly, his demeanor quite amicable. Brother Zhang Fai, it is a pleasure to meet you. Bai Jin did not wish to offend Cheng Bo, so he greeted the man. To his surprise, Cheng Bo burst into laughter, leaving the robust man looking somewhat embarrassed, though seemingly accustomed to it. Bai Jin, you've misunderstood. This Fai is not Fei as in flying, but rather Fai as in non-flying. Zhang Fai is actually a girl. Bai Jin quickly lowered his gaze, fearing his astonished expression might offend this robust girl, Zhang Fai. Bai Jin, it's a pleasure to meet you. There's no need to feel embarrassed. I've grown accustomed to it since childhood. A melodious voice emerged, leaving Bai Jin momentarily stunned. Beneath the imposing exterior of this robust figure, Zhang Fai possessed a voice that was nothing short of divine, having lived with his extraordinarily beautiful aunt and younger sister. Bai Jin's resistance to various forms of beauty was at its zenith. Moreover, both his aunt and sister had exquisite vocal qualities, rendering the typical female voice less captivating to him. Yet now, he discovered a voice rivaling that of his aunt and sister. The perfect juxtaposition of two extremes manifested in a single person, evoking a profoundly enchanting aesthetic. Zhang Fai truly possesses a remarkable mindset, Bai Jin sincerely praised. Cheng Bo patted Bai Jin on the shoulder. Bai Jin, to be honest, I have already teamed up with Zhang Fai. We will first tackle the real instance to see if the difficulty is manageable. If it is not too challenging, you can consider joining us later. Bai Jin nodded. Thank you. We shall discuss it then. Thud, thud. The sound of deliberate footsteps resounded as Minter Lei Hong arrived. He surveyed the area and nodded in satisfaction. Students, I must clarify that the information I shared last night in the class group was somewhat inaccurate. The upcoming real instance has an undetermined internal difficulty. However, the strongest monsters will correspond to our first-tier 9th level. Of that you can be certain. Moreover, this real instance created by the Super God Academy involves many profound issues. So it is highly possible that first-tier strongholds from the Void Demon Realm will be dispatched to hunt you. You have only just enrolled and have not yet reached the first-tier limit, nor have you undergone the necessary training. Thus, once you enter, your fate will be uncertain. Whispers erupted among the crowd. If there was a possibility of being hunted, then they certainly had no need to confront such unknown dangers at this early stage of their development. In the presence of over 700 new students, each a gem among the millions awakened in the 9th domain this year, one young lady respectfully spoke up. Minter, I am an auxiliary profession. Without rigorous training, venturing into a real instance would be a perilous gamble. I choose to withdraw. Minter Lei Hong nodded thoughtfully. My dear student, it is of no consequence. This decision is not a matter of courage. Acting recklessly for the sake of pride is indeed foolish. Another voice chimed in. Minter, I possess the talent of a melee warrior, yet I have not acquired combat techniques. My performance in last night's simulation battle was far from easy, and thus, I too choose to withdraw. A third student added, Minter, I am gifted in magic, but I have only learned a single offensive spell without any defensive incantations. I also choose to withdraw. With these leading voices, one by one, students opted to exit the gathering, followed by their adherents. As silence fell, fewer than 200 remained. Originally over 700 strong, the numbers had dwindled significantly, with more than 500 departing since last night. Even in the Earth-level class, over half had chosen to leave. Life is singular, and no one desires to confront the specter of death so soon after enrollment. Yet, Mentor Lei Hong appeared unfazed by the exodus. He surveyed the remaining students and stated, "Esteemed students, opportunities are fleeting. In the realm of the real instance, life and death are uncertain. Your current abilities, reliant upon innate talent, must be tempered with realism. Do not act impulsively. If you intend to leave, do so swiftly." The gazes of the students flickered, and ultimately, a few more opted to depart. This time, Mentor Lei Hong nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, since you have chosen to remain, at the very least. You possess the qualities of courage, audacity, and confidence." He continued, "Historically, whenever we entered any instance, it was imperative to eliminate all monsters or foes before we could depart. This rule has remained unchanged for centuries." The remaining 180 students nodded in unison. However, Lei Hong's voice turned grave. "I must inform you that this rule has been shattered in the real instance you are about to enter." A gasp swept through the crowd. The long-standing rule had been altered? Excitement rippled through everyone as they realized that if they could escape without annihilating their enemies, their chances of survival would multiply exponentially. At the very least, if they could not prevail, they could flee for their lives. After allowing the fervor to settle, Mentor Lei Hong raised a hand to regain their attention. According to the structural design shared by the Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm, the safe zones within the instance will encompass approximately 100 square meters. This area will be protected by the forces of both sides. Once inside, you will be shielded from harm. A glimmer of hope sparked in the eyes of the students. The safe zone within the instance was indeed a sanctuary for survival. Moreover, Lei Hong elaborated, within this safe zone, there exists a small teleportation array. Each of you will have one opportunity to teleport out once you enter the instance. Upon doing so, you will reappear in our designated area. Remember, this opportunity is singular. Once you leave, you cannot re-enter the previous real instance. If either side completely withdraws or is entirely vanquished, the instance will conclude. Of course, he cautioned, should you remain holed up in the safe zone without engaging in combat, or become cornered and unable to mount an effective counterattack for an extended period, you will be deemed defeated. I have received word that should one side lose, the victor will reap substantial rewards. This is a contest between the Ninth Domain and the Void Demon Realm. However, he implored, do not burden yourselves with the trivial notion of racial honor. Nothing surpasses the value of your own lives. Remember, should the sky of the Ninth Domain collapse, there are still strong individuals to uphold it. Your sole focus should be on surviving. If you genuinely wish to contribute to the Ninth Domain, do so only after reaching the 4th tier. He reiterated the age-old warning. Each year, a multitude of overconfident novices perish due to arrogance and blind self-assurance. This truth remains unchanged through the ages, and no amount of admonition seems to suffice. Now, the real instance is about to commence. I shall reiterate, you are all mere fledglings. Survival is paramount. Anyone harboring thoughts of a death match should vacate immediately. With Mentor Lei Hong's thunderous proclamation, a colossal void vortex ignited behind him. In a swift motion, Lu Rian dashed to Bai Jin's side, her expression grave as she gazed intently at him. Bai Jin playfully pinched her delicate cheek. I merely came to check on you. Now hurry along. Remember what Mentor Lei Hong said, safety first. The students of the Celestial class split into 2 teams, with Lu Ruyan, Zhuge Luyun, a young man accompanied by a peculiar beast, and a woman armed with a battle blade forming one team, while the remaining 6 constituted another. Zhuge Luyun regarded Lu Ruyan with a hint of affection as she hastily ran ahead, then nodded reassuringly at Bai Jin, signaling him to rest easy. Bai Jin reciprocated with a grateful nod. The Celestial class members were the first to enter, vanishing from sight almost instantly. Oh, and remember to collect the corpses of the defeated monsters. I've heard it brings tremendous benefits. Mentor Lei Hong interjected, prompting all students to nod in agreement. Following the information from Mentor Lei Hong, the remaining 170 students began to reformulate their teams, although some chose to enter the instance directly. Bai Jin, the Celestial class members are so haughty. If not for your wonderful sister, they would likely regard you as a mere acquaintance and never spare you a glance. Cheng Bo remarked, it's challenging to integrate into different circles. As an Earth-level talent, your standing is among us. Once I and Zhang Fei return from the instance, let us gather. By the way, did you see? Zhang Fei's followers are stunning quadruplets, each proficient in a different art. You'll have your fill of knowledge when the time comes. Cheng Bo pointed toward the quartet of girls. Bai Jin nodded, artistry, music, and literature. What about the flute? Bo paused. Flute? Like a bamboo instrument? No matter. The quadruplets are quite clever. If you wish to hear them play, just let them practice. Zhang Fei's melodious voice chimed in. As for the flute, I excel at it. I have great lung capacity and can play for a quarter of an hour without pause. Bai Jin, once we exit the instance, I shall perform for you during dinner, she declared, igniting an involuntary shiver down Bai Jin's spine. Bai, we are setting off now. Bo and Zhang Fei turned toward the instance, their silhouettes resembling two formidable giants. Jin's and Qinghe stood beside Bai Jin. And although they may not possess the exquisite beauty of Lu Ruyan, they were undoubtedly among the most exceptional of ordinary girls, certainly surpassing the four quadruplets of Zhang Fei in both appearance and physique. Clop, clop. The sound of deliberate footsteps echoed as Bai, the one who had clashed with Bai Jin the previous day, approached with a conflicted expression. As he neared Bai Jin, he finally steadied his mindset. I apologize, he uttered. And without waiting for a response, he turned and departed, vanishing a few steps later as he entered the real instance alone. Bai Jin felt somewhat perplexed. After all, he had been insulted by Bai for no apparent reason the day prior, yet now he was being apologized to. My lord, that individual is Bai from the Bai family of the southern region. After he insulted you yesterday, Qinghe and I utilized the power of the Valkyrie battle group to conduct an investigation. Due to the protection of your mother, you have been sheltered from all disputes and have grown up in tranquility. However, Bai has been raised amidst endless resentment and curses. He is the last male descendant of the southern region Bai family, with his father frequently away at war and only a cousin remaining as family. Although the higher-ups of the ninth domain have yet to reach a conclusion regarding the southern region Bai family, it was the Bai family that precipitated the current state of affairs. Thus, Bai has been treated as a pariah since childhood. I suspect that upon learning your name yesterday, he felt a sense of injustice, which led to his outburst, Qinghe explained softly. Bai Jin nodded thoughtfully. Qinghe, I understand. By the way, once my sister emerges, she will undoubtedly be hungry. You two should return and make preparations. To his surprise, the two girls were unyielding. My lord, the young lady has instructed us to remain by your side without deviation. Even if you were to bathe, we must stand outside and converse with you. Jin said with an eager and expectant tone. Bai Jin was rendered speechless. Despite their delicate appearances, both girls were genuine Tier 3 warriors, even if they were not combat-oriented. If one were to seize his arm, he would find himself unable to resist, unless he summoned his entities to fight. He truly was no match for these seemingly fragile girls. It seemed that his sister had calculated that he would not act against Jin and Qinghe. Hence she had said little. Bai Jin began to ponder how to extricate himself from this situation. The real instance contained a safety zone, a condition that rendered it invulnerable. His current summoned entities were inadequate for many scenarios. However, he wished to enter and observe the battlefield conditions before deciding on any course of action. Particularly after last night's battle with the Void Demon Clan's energy puppet, he felt no trepidation regarding such adversaries. With 100 fully developed Tier 3 Iron Blood War Bulls, any additional Void Demons would merely be inconsequential. Bai. Mentor Lei Hong quickly closed his mouth, finally swallowing the last word. What are you still doing here, Bai Jin? He called out loudly. Bai Jin's eyes brightened as he suddenly thought of a way to rid himself of Jin and Qinghe. Mentor, I am waiting here for my sister to emerge. As he spoke, he winked at Lei Hong, indicating the two girls behind him. Lei Hong was momentarily taken aback. Then he nodded knowingly. What are you two doing here? Don't you see that the other followers have already left? He inquired with a resonant voice. Jin and Qinghe exchanged bewildered glances. Mentor, we are also waiting for Miss Rian to come out, they stated with quiet dignity. The Super God Academy has regulations. Followers are not permitted to linger here for long. You should return, Lei Hong said calmly. The two girls froze for a moment, then exchanged meaningful glances with Lei Hong, who chose to ignore them. My lord, we hope you can appreciate the young lady's good intentions and refrain from acting recklessly. Qinghe and I will return to prepare the meal. Once you have your sister, please hurry back, Qinghe gently advised, to which Bai Jin nodded earnestly. Subsequently, the two girls departed side by side. It was only after their figures had vanished that Lei Hong looked at Bai Jin with a peculiar expression. You're not actually planning to enter the real instance, are you? He asked, almost with certainty. Bai Jin chuckled. Mentor, I just want to take a look. Isn't there a safety zone inside? I want to see what the Void Demon Clan is really like. To understand why they can exert such pressure on our ninth domain. Lei Hong furrowed his brow and waved his hand. Bai Jin, be cautious. If anything were to happen to you, your connections would make me a target. However, I am indifferent to life and death. Just ensure that you do not cause distress to your aunt or sister. Family bonds are far more significant than life itself. Here is a piece of advice. Once inside, remain within the safety zone and let your summoned entities engage in battle. It would be beneficial to witness the true form of the Void Demon clan. Lei Hong sighed as if deflated, and Bai Jin bowed in gratitude before striding towards the swirling void behind him. First tier battlefield, real battlefield space, intensity level, level 19, entry requirements, not exceeding level 19, 100 people. Description, a battlefield space jointly constructed by the 9th domain and the Void Demon Realm. This was similar to the instance at Misty Sea Base City. But this time it was a genuine battlefield space, with a maximum entry limit of 100 people. Mentor, why is the maximum entry set at 100 individuals when it could be divided into several small teams? Bai Jin couldn't help but inquire, as the notion of numbers equating to strength was a fundamental truth. Lei Hong looked at Bai Jin as though he were a fool, which left Bai Jin feeling somewhat frustrated. In the realm of professionals, strength is paramount. One can easily take on 100. However, should 100 individuals enter and encounter a particularly ruthless void demon, they could be wiped out in an instant. Who would bear the responsibility for that? Even the heavenly class was split into 2 teams to prevent such occurrences. We have first-tier talents of celestial caliber, and the opposition has equivalent beings. Entering as small teams helps avoid being completely annihilated, and fewer individuals are actually easier to command and escape. Thank you for clarifying, Mentor. Bai Jin took a deep breath and chose to enter. Level requirements met, team size confirmed. Are you sure you want to enter the first-tier battlefield space? Enter. Whoosh. Bai Jin's figure vanished, and when he regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in an area shrouded in a faint milky white glow. You have entered first-tier battlefield number 68. The Void Demon Realm is beginning to exert power. Please refrain from leaving the safety zone for the time being. This was an area of approximately 100 square meters, with a teleportation array at its center, only 3 meters in diameter. Beyond the safety zone lay a desolate landscape resembling sand dunes, yet the atmosphere was somewhat chilly. Thanks to the prompts, Bai Jin obediently awaited further instructions. 1 minute later, the notification arrived. The Void Demon Realm's combat forces have fully entered, totaling 100 first-tier combatants. Warning, the power exerted by the Void Demon Realm far exceeds our own. Proceed with caution. Note, this battlefield is jointly constructed, and we cannot provide ally damage protection. Please avoid harming allies. Alert, the battlefield space map has been constructed. The Void Demon Realm has dispatched 100 first-tier combatants. Have they directly reached the maximum limit? Did they not fear encountering a formidable opponent who could easily annihilate them? Or was there another underlying reason? Bai Jin's gaze was grave, as he realized that certain aspects differed significantly from the knowledge he had previously acquired about dungeons. In conventional dungeons, when practitioners formed a team, they need not worry about inflicting damage upon their allies when utilizing skills, as they were protected from friendly fire. Of course, this protection only extended to skill damage. Ordinary attacks still required caution. However, most melee fighters were typically warrior classes, charging to the front lines, thereby minimizing the chances of harming their teammates. One particular piece of knowledge that had been imparted to him was a cautionary note directed towards female participants. If, upon entering a dungeon, one encountered ill-intentioned male teammates, they could potentially be subjected to harassment, as such actions would not be shielded by the dungeon's protective forces, and could even result in grievous harm or death to their allies. He had not anticipated that even the protective measures against skill damage would be absent now, which significantly escalated the difficulty level. This was especially true for those practitioners proficient in area of effect spells. They would need to exercise utmost caution when casting such skills, as a single misstep could lead to the annihilation of their entire party. Wait a moment, with the absence of protective measures against skill damage, could it be that skills might also harm the caster? Bai Jin's eyes flickered with determination, and with a thought, he summoned a woodpecker. Peck me once. Just once, not for a second. He conveyed a precise command, and the woodpecker complied, delivering a single peck. Subsequently, Bai Jin discovered that the Iron Blood Battle Bull King had indeed sustained 42 points of absolute damage, yet its health bar remained largely unchanged, as the damage was too insignificant and was almost immediately replenished. To his astonishment, even he could inflict harm upon himself. It felt alarmingly real. Observing the map that materialized within the safe zone, he noted that it was immovable and fixed in place. At that moment, the map displayed a rectangular battlefield space, approximately 30 kilometers in length and 10 kilometers in width, with the indicators for the red and blue safe zones situated at either end of the battlefield. The 9th domain represented the blue side, while the Void Demon Realm symbolized the red side, with a historical precedent for the blue side's guaranteed victory. Bai Jin was filled with confidence regarding this battle. Within the opposing red safe zone, a total of 100 blood-red dots were conspicuously visible within the pale red safety icon. This map had even marked the enemy's positions. Bai Jin's mind sparked with an idea. Whoosh! An Iron Blood Battle Bull King appeared, simultaneously exiting the safe zone alongside the previously summoned woodpecker. Go. Charge forward and eliminate every target in your path. Moo. Whoosh. The bull and the bird swiftly departed. As he silently sensed the situation, Bai Jin was unable to see what transpired with his summoned creatures and began to evaluate the maximum distance he could maintain from them. 100 meters, 1,000 meters. He could no longer discern how far the bull and the bird had strayed from him, but they still existed. This was also a weakness of void summoners. Once their summoned creatures ventured too far, they could no longer be controlled. Moreover, the void summons possessed no intelligence, merely executing commands without understanding, and would fight to the death upon encountering enemies, unlike beast tamers whose creatures had an instinct for survival. Bang! A sound akin to a collision echoed, and Bai Jin chuckled. On the battlefield map, one of the 110 red dots representing the Void Demon clan had vanished. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, several more red dots disappeared. The Iron Blood Battle Bull King must have unleashed its war roar or savage trample. Chapter 66. Gamu, why are you spitting blood? At this moment, at the opposite end of the battlefield, a group of four-armed humanoid beings had retreated to the safety of their zone. They gazed in terror at the colossal creature poised to attack at any moment. Holy hell, they had initially thought they encountered a fool, only to discover a harbinger of death. Wasn't the opposing side comprised of human-like beings resembling our Void Demon clan? How could it be such a massive beast? One member of the Void Demon clan voiced a universal lament. Are you an idiot? This is clearly a summoned creature, and it's the kind that lacks sentience and only knows how to obey orders. Another member of the Void Demon clan retorted angrily. What shall we do? We just lost nearly 20 members in the last round. How can we continue fighting? Fight my ass. My most powerful strike barely left a mark on that summon. You fool. This is a void summon, composed of condensed energy. How could you expect to break its skin? Your previous hit must have drained a significant amount of its energy. If you strike it a few more times, perhaps you could dissipate it. Get lost. I'm not an idiot. I could hit it countless times, but if it lands a single blow on me, I'm done for. That giant bull just obliterated a group with a single roar. However, if we remain trapped in the safe zone, we will be declared defeated after a certain period. If we lose, we will face severe repercussions upon our return, which could even impact our families. We must devise a strategy to secure victory. Instantly, all members of the Void Demon clan fell silent. This summoned creature and the bird flying above it lacked intelligence. We can lure them away. We cannot confront the giant bull, but that bird can be taken out swiftly. Then, we can assign some of our faster members to draw the giant bull away, while the others storm the other side. As long as we eliminate the summoner, the bull will naturally dissipate. One of the Void Demon clan proposed, and all quickly voiced their agreement. Soon, they divided tasks according to their capabilities. 12 members formed 2 speed teams tasked with luring the creature and eliminating the summoner, while the remaining 70 were split into 2 waves. According to the plan, the 2 groups would take turns stepping out of the safe zone to attack the giant bull pursuing the luring team, swapping out as their mana ran low. And continuing this rotation, one member of the Void Demon clan stepped out of the safe zone first, casting a glance at the woodpecker in the sky preparing to pursue the team. A mere summoned bird dares to act fierce? Take this, my thunderstorm bomb. Mana began to coalesce throughout his body, and a massive bolt of lightning struck the woodpecker mid-flight, causing it to dissipate into energy. Uft. A mouthful of blood spewed from the Void Demon clan member, his face a mask of disbelief. Holy hell. Gamu, why are you spitting blood? His teammates were equally incredulous. It was merely a powerful spell. How could it result in blood loss? Your thunderstorm bomb was successful. It wasn't a backlash. What is wrong with you? With the healing spells from his teammates, Gamu finally escaped the brink of death. I don't know. I just suddenly got hurt. Gamu's words left the members of the Void Demon clan exchanging glances, but as the battle was about to commence, they had no time to delve deeper. Gamu, recover in the safe zone. We will bombard that giant bull. After 3 consecutive rounds of bombardment, the giant bull continued to relentlessly pursue the speed team. Everyone, let us not linger here. I'm worried about the situation on the battlefield. If the summoner cancels and resummons, those members will be in danger. We must all mobilize and prioritize eliminating the summoner. Indeed, if the summoner remains alive, we are doomed. Let us all go. The summoner will hesitate to act. And as long as he commands the giant bull to attack us, the others can strike him. We may lose some lives, but victory will be ours. Let us move out. Over 40 void demons incessantly cast various enhancement spells upon one another. Then a group of them dispersed, gallantly sprinting towards the far side of the battlefield. Meanwhile, the swiftest contingent of the void demons continued to frantically circle around the mighty bull, darting left and right, managing to contain the beast that possessed a linear speed superior to their own. The earlier team of void demons, who had ventured ahead to the opposite side of the battlefield, found themselves utterly astonished upon witnessing the enemy ensconced within a safe zone. There was a vulnerability. He was commanding his summoned minions from within the safety of that zone. How could they possibly engage? Could they lure him out to slay him? It seemed unlikely. If he were lacking in intellect, he wouldn't be directing his summons to eliminate them. What then? Was defeat inevitable? This was not their fault. The adversary had exploited a loophole. Let us retreat. With this discovery, we shall not face repercussions. Indeed, we must hasten. He has spotted us. And he may very well command that bull to hunt us down. The swift void demons decisively pivoted and sped away. Bai Jin naturally sensed the demise of the woodpecker. Though the distance rendered him unaware of the circumstances surrounding its death, his prior command had instructed the summoned entities to eliminate all foes. And the iron-blooded bull king remained unscathed. As this group of void demons approached, it was evident that a portion of them had managed to restrain the bull king. Indeed, I have once again uncovered a weakness inherent in the typical void summoner. Practical experience undeniably enhances one's skills. Bai Jin refrained from summoning additional bull kings or woodpeckers. For this battlefield had been jointly crafted by the ninth domain and the void demons, accessible solely to the students of the Super God Academy. At this moment, significant figures may well be observing. He had already revealed the existence of the bull king. There was no need to further expose his full strength unnecessarily. Cancel. Whoosh. Bai Jin revoked the bull king at the opposite end of the battlefield and promptly summoned another. Go, pursue and annihilate them. At his command, the bull king bellowed and charged forth. Perhaps the bull king was somewhat unwieldy in its turning movements, yet its speed in a direct charge was undoubtedly superior to that of the previously encountered void demons. With 4 powerful limbs, towering over 2 meters, its visage was that of a fearsome demon, complete with green skin and sharp tusks. Otherwise, it bore the same features as the rest, 1 nose and 2 eyes. The void demons were indeed peculiar. Having witnessed the energy war puppets of the void demons the previous night, seeing a living void demon was an entirely different sensation. Moreover, he discovered something remarkable. He had just comprehended the language of those void demons, which bore a striking resemblance to the common tongue of the ninth domain. Was this a result of some translation by the ninth domain? Or was it something else? A flurry of confusion flooded Bai Jin's mind. In the next moment, enlightenment struck him. Chapter 67, an easy win. On the battlefield map before him, over 20 red dots suddenly vanished. Subsequently, more red dots representing the void demons continued to disappear. However, strangely, he received no notifications of experience gained. How odd. Hadn't Teaching Bo claimed that monsters in real instances would yield abundant experience upon defeat? Contemplating this, Bai Jin observed the changes on the battlefield map. The fleeing void demons wished fervently for more legs instead of their useless arms. Quickly, control them. Those with binding spells should have perished and gone to the underworld. Stop your incessant wailing. I've unleashed over a dozen binding skills, yet that bull remains in a relentless charge, utterly unrestrained. It's an energy summon. It's impervious to sleep, intimidation, seduction, and blindness spells. There's no solution. We must escape. Once back, we can report this loophole and perhaps even earn a reward. Those mages in front, could they not bestow some acceleration spells upon us lagging behind? I apologize, but my mana is depleted. I can cast no more spells. I too have exhausted my mana. You must rely on your own fortunes. I suggest you scatter and flee. In a frantic dash, by the time this group reached the safety zone, fewer than half of them remained. The void demon who had inexplicably coughed up blood stared blankly at his teammates rushing frantically into the teleportation array, then quickly followed suit. All void demons have been either slain or fled. Our side has emerged victorious in this battlefield engagement. You may leave this battlefield space at your discretion, with a maximum stay of 12 hours. In recognition of your outstanding performance, you have been awarded 10 small experience crystals. Bai Jin gazed at the 10 translucent crystals, each the size of a pigeon egg, that appeared before him, promptly taking them up for inspection. Small experience crystal. Description: upon use, grants an increase of 1,000,000 experience points. The battle concluded in less than an hour, with Bai Jin emerging unscathed and victorious. Stowing the small experience crystals away, Bai Jin did not use them immediately. Instead, he summoned a saddle and placed it upon the back of the recently returned bull king, then swiftly set off once more. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of the void demons. Yet, the gruesome sight of these bodies sent chills down his spine. Perhaps this was the brutal reality of the battlefield. In regular instances, when a professional is attacked by monsters, there is no occurrence of shattered limbs, even if rendered incapacitated. They merely lose mobility and sustain some health loss, without suffering any true amputation. Even in hellish instances, professionals do not experience real bloodshed or crippling injuries. It is said that only in foreign realms do such horrific injuries occasionally manifest. Now, having witnessed the plight of the void demons, Bai Jin wondered if the professionals from the ninth domain faced a similar fate. Bai Jin collected all the void demon corpses he encountered into his storage bracelet, as these were specifically noted by Minter Lei Hong to be taken from the instance. After several thorough searches, Bai Jin managed to gather a total of 51 void demon corpses, based on his prior observations of the battlefield map. It was somewhat regrettable that he had only slain half of the void demons. Without returning to the safety zone, Bai Jin willed himself to exit the battlefield space. Whoosh! Bai Jin's figure vanished, only to reappear in the instance area of the Super God Academy. Lei Hong, arms crossed in contemplation, noticed Bai Jin's arrival and nodded, sensing that this fellow had merely entered to observe for a brief moment. Although entering and exiting like this would classify the ninth domain's battle as a defeat, the influential figures imposed no restrictions, so why should he meddle? Xiao Bai, swish. Before Lei Hong could finish his words, Bai Jin's figure vanished again, reappearing in the familiar verdant glade of Murong Xiaobing's exclusive space. Bai Jin silently praised his earlier tactic of concealing his strength within the instance. Indeed, these influential figures were attentive to the state of the battlefield. Bai Jin, you have surprised me. You were the first to achieve victory in the battlefield space. Murong Xiaobing remarked, somewhat astonished. Opposite her sat a woman who smiled and nodded at Bai Jin, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Lanshi, whereas your composure? Whereas your sense of shame? You were indeed pretending to be gentle and placid all along. Murong Xiaobing teased the woman, but she paid no heed. Bai Jin, come. Sit down. Let me introduce you. This is Lan Shi. Like me, she hails from the Valkyrie Legion. In the past, she played a role in saving you. Murong Xiaobing pointed at the woman across from her, who maintained a beaming smile directed at Bai Jin. Bai Jin quickly composed himself, preparing to express his gratitude, but then hesitated, realizing that wearing a mask might be somewhat inappropriate. Upon removing the mask, he felt as though his face was illuminated by the gazes around him. Bai Jin expressed his gratitude to Lord Lanshi for saving his life years ago, although he was unclear about the events of that time. He was certain that Murong Xiaobing would not deceive him. A delicate hand reached out, gently lifting Bai Jin from his bowing position. Sister possesses healing talents. Saving lives is merely her duty. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. Besides, you know little of those past events. Come, sit here beside me. Oh, who would have thought that the delicate child of yesteryears has grown into such a remarkable figure today? Murong Xiaobing cast an admonishing glance at Lanshi, who appeared unfazed. Bai Jin, helplessly supported by this gentle woman, took a seat. All right, Lanshi, take it easy. Bai Jin has triumphed in the battlefield space, benefiting our ninth domain. This is a matter of work. Yes, work. In that case, you work while I brew tea for you. You've never brewed tea for me alone. Such treachery. Lanshi disregarded Murong Xiaobing's retort, her eyes filled with warmth as she gazed at Bai Jin, then began preparing tea. Murong Xiaobing felt a slight headache. She truly did not comprehend how her companion could be this way. Bai Jin, the battlefield established jointly by the ninth domain and the void demon realm is of great significance. Could you briefly explain how you achieved victory? Murong Xiaobing inquired seriously, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Now it was Bai Jin's turn to be astonished. Your Majesty Ice Empress, as the sovereign of spatial magic. Did you not observe the situation within the battlefield space? Murong Xiaobing exclaimed, then shot Bai Jin a sidelong glance. You're quite perceptive, no need to pry. This battlefield is constructed by the ninth domain and the void demon realm. Even all the powerful beings of the ninth domain combined could not intervene. If you feel inclined to speak, then do so. If not, well, I shall not force you. Murong Xiaobing spoke in a solemn tone. Bai Jin pondered, recalling his aunt's advice to trust this woman when she and his younger sister were not present, as she would not harm him. He naturally trusted his aunt's words. However, he could not reveal all his strengths. Your Majesty Ice Empress, after I entered the battlefield space, I remained in the safe zone and then commanded my summoned creatures to seek and eliminate the void demons. Thus, I achieved victory. A victory by lying down? Both Murong Xiaobing and Lanshi expressed their astonishment. Bai Jin nodded affirmatively, prompting curiosity in both women. Chapter 68, Unyielding Titan? Bai Jin, could you summon your summoned creature? I wish to see what kind of strength it possesses to sweep through the battlefield space, Murong Xiaobing inquired. With a lowing sound, a mighty Iron Blood War Bull King materialized, instantly captivating the attention of both women. Is this your trump card? Did you utilize that ultimate replacement skill book for this ability? And have you already made it a foundational skill? Murong Xiaobing questioned. Bai Jin nodded once more. It appears quite impressive. Let me test the prowess of this bull. As Murong Xiaobing spoke, a 10-centimeter long spatial blade appeared, striking the Iron-Blood War Bull King in an instant. What the? It didn't he die? Murong Xiaobing exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. Lan Shi also looked on in astonishment. Bai Jin was profoundly shaken. For Murong Xiaobing's casual strike had dealt over 20 million points of damage to the Iron-Blood War Bull King. The 31-level Iron-Blood War Bull King had physical defense of 44, 640 and magical defense of 22, 320, and yet it sustained such immense damage. Just yesterday, Minter Lei Hong's punch had landed on the bull's forehead, but had barely managed to breach its defenses. Bai Jin marveled at Murong Xiaobing's extraordinary strength. Indeed, a fifth-tier powerhouse was formidable. Soon, however, Murong Xiaobing's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. Bai Jin, you may have your own secrets or fortuitous encounters. We are grateful for your demonstration of this bull. As for your secrets, there is no need to disclose them to anyone. Everyone has their own secrets that deserve to be kept. However, this battlefield incident is of great importance, and your situation may very well alter all our arrangements. Bai Jin, this bull is your foundational skill summon. Based on its recent performance, it certainly possesses inherent talents. I wonder if you could share a bit more about it, so that I might be able to help you secure a tremendous benefit. Murong Xiaobing fixed her gaze intently upon Bai Jin. Your Majesty, Ice Empress, he replied. My sister calls me Sister Xiaobing, so you may call me that as well. Sister Xiaobing, my bull possesses the unyielding Titan talent. Murong Xiaobing's eyes brightened. The unyielding Titan talent. What attributes does it confer? Lan Shi, astounded, interjected, cough. Xiaobing, is there something wrong with your ears? Bai Jin felt somewhat numb, realizing that the fifth-tier royal powerhouses were not the imposing figures he had imagined. Now, both women appeared rather eccentric. Bai Jin, please continue. Just give a brief overview, Lan Shi urged softly. This unyielding Titan talent bestows additional physical and magical defenses to the bull. The void demons we encountered today scarcely managed to breach its defenses, Bai Jin explained. The eyes of both women lit up, particularly Murong Xiaobing's. Excellent. I understand now. This unyielding Titan talent enhances both defenses, which is indeed a rare trait. With immense health, exceptional dual defenses, and a foundational skill with no cooldown. Alongside absolute protection for you as the summoner, I am nearly certain I can secure that tremendous benefit for you. Murong Xiaobing exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. By the way, is that the only talent this bull possesses? Does it have any others? Returning to Sister Xiaobing, it also has a stamina endurance talent. And the bull's stamina remains perpetually full. Boom. In that instant, Bai Jin felt as though the heavens had opened up. The eyes of both women sparkled with brilliance. Bai Jin, does that mean you also possess this stamina endurance talent? Permanent full stamina? Murong Xiaobing asked, her voice trembling slightly. Bai Jin, somewhat bewildered, nodded. It was not a matter of great significance. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin felt as if his body were aflame. Indeed, fifth-tier powerhouses were terrifying. All right, you may return for now. Once this batch of students has emerged, I will strive to secure that tremendous benefit for you. Be sure to remember Sister's kindness. Murong Xiaobing fixed her gaze on Bai Jin. He nodded vigorously. Soon, the space shifted, and Bai Jin found himself back in the palace. Upon hearing the commotion, Jin Sei and Qing, he hurriedly led him to the living room, both exhaling in relief. Xiaobing, he is but a generation below you, given your relationship with his parents. You are essentially his aunt, Lan Shi remarked softly. Murong Xiaobing scoffed dismissively. As professionals of our kind, we remain oblivious to the length of our lifespans, making it impossible to perceive matters through the lens of ordinary folk. How dare you cast judgment upon me? Just moments ago, you nearly pulled someone into your embrace. Nonsense. I merely wish to observe that remarkable visage up close. Spare me your banter. I am well acquainted with Tang Yun and Ru Yin. Proximity affords one an advantage. Even if you were to claim him for yourself, would that not place you below Tang Yun in the hierarchy, aligning you with Ru Yin as peers? Huh. As a fifth-tier spatial law sovereign, I assure you, Tang Yun would not dare to presume superiority over me. Should such a day arise, we would each speak for ourselves. But pray tell, what prodigious benefits do you intend to bestow upon him? You speak as though it were something monumental. I assure you, my intentions are devoid of selfishness. I will wait for those students to emerge, and then I shall pay a visit to the elder. Xiaobing, I sense your hearing is intact. Your indomitable might surpasses even that of the unyielding diamond. Heh, Lan Shi, I never imagined you to be such a person. Your depths are truly unfathomable. As Murong Xiaobing had subsequent plans, Bai Jin refrained from continuing to grind through the authentic dungeon. Declining Jin Sei and Qing He's offers to provide him with a massage for relaxation, Bai Jin retreated to his chamber and secured the door. At present, the Woodpecker and Iron-Blooded War Bull King were sufficiently powerful, he yearned to acquire additional skill tomes. While common skill books could be found in various shops, Bai Jin had no desire to learn those. His current skills, Woodpecker and Iron-Blooded Warbull King, showcased a stark contrast. The Woodpecker was an ordinary skill, while the Iron-Blooded Warbull King was a skill tome dropped from slaying a Hell Dungeon boss, far surpassing the Woodpecker in quality and potential. Thus, if he were to learn, it should be the rare skills. Such skills are rarely circulated. To obtain them, one must pursue the corresponding Hell Dungeon according to demand, grinding through until a skill tome is inevitably dropped. At present, the Woodpecker is akin to a flying summon, yet it is restricted to close combat. Conversely, the Iron-Blooded Warbull King serves as Bai Jin's protective measure and is a formidable melee summon. Considering this, Bai Jin noted the absence of a spellcasting summon capable of wielding elemental power. The three primary combat scenarios of land, sea, and air were common, yet he lacked a summon capable of aquatic combat. Furthermore, he lacked a summon with binding capabilities, leaving him defenseless against spatial-type attacks. Reflecting on this, Bai Jin felt overwhelmed by his vulnerabilities. He resolved to wait for his little sister and the others to emerge before inquiring what monumental benefits Lord Murong Xiaobing could procure for him. Rising, Bai Jin began to consume the remaining 4th-tier, yellow-grade monster meat from yesterday. Chapter 69, Iron-Blooded Friendship. Ru Yen, be mindful of your mana, should it dip below half. Be sure to replenish it promptly. Yes, Yang Wei, can you summon some stronger allies? We need not waste mana on weaklings. Brother Lu Yun, I am but a 1st-tier practitioner. My mana cannot satisfy the requirements for summoning powerful beings. Then rest, but remain vigilant to avoid attacks. Yang Lin, stay close to Ru Yen and your brother. Our safety relies on you. Alright, rest assured. This team of 4 exceptional tiered professionals is led by Zhuge Lu Yun, who primarily focuses on offense, while Lu Ru Yen, endowed with supreme holy light talent, serves both as support and damage dealer. The other two are siblings, twin brother and sister. The brother is a rare contract summoner who can forge contracts with beings from other realms, harnessing their strength for battle. The sister wields a shield to protect Lu Ru Yen while brandishing a metallic blade in her other hand. Upon entering the dungeon, the group took their time, meticulously studying the various mechanisms within the battlefield space, only proceeding beyond the safety zone once fully familiarized. Under the influence of Lu Ru Yan's emanating holy light, their powers were significantly augmented. Not only did their stamina and mana regeneration rates soar, but their attacks also bore the holy light attribute. Zhuge Lu Yun strode forward, weaving an intricate web of mana threads within a radius of several dozen meters around his companions. Kill. There are even 2 delectable women among them. Weavee struck gold. A throng of approaching void demons gazed upon Lu Ru Yen and Yang Lin, their eyes glinting with desire, particularly for Lu Ru Yen, who radiated a gentle holy light, nearly causing the void demons to drool. With a sharp focus, Zhuge Lu Yun summoned even more mana threads, extending them directly beyond 100 meters, slicing the foul-mouthed void demons into fragments. Huh, Brother Lu Yun, how did you reduce them to such small pieces? Will they still be of any use when taken back? Lu Ru Yen gasped softly. A rare smile of apology graced Zhuge Lu Yun's typically stoic face. Fear not, Ru Yen, the effect should remain the same. Our mentors did not specify that we must preserve whole corpses. Brother Lu Yun, I was merely jesting. You must have expended a considerable amount of mana just now. Allow me to bestow my holy light upon you. With a graceful wave of her hand, Lu Ru Yen directed a beam of holy light onto Zhuge Lu Yun, rapidly replenishing his previously depleted mana. Let us pursue those few stragglers and eliminate them, ensuring none return. Indeed, Brother Lu Yun, you are truly formidable. We have the advantage of waiting for them to tire. We nearly wiped out the entire void demon horde in one go. Lu Ru Yen praised with admiration. The usually composed and reserved Zhuge Lu Yun could not suppress the upward curl of his lips, and even his steps quickened. In another battlefield space, Cheng Bo and Zhang Fei fought side by side, systematically dispatching the void demons. Zhang Fei wielded a 2-meter-tall, 1-meter-wide metallic shield in one hand and a wolf-toothed club in the other, currently shielding Cheng Bo from harm. Meanwhile, Cheng Bo emanated a faint red flame, grasping 2 gigantic axes the size of doors, each stained with copious blood. Through this life-and-death struggle, a profound bond of iron-blooded friendship blossomed between them, a trust sufficient to rely on one another's backs. Fei Fei, your golden skin and jade bone talent is truly remarkable. Your defense is simply invincible. Cheng Bo exclaimed loudly. Zhang Fei's rugged visage displayed a hint of shyness and joy. She felt Cheng Bo's sincere admiration, appreciating that he did not disdain her appearance. Brother Bo, your talent is even more impressive. You have slain the majority of our foes. The melodious voice emerged, causing Cheng Bo to shiver with delight. Huh. I brought a plethora of blood potions, ample enough to sustain the activation of my blood-burning talent. The weapons and armor tailored for us by the Super God Academy are truly formidable, effortlessly dispatching our enemies. Fei, let us hasten our pace, striving to exit quicker than those arrogant individuals from the heavenly tier class. All right, Brother Bo, follow closely behind to regain your strength when we encounter foes. You can activate your blood-burning skill. Fei, you are truly considerate. In a distant battlefield space, Bai Jin observed the nearby void demon ranks with an impassive expression. His eyes gleamed with boundless hatred. It was the void demons that had plunged the Bai family of the southern region into their current dire predicament. Kill. Grasping a sharp blade, Bai Jin surged forward with swiftness surpassing that of a winged beast. As he accelerated, Bai Jin's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, slicing through the void and cleaving the void demon tribe members in twain. In a short span, this small squad of void demons was annihilated. His gaze, cold and unyielding, bore a cruel smile at the corners of his lips. With the innate talent of instant flash shared with his beast companion, as long as his stamina permitted, he could indefinitely execute instant kills on targets. The void demons were nothing more than that. Although he feigned disdain, his actions were marked by extraordinary caution. Bai Jin retrieved a stamina potion and consumed it, resuming his journey only after fully replenishing the fatigue expended from frequently activating his talent. A low growl emanated from his beast companion, which then took to the skies. Bai Jin mounted his beast, surveying the surroundings from above, swiftly spotting another small squad of void demons. The beast descended rapidly, and the duo stealthily approached from two different directions. Where there existed a formidable team, there also appeared those suffering losses. Life is singular. Once extinguished, it is irrevocable, devoid of a second chance. Many teams, having suffered casualties or sensing their inferiority, hastily retreated through the teleportation array back to the Super God Academy. After 5 hours, 180 had entered, but only 153 emerged, with the unfortunate 27 confirmed dead by their comrades. The 153 gathered in the instance zone, and Bai Jin, upon receiving a message from the class group, hastened over. Lei Hong's expression was impassive, seemingly indifferent to the demise of 27 students. Ladies and gentlemen, were it not for the safety zone to escape, I fear at least half of you would have perished within the authentic instance. The Super God Academy enjoys the finest resources, yet it also demands a corresponding price from you. The authentic instance is one such cost. Therefore, if you are unwilling to continue risking yourselves without training, feel free to depart and return to your original exploration academy. To be frank, there will be no further opportunities to choose. Should you stay, you must comply with the arrangements of the Super God Academy, and today's authentic instance is merely an appetizer, Lei Hong advised with a hint of melancholy. The over 100 students exchanged glances, and soon a group bowed in deference before swiftly departing. After a brief wait, fewer than 60 remained. Lei Hong nodded. The preliminary selection had concluded. Chapter 70, The Marvel of Heaven and Earth, Blood and Flesh Furnace. Bai Jin, today Fei and I took down 35 void demons. Fortunately, they were merely four-armed with green faces and sharp fangs. Otherwise, I might have hesitated, Cheng Bo remarked playfully, his demeanor exuding elation. Bai Jin's expression beneath his mask twitched. It was merely a single instance run, yet Cheng Bo had already begun addressing the other as Fei. Brother, it seems you behaved today, Lu Ruyan commented with evident satisfaction, prompting Bai Jin to pinch her soft cheek. With the incisive output akin to Zhuge Luyun, they had ruthlessly dispatched the void demons, even managing to hold their ground outside the void demon safety zone for over an hour, ultimately triggering the victory mechanism. They were the first team to exit. No other could surpass the speed of their heavenly class team. Not even another 6-member heavenly class team could compare to their quartet. Upon her exit, she noticed only Lei Hong present. Her brother had arrived later from the accommodation area. Thus, she was entirely certain he had not ventured into the authentic instance. After allowing the remaining 58 students to chat for a while, Lei Hong clapped his hands. Everyone, I've just received word that in today's battle, our 9th domain achieved an unprecedented victory with a score of 16-15. As victors, you shall be rewarded with tremendous benefits. As he spoke, his excitement was palpable. Whoosh. All students vanished, reappearing in a grand palace. Within this palace stood a small circular structure. Murong Xiaobing stood coldly beside the small house, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the one Bai Jin had encountered earlier. For the duration of this event, you shall remain within the confines of the Super God Academy. Listen carefully. What you witness henceforth must remain a secret among you. You cannot disclose it to anyone, not even your parents. Should anyone dare to leak information, I assure you, no one in the 9th domain will be able to protect you. Murong Xiaobing's voice was calm, yet authoritative, prompting unanimous nods of agreement from all present. Form a queue and deposit the collected bodies of the void demons into the apparatus within. The rewards you receive will depend on the strength of the void demons you have slain, she instructed before vanishing from sight. The students exchanged glances, and Zhuge Liuyan took the lead, disregarding everyone as he entered the small room first. Approximately 10 minutes later, he suppressed his evident joy and greeted his teammates. Brother, let us head straight home after this. I'm planning to treat a few teammates to dinner. You must be there. Good things await, Lu Rian cheerfully announced, making a peculiar playful gesture as she left. Next, another heavenly class member entered, and after several minutes, this individual too suppressed their joy and quickly beckoned their teammates to depart. Bai Jin observed in astonishment. These heavenly class students were the favored children of the Super God Academy, having undergone advanced training and receiving top-tier resources from formidable mentors, significantly superior to the treatment afforded to the earthly class. The sheer joy radiating from Zhuge Liuyan and the previous student piqued Bai Jin's curiosity about what lay within. Next came the earthly class teams, consisting of Bai Jin and 47 others, divided into 10 squads, most comprising 46 members, with Cheng Bo forming a two-person team with Zhang Fei. Time passed swiftly, and even Cheng Bo departed joyfully with Zhang Fei, leaving Bai Jin alone. Striding forward, he pushed open the grand door and closed it behind him. Before him stood a wall. After circumventing it, he beheld an immense furnace, its diameter exceeding 10 meters, reminiscent of an alchemical furnace but vastly larger. Blood and Flesh Furnace, Rule Artifact. Description: a special furnace crafted for the Void Demon Realm, capable of refining the corpses of its blood and flesh life forms. With a decisive motion, Bai Jin cast a void demon corpse into the massive furnace. As the body plummeted, an eruption of violet flames ignited, consuming the corpse without releasing smoke or the scent of charred flesh. In less than 10 seconds, the towering 2-meter void demon had entirely vanished. Even its garments reduced to nothingness. Having slain 51 void demons, he collected various weapons and equipment, albeit unenchanted. They were usable yet devoid of special effects. A blood-red crystal, the size of a pigeon's egg, materialized before him, which he promptly seized. Life Blood Crystal. Category: First-tier Blood Chi Artifact. Description: upon use, it permanently enhances the maximum health by 1,000 points, with a cap of 100 crystals. As Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, he comprehended why the earlier group had been unable to contain their exuberance. The emergence of such an extraordinary object was simply unfathomable. He took several deep breaths to regain his composure and proceeded to deposit the corpses of the void demons into the flesh-melting furnace. One by one, life blood crystals manifested, and after 30, a distinctly different crystal emerged, a pale blue gem. Magic Crystal. Category: First-tier Magical Artifact. Description: upon use, it permanently enhances the mana limit by 1,000 points, with a maximum of 100 uses. To be candid, Bai Jin regarded the multitude of life blood crystals as somewhat lacking in utility. With a blood volume of 59,520,000, the Iron Blood War Bull King alone possessed 52 million health points. Even if he consumed all 100 life blood crystals, it would only augment his health by a meager 100,000 points, which was negligible. However, this magic crystal was indeed valuable. As a void summoner, having an ample reservoir of mana was paramount. Continuing his efforts, once all 51 corpses of the void demons had been melted down, he reaped 41 life blood crystals and 10 magic crystals. With a gulp, he consumed 1 magic crystal, and an unusual surge of energy flooded into his consciousness, instantly raising his mana limit by 1,000 points. Gulp, gulp. Soon, after devouring all 10 magic crystals, his mana limit had soared by 10,000 points. This was beyond his wildest expectations. Initially, he had felt somewhat troubled by his inability to leave the Super God Academy recently, but now it seemed these items were unique to the special battleground of the Academy, which explained the prohibition against leaking any information. Thus, he decided to temporarily shelve his plan to grind various hellish dungeons for attributes. After all, the level 31 Iron Blood War Bull King was already sufficient, at least until he and his sister consumed both types of crystals. After winning, he would also receive experience crystals, allowing him to learn several excellent skills and level up rapidly. The 41 life blood crystals were stowed away in his storage bracelet for his sister, Lu Rian. Additionally, he intended to farm a few more of these crystals to bring back for his aunt, hoping they might offer her some assistance. With purposeful strides, Bai Jin headed towards home. However, as he walked, his figure vanished and reappeared in the space of Murong Xiaobing. Spatial abilities, utterly unfathomable. Chapter 71. The special skill book for tenfold summoning Xiaobing Jia. Bai Jin greeted respectfully. Ah, Bai Jin, Take a look at this. A book resembling a skill tome appeared in the delicate hands of Murong Xiaobing, glistening like jade. Bai Jin, take it. This is a remarkable item. Even we fifth-tier practitioners consider it quite valuable. Hurry and learn it. Don't waste Xiaobing's kindness, Lan Shi gently urged. Bai Jin reached out to accept the item from Murong Xiaobing, and as their hands brushed, a spark seemed to ignite between them. Tenfold summoning, special. Description, after learning, it allows the fusion of a designated single-target summoning skill, bestowing it with the effects of summoning tenfold. Note, can only designate once, and once designated. It cannot be changed. If the designated skill is destroyed, the tenfold summoning effect dissipates. Bai Jin lifted his gaze to meet the beaming smile of Murong Xiaobing. He possessed the talent for 100-fold summoning. Hence, all skills he learned in the future would be enhanced with this 100-fold effect. Perhaps the tenfold summoning would not be as significant for him. However, for others, it was an unimaginable divine technique. Especially since Murong Xiaobing was aware he had learned the absolute substitute skill and bound it to the Iron Bull, which was his foundational skill. The bestowal of such a special skill book could potentially elevate his visible strength tenfold. In fact, the increase in strength could not merely be quantified as tenfold. With 10 Iron Bulls sharing damage, his safety was enhanced 100-fold or more. At that moment, he began to grasp why his aunt had previously stated that. In her absence, he could trust this woman. Alright, hurry and learn it. Let me give you a heads up, this special skill book isn't given for free. In the upcoming first-tier battlefield, you will need to exert considerable effort, Murong Xiaobing said with a smile. Bai Jin nodded. Then, with a thought, the special skill book vanished from his hands, just as the absolute substitute skill book had, consuming no skill points. He designated it to enhance his summoning of the Iron Blood War Bull King. Bai Jin issued the command simultaneously. This was his lifeline skill, and if it could be further strengthened, it would be most advantageous. He anxiously awaited the outcome, for previously, the summoning of the Frenzied Woodpecker skill, after being enhanced with the 100-fold effect, could not receive a second enhancement. Moreover, the description of this skill book explicitly stated that it could only designate a single summoning skill for fusion, and his summoning of the Iron Blood War Bull King, now possessing the 100-fold summoning effect, was no longer a single-target summoning skill. If the effect of this skill book could not be applied, it would mean wastefully discarding a rare skill book. In his consciousness, the radiance from the tenfold summoning special skill book surged toward his soul, and an extraordinary transformation occurred. The light did not merge with the summoning of the Iron Blood War Bull King skill. Instead, it was absorbed by his soul. Subsequently, Bai Jin's heart soared with joy, for his talent had undergone a metamorphosis. Supreme Summoning. Base effect, summoning type skills receive extraordinary enhancement, ensuring summoned entities are in a state of ultimate development and possess distinct characteristics. Basic effect 1. Base summoning speed for summoning skills is 1000. Base cooldown time for summoning skills is 90. Basic effect 2. Base mana is 1000. Mana recovery speed is 1000. Basic effect 3. Summoning skills are locked to 110-fold summoning. Talent trait. At each level, one talent effect can be selected. Eternal enhancement. Absorbing the power of similar talents can enhance the talent effect. The 10-fold summoning special skill book did not become obsolete. Rather, his fourth talent effect changed from 100-fold summoning to 110-fold summoning. Originally, this special skill book could only designate one summoning skill, but it had now transformed into a fixed talent effect for him, which meant that all summoning skills he learned in the future would benefit from this enhancement. While it didn't yield a situation of 10010, Bai Jin understood the implications after learning that the power contained within this 10-fold summoning skill book was not particularly strong. At least not in comparison to the strength of his 100-fold summoning talent effect. This was one surprise, but the greatest revelation was the emergence of a new trait. Eternal enhancement. Absorbing the power of similar talents can elevate the talent effect. Although he was unclear about how to acquire the power of talent, this description provided him with a direction for the future. However, amidst his delight, Bai Jin felt a heightened sense of vigilance and even fear. How exactly were such special skill books obtained? If they were acquired by defeating monsters from another world, that would be acceptable. But if it were under different circumstances, he would have to guard his talent secret with all his might, for the consequences of discovery were too dire to contemplate. Seeing the joy on Bai Jin's face, Murong Xiaobing smiled radiantly. Very well, you shall return and delve into the matter concerning the 10 formidable bulls at your own pace. Henceforth, refrain from entering the real instances too hastily. We must recalibrate our strategy, for you are one of our principal forces, murmured Murong Xiaobing gently. Bai Jin nodded repeatedly. In a flash, Bai Jin's figure vanished, only to reappear instantaneously within the palace, standing before the grand dining table. The array of delectable dishes that had just been laid out disappeared in an instant, prompting Lu Ruyan to mutter in frustration. Brother, you're back. Quickly take a moment to rest. Sister Xiaobing has taken away the feast I just prepared. I'll make it anew. The girl nimbly dashed back to the kitchen to resume her bustling. Bai Jin glanced around, observing Zhuge Luyun and another gentleman regarding him with friendly expressions, while a spirited young lady also nodded in his direction. These three were the classmates from the celestial class who had accompanied his younger sister Lu Ruyan in tackling the real instance today. Bai brother, please have a seat here. Ruyan is quite occupied. Allow me to introduce you. Zhuge Luyun gestured, guiding Bai Jin to the sofa. Bai brother, this is Yang Wei, whose talent lies in contract summoning, akin to your void summoning, both belonging to the summoner profession. Bai Jin acknowledged the somewhat shy gentleman with a nod. Bai brother, look over here. This is Yang Wei's twin sister, Yang Lin. Her talent is in melee combat, serving as our team's protective force. We rely upon her presence when traversing instances. Zhuge Luyun continued. Bai Jin nodded to the girl, who reciprocated the gesture. Chapter 72, Extreme Attributes. Bai brother, my sister has never afforded men a pleasant demeanor. Just look at her now. Yang Wei teased dramatically. Yang Lin's cheeks flushed, and she swiftly kicked her brother's leg, causing Yang Wei to yelp in pain while clutching his calf. Why is it that Ruyan and Bai brother enjoy such rapport while you and I don't, Yang Wei? You ought to learn a thing or two. Yang Lin retorted, equally dissatisfied. The atmosphere lightened considerably after this playful exchange. The group soon engaged in conversation. Zhuge Luyun, astute in reading the room, ensured their topics revolved around mundane matters, deliberately avoiding the discussion of the professional system to spare Bai Jin's feelings. Before long, a table laden with an array of fragrant and delectable dishes was ready, and Lu Ruyan called everyone to take their seats. Brother, I asked Sister Jinsei to find you earlier, but she couldn't locate you. Were you with Sister Xiaobing? Lu Ruyan inquired, as she filled a plate generously for Bai Jin, while Yang Wei shot a resentful glance at Yang Lin, feeling that perhaps this sister was more trouble than she was worth. Bai Jin nodded. Indeed, Sister Xiaobing had some matters to discuss with me. I'll bring you something special later. He spoke with a hint of indulgence, prompting Yang Lin to glance at her gluttonous brother, contemplating whether it would be better to cast him aside. Brother, you've started calling her Sister Xiaobing now. Weren't you referring to her as Ice Empress before? Lu Ruyan asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Bai Jin shot a warning look at his younger sister. Enough chatter, focus on your meal. Oh right. Lu Ruyan replied with a playful sticking out of her tongue, then happily resumed her feast. The meal was devoured in no time, with even Zhuge Luyun partaking heartily, frequently praising Lu Ruyan's culinary skills as unparalleled. After the meal, Jinsei and Qing, he took charge of the cleanup, while Bai Jin and the others gathered to enjoy tea. This time, Yang Lin took the initiative to brew the tea. This spirited young lady surprisingly exhibited excellent tea-making skills. Bai Jin sampled it, noting that while it bore a resemblance to the brew made by Lord Lanshi, the quality of the tea leaves was evidently inferior, resulting in a significantly diminished effect. Brother, the four of us, myself, Luyun, Wei, and Sister Lin, discussed and decided these items are for you. Lu Ruyan announced, revealing 6 transparent crystalline orbs in her hands, which were evidently small experience crystals. Brother, these experience crystals grant 1 million experience points upon use, allowing you to level up by 1.5 levels. She pressed the 6 small experience crystals into Bai Jin's hands. Do you not require leveling up? Or have you all reached level 19 with full experience? Bai Jin queried, puzzled. The celestial class members chuckled and shook their heads in unison. Zhuge Luyun spoke up. My brother, for us, grinding for experience is merely child's play. Moreover, the Super God Academy has a training plan for us. We are currently all at first rank level 0, and we haven't even allocated our free attribute points during advancement. Bai Jin was taken aback by Zhuge Luyun's revelation. Brother, it's not just the 10 of us with celestial talents. Those in the Earth class received similar advice upon entering the Super God Academy. Your situation is rather unique. Lu Ruyan chimed in softly, squeezing closer to Bai Jin. Bai Jin comprehended the implication. He was regarded as an ordinary talent at the Super God Academy. Thus they had not taken particular notice of him, and he had not been privy to relevant information. Is there a particular reason for this? If it's something you cannot disclose, it's perfectly fine. Bai Jin inquired. Lu Ruyan beamed. Brother, there's nothing to conceal, as a member of the Earth class. You are entitled to this knowledge. The establishment of the Super God Academy is, in essence, a bold experiment, imbued with numerous experimental qualities. For instance, the emergence of a safe zone in today's real instance shattered the long-standing ironclad rule that one cannot exit an instance midway, marking a fundamental breakthrough. Sister Xiaobing mentioned that perhaps with further developments, all instances may allow for mid-exit, which would significantly reduce the mortality rate among professionals. Bai Jin nodded in agreement. His sister was correct. Out of the 180 individuals who entered the real instance today, many had survived due to this mechanism. As for why we are advised against leveling up or allocating free attribute points, it is also a significant experiment. Yesterday, Mentor Lei Hong stated that the first tier limit is 100 points for both physical and spiritual attributes. This has been an unbroken rule for centuries, with no one ever able to surpass it. However, now, consuming high-quality flesh and certain rare items can directly enhance both physical and spiritual attributes, something previously unheard of. We have received a substantial allocation of resources. Although the members of the Celestial class are all at first rank level 0, both attributes exceed 30 points. According to the plan, we must first elevate our physical and spiritual attributes as high as possible. Once we can no longer improve them, we will then level up to acquire attributes. By that time, it is conceivable that both physical and spiritual attributes could reach the maximum of 100 points. Yet we will still possess free attribute points. Most importantly, the points automatically allocated upon leveling up may allow us to see if we can transcend the 100-point limit. Lu Rian explained softly. However, sister, in the past, one could also gain free attribute points and skill points as rewards from grinding in hell instances. So why was such an experiment not conducted then? Bai Jin asked, puzzled. Wow, my brother is incredibly astute. Sister Lin, look. This question was only pondered by Brother Lu Yun back when we were in the Celestial class. Lu Rian exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Bai Jin's, showering him with praise. While Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Brother, the situation you described existed in the past. However, the acquisition of free attribute points is capped. And this limit precisely aligns with the attribute points obtained through leveling up, allowing both the physical body and soul to reach a maximum of 100 points. Moreover, there are instances where attributes cannot be increased to 100 points before reaching level 19. In the past, adventurers attempted various methods, but were unable to transcend the first-tier attribute limit of 100 points. Thus, our current objective is to elevate both attributes to 100 points before reaching level 19, and then to see if we can utilize the automatic attribute increase from leveling up to break this limitation. The younger sister explained, and Bai Jin finally grasped the concept. So, you're saying that there were numerous restrictions in the past, almost as if they were predetermined, and now we need to dismantle these limitations one by one, correct? Yes. Yes, brother, you are truly astute. You understood it all at once. Lu Rian praised proudly. Sister Xia Bing mentioned that if we can break the first-tier limit of 100 points this time, it would be of tremendous significance, perhaps even beyond our imagination. Lu Rian added gravely. Chapter 73, Breaking Limits. Brother, the method of obtaining experience from real dungeons has also changed. Experience crystals are now awarded upon completing a dungeon, and defeating monsters along the way will not grant any experience. It is precisely because of this change that we no longer need to level up passively. Therefore, we can temporarily set aside these small experience crystals. You can use them to level up. With this new method of experience acquisition, you could level up continuously even while lying down every day, Lu Ruyan said joyfully. Little sister, you are part of a team. It is not appropriate for you to do this. I appreciate your good intentions, but one must not be so selfish, Bai Jin said affectionately, gazing at his sister. Zhuge Luyun and the others exchanged glances and then chuckled lightly. Brother Bai, this is not something particularly precious. Just keep it. As you said, we are a team with Rian. She is entitled to acquire team items, and she can dispose of these things as she sees fit. As we have all agreed upon beforehand, Yang Lin said, shooting a glare at her brother. Yang Wei's lips twitched, feeling somewhat stifled. Observing the harmonious interactions among the members of the elite class, Bai Jin felt a stir in his heart and decided to ask a few questions. Brother Luyun, Brother Wei. Miss Yang Lin, I have a question. I hope it's all right to ask. Of course. Brother Bai, feel free to ask. I could share even the story of when my sister secretly cried as a child. Bang. Yang Lin, are you crazy? You're a warrior. Do you want to break my leg? Yang Lin's face flushed, then she nodded at Bai Jin, indicating he could proceed with his inquiry, while Zhuge Luyun also smiled encouragingly. Bai Jin's expression turned serious. Everyone, you witnessed my situation yesterday. I have 2 types of summons. I would like to know if I wish to learn skills later. Which type should I choose? This was a crucial question, and Bai Jin was uncertain about the answer himself, as he would receive a talent effect to choose from with each level up, and different summons could lead to vastly different outcomes. The group all became solemn. Zhuge Luyun spoke first. Brother Bai, regarding the learning of skills by adventurers. We have discussed a fundamental principle in our special training and private lessons. One must first specialize before diversifying. One should never be greedy for too much. When levels are low, it suffices to specialize in 1 or 2 skills. then select dungeons with fewer restrictions for leveling up. Gradually refining one's skill system to develop combat capabilities suitable for various environments. Just like us, Rian has the most skills among us. She has learned 2. While the 3 of us have each learned 1 skill. Bai Jin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his sister's 2 skills to be the most among them. Rian nodded. Brother, my first skill is Holy Light Strike, which is the skill given during the special summoning. The second skill is Holy Light Radiance, which is the skill attached to that Holy Light Staff. Holy Light Strike provides me with a strong single-target damage skill, and when used on allies, it grants powerful buffs, accelerating the recovery of health, stamina, and mana, enhancing physical attributes overall, and imbuing the target with a certain intensity of holy light. It is a skill that combines both attack and support. As for Holy Light Radiance, it is an area skill, with effects similar to Holy Light Strike, albeit significantly weaker. The others nodded in acknowledgement, clearly already aware of the effects of her 2 skills. As for how a void summoner like you learns skills, it may differ somewhat from us, since your combat relies primarily on void summons. However, as we saw yesterday, your bull summon is quite formidable, being a melee land combat type, while the woodpecker is a weaker melee flying type. If you encounter ranged monsters, both your woodpecker and bull will require some time to approach the enemy before they can attack, during which your opponent can freely strike multiple times before your summons arrive, potentially prioritizing an attack on you. Therefore, Brother Bai, you might consider learning a ranged summoning skill, which would enable you to attack targets on land and in the air, effectively addressing a significant shortcoming. As for underwater combat scenarios in the future, you may learn relevant summoning skills as needed. Of course, this is merely our perspective as observers. The actual situation should be dictated by your own needs, Zhuge Luyuan analyzed calmly. Bai Jin nodded, feeling that their thoughts aligned closely with his own earlier considerations. Thank you all for your suggestions. No need for thanks, it is late. We shall take our leave now. Brother Bai, do take good care of Rian, Zhuge Luyuan said as he stood to take his leave, with Yang Wei reluctantly following after Yang Lin kicked him again. In Bai Jin's bedroom, Lu Rian waved her fair, delicate hand, and 5 blood-red crystals materialized. Brother, here are some good things for you. Consuming these will increase your health cap, ensuring your safety even further. Bai Jin knew these were the life crystals that his sister had saved. Since they were a team of 4, the distribution would be limited. Yet she still shared them with him. Hurry, each one can increase your health cap by 1,000 points. With a clatter, a small pile of identical life crystals appeared, leaving Lu Rian momentarily stunned. Quickly eat. These are prepared for you. Why are you still dazed? Bai Jin chuckled as he gently pinched his sister's bewildered face. Brother, you truly have chosen the right thigh to cling to, Lu Rian said, her eyes filled with envy. Hurry, together with your own, that's a total of 46 crystals, which can boost your health cap by 46,000 points. Now, you too can be a little health tank. Bai Jin directly shoved the life crystals toward Lu Rian's mouth. Lu Rian began to munch on them while making little sounds of delight. Little sister, do Zhuge Luyuan and Yang Wei from your team seem to like you quite a bit? Are they pursuing you? Bai Jin asked softly, only to receive a pair of exasperated eyes from Lu Rian. How could that be? We share the most innocent of teammate relationships. Brother, I am a girl of extraordinary talent, destined to become a 5th-tier royal powerhouse. How could I indulge in such strange matters of the heart? Therefore, do not concern yourself with me, for I understand my own heart more than anyone else, Lu Rian declared with a delicate huff. Bai Jin pondered for a moment before deciding to offer a gentle reminder to his younger sister. Sister, while your words are wise, our greatest concern, Aunt and I, is that you might fall prey to deception. The world is rife with scoundrels. You must remain vigilant against those who shower you with kindness, lest you be easily ensnared. Lu Rian lifted her head, regarding Bai Jin with an expression of bemusement. Brother, I possess the celestial-grade Holy Light affinity. The Holy Light is the bane of all evil, including malevolent thoughts. Who in this world could possibly deceive me? Bai Jin replied, then Aunt and I can rest easy. As long as you are not infatuated, there should be no cause for concern. Lu Rian rolled her eyes. Brother, stop fretting unnecessarily. Mother also possesses Holy Light affinity. She knows I will not be deceived. If deception is to occur, it shall be I who deceives others. Before long, all the life essence crystals had been consumed by Lu Rian. Brother, I truly believe Sister Yang Lin is quite remarkable. She is incredibly gentle and attentive. However, as for your current situation, brother, age is not truly a hindrance. It is said that a 1st-tier can live for 300 years, so I wholeheartedly support your choice. After all, Sister Xia Bing is indeed top tier in every aspect. Brother, having spent several days living with Sister Xia Bing, I can assure you, she is the real deal. Brother, please do not interrupt me. Allow me to finish. I will handle matters with Mother. Bai Jin, feeling exasperated, opted against further explanation, knowing that the more he elaborated, the more convoluted the matter would become. With a whoosh, a series of Iron Blood War Oxen were summoned and swiftly returned to the summoning space. Bai Jin promptly replenished the additional 10 Iron Blood War Oxen and the Frenzied Woodpecker, marking a significant increase in strength by 10 points. Reflecting on what the Celestial Grade class members had mentioned regarding breaking through attribute limitations, Bai Jin lay on his bed, deep in thought. To achieve such a feat, one would need to suppress their level in order to enhance their attributes. For others, this might merely be a matter of skill points, but for Bai Jin, who had to contend with a new Celestial Grade talent at each level, it felt overly restrictive to his growth. Nonetheless, the significance of surpassing attribute limits was paramount for him. A higher soul attribute would allow him to learn more advanced skills in the future, which was fundamentally crucial. With that in mind, I shall acquire a new skill first. This way, even after leveling up, I will not miss out on advantageous talents. Chapter 74, Tactical Team of Advisors. The Ninth Domain gathered all high-end forces to establish the Super God Academy, which, on its second day of opening, shattered a centuries-old ironclad rule. Paving the way for further explorations, Bai Jin began to contemplate which skill to select next. Land, sea, air, melee, ranged. These are the most common forms of power, totaling 6 types. Additionally, there are subcategories such as area damage, control, assassination, support, and aura. Were it not for the unique absolute damage characteristic, the Frenzied Woodpecker would be deemed a rather lackluster skill. In one-on-one combat, it could easily be controlled and defeated by an adversary. Fortunately, bolstered by various talent effects, the current Frenzied Woodpecker has become a formidable trump card. With thick blood and reflective damage capabilities, even if the enemy strikes, they might find themselves fatally harmed before taking down the woodpecker. However, there exists another limitation. During the last real instance, Bai Jin was unable to ascertain the status of distant summons, thus hindering his ability to command them, a notable drawback. Every 2 hours, Jinsei and Qing he would deliver a portion of 4th-tier yellow-grade beast meat for him to consume, gradually enhancing his physical attributes. His younger sister had departed once again, likely for an impromptu training session with the Celestial Grade class. The night swiftly passed, and by morning, Bai Jin had increased his physical attributes by another 10 points. At present, he stood at 1st tier level 1, originally possessing 11 points in physical attributes, now augmented to 36 points, having consumed 4th tier Earth Grade beast meat, resulting in a total increase of 25 points in physical attributes. This is one reason why the Super God Academy encourages students to suppress their levels. The higher the physical attributes, the less impactful the enhancement effects from high-quality flesh become, as evidenced by his current rate of improvement, which pales in comparison to earlier stages. At 8 in the morning, a total of 58 students once again gathered in the previously designated teaching square. This time, Mentor Lei Hong was not alone. A veiled woman accompanied him. Bai Jin was intrigued, for the woman was tall, standing at nearly 1.8 meters, with a slender figure that appeared harmonious despite her somewhat flat chest. Most strikingly, her ears were distinctly pointed, and her eyes bore an unmistakable difference from those of ordinary humans. Everyone, this morning, the Super God Academy welcomes a new instructor, the esteemed Ms. Lia. A 3rd-tier peak martial artist, Lei Hong announced, prompting fervent applause from the 58 students below. The warrior bowed slightly in acknowledgement. With a gesture from Lei Hong, silence enveloped the crowd. The previous day's unexpected events had led to the premature emergence of a real battlefield instance, initially anticipated to occur a month later, compelling the 9th domain to take action. Due to specific constraints, only 1st-tier practitioners could enter, which is why you, the most gifted 1st-tier students, were hastily summoned to the fray. Fortunately, we gained a slight advantage yesterday. According to the directives from our superiors, subsequent battles have undergone significant adjustments, and most of you will not need to engage in combat. Therefore, you should focus on methodically enhancing your strength, particularly your physical prowess. I trust your vitality has improved, which grants you a considerable edge over the external practitioners who lack such an advantage. As a strength-based melee class, I specialize in direct and aggressive combat. Many of your talents and temperaments may not be suited for this approach. Hence, Ms. Lia's agile combat style shall be introduced. We will demonstrate combat techniques, and you will choose accordingly, after which we will separate for further training. Now, observe closely. Ms. Lia, if you please. With Lei Hong's cue, Lia nodded. Boom. Lei Hong erupted with force, while Lia deftly dodged his charge, weaving left and right. The so-called demonstration of combat techniques between the two mentors quickly transformed into a live confrontation, captivating the attention of the 58 students and hundreds of onlookers further back. The skirmish was not particularly intense, as both combatants were tempering their strength with the power of a 3rd-tier peak practitioner should they unleash their full capabilities. One would scarcely catch a glimpse of their forms. Lei Hong's approach indeed aligned with his earlier description, characterized by bold and direct assaults, while Lia evaded his frontal attacks with grace, seizing opportunities for lateral strikes. Bai Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement, with 110 Iron Blood War Oxen to absorb damage. His safety was well assured. Should he master exquisite combat techniques, he would become a formidable force. Furthermore, coupled with his rapid striking talent, his punching speed would be astonishing. The heart of a passionate warrior yearns for the thrill of direct confrontation. As he observed, Bai Jin found himself within a grand hall filled with both men and women. And there stood Murong Xiaobing beside him. Bai Jin, from here on, you must utilize their strength and strive to seize the first-tier battlefield. Murong Xiaobing gestured towards the assembly of men and women below, announcing, esteemed colleagues, this is Bai Jin, the individual I mentioned to you. He commands 10 exceptionally formidable summoned barbarian bulls and possesses an absolute substitute skill. Henceforth, you shall assist him in conquering the first-tier battlefield. Yes, we shall obey. The crowd responded with reverence, as if they were addressing a deity. Bai Jin. They are members of the strategic advisory team from the 1st Legion of the Valkyrie Battle Group, specially assigned here to oversee the first-tier battlefield. You will communicate with them, and they will provide you with comprehensive analysis. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Bai Jin replied promptly. Murong Xiaobing smiled faintly before her figure vanished from sight. A young woman stepped forward, taking a few strides closer. Lord Bai Jin, we are the first squad of the Tactical Analysis Division from the Strategic Advisory Team of the 1st Legion of the Valkyrie Battle Group, comprising a total of 100 members. Following the directives of Your Majesty, we are here to provide you with analytical support in various aspects. Should you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to voice them. The woman spoke politely. Bai Jin nodded and surveyed the 100 members. Notably, there were only 8 male members among them, some of whom appeared somewhat effeminate, highlighting the prevailing imbalance within the Valkyrie battle group. The 9th domain itself also exhibited a similar trend, with male practitioners facing a significantly higher mortality rate than their female counterparts, leading to a plethora of widows. Despite the allowance for polygamy and polyandry, Bai Jin turned to the mature woman. May I inquire your name? You may call me Han Shui. I am the person in charge here and your direct liaison, Han Shui replied with a smile. Very well, Miss Han Shui. May I ask what preliminary arrangements you have devised? Han Shui nodded. Lord, His Majesty has briefed us on your situation, and we have formulated a series of combat plans. The first strategy is to employ your previous combat method, wherein you remain within a safe zone and summon 10 barbarian bulls to sweep the battlefield. This is the most prudent and conservative approach. Han Shui stated calmly. Bai Jin nodded. So, there exist other strategies that are less conservative? Please, do share. Han Shui nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and amusement, suggesting she was in good spirits. My lord, are you aware of the purpose behind establishing a first-tier battlefield between the 9th domain and the Void Demon clan? Bai Jin shook his head, unsure of such secrets. My lord, this battlefield is essentially a probing skirmish between the two sides. We are attempting to break through various limitations and have achieved several outcomes. The Void Demon clan, after eliminating our practitioners, retrieves the bodies for analysis, as they covet our law bodies and numerous rule powers. Overall, our 9th domain is weaker than the Void Demon clan. Through this method, we can instigate changes while also nurturing potential future top-tier powerhouses. This encapsulates the mutual objectives of both sides regarding the first-tier battlefield. Perhaps the higher-ups have deeper considerations, but this does not impede our assistance to you in dominating the battlefield, Han Shui elaborated enthusiastically. Bai Jin nodded. Regardless, he could slay the void demons and reap life blood crystals and mana crystals, the value of which was beyond description. Very well, Miss Han Shui. You possess far greater knowledge than I do and are all professionals. Please proceed with your arrangements. I shall fight according to your plans, provided I find no issues. Bai Jin affirmed. Han Shui nodded. My lord, we have conducted a comprehensive analysis of your capabilities. You possess a unique unknown strength, a woodpecker, which, as per Lei Hong's account, was unable to be dispatched in a single blow by that student Chung Bo when he threw a spear, indicating a considerable amount of vitality. However, the woodpecker's impact on the battlefield is relatively minor, and we have chosen to disregard this aspect of your strength, Han Shui continued earnestly. Bai Jin was taken aback, gazing incredulously at her. Disregard my bird? Han Shui nodded seriously, indeed. Even if the woodpecker has substantial vitality, it holds little significance for the upcoming battlefield, which is vastly different from before. Your barbarian bulls are exceedingly powerful. According to His Majesty, your bulls can withstand her casual strikes without perishing. Our assessment suggests that their strength is comparable to that of Tier 3 yellow-grade monsters. Moreover, since your bulls are void summons, they lack the various vulnerabilities typical of ordinary monsters. In a direct confrontation, their strength surpasses that of Tier 3 yellow-grade monsters. Bai Jin nodded in agreement with Han Shue's analysis. There was no need to conceal anything. My lord, you now possess a tenfold enhancement in your summoning ability for the barbarian bulls, allowing you to summon 10 formidable bulls. Furthermore, with your absolute substitute skill, they can absorb damage on your behalf, ensuring your safety remains intact until all bulls are vanquished. As void summons, your bulls are immune to conventional negative effects such as hypnosis, seduction, taunting, sleep, intimidation, and blinding. Only powerful freezing or binding skills may impede their actions. Your bulls are indeed formidable, yet they are not invincible. Should any of them fall, you will need to expend a significant amount of mana to resummon them. Therefore, mana management is the primary concern we have identified for you in the first-tier battlefield and a considerable safety risk. Consequently, His Majesty has submitted a request to the Valkyrie Battle Group to craft a mana artifact for you, Han Shui remarked with admiration. Bai Jin was taken aback. A mana artifact? Han Shui smiled and nodded, then extended her delicate hand, revealing a crystal ball the size of a fist. My lord, His Majesty argued fiercely with several other leaders for this mana artifact, so remember her kindness. Han Shui added with a twinkle in her eye. Bai Jin nodded, aware that this was Murong Xiaobing's intention for her to express such sentiments, yet he felt grateful for the kindness shown to him. Upon receiving the crystal ball, Bai Jin observed its attributes, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Source of mana. Category, Soul Artifact. Mana storage value, 100 million. Description, capable of storing homogeneous mana, which can be invoked at any time. Note, requires life binding before use. Bai Jin found himself at a loss, torn between desire and hesitation. Psychologically, he yearned for it desperately. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Receiving such a precious artifact would inevitably entail greater obligations in the future. Of that he was certain. Noticing Bai Jin's eager yet hesitant expression, Han Shui gently nudged his hand forward. My lord, you need not worry about incurring any debts. Your arrival signifies a monumental turning point for the first-tier battlefield. With your presence, including the 10 members of exceptional talent, they need not risk themselves in combat with insufficient experience. Perhaps our 9th domain will achieve comprehensive victory in the first-tier battlefield without sustaining any casualties. His Majesty stated that winning the first-tier battlefield would yield benefits for the 9th domain far exceeding that of this mana artifact. You need not overthink it, simply accept it. Hearing Han Shui's words, Bai Jin nodded in agreement. My lord, this equipment requires a life binding, which is a more profound connection than blood binding or soul binding. You must consume it and then digest it. This equipment will merge with your body and soul, ultimately completing the binding, Han Shui advised. Bai Jin gazed at the fist-sized crystal orb in his hand, questioning, consume it? It's so large, should I bite it? Han Shui smiled gently. Once it enters your mouth, you will understand. Nodding, Bai Jin hesitated no longer and promptly placed the crystal orb into his mouth. Contrary to his expectations of a struggle, the orb softened and morphed upon contact, allowing him to swallow it whole effortlessly. Evidently, the absolute replacement did not activate, indicating that this life binding posed no harm to him. A minute later, Bai Jin joyfully realized the transformation. Initially, he was at full mana capacity, but now, he discovered his mana had surged to 880-998-8100, indicating he was no longer at full capacity. Once his mana was less than full, the recovery mechanism would activate. With his current soul attribute of 71 points, bolstered by an additional tenfold recovery, he could regenerate 781 points of mana every second. Indeed, he felt the continuous influx of mana being absorbed and stored by this miraculous equipment, while his own mana remained just shy of full. With a storage capacity of 100 million points and a recovery rate of 781 points per second, it would take less than 36 hours to reach full capacity. It is worth noting that he resided in the palace of his younger sister, Lu Ruyan, where the training area boasted a profound level energy gathering array. There, his mana recovery speed would amplify several times, potentially allowing him to fill the mana source within just 10 hours. Observing the somewhat exhilarated Bai Jin, Han Shui swiftly retrieved another piece of equipment, a finely crafted robe. My lord, in a certain sense, as long as your mana is abundant, you are invincible. Therefore, mana recovery is of utmost importance. This robe possesses no other functions. It is inscribed with multiple miniature energy gathering arrays. Please bind it and test its effects. Gently accepting the exquisite robe from her hands, Bai Jin examined its attributes. Chapter 76, Energy Gathering Robe, Shockwave, Golden Cudgel. Energy Gathering Robe, Profound Level. Category, First Tier Armor, Physical Defense, 600, Magical Defense, 1500. Description, contains 16 miniature yellow-level energy gathering arrays. Usage requirement, must be soul-bound. Binding requirement, 30 points of soul attribute. Bai Jin was taken aback. This was indeed a profound level robe. Superior to the yellow level holy light robe his sister had received upon her special recruitment. This seemingly small robe bore an impressive 16 miniature yellow level energy gathering arrays, prompting him to marvel at its brilliance. Raising the equipment to his forehead, he completed the binding in no time, then donned the robe. An endless stream of energy gradually enveloped his body. His mana recovery speed, initially at 781 points per second, surged to an astonishing 4,860 points, more than a six-fold increase. Exclaiming inwardly, at this rate, even with a 100 million point storage capacity, the mana source could reach full capacity in just over 5 hours. Finally, Bai Jin no longer had to fret over his mana sustainability. My lord, this robe can increase a first-tier practitioner's mana recovery by several dozen times in a normal environment, which should suffice for your regular combat needs. The mana artifact is intended for emergencies, Han Shui gently elaborated. Bai Jin nodded, acknowledging the validity of her points. Though he noted that his increased mana recovery speed did not yield a mere multiple of dozens, likely due to his existing tenfold recovery speed. My lord, look at this. Han Shui, her cheeks faintly flushed, revealed a metal rod nearly 2 meters long with a diameter of 3 centimeters. My lord, please bind this as well. It is prepared for your ensuing dominance on the first-tier battlefield. Bai Jin accepted the rod, his expression turning to one of astonishment. Shockwave, Golden Cudgel, Profound Level. Category, First-tier Staff Weapon. Physical Attack, 608091120. Description, contains 36 miniature yellow-level shockwave arrays, powered by a profound-level lightning core. Usage requirement, must be soul-bound. Binding requirement, 30 points of soul attribute. Minimum usage requirement, 30 points of physical attribute. Bai Jin was perplexed as to why this intellectual and poised woman's cheeks were slightly flushed. However, he swiftly completed the binding of the equipment. Although it seemed odd for a void summoner to wield such a metal rod, the individuals present were part of the Valkyrie Warband's think tank, and they would not engage in meaningless actions. Upon binding, Bai Jin quickly grasped the weapon's unique characteristics. I see. This shockwave golden cudgel, even without exerting force, generates a faint electrical current attack. With my absolute replacement, these electrical damages are absorbed and immunized by the iron-blooded War Bull King. I believe I understand why Han Shui's cheeks are flushed. Bai Jin cast a curious glance at the exquisite and knowledgeable woman, perceiving her as a remarkably serious individual. Upon witnessing his successful binding of the metal rod, Han Shui appeared somewhat regretful. My lord, we have consulted all participants from yesterday's battle and conducted a fresh analysis of the first-tier strength of the Void Demons. Based on the current information, we believe that with your 10 formidable bull summons, you can achieve invincibility. It appears that even the most powerful attack from the Super God Academy's Zhuge Liuyan cannot harm you. In battle, if one side falters, they can retreat to a safe zone. Those fleeing void demons represent a loss to us. Therefore, we propose that you position the 10 bulls around you in a surrounding formation while you provoke and engage in combat. The Shockwave Golden Cudgel. Upon striking an enemy, even their weapon, has a high probability of stunning and paralyzing them. In a real battlefield scenario, the shock and electrical effects will simultaneously affect you. The electrical damage can be mitigated with plastic or cloth gloves, but the shock is more challenging to counter. However, with your absolute replacement skill, you will remain unharmed, while the void demons must contend with both shock and electrical damage. Thus, you can confront the void demons head-on. And since you haven't undergone systematic combat training and your physical attributes are presumably not high, the void demons will likely perceive you as a formidable yet unrefined adversary, merely a robust life force. Should they manage to slay you, the void demon realm would gain immense benefits. With your absolute replacement, you are unlikely to be subdued easily, allowing you to engage in battle while retreating. The void demons are likely to pursue you relentlessly, and once you are sufficiently distanced from the safe zone, you can command the 10 bulls to join the fray, effectively annihilating the void demons as if they were dumplings. Han Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Bai Jin silently commended this group of strategists for their meticulous considerations. However, he still could not fathom why a metallic rod was chosen as a weapon. Would a cleaver or sword not suffice? Miss Han Shui, may I inquire why it must be fashioned into a rod? Surely, a sharp blade would possess greater lethality? Han Shui smiled gently. My lord, according to the combat information accumulated by our Valkyrie battle core over centuries, rod-shaped weapons are the type most readily engaged with by enemies using their own weapons or limbs. Bai Jin countered, if I were to use a whip, wouldn't the enemy be able to grasp it with their hands, allowing me to unleash my lightning powers to incapacitate them? Wouldn't that be superior to a rod? Han Shue's cheeks flushed suddenly. A whip, a whip. My lord, while it is indeed a commendable option, it requires extensive practice to wield effectively. At your current level, a rod would be more convenient for you. Would you like us to customize a whip for you? Bai Jin shook his head. My lord, this is the standard situation. But there is another scenario you may not be equipped to handle. Han Shui began, prompting Bai Jin to focus intently. My lord, there may soon be aerial spellcasting void demons, and you currently lack means to engage airborne targets. Therefore, you need to learn a summon capable of attacking aerial foes. We have already filtered suitable options for you. As she spoke, Han Shui produced an illustrated booklet, revealing the vivid image of a winged demon. My lord, this is the Flying Demon Warrior, a ranged monster capable of flight. Besides its javelin-throwing attacks, the Flying Demon Warrior possesses commendable melee prowess, making it an excellent combatant. This dungeon has emerged in recent years and is currently classified as a Tier 1 dungeon, perfectly suited to your level. Given your limited skill points, we will arrange for Zhuge Liuyan to accompany you in clearing this hellish dungeon. This way, you can acquire skill books while also earning additional skill points. Han Shui spoke earnestly. Bai Jin's interest was piqued. The Flying Demon Warrior could fly and wield a javelin, clearly allowing it to launch ranged attacks from the air, thus compensating for the woodpecker's need to approach its target for close combat. Chapter 77. The Flying Demon. Bai Jin shook his head. Miss Han Shui, I require no assistance from Zhuge Liuyan. Simply inform me of the dungeon's location, and I shall tackle it solo. Han Shui was taken aback, my lord. The monsters within this dungeon are all airborne. You only possess the woodpecker. Are you truly confident? Bai Jin chuckled. Miss Han Shui, I have 10 rampaging bulls, along with the source of mana and the energy concentrating robe. With ample food supplies, my safety is assured. The woodpecker may be weak, but it can still wear down the monsters. It will merely take a bit longer. I cannot lose. Han Shui nodded and promptly conveyed Bai Jin's information to the nearly 100 strategists below. The group swiftly began analyzing various capabilities, their efficiency leaving Bai Jin's eyes gleaming with excitement. After 10 minutes, a member stepped forward to report, Leader, after 10 rounds of analysis and discussion, considering the actual circumstances of the Flying Demon Dungeon, we believe that as long as Lord Bai Jin does not seek death, he can complete it unscathed. The strategist's words caused Bai Jin's lips to twitch. Han Shui nodded, then sent the relevant dungeon information to Bai Jin. Miss Han Shui, may I proceed to clear this dungeon now? Bai Jin inquired. Han Shui nodded and handed him a token. My lord, with this token, you may leave the Super Divine Academy. We will not send anyone to accompany you, as that would draw unnecessary attention. Use this token to teleport to the Southern Domain's teleportation array, and then directly transfer to the Northern Domain's array, leading you to the Linhai base city. After acquiring the skill book, please return swiftly. Han Shui urged. Bai Jin acknowledged her instructions. My lord, do you require us to prepare food or similar provisions? Has the life space bestowed upon you by the Ice Sovereign established an internal cycle? Han Shui inquired once more. Miss Han Shui, I can manage all preparations myself. There is no need for your concern in this regard. Very well, my lord. Please refrain from diverting to other dungeons for skill points along the way. What I mentioned earlier pertains only to your dominance in this battlefield space. It may not hold true in many other dungeons. Your safety is paramount. Bai Jin pondered for a moment, deciding to ask a question that had long preoccupied him. Miss Han Shui, can the ninth domain observe or interfere with events within the dungeon? Han Shui paused, then regarded Bai Jin with an odd expression. My lord, you must have learned about this in high school, correct? Everything within the dungeon cannot be directly interfered with. It is a space constructed primarily by the ninth domain and the powers of the otherworld. However, this is the standard scenario. Should a truly exceptional event occur, the ninth domain is not without means. By sealing the dungeon space and forcibly breaching the spatial barriers, they could intervene. Yet, the cost of such an action is extraordinarily high. Beyond imagination, should that occur, the otherworld would gain tremendous benefits. My lord, you need not worry. The Flying Demon Dungeon poses no threat to you. Bai Jin nodded, finally gaining a clearer understanding. Before long, he returned to the palace, instructing Jin Se and Qing He to prepare the remaining 4th-tier yellow-grade monster meat into individually packaged servings. He then proceeded to the underground training area. This subterranean space already housed a profound-level energy-concentrating array, rich in energy, making it easier for energy to coalesce. Upon entering, the 16 miniature yellow-grade energy-concentrating arrays on his robe activated, hastening the recovery of his mana. After approximately 2.5 hours, Bai Jin laughed heartily. The source of mana had amassed a staggering 100 million points of mana, restoring his own scant mana as well. This equipment, the source of mana, was bound to his life, effectively raising his mana limit by 100 million points, a truly terrifying effect. Upon arriving in the kitchen area, Bai Jin stored dozens of dishes made from the 4th-tier, yellow-grade monster meat into his storage bracelet. Sisters, I have urgent business outside. Should Ru Yin inquire about my whereabouts, please inform her that I am with the Ice Sovereign. Yes, my lord. You are currently only Tier 1, while the Ice Sovereign is Tier 5. The disparity is unfathomable. Please take care of yourself. Bai Jin left with a twitch of his lips. After 3 teleportations, Bai Jin arrived at Linhai Base City. This was Base City number 306. Newly established a few years prior, and thus its population was under 1 million. Bai Jin refrained from any superfluous actions, swiftly making his way to the dungeon area. Flying Demon Rock Mountain, small-scale otherworld, strength level, 19 entry requirements, level 1 to 19, 110 people. According to the information provided by Han Shui, the actual strength of this dungeon far exceeds level 19. However, the 9th domain imposed such limitations, which the otherworld accepted. Level requirements met. Team size requirements met. Do you wish to enter Flying Demon Rock Mountain? Enter. Swish. Bai Jin's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself at the base of a mountain rising over 500 meters, its surface strewn with grayish-brown rocks. This was the origin of the dungeon's name, as the monsters resided within the many caves of this rocky mountain. A winding mountain path, approximately 5 to 6 meters in width, ascends towards the heights, serving as the route that practitioners must traverse. Of course, one could ascend the mountain at will, yet the terrain is fraught with uneven rocks, rendering the path far more advantageous overall. Mu. A formidable Iron-Blood War Bull King was summoned forth. Once Bai Jin secured the saddle upon its back, he leapt onto it with fervor. Onward. Skyward demons. Charge. The Iron-Blood War Bull King took off at full speed, while a ferocious woodpecker had already taken flight ahead. Caw-caw. A piercing shriek erupted as a monstrous creature emerged from behind a massive stone. Demon Imp with twin wings. Common projection. Level 11. Health 2000-3000. Comprehensive physical attributes 68. Physical attack 3150. Defense strength 10-15. Skill javelin throw. This grotesque creature, standing at a mere 1.2 meters tall, bore a mouth full of sharp teeth, its skin a reddish-brown hue, and a pair of bat-like wings that gently fluttered as it cast a menacing glare towards Bai Jin. Eliminate all encountered targets. With the command given, the ferocious woodpecker surged forward. Bayou. The demon imp, brandishing javelins nearly a meter in length in both hands, hurled them violently at the woodpecker. Bang, bang. The damage was significant. The woodpecker, struck by the javelins, lost over 1,000 points of health, while the demon imp sustained a loss of over 100 points. Gah! The demon imp swiftly conjured new javelins in its hands, and once again thrust them towards the woodpecker that had now approached its side. Bai Jin had intentionally suppressed the woodpecker's flight speed to observe the demon imp's combat capabilities. Indeed, it performed admirably. The javelins, although long for the demon imp, were effectively wielded as weapons in close combat. Gah! Not only did it stab the woodpecker with its javelins, but the demon imp also lunged forward with its mouth wide open, while its somewhat hunched body contorted further, its clawed legs fiercely kicking at the woodpecker. Such a ferocious fighting style delighted Bai Jin, far exceeding his expectations. No wonder Han Shui's team of Valkyries had provided only this option. It was undoubtedly exceptional. With a mere thought, Bai Jin activated the woodpecker's head, which began to spin with the frenzy of a high-frequency drill, causing the demon imp to dissipate into light. You have slain the level 11 demon imp projection, earning 110 experience points. Chapter 78. How did I get hurt? According to Han Shui, this sky demon instance is notoriously difficult to clear due to the airborne ranged attack monsters. Even with a team, ordinary practitioners face a staggering death rate. Consequently, the population of this base city has remained stagnant, failing to exceed 1 million despite its establishment several years ago. Moreover, all these individuals have migrated from elsewhere in recent years. Locally upgraded descendants have yet to emerge. Such base cities, which do not favor the development of ordinary individuals, are quite common, mostly evolving into resource-based hubs for practitioners in need of supplies. In this instance, the number of monsters at normal, hard, and nightmare difficulties ranges from 200 to 250, far surpassing the count found in Bai Jin's home base city of Misty Sea, and all are airborne ranged monsters, presenting a challenge of an entirely different caliber. Within 5 minutes, the final mini-boss was dispatched, and Bai Jin obtained a first-tier ordinary promotion certificate. After exiting the instance, he re-entered, this time to tackle the hard difficulty. There was little difference from the normal instance. He continued to sweep through with ease. Nightmare difficulty proved no different. In less than an hour, Bai Jin had conquered all 3 levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. Level requirements met, team size compliant, possessing an outstanding promotion certificate. Do you wish to enter the Hell level Sky Demon Rock Mountain? Warning: the Hell-level Sky Demon Rock Mountain presents an extremely high difficulty. Solo challenges are not advised. Entering the Hell-level Sky Demon Rock Mountain. Notice, you have entered the Hell-level Sky Demon Rock Mountain, where the targets are the true life forms of the demon realm from another world. Notice, the power of the true life forms from the demon realm has been suppressed according to your level, similar to the previous Wild Beast Path instance. This Sky Demon Rock Mountain instance corresponds to a realm known as the Demon Realm. Demon Fighter with Twin Wings, Leader Level. Level 11. Health 2, 203, 000. Physical Attack 22350. Defense Strength 130, 250. Talent, Ferocity. Skills, Javelin Throw, Fury Battle. In this Hell instance, the creatures are genuine life forms from another world. Thus, this monster is significantly larger than those encountered in previous instances, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. However, its body remains hunched, giving it a deceptively modest height. Yet it boasts a pair of enormous bat wings that lend it an exceedingly menacing appearance. The talent of Ferocity indeed aligns with its image. I wonder if summoning such creatures will affect my own image? Bai Jin chuckled. A true man cares little for appearances. Strength is what truly matters. Charge. Whoosh. The woodpecker soared forth, while the creature had already commenced its assault. Bayu. 2 javelins, each over a meter long, struck Bai Jin, who sat atop the Iron Blood War Bull King's back. This monster was targeting the main character. The javelins accurately pierced Bai Jin's head and chest before falling to the ground. The demon fighter with twin wings appeared momentarily stunned, but soon erupted into a frenzy, pulling 2 smaller javelins, each only 50 centimeters long, from its own ribcage. Bai Jin was taken aback. This creature, being a true life form, could not condense energy into javelins as the previous monsters had, yet it could extract its very bones to fashion smaller javelins. How ruthless. Bayu. Once again, 2 were hurled in Bai Jin's direction, one striking his eye and the other hitting the Iron Blood War Bull King's eye beneath him. Observing Bai Jin and the massive bull, both unscathed, the demon fighter with twin wings began to genuinely doubt the nature of demons. Whoosh. The woodpecker engaged in a frenzied brawl with the demon fighter. Should the woodpecker fall, Bai Jin would immediately summon another. The body of the demon fighter fell, and Bai Jin directed the Iron Blood War Bull King to collect it into his storage bracelet. Half an hour later, Bai Jin arrived at his destination. Atop the mountain lay an uneven plaza of approximately 1,000 square meters, dominated by a massive stone at its center, which featured a cave. Hearing a rustle, a pair of eyes gleamed from within the cave, followed by the sound of wings flapping, as a creature towering 2 meters appeared. Sky Demon Fighter, Lord Level. Level 11. Health 170, 000, 300, 000. Physical Attack 881, 200. Defense Strength 380, 550. Talent, Aerial, Ferocity. Skills, Javelin Throw, Fury Battle, Rapid Flight. This is the information regarding the monsters from Han Shui concerning this dungeon. These are the attributes of the suppressed monsters, according to the established rules. Their attributes cannot exceed the first-tier limit of 100 points within the 9th domain. Nevertheless, the monster's health is astonishingly high, incomparable to the frail lives of the human race in the 9th domain. Previously, the adversaries encountered were the winged demons. But it is only this final boss of the hellish difficulty that possesses the flying prefix. The enormous wings of this aerial demon warrior fluttered gently behind it, allowing it to hover silently in the air. Such aerial finesse is the origin of its flying prefix. Bai Jin felt a surge of delight. The aerial demon warrior appeared fierce and menacing, yet its strength was formidable. Perhaps its attributes were far inferior to his iron-blooded Bull King, but its ability to fly rendered it invincible. The aerial demon warrior, gazing at Bai Jin atop his bull, expressed its bewilderment. Is it truly you, a mere human, who has slain so many of my capable subordinates? Bai Jin was momentarily taken aback, for he understood the monster's words. This was the second instance he had encountered such a phenomenon, the first being with the Void Demon clan in the actual battlefield. Bayu. A spear of noticeably superior quality was hurled with tremendous force, striking unexpectedly. The spear's velocity was so immense that Bai Jin barely comprehended the action. Bang! The furious woodpecker was obliterated by the spear. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, leaving him momentarily dazed. Upon closer inspection, the confusion in the aerial demon warrior's eyes deepened. I have not sustained any attack. Yet, how am I injured? Chapter 79, The Demon Realm. Subsequently, the aerial demon warrior fixated its gaze upon Bai Jin, who appeared to be an amused spectator. Could it be that this human possesses the ability to inflict invisible harm upon me? Bayu. A spear shot forth like lightning, striking the center of Bai Jin's neck. as the aerial demon warrior evidently sought to pierce or sever his throat. Thud. The metallic spear clattered to the ground as the aerial demon warrior looked at its own claws in disbelief, feeling a surge of strength as it clenched them. Human, what manner of sorcery is this? The aerial demon warrior was utterly confounded. Having slain the small bird, it was perplexed as to why it was now injured. Even a full-force strike aimed at the human's neck had failed to break skin. This was utterly incomprehensible. Even if it had taken such a blow, it would have been either dead or gravely injured. Bai Jin nodded. The opponent's attack speed was vastly superior to that of the previously slain winged demons. Onward. Whoosh. Another furious woodpecker flew toward the unarmed aerial demon warrior. A cruel smile crept across the demon's lips. It could fly, granting it an innate advantage. Merely a small bird, it could be dispatched with a mere wave of its hand. Moreover, even though its power was significantly suppressed in this realm, the physical strength it possessed was not something a seemingly foolish little bird could penetrate. Perhaps a thorough physical massage is in order. With this thought, the aerial demon warrior prepared to strike, its claws poised for a fierce assault. Pain surged through it as each attack resulted in excruciating agony. Moreover, the instant the little bird struck, it felt its vitality begin to wane. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, it activated its swift flight ability, causing its form to vanish in an instant. The woodpecker lost its target. You shall perish. With eyes blazing red and body racked with pain, the aerial demon warrior suddenly appeared above Bai Jin, seated upon the back of his mighty bull, extending its claws to seize Bai Jin. Human, I shall devour you piece by piece, starting with your legs. I will make you experience utter terror and despair. The vicious and frenzied voice echoed in Bai Jin's ears. For a moment, Bai Jin was stunned. You can harm our bodies? The aerial demon warrior was equally taken aback. While you are alive, I cannot damage your corporeal form. However, once you are dead, that is another matter. A cruel voice rang out as its gaping maw lunged towards Bai Jin. Simultaneously, the aerial demon warrior's massive wings flapped furiously, yet it found itself unable to lift him. This mere human felt heavier than a mountain. It strained with all its might, but could not move him an inch. Bang! Bai Jin produced the shock golden cudgel and swung it forcefully. The aerial demon warrior was unfazed, raising one leg, its claw effortlessly grasping the cudgel and rendering its shock effect ineffective. Human, you are. Suddenly, boundless lightning crackled forth, causing the aerial demon warrior to tremor violently. Unable to utter another word, the Xiangrade shock golden cudgel, though initially ineffective, could unleash the power of the Xiangrade lightning core, directly stunning the creature. Bai Jin struggled momentarily, realizing he could not escape the aerial demon warrior's grasp. Moo! The iron-blooded bull king beneath him let out a roar of dominance, delivering continuous damage, leading to the demise of the once mighty aerial demon warrior. You have slain the level 11 aerial demon warrior, earning 88,000 experience points. You have obtained a perfect grade promotion certificate. In light of your performance, you are awarded 8 free attribute points and 4 skill points. Trash. Even the experience and rewards from the level 4 bull king back then surpassed this. Bai Jin scoffed as he extricated himself from the aerial demon warrior's grasp. However, he understood the reasoning. The bull king was actually a yellow-grade monster, while the aerial demon warrior was merely at the lord level, representing a difference in tiers. Gazing at the lifeless form of the aerial demon warrior, Bai Jin issued a command to extract. I hope to acquire the skill book for summoning the aerial demon warrior. This was a reminder from Han Shui, indicating that one could express their desires in such moments, though one would not receive a response. Extensive experimentation had shown this approach to be effective, albeit with some probabilistic uncertainty. A majestic force manifested within the hellish dungeon, enveloping the corpse of the aerial demon warrior. Amidst the endless milky light, a flicker of red appeared, igniting Bai Jin's joy as a skill book materialized in one go. An aura of fury and desire emerged, only to be swiftly suppressed. Ding. Special reminder. The demon realm covets your peculiar power and wishes to challenge you. Notice. Our side has preliminarily rejected the demon realm's proposal after assessment. Do you have any other plans? As the notification appeared, Bai Jin promptly grasped the skill book in his hand. Summon aerial demon warrior. Perfect. Description. Upon learning, you can summon a half-energy, half-corporeal aerial demon warrior of the same level by consuming 50 mana points. Note. Summoning time is 30 seconds. The casting cannot be interrupted, with a cooldown of 12 hours and cannot be repeated. These initial attributes are rather average, yet he knows that with his talent, they will surely improve significantly. Moreover, with the 4 skill points just acquired, he now possesses 7 skill points, still requiring just a bit more. The prompt this time is quite straightforward. The demon realm covets my peculiar powers. Am I unscathed due to an attack? Or has the Sky Demon Fighter suffered backlash from its own assault? Or perhaps the Sky Demon Fighter's absolute damage was detected by the Demon Realm during its confrontation with the Woodpecker? Bai Jin pondered deeply. Indeed, his abilities were far from ordinary, possessing a certain systematic quality typically reserved for those endowed with celestial-level talents. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that celestial-level talents usually manifest as a singular trait, while he possesses several. Taking a deep breath, Bai Jin focused his thoughts and posed a question. Esteemed Will of the Ninth Domain's rules. If I accept the challenge initiated by the Demon Realm, may I stipulate certain regulations? Response. Rule modifications are permissible. Please present your requests. In an instant, Bai Jin continued. Esteemed Will of the Ninth Domain's rules. My first stipulation is that the challenge take place here, and the Demon Realm shall not be permitted to strike against me. Secondly, any entrant must be a sky demon of no higher quality than yellow grade, and their level must be suppressed to not exceed level 19. Thirdly, I request that the powers of all sky demons who perish here be transformed into resources for the enhancement of this skill scroll. Should there be additional requirements, I hope the Great Will of the Ninth Domain could provide those enhancement materials, with fees covered through the collection of the sky demon's remains. Fourthly, once within this space, the sky demons shall not be allowed to depart without having slain me. The encounter shall only conclude upon the complete demise of one party. Fifthly, upon the conclusion of the battle, I wish to receive the skill points necessary to learn this upgraded skill book. Lastly, the Demon Realm may only deploy sky demons within a span of 10 days. Beyond this time frame, no further reinforcements may be sent. Commencing rule modifications. The Demon Realm has acquiesced to all your conditions. Should you perish, all that you possess will be claimed by the Demon Realm. Do you accept?